Chapter 307. Coward. When Shihao shouted out this, he was slightly impatient in his heart. Although he didn't know Duan Lingtian, nor had he seen Duan Lingtian, but he had an impression of the group of 7th-level Origin Core Stage Outer Court disciples that ascended the combat ring, and he could be sure that there was absolutely no Duan Lingtian. In other words, his main target today, Duan Lingtian, hadn't ascended the combat ring. It was very likely that Duan Lingtian was afraid of death, so he forfeited. This wasn't what he wanted to see. Along with Shihao's cold shout, the entire Mizar balcony went silent. The gazes of the group of Migres Peak disciples that came to spectate couldn't help but converge onto the distant Duan Lingtian. In next to no time, the remaining 7-star sword sect disciples followed the group of Migres Peak disciples to look at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian frowned. He just intended to ascend the combat ring when he heard Shihao call out from there. Now, when he realized that he'd become the center of attention along with Shihao calling him a coward, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl into a sneer. He's Duan Lingtian? Some of the 7-star sword sect disciples present that had never seen Duan Lingtian glanced at Duan Lingtian in surprise, and all felt that Duan Lingtian was even younger than the rumors said. It was this person that killed a 6th-level Origin Core Stage Outer Court disciple of Fekta Peak? Unbelievable! Although Duan Lingtian's strength isn't bad, but the Outer Court martial competition today is undoubtedly a competition between 7th-level Origin Core Stage Outer Court disciples. Even if he really participates, he can only be reduced to a foil in the end, and might even be killed. Exactly. I instead feel that forfeiting is his best choice. He's only a little over 20, facing a group of 7th-level Origin Core Stage Outer Court disciples. Even if he forfeits, it wouldn't be shameful. The group of 7-star sword sect disciples whispered in discussion. Right at this moment, the peak master of Mizar Peak, Jing Fan, spoke out once more. In today's Outer Court martial competition, the people that are ranked in the top 10 will be able to obtain the rewards bestowed by the sect. The person that's ranked first will even be able to obtain an additional Profound Origin Fruit. Profound Origin Fruit? A single stone gave rise to 1,000 ripples. This. On the Mizar platform, the sound of people sucking in cold air rose and fell. What was the Profound Origin Fruit? Even if the 7-star sword sect disciples present hadn't seen it, they'd heard of it. To an Origin Core Stage martial artist, the Profound Origin Fruit was a spirit fruit that could only be chanced upon by luck and not sought after. Supposedly, even if an 8th-level Origin Core Stage martial artist consumed this Profound Origin Fruit, the martial artist would be able to directly break through to the 9th level of the Origin Core Stage. Even if it was a 9th-level Origin Core Stage martial artist that consumed it, his origin energy would increase to the final bottleneck, and he would be infinitely close to breaking through to the edge of the nascent soul stage. Profound Origin Fruit. It's actually a Profound Origin Fruit. The Profound Essence Fruit is simply a priceless treasure to Origin Core realm martial artists. You can only come across it by chance. Once a 7th-level Origin Core Stage martial artist consumes the Profound Origin Fruit, they'll surely be able to break through to the 8th level of the Origin Core Stage in one go. Even to the extent that it's very possible for them to approach the bottleneck of breaking through to the 9th level of the Origin Core Stage. The crowd of 7-star sword sect disciples on Mizar platform were completely in an uproar. On the combat ring, the 28 7th-level Origin Core Stage Outer Court disciples that stood by Zheng Fan's side, including Shihao, all had glowing eyes, and were filled with yearning towards the Profound Origin Fruit. I'm determined to obtain the Profound Origin Fruit. Hu Shuifeng's handsome face was enveloped in a layer of coldness. No matter who it is, if they dare obstruct me from ascending to first place, kill. Hu Shuifeng's words were filled with confidence and arrogance. Then let's see if you have the ability. Shihao grunted coldly. He was similarly determined to obtain the Profound Origin Fruit. He Dong and Zhuqing glanced at each other, and intense sparks collided within their eyes. The Profound Origin Fruit caused them to be moved. I never imagined that the 7-star sword sect would actually obtain the Profound Origin Fruit, and even take it out as the reward for the first place in the outer court martial competition this time. Duan Lingtian was slightly surprised. He was naturally clearly aware of how precious the profound origin fruit was. If it was said that he wanted to seize first place in the outer court martial competition before this, it was for the sake of his promise to Hu Li. Now he had another objective. He wanted to obtain the profound origin fruit. If I'm able to obtain the profound origin fruit, my cultivation will directly break through. Duan Lingtian's eyes emitted scorching flames, as if they were able to incinerate everything and were peerlessly overbearing. Li Fei discerned Duan Lingtian's yearning and said in a light voice, "Scoundrel, the outer court martial competition prohibits the use of external forces besides spirit weapons, so your inscriptions can't be used. If you're no match for your opponent, you must jump off the combat ring and admit defeat. Kerr and I can't lose you." As she finished speaking, Li Fei looked nervously at Duan Lingtian. Although she knew that Duan Lingtian had many things to rely on, like the 2 nascent soul stage little pythons and a pile of formidable inscriptions. However, in the outer court martial competition, all of these couldn't be used. They could only rely on their own strength. Duan Lingtian stretched out his hand to stroke Li Fei's beautiful face that was smooth like jade, and laughed lightly. "Little Fei, you have to have some confidence in your man. Next time you dare doubt me, be careful that I don't spank you." As he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian lowered his voice, and only Li Fei was able to hear it. Li Fei never imagined that Duan Lingtian would actually take liberties with her on such an occasion, and her beautiful face flushed red as if blood would drip out from it. On the combat ring, Hu Shuefeng looked at Duan Lingtian and Li Fei from afar, especially when he saw Li Fei revealing a shy appearance before Duan Lingtian, and a ball of flames of jealousy inexplicably burned within his heart. He'd always been happy without a woman. Moreover, his standards were extremely high. This woman was absolutely the most beautiful female disciple he'd seen since arriving at the 7-star sword sect. When he first laid eyes on her, he wanted to make this woman his. But later on, he noticed that this woman already had a master. Duan Lingtian. So long as I kill Duan Lingtian, I'm mine. Hu Shuefeng looked at Li Fei, and his eyes flickered with a sheen of greed, as if Li Fei had already become his. Duan Lingtian. Hu Shuefeng's gaze focused slightly and descended onto Duan Lingtian, then abruptly shouted out in a low voice. "I heard that 3 months ago, you once killed the 6th-level Origin Core Stage Outer Court disciple of Fecta Peak, Xiao Ying. According to my knowledge, Xiao Ying was only a step away from the 7th level of the Origin Core Stage. Since you're able to kill him, I presume your strength isn't inferior to us 7th-level Origin Core Stage Outer Court disciples. Now that 3 months have passed, your strength is surely even stronger. You wouldn't really want to forfeit, right?" As Hu Shuefeng finished speaking, his voice had a sense of ridicule. Hu Shuefeng, whether Duan Lingtian forfeits or not is his personal choice, and has nothing to do with you. How could the nearbys Wuqing not know what Hu Shuefeng was thinking when she heard what Hu Shuefeng said, and her face was once again enveloped in a layer of frost as she sneered. Hu Shuefeng didn't reply to Wuqing, but instead looked at the nearby Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian. Could it be that you only know how to hide behind a woman and rely on a woman's protection? If it's really like this, then you're really a disgrace to us men. A disgrace to men. Hu Shuefeng's words could be said to not be ruthless. Duan Ling, looks like you've offended quite a lot of people. A wisp of bloodthirsty coldness appeared on the corners of Shihao's mouth, and he was about to swallow someone up. Along with Hu Shuefeng's voice sounding out, Duan Lingtian once again became the center of attention. This time, it was different again. Earlier, although Shihao had provoked Duan Lingtian, the people present didn't feel that there was anything wrong with Duan Lingtian forfeiting. And no one would look down on Duan Lingtian. After all, Duan Lingtian's natural talent in the martial Dao was there for all to see, and he would surely be able to shine brilliantly in the future and become a genius disciple that played an important role in the 7-star sword sect. But now, Hu Shuefeng had instead put such a label on Duan Lingtian. If Duan Lingtian forfeited, it would undoubtedly be admitting that he only knew how to hide behind a woman and rely on a woman's protection, losing the dignity of a man. Everyone was curious about what choice Duan Lingtian would make under such circumstances. A trace of rage arose in Li Fei's beautiful eyes when she heard what Hu Shuifeng said, and she wanted to flare up. Duan Lingtian pinched Li Fei's palm and lightly smiled. Little Fei, no matter where in this world, there's never a lack of mad dogs. Why lower yourself to his level? Although Duan Lingtian's voice wasn't loud. But presently, Mizar platform was instead completely silent, and his words entered into the eyes of everyone present. Mad dog? The corners of the mouths of the crowd of 7-star sword sect disciples couldn't help but twitch. This Duan Lingtian actually called Hu Shuifeng a mad dog? They only felt their heads go numb. This Duan Lingtian had gone mad. Duan Lingtian is dead for sure. This was the thought in the hearts of most of the 7-star sword sect disciples. For a time, Hu Shuifeng replaced Duan Lingtian and became the center of attention. Hu Shuifeng's body abruptly shook, his exceedingly handsome face lightly trembled, and his eyes emitted dense killing intent, but it was quickly suppressed by him, and he once again looked at Duan Lingtian. I really wonder where a trash that obtained the qualifications to enter the second round of the outer court martial competition, yet didn't dare participate and could only forfeit. Where did the arrogance come from? Hu Shuifeng's voice was incomparably chilly, and he especially emphasized the word trash. Hu Shuifeng's words resonated with many people. These people were mostly love-struck female disciples of Arcade Peak. Senior brother Hu Shuifeng is right, a person that doesn't even have the courage to participate in the outer court martial competition doesn't have the qualifications to be arrogant. Exactly. Duan Lingtian, if you're a man, then ascend the combat ring and participate in the second round of the outer court martial competition. If you don't dare, then you're the coward that senior brother Shihao spoke of, and the trash that only relies on women that senior brother Hu Shuifeng spoke of. When he saw the scene being controlled by him, Hu Shuifeng looked at Duan Lingtian, his eyes slowly narrowed into a line, and the corners of his mouth curled into a wisp of a complacent sneer. It was as if he was saying to Duan Ling, "Kid, you're still too inexperienced to fight me." Huh. Chapter 308. At the instant Duan Lingtian finished speaking, his figure shook and abruptly flashed out. Spirit Serpent Movement Technique. His entire body seemed to have transformed into a spirit serpent as he agilely flashed onto the combat ring and descended beside Zuoqing. Duan Lingtian used his actions to express his attitude. He didn't forfeit. He wanted to participate in the second round of the outer court martial competition. Duan Lingtian actually really wants to participate in the second round of the outer court martial competition. Isn't he afraid of death? Some of the Migres Peak disciples were completely stunned when they saw this scene. During these past 3 months, every time Shihao came to Migres Peak, they clearly felt the monstrous hatred Shihao revealed towards Duan Lingtian. Shihao wished for nothing more than to burn Duan Lingtian's bones and scatter his ashes. So, as far as they were concerned, Duan Lingtian's insistence on participating in the second round of the outer court disciple test was simply taking his life as a joke. They didn't look favorably upon Duan Lingtian. After all, Shihao was a 7th-level Origin Core Stage outer court disciple, and was even the number 1 disciple in the 7-star sword sect's outer court. Duan Lingtian, your muscle meridian rebirth scroll will soon be mine. When Zhao Lin saw Duan Lingtian ascending the combat ring, the gloominess on his face vanished without a trace, and replacing it was a smile from his scheme succeeding. He suddenly felt that everything he'd done in secret wasn't in vain. Everything was worth it. Duan Ling, why did you come up? Zuoqing looked at Duan Lingtian who was beside her, and her beautiful brows slightly frowned. You don't have to pay attention to Hu Shuifeng's words at all. Duan Lingtian knew that Zuoqing only said this because she was concerned about him, and at the same time warmth arose in his heart. He lightly smiled. Senior sister, I didn't come up because of what he said. I originally intended to participate in the second round of the outer court martial competition. Even if he didn't say a word, I would still come up. Zuoqing was stunned, and when she saw Duan Lingtian's incomparably firm gaze, she couldn't help but sigh in her heart. As far as she was concerned, Duan Lingtian was like a newborn calf that wasn't afraid of a tiger. not knowing the immensity of heaven and earth. Exactly. Duan Lingtian, you're still considered to be a man. Hu Shuifeng looked at Duan Lingtian, and a cold light flickered within his eyes. But whether you're able to survive the second round will depend on whether you have the ability or not. In any case, if you're against me, if you're against me, I'm Lingtian. Duan Lingtian completely disregarded Hu Shuifeng's provocation, and his gaze descended onto the nearby Shihao. Shihao's twisted and ferocious face was now twisted together. A pair of triangular eyes flickered with dense killing intent as they stared at him. Of the Lingtian Peak. Meanwhile, the peak master of Mizar Peak, Zheng Fan, sized Duan Lingtian up from top to bottom with interest. I've heard of your deeds since long ago. But, although you're able to kill a 6th-level Origin Core Stage Outer Court Disciple, you might not be able to defeat a 7th-level Origin Core Stage Outer Court Disciple. So long as you're able to survive today, then in the future, the 7-star Sword Sects stage will be yours alone. Zheng Fan's words were filled with praise towards Duan Lingtian. But it also caused Hu Shuifeng's face to sink, and the killing intent in his eyes grew even stronger. As for Shihao, he didn't know if it was true or not. As far as he was concerned, what Zheng Fan said was equivalent to not saying anything. Because it was absolutely impossible for him to allow Duan Lingtian to survive today. Peak Master, you're too kind. Duan Lingtian was still neither servile nor overbearing when facing Zheng Fan. Zheng Fan glanced deeply at Duan Lingtian, then looked at the crowd of 7-star Sword Sect Outer Court disciples on Mizar platform. Now, are there any Outer Court disciples that have obtained the qualifications for the second round of the Outer Court Martial Competition that will ascend the combat ring and participate in today's Outer Court Martial Competition? After waiting for a while, no one ascended the combat ring. Zheng Fan flicked his sleeve and announced in a loud voice. The second round of the Outer Court Martial Competition officially begins. The rules of the second round of the Outer Court Martial Competition are extremely simple. Zheng Fan looked at Duan Lingtian and the other 28 7th-level Origin Core Stage Outer Court disciples, then slowly said, I'll let all of you draw lots. There's a total of 29 numbered lots, and the person that draws lot number 1 can skip 2 rounds and temporarily be ranked in the top 10. 14 people will be chosen from the other 28 people, then another 7 people will be chosen to temporarily be ranked in the top 10. In this way, there will be 8 people that will temporarily be ranked in the top 10. The 7 people that were eliminated earlier will draw lots once more, and the person that draws lot number 1 will temporarily be ranked in the top 10. At that time, there will only be 1 empty spot remaining in the top 10, and the last person will be chosen from the other 6 people to fill this empty spot. After the 10 people that are temporarily ranked in the top 10 are decided, if the remaining 19 people are unconvinced of any one of them, you can issue a challenge, and so long as you're able to defeat your opponent, or even kill your opponent, then you can replace your opponent and be ranked in the top 10. When no one issues another challenge, the top 10 people will be ranked in the top 10 of the Outer Court Martial Competition this time, and will be able to obtain the rewards bestowed by the sect. Because the rewards of the top 10 people are all different, so the specific ranking of the top 10 has to be decided in the end. The person that's ranked in the first place will obtain an additional profound origin fruit. Now, is there anything that all of you don't understand? Zheng Fan looked at Duan Lingtian and the others as he asked. Duan Lingtian and the others shook their heads, as Zheng Fan's introduction earlier was extremely clear and orderly. The person that draws lot number 1 at the beginning is undoubtedly the person with the best luck, and is able to skip the first 2 battles and temporarily be ranked in the top 10. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart, and was filled with interest towards lot number 1. Of course, even if one drew lot number 1 at the beginning, it didn't mean that one would have no worries later on, as there would still be people that issued challenges later on. It was only saving some effort at the beginning. In next to no time, an outer court elder of Mizar Peak walked forward in large strides and placed the lot box that was prepared on the ground. There's a total of 29 lot numbers within. All of you come forward and draw your own lot. The Peak Master of Mizar Peak, Zheng Fan, looked at Duan Lingtian and the others as he spoke indifferently. In next to no time, a few outer court disciples that were near the lot box took the lead to draw their lot numbers. Duan Lingtian and Zuoqing walked side by side and arrived at the side of the lot box as well. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled to Zuoqing. "Senior sister, you go first." Zuoqing nodded and wasn't courteous as she directly took out a lot number. Lot number 9. Duan Lingtian placed his hand into the lot box as well. Right at this moment, he instinctively stretched out his spiritual force and fused it into the lot box. Originally, Duan Lingtian didn't hold any hope, as his spiritual force wasn't eyes after all, and it was unable to see the number on the lot. But when his spiritual force stretched in, he instead clearly sensed that amongst the lot numbers within the lot box, the aura of one lot seemed to be different from the others. Could it be lot number 1? Duan Lingtian thought in his heart, and he directly grabbed onto that lot and took it out. After looking carefully, it really was lot number 1. Looking at the number on lot number 1, Duan Lingtian came to a sudden understanding. No wonder his spiritual force felt the aura of lot number 1 was different from the other lots. So it turned out that the number on lot number 1 was written in red ink, whereas the numbers on the other lots were written in black ink. Presumably, the reason lot number 1 was written in red ink was for the sake of distinguishing it better from the other lots. It was precisely because of this that Duan Lingtian drew lot number 1 without any suspense. Lot number 1? Zuoqing stood by Duan Lingtian's side, and she couldn't help but exclaim in a low voice when she saw the lot number Duan Lingtian took out. Lot number 1? Zuoqing's low exclamation spread throughout the silent Mizar Peak, and everyone heard it. F***K. It can't be, right? Duan Lingtian's luck is so good? Out of the 29 lots, he drew lot number 1? This luck is too heaven-defying. It's only a coincidence. Moreover, so what if he drew lot number 1? He's only temporarily ranked in the top 10. If his strength isn't sufficient, he'll still be eliminated later on. That's true. The crowd of 7-star sword sect outer court disciples couldn't help but exclaim in a low voice. Some people sighed with emotion at Duan Lingtian's luck, and some people felt that it wasn't a big deal even if Duan Lingtian drew lot number 1. Lot number 1? The peak master of Mizar Peak, Zheng Fan, was slightly surprised at Duan Lingtian's luck. Lot number 1. However, there were 2 people on the combat ring that had evil sneers on the corners of their mouths. It was precisely Shi Hao and Hu Shuifeng. You can only blame your luck for drawing lot number 1. So long as I admit defeat and don't enter the top 10, at that time, I can directly challenge you and even kill you. Hu Shuifeng looked at Duan Lingtian and thought in his heart, and a ruthless sheen jumped about within his eyes. Shi Hao's triangular eyes were suffused with traces of coldness as well. His current thoughts were exactly the same as Hu Shuifeng's. Duan Lingtian, your luck doesn't seem to be very good. Meanwhile, Hidong had drawn lot number that belonged to him as well, and he looked at Duan Lingtian and shook his head. He clearly saw the killing intent and excitement that was emitted from Shi Hao and Hu Shuifeng's eyes when they looked at Duan Lingtian, as far as he was concerned. On the surface, Duan Lingtian obtaining lot number 1 was due to good luck. But in reality, it gave Shi Hao and Hu Shuifeng the opportunity to directly challenge him. Duan Lingtian naturally understood the meaning behind Hidong's words, but he didn't mind and only smiled faintly. What should come will come. Hidong didn't expect that Duan Lingtian could still be so calm at this time. He deeply looked at Duan Lingtian and said, Duan Ling, if you can survive today, I, Hidong, will become friends with you. Duan Lingtian wasn't old, but he had such an open-minded temperament, which shocked Hidong. It made Hidong feel admiration from the bottom of his heart. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly, which could be considered as a response. Duan Lingtian, if Shi Hao and Hu Shuifeng challenge you, just admit defeat. Zuoqing looked at Duan Lingtian and said somewhat worriedly. Zuoqing, if he admits defeat, then he wouldn't be Duan Lingtian. Before Duan Lingtian could open his mouth, Hidong had already taken a step forward and said to Zuoqing. Duan Lingtian smiled. Hidong, you seem to understand me very well? I can't say that I understand you, but I can see that you're not the kind of person who runs away at the last minute. Moreover, I see confidence in your eyes. Chapter 309. Why would he have such confidence? Duan Lingtian only smiled when he heard Hidong and didn't explain further. He believed. In next to no time, Hidong would know the answer. A trace of astonishment flashed within Zhuqing's beautiful eyes when she heard Hidong, and she seriously sized up Duan Lingtian for a moment before nodding in the end, and she didn't persuade Duan Lingtian any further. She was able to discern that Duan Lingtian was indeed filled with confidence. Strong confidence. She thought in her heart. Perhaps, this man of junior sister would once again bring about a miracle and cause everyone to be shocked. In next to no time, all the outer court disciples that were participating in the second round of the outer court martial competition had drawn a lot that belonged to them. Now, all 29 of you have already drawn a lot that belongs to you. Meanwhile, the peak master of Mizar Peak, Zheng Fan, slowly said, "Now, the people that have obtained lot number 2 and number 3 go to the first combat ring. The people that have obtained lot number 4 and number 5 go to the second combat ring. So on and so forth until lot number 19, all of you can go to the first combat ring." There was a total of 10 combat rings on Mizar platform. Now, besides the combat arena at the center that was empty, there were 2 more figures on each of the other 9 combat arenas. The 9 Mizar Peak outer court elders successively went over to preside over the competition. Senior sisters Wuxia. Duan Lingtian stood on the empty combat ring at the center of Mizar platform and looked at the beautiful figure on the 4th combat ring from afar. Right at this moment, "I admit defeat." Suddenly, an abrupt voice sounded out, breaking the short moment of silence on Mizar platform. A person on the 7th combat ring admitted defeat. For a time, everyone on Mizar platform looked at the person that admitted defeat. Senior brother Shi Hao admitted defeat? The crowd of 7-star sword sect outer court disciples stared blankly at Shi Hao leaving the 7th combat ring, and all of them had expressions of disbelief. They wouldn't find it strange if someone else admitted defeat. But the person that admitted defeat now was Shi Hao, the number 1 disciple in the 7-star sword sect's outer court. Why did senior brother Shi Hao admit defeat? It's too strange. Some of the 7-star sword sect outer court disciples had bewildered expressions, as they utterly didn't know what had happened and were unable to understand everything before their eyes. You don't know, do you? Let me tell you, the reason senior brother Shi Hao admitted defeat now is for the sake of the following challenges. If I'm not wrong, he surely wants to challenge Duan Lingtian. Challenge Duan Lingtian? Because he wanted to kill Duan Lingnan. How do you know? I'm a Migres Peak disciple. Senior brother Shi Hao had gone to our Migres Peak 3 months ago and threatened to battle Duan Lingtian on the life and death arena. But unfortunately, Duan Lingtian had always been hiding, and senior brother Shi Hao was utterly unable to find an opportunity. Now that he has a chance, do you think he will miss it? So that's how it is. But how did senior Shi Hao become enemies with Duan Lingtian? I didn't know this at the beginning, but after I inquired about it repeatedly, I found out that Duan Lingtian actually crippled the dantian of senior brother Shi Hao's younger sister, Shi, who in our 7-star sword sect outer court doesn't know how much senior brother Shi Hao dotes on his younger sister, Shi. Tell me, how could he not take revenge for Shi? Duan Lingtian crippled Shi's dantian? The conversation between the 2 7-star sword sect outer court disciples quickly spread out. Not long after, so long as it was someone that stood on Mizar platform, practically everyone knew everything. Duan Lingtian crippled the dantian of Shi Hao's younger sister, Shi. Shi Hao hated Duan Lingtian to the bone and wanted to kill Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian. Hidong, who stood by Duan Lingtian's side, had an astonished expression. Although he knew that Shi Hao wanted to look for trouble with Duan Lingtian, he didn't know that there was such a reason behind it. Duan Lingtian shrugged and smiled indifferently. Are you very surprised? Hidong nodded. I'm indeed rather surprised. Who in our 7-star sword sect outer court doesn't know that Shi Hao is extremely obedient and dotes on his younger sister? But you instead directly crippled her dantian. It would be strange if Shi Hao didn't fight you to the death. But You don't look like an unreasonable person to me, so why did you cripple Shi Yan's Dan Tian? He Dong looked at Duan Ling Tian with a bewildered expression. Actually, it's nothing. Shi Yan first humiliated my woman for no reason or rhyme, then repeatedly said that she wanted to cripple my Dan Tian and even put it into action. I could only give her a taste of her own medicine. Duan Ling Tian spoke extremely casually, as if what he said didn't matter at all. He Dong came to a sudden understanding. I've long since heard that Shi Yan relied on Shi Hao's influence to act unruly and rampantly on Arcade Peak. She can only consider herself to be unlucky this time when she bullied you. The conversation between the two wasn't loud, but it was still heard by the nearby peak master of Mizar Peak, Zheng Fan. The corners of Zheng Fan's mouth slightly curled. This Duan Ling Tian has a true nature. But his courage isn't small. Is he really not afraid of suffering Shi Hao's revenge? Now that Shi Hao had admitted defeat, it was obviously aimed at him. Shi Hao returned, and the gaze he looked at Duan Ling Tian was filled with ruthlessness and viciousness. Shi Hao, he's mine. Hu Shuefeng looked at Shi Hao, his eyes emitted cold lights, and his tone was filled with overbearingness. Shi Hao glanced coldly and indifferently at Hu Shuefeng and paid no attention to him, as if he utterly didn't take Hu Shuefeng seriously. Hu Shuefeng's face sank, a fierce light flickered within his eyes, and he was ruthless in his heart. Shi Hao, besides killing Duan Ling Tian today, I'll kill you as well. After today, I'll replace you to become the #1 disciple in the 7-star sword sect's outer court. Meanwhile, the other 8 combat rings had unfolded a fierce struggle between 2 evenly matched opponents. So strong. Duan Ling Tian clearly saw that on the 4th combat ring, Zuoqing's figure flashed, dodging the fierce sword strike of her opponent, and the sword images in her hand enveloped down, seeming to have transformed into a rain of flowers that covered the sky, forcing her opponent to retreat. From the beginning until the end, she didn't injure her opponent in the slightest. Thank you for showing mercy. The person that was forced to retreat was a 7th-level Origin Core Stage Outer Court disciple, and his forehead was still covered in cold sweat as he directly admitted defeat and walked down from the 4th combat ring. Zuoqing, victory, advancement. In next to no time, the results of the battles on the other combat rings were finally out. Another 7 people advanced successively. Only a few people were injured, and no one was killed. Although the outer court martial competition this time didn't care about life and death, in the eyes of the outer court disciples that entered the arena, their opponents were fellow disciples of the same sect after all, and there was no enmity between them, so there was no need to really fight to the death. It's still the order from before. The remaining 10 outer court disciples, go. The Mizar Peak's master, Zheng Fan, slowly said. Duan Ling Tian, I'm going. He Dong bid his farewells to Duan Ling Tian, then ascended the distant combat ring. I admit defeat. This time, another person admitted defeat. Hu Shuefeng. Because they had Shi Hao as an example, although the crowd of 7-star sword sect disciples were slightly surprised when faced with Hu Shuefeng admitting defeat, it wasn't as exaggerated as when Shi Hao admitted defeat earlier. Senior brother Hu Shuefeng admitted defeat? Could it be that it's because of Duan Ling Tian as well? This Duan Ling Tian first offended senior brother Shi Hao, and now he's offended senior brother Hu Shuefeng. Today, unless he takes the initiative to admit defeat, otherwise, he'll surely die. Some of the 7-star sword sect disciples glanced at Duan Ling Tian and couldn't help but shake their heads. In next to no time, the outcome of the other 8 people was decided. Hidong victorious. The outer court martial competition continued. Besides Duan Ling Tian and the 14 people that were eliminated, the other 14 people started the second round of competition. This time, the 7 people that won would be tied with Duan Ling Tian and temporarily be ranked in the top 10. The battles began. On the 7 combat rings, sword images crisscrossed. Including Zuoqing and Hidong, every 7th-level Origin Core Stage Outer Court disciple revealed everything they'd learned in their lifetime to their heart's content. Sword skills that dazzled the eyes whistled out and penetrated every opening. Along with the passage of time, the curtains to the battles on the 7 combat rings were drawn. Zuoqing and Hidong advanced. They were temporarily ranked in the top 10 along with the other 5 7th-level Origin Core Stage Outer Court disciples. The 7 people that were eliminated once again drew lots. The person that drew lot number 1 was temporarily ranked in the top 10. The strongest person from the other 6 people would occupy the last position in the top 10. Henceforth, the 10 people that were temporarily ranked in the top 10 had been decided. Duan Lingtian, Zhuqing, and He Dong were shockingly amongst them. Very good. Presently, the 10 people that are temporarily ranked in the top 10 have already been decided. Next, it's time to carry out free challenges. The other 19 outer court disciples can challenge any one of the people that are temporarily ranked in the top 10 at will. If you defeat your opponent, you can replace them. Conversely, if you lose, you'll lose the qualifications to challenge. Everyone only has one chance to challenge. I hope all of you choose carefully. The Mizar Peak's master, Zheng Fan, spoke out in a clear voice. Now, the remaining 19 people will choose their opponents in order according to the lot number in their hands. Hu Shuifeng's face sank when he heard Zheng Fan, and his icy cold gaze descended onto the lot number in his hand. His lot number was lot number 25. According to the rules Zheng Fan spoke of, he had to wait for the people in front to finish choosing before he could choose his opponent. It was fine if it was someone else. However, Shi Hao was still in front of him. The first person to choose his opponent was the possessor of lot number 2, an outer court male disciple. His gaze flashed past Duan Lingtian's group of 10 before finally descending onto Duan Lingtian. He searched back and forth, and only Duan Lingtian he had the confidence to defeat. However, when a cold snort sounded out by his ears, he instead noticed that Shi Hao's cold and indifferent gaze had descended onto him, causing him to feel as if he was sitting on pins and needles. Only now did he recall that the reason Shi Hao admitted defeat earlier was because of this Duan Lingtian. He took a deep breath. In the end, he still didn't choose Duan Lingtian. He didn't dare offend Shi Hao. He could only choose another person. The result also caused him to be defeated and lose the qualifications to compete for the top 10 of the outer court martial competition. Duan Lingtian watched all of this coldly from the sidelines. He knew that his first battle today was bound to be against Shi Hao. Just as he'd said to He Dong earlier, what should come will come. Chapter 310. In the second round of the outer court martial competition, besides Duan Lingtian, He Dong, and Zhuqing, the other 7 people that were temporarily ranked in the top 10 were successively challenged. Some maintained their position in the top 10, and some were replaced. On the combat ring, the situation of the battles became even more intense. Sword images crisscrossed, sword howls rose and fell continuously, although Duan Lingtian was the weakest in the eyes of most of the 7th-level Origin Core Stage Outer Court disciples, but no one challenged him by name. Because everyone knew that this was the opponent that Shi Hao had decided on. If anyone dared challenge Duan Lingtian, then they would undoubtedly offend Shi Hao. They didn't dare offend Shi Hao. As for He Dong and Zhuqing, both of them were famous outer court disciples in the 7-star sword sect's outer court, and were only slightly inferior to the number 1 disciple in the outer court, Shi Hao. So, in the eyes of the group of 7th-level Origin Core Stage outer court disciples that issued the challenges, challenging He Dong and Zhuqing was simply a waste of a challenge opportunity. Everyone only had one chance to issue a challenge, and they had to properly cherish it. So, they tried their best to choose opponents that they had confidence in. Along with an outer court disciple that was ranked in the top 10 being defeated and replaced, it was the turn of the next outer court disciple to issue a challenge right at this moment. The bustling and clamorous Mizar platform had completely gone silent, and it became tranquil. The gazes of everyone descended onto a single person. This was a young man with a savage and warped appearance, and a pair of triangular eyes flickered with an icy cold light as he stared fixedly at the person on the combat ring at the center. It's finally Senior Brother Shi Hao's turn. Senior Brother Shi Hao was waiting for this moment. Looks like this Duan Lingtian is going to be struck with misfortune. If I was him, I'd surely admit defeat directly. The gazes of the numerous 7-star sword sect outer court disciples followed Shi Hao's gaze to descend onto Duan Lingtian, and they whispered in discussion. Duan Lingtian stood there without moving like a mountain, with a carefree expression, and his expression wouldn't change even if Mount Tai collapsed before him. Duan Lingtian. At the same time that Shihao shouted out coldly, his figure flashed out as if he'd transformed into a cheetah that pounced onto the first combat ring, and he stood there with an icy cold gaze that never left Duan Lingtian. He had challenged Duan Lingtian. He wanted to kill Duan Lingtian. Shihao's icy cold gaze was mixed with extreme fury and killing intent. He wanted nothing more than to tear Duan Lingtian into 1,000 pieces and burn his bones into ashes. Muscle tendon changing and marrow cleansing. At a corner not far from the first combat ring, the Migres Peak Outer Court Elder, Zhao Lin, stood there, his eyes emitting greed and delight, as if he'd already seen the scene of him obtaining that miraculous cultivation method, Muscle Meridian Rebirth Scroll. For the sake of the muscle tendon changing and marrow cleansing scroll, it could be said that he had put in a lot of effort. Especially when the rules of the outer court martial competition were changed at the last minute and turned into a battle of life and death. He was also the one who exerted his strength at the back. Everything he did was for the sake of obtaining Duan Lingtian's cultivation method. Muscle tendon changing and marrow cleansing. Now, he'd already seen hope, the hope of obtaining the muscle tendon changing and marrow cleansing. Hu Shuifeng stood in the distance with an exceedingly gloomy expression, and his pair of icy cold eyes seemed as if they were about to swallow someone up. This Shihao had actually seized his prey. His gaze descended onto Shihao, and he already had a plan in his heart. Once Shihao killed Duan Lingtian, he would replace Duan Lingtian and enter the top 10. Then he would directly challenge Shihao. In the past, he didn't have much confidence in defeating Shihao. But it was different now. There was an additional grade 7 spirit sword in his hand that provided an amplification of 29%, and his strength had increased greatly. He had the confidence to defeat and even kill Shihao. Scoundrel! Even though Duan Lingtian revealed strong confidence before Li Fei, but Li Fei was still slightly worried. Her white teeth lightly bit her alluring red lips as she stared fixedly at Duan Lingtian. After all, inscriptions couldn't be utilized in the outer court martial competition. She saw Duan Lingtian standing there without moving for a long time. The Mizar platform was once again in an uproar. Could it be that Duan Lingtian intends to admit defeat? Looking at his current posture, it ought to be. It can't be, right? I still want to see him fight. I'm extremely curious, how exactly did a young man that's a little over 20 kill a 6th level Origin Core Stage Outer Court disciple, and how did he pass the first round of the Outer Court Martial Competition and advance to the second round of the Outer Court Martial Competition? I'm curious as well. Unfortunately, we probably won't be able to see it. Most of the 7-star sword sect Outer Court disciples thought that Duan Lingtian had already intended to admit defeat. The smile that appeared on the corners of Zhao Lin's mouth completely froze. This Duan Lingtian wouldn't really want to admit defeat, right? Zhao Lin's heart burned with anxiety and wished for nothing more than to rush up and directly grab Duan Lingtian and throw him onto the first combat ring and make Duan Lingtian battle Shihao. Shihao, looks like you frightened Duan Lingtian quite a bit. Why don't you choose another person? Give this Duan Lingtian to me, how about it? Hu Shuifeng laughed loudly, then glanced mockingly at Shihao who stood on the first combat ring in the distance. Shihao paid no attention to him, and his cold and fierce gaze descended onto Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, since you dare participate in the second round of the Outer Court Martial Competition, it wouldn't be because you don't dare accept my challenge, right? Looks like you're really a coward, an out-and-out coward. Coward! Shihao once again wantonly humiliated Duan Lingtian in front of everyone. Right at this moment, Duan Lingtian, who had once again attracted the gazes of the crowd, finally made a move. Duan Lingtian took a step forward, and his calm gaze descended onto Shihao as he said in a low voice, "Shihao, you hate me to the bone, and wish for nothing more than to kill me right away to take revenge for your sister, Shiyan. I'm clear of all this." Shihao's gaze went slightly cold, and his triangular eyes were filled with ruthlessness. It's good that you're clear. Today, unless you want to be an out-and-out coward. Otherwise, once you dare ascend the first combat ring, Shi Hao, Shi Yan's brother, will make you die without a corpse. Duan Lingtian's expression didn't change when he heard Shi Hao's ruthless words, and he slowly said, "Then do you know why I crippled your sister's dantian?" Shi Hao was slightly impatient as he said, "I don't care why you crippled my sister's danan. When you crippled my sister's dantian and crippled my sister's cultivation, you were already bound to become a dead man. You were bound to only be able to repent on the path to hell." At this moment, Duan Lingtian's expression finally changed. "What you mean is, even if I crippled Shi Yan's dantian, there was a reason behind it, and it was because Shi Yan took the initiative to provoke me and attack me. Even so, you wouldn't feel guilty? You wouldn't feel that all this was something Shi Yan brought upon herself? You wouldn't feel that you didn't teach your sister well?" Duan Lingtian's face sank slightly, and his gaze was cold and indifferent as he stared fixedly at Shi Hao as he asked word by word. The Mizar platform was in an uproar, and all the 7-star sword sect disciples came to a sudden understanding. So it turned out that Duan Lingtian crippling Shi Yan's dantian had a reason. I heard long ago that Shi Yan relied on her brother, Shi Hao, who was the #1 disciple in the outer court, to run amok in Arcade Peak and bully people everywhere. Now it would seem that all this is true. This time, Shi Yan could be considered to have bitten off more than she could chew, and even had her cultivation crippled because of this. If it's really like this, then Shi Yan indeed deserved it. Yeah, Duan Lingtian doing this can be considered to have removed a malignant tumor for Arcade Peak and even our 7-star sword sect. The crowd of 7-star sword sect disciples discussed animatedly. Shi Hao's warped and savage features were already tangled together when he heard Duan Lingtian. Now, when he heard the discussion of the crowd of 7-star sword sect disciples, his face seemed to have become a hemp rope that was completely twisted together. "Duan Lingtian!" Shi Hao abruptly shouted out explosively with a voice that was like a thunderclap. His gaze that was icy cold to the extreme passed through his pair of triangular eyes to descend onto Duan Lingtian. "I, Shi Hao, will tell you right now. No matter what my sister did, no matter if my sister was wrong first, in my eyes, no matter what my sister did, you, Duan Lingtian, don't have the qualifications to cripple her cultivation. Don't have the qualifications?" Duan Lingtian laughed, and he laughed extremely brilliantly. "Then what you mean is that even if your sister, Shi Yan, wants to cripple my dantian, I still can't resist? I can only stand on the spot and wait for your sister to cripple my dantian? I can only allow myself to be slaughtered by your sister?" "Exactly," Shi Hao said coldly, "this is your best choice. But unfortunately, you didn't have such a choice. If you did, then perhaps you'd only become a cripple and wouldn't die. Yet now, you're bound to die at my hands. Do you regret it? But unfortunately, it's useless no matter how much you regret it. Today, Duan Lingtian will die for sure." Shi Hao's every word contained killing intent, and he revealed his resolution to kill Duan Lingtian. His words were filled with ruthlessness and killing intent. It caused most of the 7-star sword sect outer court disciples present to feel a chill run down their spines. Of course, there were also some 7-star sword sect outer court disciples that were extremely furious. Shi Hao is so overbearing. Yeah, according to what he said, no matter whose dantian his sister wants to cripple, that person still can't resist. Otherwise, that person will be targeted by him and even killed. Does he really think that his family owns the 7-star sword sect? Duan Lingtian, ignore him. Even if you admit defeat, no one will look down on you. Right? With your natural talent in the martial Dao, you'll easily surpass Shi Hao in a few years. There's no need to lose your life for a momentary dispute of personal feelings. Your future is bright and far from what Shi Hao can compare to. You must think thrice. Shi Hao's words were like a stone that caused 1,000 ripples, and it completely caused an uproar on Mizar platform. At the same time that many 7-star sword sect outer court disciples were furious, they were even ceaselessly persuading Duan Lingtian to admit defeat. There was a scale in everyone's heart, although they couldn't be considered to have any friendship with Duan Lingtian. But at this moment, the scale in their hearts was undoubtedly biased towards Duan Lingtian, the side that was in the right and was at a disadvantage. Chapter 311. Now, even the peak master of Mizar Peak, Zheng Fan, couldn't help but frown when he heard what Shihao said. Duan Lingtian, admit defeat. There's no need to throw away your life for this. Duan Lingtian's eardrums slightly trembled as he received a voice. He was the only one who could hear this voice. Duan Lingtian looked at Zheng Fan who stood nearby. Now, Zheng Fan lightly nodded to him. It was precisely Zheng Fan who'd condensed his origin energy to speak to him. Duan Lingtian was grateful in his heart toward Zheng Fan's good intentions, and he replied with a smile. When Zheng Fan saw Duan Lingtian nodding to him with a smile, he thought that Duan Lingtian had accepted his suggestion, but in the next moment, Duan Lingtian's actions instead caused him to be unable to refrain from being stunned. Duan Lingtian's figure flashed as he executed the spirit serpent movement technique, seeming to have transformed into a spirit serpent. In the blink of an eye, he descended the first combat ring and stood opposite of Shihao who was glaring fiercely at him. Duan Lingtian actually didn't admit defeat. Is he courting death? Most of the 7-star sword sect outer court disciples on Mizar platform were stunned when they saw Duan Lingtian's actions. As far as they were concerned, it was impossible for the current Duan Lingtian to be a match for Shihao. Zhao Lin started laughing. He was worried earlier that Duan Lingtian would admit defeat. In that way, his plan would completely fail, and everything he'd done in secret would be in vain. Now, the worry in his heart had vanished without a trace, and replacing it was delight. So long as Shihao kills Duan Lingtian, I'll be able to obtain the Muscle Meridian Rebirth Scroll. Traces of a burning sheen were mixed within Zhao Lin's gaze. Scoundrel! Li Fei's peerlessly beautiful face slightly tensed up as she looked nervously at Duan Lingtian, and she was slightly perturbed in her heart. Although she ceaselessly told herself in her heart to believe this man, when it really came to this moment, she couldn't help but be worried in her heart. Unknowingly, this man had long since become her everything, her everything. It was difficult for her to imagine. How was she going to live on without this man? Perhaps she would follow along. On the first arena, Duan Lingtian calmly looked at Shihao with a carefree expression that remained unperturbed. He had said everything that needed to be said. Since Shihao was so stubborn, he couldn't be bothered to waste his breath. If you want to fight, then let's fight. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian emitted a strong battle intent, as if he had turned into an undefeatable god of war. When Shihao saw Duan Lingtian enter the arena, his pair of sinister triangular eyes revealed a joyous expression. The gaze he looked at Duan Lingtian with was like the gaze of a hunter eyeing his prey. Duan Ling, after I kill you, I'll wring your head off and bring it back to my sister? I'm sure she'll feel gratified. Shihao's voice was incomparably cold. A 3-foot-long sword appeared in his hand. A 7th-grade spirit sword. Suddenly, Shihao took a stride forward. Instantly, dust suffused the air at the place Shihao's foot landed. Origin energy raged and leaped about on the grade 7 spirit sword in Shihao's hand. Presently, the energy of heaven and earth roiled above Shihao before condensing into 127 ancient mammoth silhouettes in the end, 7th level of the origin core stage. A grade 7 spirit sword that provided an amplification of 27%. Duan Lingtian's expression went serious when he saw Shihao starting to accumulate strength. Shihao was a 7th level origin core stage martial artist. He didn't dare be careless. Duan Lingtian's body slightly moved. The energy of heaven and earth roiled above him, and 80 lifelike ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form. 6th level of the origin core stage. Instantly, waves of astonished and indescribable voices sounded out on the Mizar platform as expected. This Duan Lingtian. He's simply a monster. A little over 26th level of the origin core stage. I'm not dreaming, right? I really hope this is a dream. Don't be so discouraging. A little over 26th level of the origin core stage. Even if it's that person who's the head of the 5 great young masters of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, he didn't seem to be so monstrous all those years ago, right? If Duan Lingtian was born 5 years earlier, the head of the 5 great young masters of our Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom would absolutely not be that person. Unbelievable! The crowd of 7-star sword sect outer court disciples were shocked to the point their hearts seemed to be about to stop beating, and after they recovered from their shock, they couldn't help but make a fuss. The scene before them caused them to be indescribably shocked. If they didn't see it with their own 2 eyes, they would absolutely not be willing to believe that all this was true. Scoundrel broke through? Li Fei's face revealed a delighted expression when she saw this scene. As expected, He Dong's brows raised as he thought in his heart. But even if this Duan Lingtian has really broken through to the 6th level of the Origin Core stage, his strength is still inferior to Shihao's strength by the strength of 20 ancient mammoths. If he were to utilize the amplification of a grade 7 spirit sword, then the gap between him and Shihao isn't just the strength of 20 ancient mammoths. He Dong was slightly curious. Under such a gap, why was Duan Lingtian still able to be so confident? Although he'd heard of the matter of Duan Lingtian killing the Fecta Peak's 6th level Origin Core stage outer court disciple, Xiao Ying, 3 months ago, and he knew that Duan Lingtian defeated Xiao Ying as the weak, but, at that time, Xiao Ying's strength was only a little over 10 ancient mammoths stronger than Duan Lingtian. Now, Shihao's strength was instead stronger than Duan Lingtian by the strength of 20 ancient mammoths or more. Zuoqing stood at the side, her beautiful brows slightly frowned as she looked at Duan Lingtian with slight worry. Now, she could only hope that Duan Lingtian would create another miracle, but was this possible? The gap was so huge. 6th level of the Origin Core stage? Starting from the Mizar Peak's master, Zheng Fan, the group of outer court elders of Mizar Peak and the Migres Peak's outer court elder, Zhao Lin, all had dumbstruck expressions. Natural talent was too shocking. As expected, the effect of the rebirth of the Muscle Meridian Cleansing Scroll isn't inferior to the 10,000-year stalactite milk. The burning in Zhao Lin's eyes became even more frenzied. Whereas now, as the person involved, Duan Lingtian didn't care in the slightest towards the sensation he caused. The strength of 80 ancient mammoths, 3 months ago, not long after he killed Xiao Ying, he'd already grasped it. At that time, he'd broken through to the 5th level of the Origin Core stage, and exerting his full strength, his strength was comparable to the strength of 81 ancient mammoths. The quake energy had increased along with it, and its scope of effect had increased to the strength of 20 ancient mammoths. But all of this was history. Now, after cultivating for another 3 months, with the natural talent in the martial Dao that Duan Lingtian obtained after consuming the 10,000-year stalactite milk and being reborn, his cultivation had broken through once again. 5 days ago, he'd once again broken through to the 6th level of the Origin Core stage. At the same time, he'd grasped the strength of 11 ancient mammoths more than an ordinary 6th level Origin Core stage martial artist, the strength of 91 ancient mammoths. Not only that, after he broke through to the 6th level of the Origin Core stage, the quake energy had increased once again. Presently, the scope of effect of the quake energy had increased to the strength of 30 ancient mammoths. In other words, so long as the strength of the opponent Duan Lingtian faced didn't exceed the strength of 30 ancient mammoths, his quake energy would be able to easily destroy his opponent. Now, Duan Lingtian had utilized the strength of 80 ancient mammoths and concealed the strength of 11 ancient mammoths. It was precisely because he wanted to give others a false impression, making others think that he was only an ordinary 6th level Origin Core stage martial artist. Besides that, as far as Duan Lingtian was concerned, even if he only used the strength of 80 ancient mammoths through the amplification of the grade 7 spirit sword and relying on the quake energy, it was already sufficient to deal with Shihao. There was no need to expose his entire strength. Don't use a sledgehammer to kill a chicken. 6th level of the Origin Core stage? Shihao was shocked by the cultivation Duan Lingtian revealed. He wouldn't take an ordinary 6th level Origin Core stage martial artist seriously. But the 6th level Origin Core stage martial artist that stood before him now was a young man that was a little over 20. Even he couldn't help but be shocked by such natural talent. He had to admit that this Duan Lingtian's natural talent in the martial Dao was indeed shocking. Even throughout the history of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, there seemed to have never been such a monstrous figure. I never imagined that I, Xianxia, would actually have the chance to kill a genius martial artist that possesses such monstrous natural talent in my lifetime. Xianxia's heart was filled with excitement. This Xianxia, Duan Lingan was able to notice that besides hatred, the gaze Xianxia shot at him faintly contained a trace of excitement. He was able to guess Xianxia's thoughts. He couldn't help but sneer in his heart. Does this Xianxia really think I'm meat on the chopping block? Duan Lingtian's gaze went slightly cold, and the grade 7 spirit sword appeared out of thin air in his hand. He lightly shook it as origin energy flashed and raged. To the side of the 80 ancient mammoth silhouettes above Duan Lingtian, another 21 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared. In other words, relying on the grade 7 spirit sword, Duan Lingtian was able to exert the strength of 101 ancient mammoths. Ah, Duan Lingtian, you wouldn't be thinking that you can go against me with just this little bit of strength, right? I'm extremely curious if you'll be able to create another miracle like 3 months ago. Xianxia's gaze descended onto Duan Lingtian, and the corners of his mouth that lightly curled into a ridiculing smile. He'd heard of the matter of Duan Lingtian defeating a 6th-level Origin Core Stage Outer Court disciple 3 months ago. Now, there's a difference of the strength of 26 ancient mammoths between us. Let me see how you'll make up for this difference. At the same time that Xianxia spoke, his figure flashed like the wind as he charged towards Duan Lingtian. Origin energy coiled around the grade 7 spirit sword in his hand as it whistled out. Instantly, it condensed into 81 sword silhouettes. Amongst these 81 sword silhouettes, only one of them was the true killing move. It's the high-grade profound rank sword skill, 9-9 sword technique, at the perfection stage. Many 7-star sword sect disciples recognized the sword skill Xianxia executed. 81 identical sword silhouettes tore through the sky, causing the air to become sluggish, and sword howls continued without end as they converged together, causing it to be incomparably ear-piercing. The eardrums of some 7-star sword sect outer court disciples with comparatively lower cultivations shook, and their faces went ghastly pale. The 81 sword silhouettes were like a myriad of swords returning to their source as they locked onto Duan Lingtian, and they carried along a shocking aura as they swept out. Chapter 312. The 81 identical sword silhouettes whistled over, and it caused Duan Lingtian to feel a trace of pressure. Of course, it was only a trace. This sword skill is slightly interesting. Ordinary people are unable to see through it. After fusing with the lifetime worth of memories of the Samsara Emperor Wu, it was equivalent to possessing the lifetime worth of the Samsara Emperor Wu's abundant martial arts experience. With a single glance, Duan Lingtian discerned the formidable aspect of Xianxia's sword skill. This sword skill. It paid particular attention to transforming reality into illusion, transforming illusion into reality. An ordinary person was utterly unable to distinguish which sword image was the real one amongst these 81 sword images with the naked eye. However, as an inscription master who knows how to utilize spiritual force, although this sword skill isn't bad, it has nowhere to hide before me. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart, and the corners of his mouth curled into a slight smile. He had to admit that the sword skill Xianxia executed was extremely strong. Moreover, he was able to discern that this sword skill was extremely difficult to cultivate, let alone cultivate it to the perfection stage. Xianxia was able to become the #1 disciple in the outer court and suppress a group of 7th-level Origin Core Stage outer court disciples, and the contribution of this sword skill was probably not small. Die! Xianxia's gaze went cold, and accompanied by his figure flashing out, the 81 sword images revolved around Duan Lingtian and flashed out from all directions, seeming to have transformed into numerous extremely swift flowing lights that pierced towards Duan Lingtian. Even until now, not a single one of the 81 sword images revealed even the slightest clue. This was also the terrifying aspect of the 9-9 sword technique. Deliberately mystifying. Duan Lingtian's spiritual force flashed out, and he easily found the location of the real sword image amongst the 81 sword images. He abruptly turned around, and his gaze went slightly cold. Sword drawing arts. Duan Lingtian attacked, his sword striking out like a bolt of lightning. The exceedingly swift sword light quickly found the location of the real sword image amongst the 81 sword images of the 99 sword technique that Shihao executed. Clang. The two grade 7 spirit swords directly collided, emitting an ear-piercing sound of metal colliding. Impossible! The hand that was holding the sword shook, causing Shihao's expression to change greatly. Immediately, his triangular eyes revealed a luster of disbelief. He never would have thought that Duan Lingtian would actually be able to see through his sword skill, see through the 81 sword shadows, and see where the real sword was, and block it in time. After all, since his 99 sword technique was cultivated to the perfection stage, none of the 7-star sword sect outer court disciples were able to see through it. It could be said that the 99 sword technique was the foundation of his invincibility in the outer sect. And now, his greatest trump card had been seen through? Luck, it must be luck. Shihao didn't want to believe that Duan Lingtian had the ability to see through his sword skill. His mind quickly calmed down, and he gripped his grade 7 spirit sword tightly. Luck was only a part of one's strength. Strength, the biggest thing to rely on, was still powerful strength, invincible strength. A hint of madness appeared on Shihao's twisted and ferocious face. Instantly, the origin energy on the grade 7 spirit sword in Shihao's hand that was in a deadlock with Duan Lingtian's grade 7 spirit sword abruptly skyrocketed, and it revealed a peerlessly formidable strength, the strength of 127 ancient mammoths, fully exploding out. The terrifying strength followed the grade 7 spirit sword and whistled out, desiring to blast Duan Lingtian flying along with his sword. At this moment, Shihao seemed to have already seen the scene of Duan Lingtian being blasted flying by him, then being pursued and killed by him. His face revealed a mad and ferocious smile. Want to use strength to suppress me? Duan Lingtian's hand shook as he felt a formidable strength transmit over, and it instantly suppressed the strength of his grade 7 spirit sword. He guessed Shihao's intentions, and his face went cold as the corners of his mouth curled into a wisp of disdain. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian commanded in his heart, "Quake energy!" Instantly, the origin energy on the grade 7 spirit sword in Duan Lingtian's hand started to rage and roil, and it trembled at an extremely swift frequency. This frequency was still ceaselessly speeding up. The origin energy on the grade 7 spirit sword trembled at an incomparably swift frequency, but not a single person present was able to notice it. Even the Mizar Peak's master, Zheng Fan, only shook his head and sighed now. He didn't hold any hope towards Duan Lingtian when he saw Shihao erupt. What a pity for a peerless genius. Zheng Fan shook his head, and the corners of his mouth curled into a bitter smile as he sighed. Since it was a life and death battle, then it was naturally not good for him to interfere. A man without integrity wouldn't exist. Not to mention, this life and death battle wasn't just his integrity, it was related to the integrity of the entire 7-star sword sect. As a top sect in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, the 7-star sword sect had always adhered to integrity, and this was the reason why it was able to stand for a few thousand years. This was also the foundation of the 7-star sword sect. Right at this moment, Zheng Fan heard a shrill cry sound out, and it pierced his eardrums to the point they trembled. For a moment, he subconsciously thought that it was Duan Lingtian that was shrill crying. But in next to no time, he seemed to have noticed something, and his body abruptly trembled. Wait, this isn't Duan Lingtian's voice. When he raised his head and saw the scene in the distance, his pupils instantly stared wide open. At this moment, it wasn't only Zheng Fan. Even the group of Mizar Peak Outer Court elders and the group of 7-star sword sect Outer Court disciples that were present had their pupils stared wide open, and they stared blankly at the scene in the distance, and their faces were covered in expressions of disbelief. How could this be possible? Scoundrel! Li Fei looked at the scene before her and heaved a sigh of relief, and her smile was like a flower. Hu Shuefeng's face was gloomy, and his eyes narrowed into a line that flashed with cold lights as he spat out 2 words in disdain. On the number 1 combat ring, the palm of Xiao's hand that held his sword split open, and fresh blood sprayed out. As for his grade 7 spirit sword, it had already been flicked flying, and it landed in the distance with a clang. One could vaguely see that the sword hilt was dyed with a layer of fresh blood, and it dripped onto the combat ring to form numerous red-colored little roses. No. Impossible. What's that? Xiao shuddered, and his savage and warped features were covered in terror as he stared at the young man that stood before him with an expression of disbelief, and he was even slightly unable to speak properly. Duan Lingtian used the quake energy to suppress Xiao, and after making Xiao abandon his sword, his leg flashed out like a bolt of lightning, and his origin energy skyrocketed and raged. The quake energy appeared once more. Bang! His leg swept out, and it descended onto the arm that Xiao swung out with the intention of blocking. The terrifying tremor energy gushed out from his body. Xiao felt a terrifying trembling energy come from his arm. This was an extremely terrifying energy, and the frequency of the trembling grew faster and faster, practically affecting the flesh and bones in his entire body, causing his face to go ghastly pale, and it was difficult to mobilize the origin energy in his entire body. Right when Xiao stood there and ceaselessly danced, causing the group of people present to be unable to understand what was going on. Duan Lingtian struck out with his sword. He didn't utilize a sword skill, and a straightforward sword strike directly flashed out. Presently, the origin energy in Xiao's entire body was affected, and he was utterly unable to mobilize it, let alone block this sword strike of Duan Lingtian's. Puchi! A strand of blood blossomed, and the peerlessly fierce sword strike directly entered Xiao's chest and passed through his body. Xiao's body that was shaken to the point of being weak and powerless trembled, and his gaze was unfocused as he looked at the young man before him with an expression of disbelief, and he struggled to say something. No. But, in the end, Xiao didn't finish what he wanted to say in the end, and his pair of triangular eyes stared wide open as he directly fell down. Bang! An expanse of dust arose above the number 1 combat ring, and it suffused the air. Xiao, the number 1 disciple in the 7-star sword sect's outer court, dead. Duan Lingtian coldly swept Xiao, who lay there with his pair of triangular eyes staring wide open, and the corners of his mouth curled into a sneer. Then he put away the grade 7 spirit sword. Of course, he didn't forget to put away Xiao's grade 7 spirit sword and spatial ring. All of these were his spoils of the battle. Practically at the instant Xiao's corpse crashed onto the ground, the Mizar platform was deathly silent. Besides Li Fei's face that revealed a delighted smile, the others all stood blankly on the spot, as if their throats were choked by someone, and their faces flushed red, and they were unable to make a sound for a long time. The impact of the scene before their eyes was too great to them. As far as they were concerned, Duan Lingtian, who ought to have been killed by Xiao, had actually relied on the strength of a mere 101 ancient mammoths to launch a shocking counterattack and kill Xiao instead. At this moment, their hearts were like tempestuous waves that surged within them, and they were unable to calm down for a long time. Finally, the peak master of Mizar Peak, Xianxia, was the first to react, and his gaze descended onto Duan Lingtian, and it was filled with burning gazes. If this gaze could ignite flames, perhaps it would be able to ignite Duan Lingtian's entire body. Such a monstrous genius has actually appeared in my 7-star sword sect. He's only a little over 20, and possesses a cultivation at the 6th level of the origin core stage. Not to mention this, he actually relied on the strength of 101 ancient mammoths to kill Xiao, who exerted his full strength and exerted the strength of 127 ancient mammoths. Even in the entire inner court, there aren't many inner court disciples that possess sword skills that can compare to Xiao's 9-9 sword technique. But he saw through it with a single glance. Even a nascent soul martial artist might not be able to see through Xiao's 9-9 sword technique so easily. Presently, it wasn't only Xianxia who was excited. Even the crowd of 7-star sword sect disciples that were present had excited expressions. The appearance of such a monstrous genius in the Seven-Star Sword sect was undoubtedly of great significance to the Seven-Star Sword sect. They could imagine that in another few years, this monstrous genius would surely be a figure that was comparable to the 5 great young masters of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, no, perhaps even surpassing the 5 great young masters of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. For a time, the gazes that the Seven-Star Sword sect disciples present looked at Duan Lingtian with burned gazes, although the Seven-Star Sword sect was the strongest top sect in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. This year's younger generation hadn't been outstanding in the younger generation. But in these past few years, the younger generation wasn't outstanding and was far inferior to the 5 great young masters whose reputations were spread far and wide. Now, the younger generation of the Seven-Star Sword sect urgently needed a true young expert that could compete with the 5 great young masters. They saw hope on Duan Lingtian. Chapter 3:13. Not far away from Hidong, Zuoqing stood there, and her pretty face went pale from fright as well. Her heartbeat slightly sped up. Junior sister has really found an extraordinary man. He actually really killed Shihao. Another miracle. No. Impossible. Impossible. The Migres Peak Outer Court elder, Zhao Lin, had now recovered from his shock as well, and as he glanced at Shihao's corpse that lay on the first combat ring, he ceaselessly shook his head, unwilling to believe that all this was true. As far as he was concerned, Duan Lingtian, who should have died at Shihao's hands, had actually made a strong counterattack and killed Shihao instead. Traces of unwillingness arose within his heart. He didn't care about Shihao's life or death. But now that Shihao was dead, it also meant that everything he did this time was only useless. He had failed at the last step. Duan Lingtian. I've still underestimated you. After a short moment, Zhao Lin caught his breath, and his pair of fierce eyes were suffused with frightening cold lights as they descended onto Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian's strength had exceeded his expectations. No. I didn't underestimate you, I underestimated the Muscle Meridian Rebirth Scroll. Now, the yearning in Zhao Lin's heart towards the Muscle Meridian Rebirth Scroll had almost reached the point of qi deviation. Duan Lingtian stood on the first combat ring and seemed to have noticed something, his brows slightly raised, and with a glance, he looked towards the distant Zhao Lin. The frenzied yearning in Zhao Lin's eyes caused Duan Lingtian's heart to jerk. Duan Lingtian's face sank. This Zhao Lin seems to have not given up. After heaving a sigh of relief, Duan Lingtian withdrew his gaze from Zhao Lin, then his figure flashed out as if transforming into a spirit serpent, leaving the first combat ring. Meanwhile, the crowd of Seven-Star Sword sect outer court disciples on Mizar platform reacted to what had happened. Duan Lingtian's strength is too terrifying. The number 1 disciple in our Seven-Star Sword sect's outer court was so easily killed by him. Now that Shihao is dead, the title of number 1 disciple of the outer court will change hands. If Duan Lingtian is able to seize the first place in the outer court martial competition today, then he would be the well-deserved number 1 disciple in the outer court. I'm looking forward to it. The gazes of the numerous Seven-Star Sword sect outer court disciples descended onto Duan Lingtian, and their gazes were filled with burning anticipation. At this time, Duan Lingtian returned to the center of the arena. Not bad. The peak master of Mizar Peak, Zheng Fan, looked at Duan Lingtian and lightly smiled. Duan Lingtian returned a smile and returned to Zuoqing's side. Duan Lingtian, how did you see through Shihao's 99 sword technique? Hidong took a few steps forward and stood beside Duan Lingtian. He raised his eyebrows and asked curiously. Zuoqing looked curiously at Duan Lingtian as well. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled and said in a light voice, Shihao can only blame himself for being unlucky. His sword skill is extremely brilliant, and it's difficult for an ordinary person to see through it. But unfortunately, I've studied inscriptions for a period of time with an inscription master, and I know how to utilize spiritual force. My spiritual force extended out and easily broke through his sword skill. This? Hidong gasped, and his face was filled with shock. You possess such a cultivation at such an age. I originally thought that you were wholeheartedly devoted to cultivation. You actually studied the inscription patterns? What a martial artist feared the most when cultivating was to be distracted. Even He Dong himself, although he had a decent natural talent in weapons crafting, he didn't study weapons crafting and become a weapons crafting master, because his ambition wasn't in the Tao of weapons crafting. So, he gave up his decent natural talent in weapons crafting and wholeheartedly devoted himself to cultivating in the martial Tao. I only studied it for a few days. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled. But He Dong naturally would not believe what Duan Lingtian said now. Now that Duan Lingtian was able to utilize spiritual force, it could be imagined that Duan Lingtian's attainments in the Tao of inscriptions would surely not be low. Although Zhuqing didn't speak, a tempestuous storm still arose in her heart. At this moment, a trace of envy couldn't help but arise in her heart. She envied her junior sister for finding such a good husband. He Dong's eyes flickered as he sighed with emotion. Sure, Hao was able to become the #1 disciple in the outer court and was able to surpass me, Zhuqing, and Hu Shuifeng by relying on his high-grade profound rank sword skill, 9-9 sword technique. Today, he lost at your hands, and his loss wasn't unjust. Actually, in He Dong's heart, what he was most curious about was what method Duan Lingtian used to kill Shi Hao. As far as he was concerned, Duan Lingtian's method had overturned his past understanding of strength. In the past, in his eyes, so long as one's strength was strong enough, it was sufficient to crush everything. But today, he witnessed with his own eyes how Duan Lingtian used the strength of 101 ancient mammoths to kill Shi Hao, who displayed the strength of 127 ancient mammoths. Only now did he understand that strength didn't represent everything. In the past, he was only a frog at the bottom of a well. But He Dong didn't know. Now, not only him, even the Mizar Peak's master, Zheng Fan, and the 10 Mizar Peak outer court elders present had similar feelings as He Dong. Of course, even though He Dong was curious about Duan Lingtian's method, he also yearned to investigate in depth. But he didn't open his mouth to ask, because he knew what he should ask and what he shouldn't ask. Duan Lingtian's method was obviously a method that surpassed martial skills and strength. This kind of method was the greatest trump card for anyone. It was impossible to easily reveal to others. Hu Shuifeng stood in the distance with an incomparably gloomy expression. Never had he imagined that Duan Lingtian would actually kill Shi Hao. This was something that he'd never thought of before. As far as he was concerned, Duan Lingtian would surely die if he went against Shi Hao. But the outcome had exceeded his expectations. Duan Lingtian had killed Shi Hao instead. Although he was unwilling to admit it, he had to admit that even if it was him, it was impossible for him to kill Shi Hao so straightforwardly. Damn it! How the hell did he do it? Hu Shuifeng noticed that when he faced Duan Lingtian now, traces of fear and terror actually faintly arose in the depths of his heart. This caused him to feel incomparably ashamed and resentful. A kid that was a little over 20 had actually caused him to involuntarily have such feelings. Damn it. Alright, the challenges continue. In next to no time, Zheng Fan spoke out once more and announced that the outer court martial competition would continue. The following challenges proceeded like a raging fire, but all the challengers had reached a common tacit understanding, and no one dared challenge Duan Lingtian by name. What a joke! Duan Lingtian had just killed the #1 disciple in the outer court, Shi Hao. Although they were conceited, they weren't conceited to the point of thinking that they were stronger than Shi Hao. Moreover, they'd clearly seen the battle from before, from the beginning until the end, that Shi Hao didn't even have the chance to admit defeat before being killed by Duan Lingtian. So long as they recalled the scene from before, they couldn't help but shudder. Duan Lingtian's methods were truly too strange. Along with the challengers issuing challenges to the outer court disciples that were temporarily ranked in the top 10, the top 10 people of the second round of the outer court martial competition were finally confirmed. The 10 people that included Duan Lingtian, Zhuqing, He Dong, and Hu Shuifeng were ranked in the top 10 of the outer court martial competition this time. Now, the top 10 people of the outer court martial competition have already been confirmed. What will be carried out next is the ranking battles. Based on strength, list out the specific rankings of the top 10 people. Along with Zheng Fan's voice sounding out, everyone knew that the outer court martial competition this time had already come to an end. Every 2 people amongst the 10 of you will have a battle with each other. In other words, any one of you will have to battle the other 9 people. There will be an elder recording for all of you, and the person that wins 9 battles will be ranked first in the outer court martial competition this time. The person that wins 8 battles will be ranked second, the person that wins 7 battles will be ranked third, and so on and so forth. Zheng Fan looked at Duan Lingtian and the other 10 people as he spoke out once more. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. In this way, every single one of the 10 people would have a battle with each other. These rules couldn't be any fairer. Duan Lingtian, you go first. A voice sounded out by Duan Lingtian's ears, and only now did he notice that it was Zheng Fan speaking to him. Duan Lingtian didn't refuse, and nodded before ascending the combat ring. Now, any of you that have the confidence to defeat Duan Lingtian can go up and battle. Zheng Fan looked at Hidong, Zuoqing, Hu Shuefeng, and the other 10 people as he spoke indifferently. But no one made a move. Earlier, the strength Duan Lingtian revealed when he killed Shi Hao caused all of them to be fearful, and they didn't have the slightest confidence. Even Hu Shuefeng was obediently standing on the spot now. He didn't dare go up. Duan Lingtian's methods were too strange, and even Shi Hao was easily killed by him. Although he was conceited and felt that he could defeat Shi Hao by relying on his grade 7 spirit sword that provided an amplification of 29%, but he'd never thought that he would be able to easily defeat Shi Hao. Didn't senior brother Hu Shuefeng ask Shi Hao to give Duan Lingtian to him earlier? Now that he has the chance, why isn't he going up? You can't even discern this? Senior brother Hu Shuefeng didn't know of Duan Lingtian's strength earlier, and now that he's seen the scene of Duan Lingtian killing Shi Hao, he's surely given up on the thought of fighting Duan Lingtian. Looks like senior brother Hu Shuefeng only knows how to bully the weak and fear the strong. The voices of the numerous 7-star sword sect outer court disciples entered into Hu Shuefeng's ears, and it caused Hu Shuefeng's body to tremble as if he was struck by lightning, and his expression was extremely unsightly. Duan Lingtian. Hu Shuefeng's gaze descended onto Duan Lingtian, and it was filled with fierceness and ruthlessness. As far as he was concerned, the culprit behind all this was Duan Lingtian. He pushed all the blame onto Duan Lingtian. But even then, he still didn't dare ascend the combat ring to battle Duan Lingtian, because he was afraid that he would be killed by Duan Lingtian. On the combat ring, Duan Lingtian stood there without moving like a mountain, as if he'd transformed into an invincible god of war, and no one dared battle him. Zheng Fan wasn't surprised by this scene, and he said indifferently, after the time of 10 breaths, if no one ascends the combat ring to battle Duan Lingtian, then the other 9 people will be considered to have admitted defeat. Duan Lingtian's battle record is 9 battles and 9 victories. The battle record of the other 9 people is 1 battle and 1 loss. Chapter 3:14. The time of 10 breaths quickly passed. However, there was still no one that ascended the combat ring to battle Duan Lingtian. Since it's like this, then without a doubt, the first in the outer court martial competition today is Duan Lingtian. The Mizar Peak's master, Zheng Fan, announced with a calm tone. Duan Lingtian had become the well-deserved first in the outer court martial competition today. Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian. On the Mizar platform, after a short moment of silence, it was completely in an uproar. The faces of all the 7-star sword sect outer court disciples flushed red as they excitedly shouted out Duan Lingtian's name. They knew clearly in their hearts. From today onwards, Duan Lingtian would become a milestone in the 7-star sword sect's outer court, a little over 20 years old, the number 1 disciple in the outer court. In the thousands of years of history of the 7-star sword sect, there had never been anyone that was able to obtain such an achievement at this age. When faced with the fervent and excited 7-star sword sect outer court disciples, Duan Lingtian stood there with a carefree expression, as if his expression wouldn't change even if Mount Tai collapsed before him. What a Duan Lingtian! Zheng Fan had always been paying attention to Duan Lingtian, and when he saw that Duan Lingtian was still able to be so composed at this time, he couldn't help but raise his opinion of Duan Lingtian slightly. Duan Linkan. Suddenly, Zheng Fan shouted out in shock, and his voice suppressed all the 7-star sword sect outer court disciples that were present. Under the focused gazes of the crowd of 7-star sword sect outer court disciples. With a raise of his hand, a flowing light flashed out. Duan Lingtian became vigilant when Zheng Fan spoke, and now when he saw Zheng Fan throw something over, he hurriedly extended his hand to catch it. When he looked carefully, it was a spatial ring. Meanwhile, Zheng Fan spoke. Inside this spatial ring is the reward for the first place in the outer court martial competition this time. Besides the reward that's almost the same as the first place in the outer court martial competition in the past, there's an additional reward, and that's the Profound Origin Fruit. Profound Origin Fruit. Although before the outer court martial competition began today, the 7-star sword sect outer court disciples present had heard that the Profound Origin Fruit would become the additional reward for the first place in the outer court martial competition this time. However, when the Profound Origin Fruit was obtained by someone else, their hearts were filled with envy and jealousy. Numerous burning gazes descended onto the spatial ring in Duan Lingtian's hand. There was a Profound Origin Fruit within it. "Thank you, Peak Master." Duan Lingtian nodded and smiled at Zheng Fan before putting away the storage ring in his hand. He was going to look at it when he got back. With a flash of his body, he flew out and landed beside Li Fei. "Bastard." A wisp of a smile appeared on Li Fei's face. She felt happy for Duan Lingtian that Duan Lingtian was able to obtain first place in the outer court martial competition. This was her man, Li Fei's man. Duan Lingtian looked at Li Fei, and his fierce eyes became gentle and tender like water. He was like a completely different person compared to the appearance he had during the battle with Shihao earlier. Duan Lingtian and this Alcade Peak junior sister are simply a perfect match, a match made in heaven. Yeah, only a young genius like Duan Lingtian is worthy of this junior sister. It truly causes others to be envious and jealous. The crowd of 7-star sword sect outer court disciples sighed with emotion. Hu Shuefeng's expression was extremely unsightly. Earlier, when he saw Duan Lingtian obtain the Profound Origin Fruit, flames of rage arose within his heart. As far as he was concerned, the Profound Origin Fruit ought to have been his. However, Duan Lingtian had appeared out of nowhere and snatched his Profound Origin Fruit. Not to mention this. Now, Duan Lingtian was actually flirting with this drop-dead gorgeous woman that he coveted, and it caused flames of rage to arise within his heart. Duan Lingkan. At this moment, Hu Shuefeng hated Duan Lingtian to the point he gnashed his teeth. Duan Lingtian naturally noticed Hu Shuefeng's gaze, but he utterly couldn't be bothered to pay attention to it. Duan Lingtian's eyes squinted as he looked at the distant Zhao Lin. Zhao Lin glared with his ghastly eyes and stared at Duan Lingtian for a moment before turning around and leaving the balcony. When he saw Zhao Lin's ghastly gaze, Duan Lingtian knew that in the future, Zhao Lin would surely make a move against him from all aspects, all for the sake of obtaining the non-existent cultivation method in his possession, the Muscle Meridian Rebirth Scroll. Zhao Lin. Boundless flames of rage arose within Duan Lingtian's heart towards Zhao Lin's endless chatter. At the same time, besides Duan Lingtian, the other 9 people continued to compete for the top 10 rankings of the outer court martial competition. Although the first in the outer court martial competition was seized away by Duan Lingtian. But the higher one's ranking was, the more rewards one would obtain. So, the other 9 people fought with all their might. Amongst the 9 7th-level Origin Core Stage outer court disciples, Zuoqing, Hidong, and Hu Shuefeng's strengths were the strongest. When the 3 of them fought with the other 6, it was practically a one-sided suppression. Duan Lingtian discerned as well that the reason the 3 of them were able to firmly suppress the other 7th-level Origin Core Stage outer court disciples was because the sword skills they cultivated were comparatively superior. Just like Zuoqing's sword skills, every sword strike that was casually executed seemed to be a stroke of genius. Hidong's sword skills were unrestrained and concealed killing intent, causing one to be unable to guard against it. Hu Shuefeng's sword skills had a total of 13 sword strikes, one after another like overlapping waves with boundless might. The final result. Hu Shuifeng relied on the grade 7 spirit sword in his hand that provided a 29% amplification to display the strength of 129 ancient mammoths to suppress Suqing and Hedong, and was ranked second in the outer court martial competition this time. Second only to Duan Lingtian. As for the third place in the outer court martial competition, it was obtained by Hedong. Suqing was only ranked fourth. Along with the Mizar Peak's master, Jing Fan, distributing the rewards of the other 9 people, his clear voice sounded out. The outer court martial competition this time has come to an end. Those that didn't obtain any rewards shouldn't be discouraged, there's still a chance after 1 year. The 7-star sword sect's outer court martial competition was held once a year, and it never changed no matter what. Duan Lingtian, work hard and enter the inner court as soon as possible. I look favorably upon you. Zheng Fan looked at Duan Lingtian and his face revealed a warm smile. Zheng Fan's attitude caused the group of Mizar Peak outer court elders to be greatly shocked. As outer court elders of Mizar Peak, they naturally knew the temper of this peak master. Even when facing an outstanding inner court disciple in the inner court, he'd never put down his airs and be so kind. I will. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled as he nodded. Then under the envious and jealous gazes of the group of 7-star sword sect disciples, he held Li Fei's hand and walked shoulder to shoulder with Suqing to leave the Mizar Peak. They followed the flow of people to arrive near the Mizar Peak's trade hall, then stepped onto the chain bridge and left Mizar Peak. Duan Lingtian followed Li Fei back to her residence, and the pair of man and woman that were burning with passion once again lingered for a while before reluctantly separating. Profound Origin Fruit. Once I consume the Profound Origin Fruit, I'll be able to break through to the 7th level of the Origin Core stage at the first possible moment. At that time, not only will my strength be comparable to an 8th level Origin Core stage martial artist, even my Quake energy will advance once again. On the way back to Migres Peak after leaving Alcade Peak, Duan Lingtian's mood surged. Most importantly, once I break through to the 7th level of the Origin Core stage, I'll be able to condense a grade 7 pill flame, grade 7 weapon flame, and become a grade 7 alchemist and grade 7 weapons craftsman. Now, Duan Lingtian was impatient to return home, and after he stepped onto the main peak, W Peak, he walked onto the chain bridge that led to Migres Peak and returned to Migres Peak. Senior brother Duan Lingtian. Senior brother Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian noticed that when he just stepped onto the Migres Peak stone platform, he encountered a group of Migres Peak disciples, and all of them respectfully greeted him. In terms of age, these Migres Peak disciples were all older than him. But now, all of them called him senior brother with incomparable fervor. In this world where the strong are respected, it's so realistic. Strength is the foundation to gain a foothold. When I just entered the 7-star sword sect and entered Migres Peak, I was unknown and no one paid attention to me. Now, I've seized the first place in the outer court martial competition, and these people are all sticking to me like gangrene attached to the bone. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but sigh emotionally in his heart. This was a world where the strong were respected, and if one wanted to obtain the respect of others, then one must be sufficiently strong. Otherwise, one could only become an ant beneath another's feet, and be trampled upon by another. The life of the strong was higher than the heavens. The life of the weak was lower than grass. When faced with these Migres Peak disciples, Duan Lingtian lightly smiled and nodded indifferently before leaving. When he left, his heart constricted. It's very likely that Zhao Lin is hiding in the shadows now, spying on me. But it isn't so easy to follow me. When he thought of Zhao Lin's ghastly gaze from before, Duan Lingtian took a deep breath, then followed the flow of people and flashed out. Half an hour later, he appeared on a remote mountain path on Migres Peak. Only now did Duan Lingtian dare swagger back to the peak of Migres Peak and return to the stalactite cave. I'll return now and consume the Profound Origin Fruit. My cultivation will break through to the 7th level of the Origin Core stage in one go. As he walked on the road, Duan Lingtian's heart was filled with excitement as he thought about it. When Duan Lingtian arrived at the peak of Migres Peak, at the side of the mountain path halfway up Migres Peak, bang! A palm print that was condensed into form whistled out and descended onto an enormous mountain rock. Instantly, the mountain rock shattered and shattered rocks flew everywhere. I let him escape again. Zhao Lin's face was gloomy, and he was exasperated. After Duan Lingtian returned to the peak of Migra's Peak, as usual, he took advantage of the situation and leaped, passing through the clouds and mist to descend onto the crooked tree. But he'd only just stepped onto the crooked tree when his face went pale. His spiritual force clearly sensed that there seemed to be two formidable auras within the cave passageway. These two formidable auras were extremely terrifying. At least, to the current Duan Lingtian, they were extremely terrifying. Before long, he noticed that the two auras were getting closer and closer, and at the same time, a wave of light footsteps accompanied them. Duan Lingtian became vigilant as he looked towards the cave passageway. With just a glance, Duan Lingtian was stunned. Presently, a yellow-clothed young girl slowly walked out of the cave passageway. The young girl was around 15 or 16 years old. Her slightly immature cheeks seemed as if they'd been carved from jade, and there was a small dimple at the corner of her mouth. Her skin was tender, her smile was like a flower, and her appearance was charming and moving. For you. Chapter 315. For you. Duan Lingtian was slightly speechless when he heard what the young girl said. This place seemed to be his place of cultivation, right? Hiss hiss. Suddenly, a wave of familiar sounds entered into his ears, causing Duan Lingtian's body to slightly tremble, and his face revealed an expression of wild joy. He looked at the young girl's wrist that was white like jade, and he could see two little heads sticking out. These were two little pythons. One of the little pythons was completely black with complicated golden markings on its body, and on its head was a golden horn that flickered with an icy cold sheen. The other little python was completely white with silver markings on its body, and the horn on its head was silver in color. Little black, little white. Duan Lingtian's mind surged, and he was unable to calm the restless feelings in his heart. These two little fellows had finally returned. Whoosh, whoosh. Two bolts of lightning, one black and one white, flashed out from the young girl's hand and descended onto Duan Lingtian's shoulder. The two little pythons flicked their tongues to their heart's content and licked Duan Lingtian's face, causing Duan Lingtian to only feel a wave of itchiness come from his face. It's good that you've returned, it's good that you've returned. Duan Lingtian's face revealed a brilliant smile. Although he'd always been thinking, when the two little fellows returned, he would surely teach them a good lesson. But when it really came to the moment they returned, his feelings were completely replaced by joy, and he was utterly unwilling to teach the two little fellows a lesson. After grabbing the two little fellows and holding them in his hand, Duan Lingtian sized them up from top to bottom, and his face revealed a light smile. Although you two little fellows haven't stepped into the half-step void stage, you're obviously not far away. Looks like you two had a fortuitous encounter in the primeval forest. Although the two little fellows had consumed a lot of 10,000-year stalactite milk that day, the 10,000-year stalactite milk could only improve natural talent and not cultivation. Relying on his spiritual force and the lifetime of experience of Samsara Emperor Wu, Duan Lingtian was able to discern with a single glance. The cultivations of these two little fellows had obviously already stepped into the 9th level of the nascent soul stage. Compared to 5 months ago, he was much stronger. Therefore, Duan Lingtian was almost certain that these two little fellows must have had a fortuitous encounter in these 5 months. The two auras that he had sensed just now belonged to them. Hiss hiss. The two little fellows raised their little heads and shook them at Duan Lingtian. Their golden eyes and silver eyes shone with a proud luster. I know you guys are amazing. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. Little black, little white. Have you been in the primeval forest all this time? Hiss, hiss. At this moment, Duan Lingtian noticed that the two little pythons suddenly turned their heads. So your names are Little Black and Little White? No wonder you don't like the names I gave you. A voice that was pleasing to the ear like a silver bell sounded out, causing Duan Lingtian to feel refreshed. Only now did Duan Lingtian realize that because of the appearance of the two little pythons, he'd actually overlooked the yellow-clothed young girl before him. Duan Lingtian re-examined the young girl before him. The young girl's eyes ceaselessly spun and faintly contained a trace of craftiness mixed within, giving others a mischievous feeling. The young girl's skin was snow-white and tender, revealing a rosy glow within the whiteness, causing her to be even more beautiful and moving, causing others to feel pity for her. Her body even emitted a strand of faint spirit energy, and within the spirit energy was a faint fragrance mixed within. It was simply a unique treasure bestowed to her by the Creator. The young girl was around 15 or 16 years old. As she stood there, she was like a lotus flower that had just emerged from the water, elegant and refined, pure and bright, fresh and pleasant. With the young girl's current appearance, it was unknown how devastatingly beautiful she would be in a few years. "May I ask who you are?" Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and withdrew his gaze from the young girl before asking in a light voice. He believed that since the two little pythons were able to bring the young girl here, they surely trusted the young girl extremely. Moreover, his acute spiritual force told him that this young girl didn't have any cultivation, and was only an ordinary person that couldn't be any more ordinary. The young girl was surely able to appear here because the two little pythons had brought her here. Although he didn't know why the two little pythons had brought the young girl here. When the yellow-clothed young girl heard Duan Lingtian's words, she revealed a wisp of an innocent and charming smile that rippled like spring water and was bright and beautiful like the warm sun in spring. She playfully blinked her watery eyes. "Big brother, I'm Han Xuanai." "Han Xuanai." Duan Lingtian smiled. "A very nice name." "Hee hee." When the young girl heard Duan Lingtian's words, she giggled, and her gaze descended onto the two little pythons in Duan Lingtian's hand as she asked curiously, "Big brother, when did they start following you?" When he heard the young girl, Duan Lingtian lightly smiled and said, "They've been following me since they were born. It's been over 4 years. Duan Lingtian's gaze became slightly misty, as if he'd returned to the days in Aurora City. The two little pythons were born in the Li family's estate in Aurora City. No wonder they were so reluctant to part with you and were unwilling to follow us directly, the young girl muttered with a voice that only she could hear. "What did you say?" Duan Lingtian only heard the young girl lightly muttering something and didn't hear it clearly, so he couldn't help but ask curiously. "Nothing." The young girl shook her head. Even when she wasn't smiling, her pretty face was filled with a smile, causing others to have an indescribable feeling of fondness. "Where did Little White and Little Black kidnap this young girl from?" Duan Lingtian's gaze descended onto the young girl's face, and he was slightly absent-minded as he muttered to himself in his heart. "Big brother, what are you looking at?" The young girl blinked her jade-like clear eyes. Her face was full of innocence as she asked curiously. "Nothing." Duan Lingtian shook his head and hurriedly withdrew his gaze. The young girl's innocence made his heart as calm as still water, and it was difficult for him to have any thoughts of profaning her. He lightly smiled and asked, "Little sister, where's your home? Big brother will send you back." "I'm not a little sister, I'm Xuanai, Han Xuanai." The young girl pouted her cute little mouth, seeming to be slightly angry. Her angry appearance made one feel pity for her. "All right, Xuanai." Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. He didn't fuss with a little girl and he patiently asked, "Xuanai, where's your home?" "My home." Hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Xuanai was like a little adult as she pondered. Seeing this, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but smile. At the same time, he glared at the two little fellows in his hands as if he was asking, "Where did the two of you kidnap her from?" Finally, Xuanai came back to her senses. Under Duan Lingtian's expectant gaze, she moved her mischievous eyes and slowly said, "Big brother, my home is in a place very, very far away." Duan Lingtian's expression froze. The place very, very far away? What was the difference between this and not saying anything? Little black, little white, come. Just as Duan Lingtian wanted to ask Xuanai further, he saw Xuanai raise her hand, and the two little pythons that were originally in his hands flew out and landed on Xuanai's face, rubbing against Xuanai's white wrist in an ingratiating manner. This scene caused Duan Lingtian to be unable to help but be slightly stunned. Of the two little girls by his side, only Kerr was able to make the two little fellows like this. Even Li Fei, who had been with the two little fellows for a few years, was unable to make them like this. Who exactly was this yellow-clothed young girl? Duan Lingtian suddenly realized that perhaps, from the beginning, he'd underestimated this young girl. So you're called Little Black, Little White? Xuanai stretched out her white wrist that was as white as jade and lightly stroked the two little pythons. She giggled, then looked at Duan Lingtian and asked curiously, "Big brother, when I named Little White Little Silver, it only shook its head to express its unwillingness. But when I named Little Black Little Gold, why did it suddenly become violent? And Little White as well, when it heard me call Little Black Little Gold, it also—" Hiss hiss, Xuanai hadn't finished speaking when the two little pythons that coiled around her white wrist had already become restless. "Look, they're here again." Xuanai shook her head and smiled helplessly. "Little Gold?" Duan Lingtian's gaze became slightly strange when he heard Xuanai's words. He naturally knew the reason. Little Gold was the name of the infant jade-eyed heavenly mouse that was by Ker's side. Whereas the two little pythons had always taken Little Gold as their mortal enemy, so they were naturally very sensitive to the name Little Gold. It wasn't strange for them to become violent. "Xuanai, exactly where is your home? Tell Big Brother will send you back." Duan Lingtian looked at Xuanai as he spoke. A young girl like this had been out for a long time, and he could imagine that her family was surely very worried. "Big brother, I told you my home is very, very far away. I came out with Qing Nu." Xuanai pouted her cute little mouth as she spoke. "Qing Nu?" Duan Lingtian naturally thought that the Qing Nu that Xuanai spoke of was the servant by her side. Earlier, he'd discerned that with Xuanai's bearing, she surely had an extraordinary background. "Xuanai, where's Qing Nu now? I'll send you over to look for him. He's surely very anxious now that he's unable to find you." "Big brother, Qing Nu knows that Little Black, Little White, and I have come to look for you." Originally, Qing Nu wanted to come as well, but she had something to do at the last minute, so I brought Little Black and Little White along. Xuanai blinked her mischievous eyes as she spoke slowly. "Look for me?" Duan Lingtian's expression froze when he heard Xuanai. Xuanai nodded. Qing Nu wanted to bring Little Black and Little White along with us, and Little Black and Little White wanted to leave with us as well. But they told Qing Nu that they wanted to seek your opinion. So, I brought them along. Xuanai hadn't finished speaking when Duan Lingtian's expression went grim. She wanted to take the two little fellows away from him? "No. Little Black and Little White will absolutely not leave with you." Duan Lingtian's words were resolute and decisive, and there was no room for discussion. As for what Xuanai said about Little Black and Little White wanting to leave with them, Duan Lingtian didn't believe it at all. What a joke. Chapter 316. Moreover, what did the young girl say earlier? She seemed to have said that Little Black and Little White told Qing Nu that they couldn't bear to part with him? Although Little Black and Little White had a slight understanding of human nature, Duan Lingtian wouldn't believe that they could communicate and speak with humans no matter what. As someone who'd fused with the lifetime memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, Duan Lingtian knew very well that nascent soul-stage ferocious beasts like the two little fellows would at most have a slight understanding of human nature, but it hadn't reached the stage where they could directly communicate with humans, unless the person they were facing wasn't a human, but a ferocious beast. Or perhaps, a demon beast. "Who the hell are you? Are you joking with me?" Duan Lingtian looked at the yellow-clothed young girl, Han Xuanai, and frowned. "You said Little White and Little Black can speak and communicate with Qing Nu? You said they want to leave with you? Then why don't you ask them to tell me? You don't look old. How did you learn how to deceive people?" In next to no time, Duan Lingtian was dumbstruck. He noticed that the young girl's expression changed at a moment's notice. She was smiling wholeheartedly earlier, but in this moment, her delicate and pitiful appearance caused one to feel pity for her. A bad premonition arose within Duan Lingtian's heart. As expected. "Ooh, Big brother is bad, you bully. Xuanai didn't deceive you. Xuanai didn't deceive you." The young girl cried at a moment's notice, and her tears flowed down as if they were free, causing Duan Lingtian to have a bitter smile and be slightly flustered. Alright, Xuanai didn't deceive you. Big brother won't talk about Xuanai anymore. Don't cry. Don't cry. Unexpectedly, it would have been fine if Duan Lingtian didn't persuade her, but once he spoke, the young girl started wailing loudly again, and cried even louder. Duan Lingtian frowned. The young girl was crying so loudly, if there was someone on the peak of Migres Peak, wouldn't it be heard by others? That wasn't a good thing. Xuanai, don't cry, be good. It's Big Brother's fault. Big Brother will apologize to you, alright? Duan Lingtian had no choice but to compromise. He really couldn't do anything to this cute and playful young girl. She cried at a moment's notice, and there wasn't even the slightest prelude. Really? The young girl temporarily stopped crying and blinked her mischievous eyes that were filled with tears as she asked Duan Lingtian. Really? Duan Lingtian nodded helplessly. The next moment, Duan Lingtian regretted it. Hee. The young girl wiped away her tears and giggled. Her pair of mischievous eyes revealed a hint of craftiness. Where was the pitiful appearance from before? Duan Lingtian smiled bitterly, knowing that he had been tricked. Big brother, what's your name? Xuanai blinked her bright eyes and asked Duan Lingtian. My name is Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian said slowly. Duan Lingtian? Xuanai started to ponder like a little adult. Then she returned to her senses with a smile that was like a flower, and the two little dimples on her tender cheeks were extremely cute. Xuanai will call Big Brother Lingtian from now on, alright? Big Brother Lingtian. Big Brother Lingtian. It's decided. Duan Lingtian didn't dare say no, as he was really afraid of the young girl's crying technique, and she cried at will. Even those actors on Earth in his previous life couldn't compare to her when it came to crying. What a crybaby! Of course, Duan Lingtian only dared to think like this in his heart. If he were to say it out loud, he didn't know what the consequences would be. Xuanai, you said earlier that Little Black and Little White were talking to Qing Nu? Qing Nu can really understand what Little Black and Little White are saying? Duan Lingtian recalled what happened earlier. The young girl spoke in an orderly manner and didn't seem to be lying. Big Brother Lingtian, are you going to say that Xuanai is lying again? Xuanai's pair of mischievous eyes once again suffused with a wisp of mist. It seemed as if Duan Lingtian dared to say s, she would once again burst into tears. No? Absolutely not. Duan Lingtian hurriedly waved his hand. What he couldn't bear to see the most was a woman crying, and it was even such a cute and pitiful young girl. I'm just asking if you're unwilling to say, then don't say. Hee. The young girl giggled, and her eyes narrowed into crescents. Big Brother Lingtian, Qing Nu is different from us. We're humans, but she's not. So, she can communicate with Little Black and Little White. Not human? Hearing the young girl's words, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but be stunned. Xuanai, what do you mean by this? Big Brother Lingtian, you're too stupid. Big Brother Lingtian is so stupid. So stupid. Qing Nu isn't human, so she's naturally a demon beast. Oh, she ought to be considered a demon beast. Xuanai playfully nodded, and her mischievous eyes spun about, and as she finished speaking, her voice became softer and softer. Demon beast? The young girl's words caused Duan Lingtian to heave a sigh of relief, and he laughed bitterly. So it turns out that it's a demon beast that's following by your side. You called her Qing Nu, and I thought she was a servant by your side. Although he said this, Duan Lingtian's heart was still alarmed by tempestuous waves. Demon beast. An existence that could be called a demon beast, no matter how weak it was an existence at the void-prying stage or above. This young girl that didn't have the slightest cultivation in his eyes actually had a demon beast following by her side? Who the heck was she? She had a demon beast by her side, and that demon beast was even loyally following by the side of a young girl that didn't have any cultivation. Obviously, it had been completely tamed. In the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, powers that were capable of taming demon beasts to such an extent could be counted with one's hands. Big Brother Lingtian, let Little Black and Little White follow me and Qing Nu. Look at them, they've broken through 2 levels after following Qing Nu to cultivate for a period of time. If they follow Qing Nu, their cultivation in the future will surely advance even faster. Xuan'ai looked at Duan Lingtian with an expression of anticipation, and then she seemed to have thought of something and giggled. Big brother Lingtian, if you really can't bear to part with Little Black and Little White, then you can follow us with them. Xuan'ai is so bored, there's usually no one to play with me. As she finished speaking, Xuan'ai stretched out her hand to hold onto Duan Lingtian's arm and lightly shook it, and a layer of mist covered her lively eyes. Duan Lingtian smiled helplessly. Now that he knew the Qing Nu that Xuan'ai spoke of was a demon beast, he knew that Xuan'ai wasn't lying to him earlier. He took a deep breath, then looked at the 2 little pythons in his hand and asked in a light voice, "Little Black, Little White, do you 2 little fellows really want to go with Xuan'ai and Qing Nu?" Hiss hiss, the 2 little pythons flicked their tongues, and their eyes emitted traces of reluctance, but they still nodded. Duan Lingtian forcefully restrained his slightly surging emotions, then took a deep breath and closed his eyes. After a long time, he opened his eyes once more and nodded heavily. "I understand." At this moment, Duan Lingtian's eyes were slightly moist. He made a difficult choice in his heart. Although the 2 little fellows were only fierce beasts, but after being together for a few years, he'd long since taken the 2 little fellows to be his own children. Now that they wanted to leave, Duan Lingtian was naturally unwilling to let them go. But Duan Lingtian also understood that if the 2 little fellows followed him, the advancement of their cultivations would surely be inferior to following other demon beasts. Although he possessed the lifetime worth of memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, he knew little about the cultivation of demon beasts. In terms of cultivation, he could only provide some assistance like medicinal pills to the 2 little fellows. He was utterly unable to help with anything else. As a person of 2 lifetimes, Duan Lingtian was deeply aware. Some things might not be a good thing to hold on to tightly. These 2 little fellows had followed him for a few years, and he clearly knew their temperaments. If it wasn't because he felt that Qing Nu would have a better future by following by the side of the young girl, otherwise, they would absolutely not leave him. Big brother Lingtian. The nearby Xuan'ai seemed to have felt Duan Lingtian's disappointed mood, and she said in a light voice, "You leave with us as well." As she spoke, a trace of hope appeared in Xuan'ai's eyes. "I won't be leaving with all of you." Duan Lingtian shook his head and lightly smiled to Xuan'ai. "Xuan'ai, although I don't know who you are, and I don't know what demon beast Qing Nu by your side is, but since Little Black and Little White want to leave with all of you, I presume they have their own reasons. They've made a decision, and I won't stop them. I only hope that you and Qing Nu can treat them well in the future." As he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian sighed. The 2 little pythons now were like the kites in his hand. If he didn't let go, they would always be so high. If he let go, he could fly even higher, and even soar into the sky. Big brother Lingtian, Qing Nu is very good to Little Black and Little White. I'm even better to them. Xuan'ai was slightly disappointed when she heard Duan Lingtian refuse to leave with her, but she quickly reorganized her emotions and nodded seriously like a little adult. Hiss hiss, seeming to have realized that they were about to leave, the 2 little pythons were slightly restless and uneasy. They stared at Duan Lingtian, and at the same time that their tails moved, their eyes moved as if they were expressing some sort of emotion. "You want to say goodbye to Kerr and Little Fei?" Duan Lingtian asked with slight puzzlement. Hiss hiss, the 2 little pythons ceaselessly nodded their little heads. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled and rubbed the 2 little fellows' little heads. "Kerr and Little Fei, I didn't dote on you for nothing. But Kerr hasn't returned yet, so you won't be able to see her for the time being. As for Little Fei, forget about it, I'll tell her." Heaving a sigh of relief, Duan Lingtian raised his hand. "Go!" Hiss hiss, the 2 little pythons glanced at Duan Lingtian with reluctance before flying out and landing in Xuan'ai's hand. "Let's go!" Duan Lingtian welcomed Xuan'ai to the crooked tree and prepared to bring Xuan'ai up to the peak. After all, Xuan'ai was just an ordinary person. This was what his sharp spiritual power told him. However, in the next moment, Duan Lingtian was completely dumbfounded. Big brother Ling Tian, I'll bring little black and little white back to play with you in the future. Let's go. Xuanai reluctantly waved at Duan Ling Tian and held the two little pythons as she directly stepped into the air and floated in the air. Chapter 317. Hiss hiss, the two little pythons hung on Han Xuanai's white wrists as they ceaselessly nodded to Duan Ling Tian, and their eyes contained a sheen of reluctance mixed within, but unfortunately, until they were brought out of Duan Lingtian's line of sight by Han Xuanai, Duan Lingtian's attention didn't descend onto them. Only because at this moment, Duan Lingtian stood dumbstruck on the crooked tree. Han Xuanai. She's a void stage expert? Duan Lingtian couldn't help but fiercely gulp down a mouthful of saliva, and the shock in his heart couldn't be any greater. The yellow-clothed young girl, Han Xuanai, had given him too great of a shock. When Han Xuanai had just appeared, Duan Lingtian's spiritual force didn't notice anything wrong with her in the slightest, and he even determined that Han Xuanai was only an ordinary young girl that couldn't be any more ordinary. But earlier, the scene of Han Xuanai flying in the sky and flying away from Migres Peak. It caused him to deeply realize that he'd misjudged her. Not only was Han Xuanai not an ordinary young girl, she was even a formidable void stage expert. Logically speaking, with my current spiritual force, if I were to face her head-on, I'd even be able to see through a 9th-level void prying stage martial artist. I'm unable to detect Han Xuanai's cultivation, unless she's an expert at the void initiation stage or above. Or perhaps she used some sort of secret technique to conceal the aura of her void prying stage cultivation. Presently, Duan Lingtian had a myriad of thoughts in his mind, and his mood hadn't recovered until now. Compared to these two possibilities, he was more inclined towards the latter. Han Xuanai was a void prying stage expert, and used a secret technique to conceal her cultivation, causing his spiritual force to be unable to detect her. If it was the former, Duan Lingtian was truly unable to imagine and find it hard to believe. Because, according to the lifetime worth of memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, stepping into the void prying stage at the age of 15 or 16 wasn't impossible. Just like some of the formidable powers that stood at the peak of Cloud Continent, their resources and reserves were extremely deep, and the natural treasures they'd accumulated were innumerable. Using the words overflowing with wealth was not enough to describe them. The wealth they possessed would make even experts like Emperor Wu jealous. Of course, while these forces possessed so many heavenly materials and earthly treasures, their foundation was also extremely terrifying. There was no lack of existences at the level of Emperor Wu. If these formidable powers intended to place emphasis on fostering a disciple of the younger generation, then they were entirely capable of using countless treasures of heaven and earth on the disciple, allowing the disciple to step into the void prying stage at the age of 15 or 16 wasn't a difficult matter. Therefore, even though a void prying stage martial artist at the age of 15 or 16 was extremely rare in the entire Cloud Continent, it wasn't like they didn't exist. However, according to the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, it was practically impossible for a 15 or 16-year-old void initiation stage martial artist to appear. Because going from the void prying stage to the void initiation stage wasn't purely a transformation of one's strength, and it was even a transformation of one's force. Because of this, it was possible for a 15 or 16-year-old 9th-level void prying stage martial artist to appear. However, it was practically impossible for a 15 or 16-year-old first-level void initiation stage martial artist to appear, because the transformation of force was related to comprehension ability. Comprehension ability was what was often said to be martial Dao comprehension ability. Martial Dao comprehension ability was separated from natural talent in the martial Dao, yet both complemented each other. For example, if a martial artist below the void prying stage had a high comprehension ability, then when cultivating martial skills, the speed at which their martial skills improved was extremely fast. On the contrary, if one had a low comprehension ability, then when cultivating martial skills, the speed at which their martial skills improved would definitely be extremely slow. As for martial artists at the void prying stage and above, the level of comprehension ability would even affect the comprehension of force. So, when a martial artist cultivated, both natural talent and comprehension ability were indispensable. A person's cultivation could be piled up with countless treasures of heaven and earth, but it would at most be piled up to the 9th level of the void prying stage. Because once one stepped into the 9th level of the void prying stage, if one's comprehension of force hadn't attained a certain level, then it would be impossible to break through to the void initiation stage. All of this was something Duan Lingtian found out from the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu. Whereas according to the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, no matter how high a 15 or 16-year-old martial artist's comprehension ability was, it was impossible for the martial artist to comprehend force to the point of being able to break through to the void initiation stage. So, Duan Lingtian determined that Han Xuanai ought to be in existence at the void prying stage and not a void initiation stage expert. After all, Han Xuanai's age was too young. Young to the point it was shocking. But even then, the shock in Duan Lingtian's heart was still like before, and it was difficult to calm down. A 15 or 16-year-old void prying stage martial artist, the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a bitter smile, and he suddenly felt that his cultivation was nothing when compared to Han Xuanai. No wonder Xuanai said her home was extremely far away. A power that's capable of fostering a 15 or 16-year-old void prying stage expert is surely a formidable power in the foreign lands without a doubt. To think that I was guessing earlier that she was a member of a top power in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. As he thought up to this point, Duan Lingtian laughed in self-ridicule as he realized that he'd still underestimated Xuanai. Besides that, no wonder those two little fellows wanted to follow Xuanai and that Qing knew. Xuanai's strength is already so strong, since that Qing Nu is a demon beast that's guarding by her side, she's surely an extremely terrifying existence as well. Perhaps she's a void initiation stage demon beast. Or perhaps a void interpretation stage demon beast, or even a void transformation stage demon beast. Duan Lingtian gasped as he truly realized how terrifying Xuanai's background was. Who exactly is Xuanai? What sort of identity does she have? At the same time that Duan Lingtian's heart was filled with shock, it was filled with curiosity as well. Xuanai was too mysterious. Mysterious to the point it caused one's heart to tremble. After a short moment, Duan Lingtian recovered from his shock, and he heaved a sigh of relief before returning to the stalactite cave. At this moment, he couldn't help but recall the two little pythons, and his face revealed a trace of a bitter smile. After parting with the two little fellows today, he didn't know when they'd meet again. At that time, I wonder to what extent they'll have grown to. A trace of anticipation arose within Duan Lingtian's heart, anticipation towards seeing the two little pythons again in the future. After going silent for a moment, Duan Lingtian recovered from his shock, and his gaze descended onto the spatial ring in his hand. Profound origin fruit. Without the slightest hesitation, Duan Lingtian withdrew a spirit fruit from his spatial ring, and it was also his greatest gain from the outer court martial competition this time. As for the other rewards for the first place in the outer court martial competition, it was none other than a pile of origin-strengthening pills and some other medicinal pills. Perhaps these medicinal pills were extremely precious in the eyes of ordinary outer court disciples, but in the eyes of Duan Lingtian, they were only a pile of trash. A pile of trash medicinal pills whose purity caused him to be extremely dissatisfied. I'll go back to the trade hall and resell these medicinal pills. At the same time that Duan Lingtian had a plan in his heart, his gaze descended onto the spirit fruit in his hand. This spirit fruit, the profound origin fruit, was completely milky white in color, and its surface flickered with a faint sheen. With a single glance, one could discern that it wasn't simple. Duan Lingtian picked up the profound origin fruit and directly took a bite out of it. The juice of the profound origin fruit was cool and refreshing, and the flesh of the fruit melted as soon as it entered his mouth. After a short moment, Duan Lingtian ate the entire profound origin fruit in 2 or 3 mouthfuls. At the same time, a warm energy started to flash up and down along his body. This was the medicinal strength of the profound origin fruit. Without the slightest hesitation, Duan Lingtian sat down cross-legged, closed his eyes, and started to cultivate seriously. 9 dragons wore sovereign technique, WM Python form. Within Duan Lingtian's body, his origin energy fused into the medicinal strength of the profound origin fruit, and along with the medicinal strength of the profound origin fruit, it circulated along the circulation path of the WIRM Python form. Over and over again, without the slightest pause, after an unknown amount of time, Duan Lingtian was able to clearly feel that the medicinal strength of the profound origin fruit was gradually fusing with the origin energy in his body at an extremely swift speed. After his origin energy fused with the medicinal strength of the profound origin fruit, it gradually strengthened. His cultivation that had just broken through to the 6th level of the origin core stage not long ago increased at an extremely swift speed. In next to no time, he arrived at the bottleneck before breaking through to the 7th level of the origin core stage. Because the 6th level of the origin core stage and the 7th level of the origin core stage was a watershed, so this bottleneck could be said to be the greatest cultivation bottleneck that an origin core stage martial artist faced. Once he broke through this bottleneck, his strength would increase by the strength of 20 ancient mammoths. Although he didn't succeed in breaking through the bottleneck the first time, Duan Lingtian wasn't anxious. Only a third of the medicinal strength of the profound origin fruit had been exerted now, the second breakthrough. The bottleneck loosened, but still wasn't broken through. The third breakthrough. It was more or less the same. Duan Lingtian didn't know how many times he broke through the bottleneck, and only when 2/3 of the medicinal strength of the profound origin fruit had been exerted did the vast origin energy within his body surge, and he finally broke through the bottleneck. The bottleneck was broken through, and all his origin energy underwent a tremendous change. Origin energy gushed into his dantian, and the origin core within his dantian underwent a change along with it. It grew slightly larger, 7th level of the origin core stage. Duan Lingtian's mind shook, and he was slightly excited. He never imagined that he'd only broken through to the 6th level of the origin core stage for a few days before relying on the profound origin fruit, a treasure of heaven and earth that could only be chanced upon by luck and not sought for, to once again break through to the 7th level of the origin core stage. All of this was like a dream to him. But Duan Lingtian knew clearly in his heart that all of this wasn't a dream. He didn't wake up, because a third of the medicinal strength of the profound origin fruit still remained. The profound origin fruit was a miraculous spirit fruit, but its medicinal strength was extremely easy to evaporate. If Duan Lingtian didn't digest this medicinal strength now, then after a few more days, not even half of it would remain. The profound origin fruit couldn't compare to the monkey wine and monkey king wine after all. The latter was brewed by the stone monkeys, and had already condensed the medicinal strength of various spirit fruits, so it wasn't much different from medicinal pills. Whereas the profound origin fruit was instead a natural spirit fruit that didn't undergo any interference. Once this spirit fruit was consumed, it must be completely digested at the first possible moment. Continue cultivating. The origin energy within Duan Lingtian's body continued to strengthen, and when it was about to approach the bottleneck of breaking through to the 8th level of the origin core stage, the medicinal strength of the profound origin fruit was finally completely digested by him. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian opened his eyes. A fierce bright light flashed before vanishing. 7th level of the origin core stage. Chapter 318. Duan Lingtian's gaze abruptly became fierce, as if it had transformed into a sharp sword that flashed out. In an instant, in the sky above Duan Lingtian, lifelike ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form. A total of 111 ancient mammoth silhouettes. Presently, Duan Lingtian relied solely on his own strength. Compared to an ordinary 7th level origin core stage martial artist, he possessed the strength of 11 ancient mammoths. Compared to an ordinary 8th level origin core stage martial artist, he possessed the strength of 1 ancient mammoth. Even if it's a 9th level origin core stage martial artist, he only possesses the strength of 120 ancient mammoths. Only the strength of 9 ancient mammoths more than me. Although I don't know how much my quake energy has improved, but I can be sure that even if my quake energy hasn't improved, once I exert my full strength, even a 9th level origin core stage martial artist wouldn't be a match for me. Duan Lingtan muttered to himself, and the corners of his mouth curled into a slight smile. Even if a 9th-level Origin Core Stage martial artist relied on a Grade 7 Spirit Sword that provided an amplification of 30%, the martial artist's offensive strength would only increase to the strength of 156 ancient mammoths, whereas Duan Lingtian was currently able to increase his offensive strength to the strength of 140 ancient mammoths even if he only relied on the Grade 7 Spirit Swords he possessed. It was only a difference of the strength of 16 ancient mammoths from the former. This bit of difference was completely able to be made up for with the Quake energy. With my current strength, once I utilize the Quake energy bestowed upon me by the WRM Python form, I'm practically invincible under the nascent soul stage. Duan Lingtian was extremely sure of this. I wonder to what extent the Quake energy has increased to now. I'll find a time to go to the primeval forest to look for fierce beasts to test it out. Duan Lingtian stood up and intended to leave the stalactite cave. Right at this moment, drip, a clear sound entered into Duan Lingtian's ears. Duan Lingtian glanced over, and only now did he notice that a drop of milk had actually dripped down from the 10,000-year stalactite. It's been almost half a year since the last drop of the 10,000-year stalactite. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. He took out a medicinal pill bottle and put away the drop of 10,000-year stalactite milk as if he had obtained a precious treasure. Then he left the stalactite cave. He left the peak of Migres Peak. Soon, Duan Lingtian appeared near the trading hall. Everywhere he passed, the Migres Peak disciples revealed gazes of reverence as they looked at him, and some Migres Peak disciples that were nearby even greeted him respectfully and warmly. Senior brother Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian smiled and nodded as he walked by. It caused all the Migres Peak disciples to feel as if they were bathed in the spring breeze, and their faces all revealed brilliant smiles. Senior apprentice brother Duan Lingtian is really a good person. He actually smiled at us. Yeah, as the current number 1 disciple in our 7-star sword sect's outer court, senior brother Duan Lingtian doesn't put on airs in the slightest. It's too rare. I still remember that Xiao's ability wasn't as great as senior brother Duan Lingtian, but he was extremely arrogant, as if the heavens were the greatest and he was number 2. That Xiao deserved to die. The number 1 disciple in the outer court? Is he even worthy? Exactly. If senior brother Duan Lingtian was born 2 years earlier and entered our 7-star sword sect 2 years earlier, then the number 1 disciple in the outer court would utterly have nothing to do with Xiao. All the Migres Peak disciples were fervent like fire as they ceaselessly praised Duan Lingtian. Their voices weren't soft, and were all heard by Duan Lingtian, who was heading to the trading hall. Duan Lingtian only shook his head and smiled towards this. He was incomparably composed. Similar words of praise were something he'd heard countless times in his previous life when he was the king of special forces and the king of mercenaries. He'd been immune since long ago. When Duan Lingtian arrived outside the trading hall, the surrounding Migres Peak disciples all respectfully greeted him one after another. Duan Lingtian nodded and returned a light smile, then spoke of the reason for his arrival. I intend to sell all the rewards for the first place in the outer court martial competition this time. Is there anyone interested? The rewards for the first place in the outer court martial competition? Sell? The surrounding Migres Peak disciples were all stunned when they heard Duan Lingtian. Senior brother Duan Lingtian, could it be that you intend to sell the profound origin fruit as well? A Migres Peak disciple stared at Duan Lingtian with a burning gaze. Profound origin fruit? Duan Lingtian was stunned when he heard this Migres Peak disciple. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian noticed that the surrounding Migres Peak disciples all stared at him with burning gazes, obviously filled with interest towards the profound origin fruit. The profound origin fruit was a spirit fruit that was able to allow an 8th-level origin core stage martial artist to directly break through to the 9th level of the origin core stage. If it was given to an origin core stage martial artist with a low cultivation to consume, it was even possible for the martial artist to break through 2 levels in one go. Senior brother Duan Lingtian, if you sell the profound origin fruit as well, I'm willing to pay 300,000 gold. In next to no time, A Migres Peak disciple spoke out. This Migres Peak disciple had a fair and clean appearance, with an extraordinary bearing, and obviously had an extraordinary background. 300,000 taels of gold was equivalent to 30 million taels of silver. It was a huge sum. To think that you're able to take out such a small amount of money. That's the profound origin fruit, a spirit fruit that can only be chanced upon by luck. Senior brother Duan Lincoln, I'll pay 1 million gold. Another Migres Peak disciple spoke out. This Migres Peak disciple obviously had an extraordinary background, otherwise, it would be impossible for him to carry so much money at all times. 1 million gold? For a moment, the surrounding Migres Peak disciples were in an uproar. 1 million taels of gold was equivalent to 100 million taels of silver. Laughable. Right at this moment, another Migres Peak disciple looked at the Migres Peak disciple that bid 1 million gold, and sneered. You said earlier that junior brother was stingy when he bid 300,000 gold. Could it be that you think your bid 1 million gold isn't stingy? That's the profound origin fruit, something that has a price but no market. As he spoke up to hear, the Migres Peak disciple had an excited expression. I remember that 3 years ago, a profound origin fruit appeared in an auction house in our Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's imperial city. At that time, it was auctioned for a high price of 3 million gold. 3 million gold. The surrounding Migres Peak disciples were slightly numb. You said I'm stingy when I bid 1 million gold. I'm curious, what price can you bid? The Migres Peak disciple that was mocked sneered. The Migres Peak disciple that mocked earlier instantly started laughing, then he looked at Duan Lingtian and lightly cupped his hands. Senior brother Duan Lincoln, so long as you say the word, I, Yi Xiaobei, am willing to use 10 million gold to buy the prize you obtained from the outer court martial competition this time. 10 million gold. As soon as Yi Xiaobei finished speaking, the surroundings went deathly silent. Even Duan Lingtian, who originally wanted to explain that the profound origin fruit had already been consumed by him, was shocked now. Who the heck was this Migres Peak disciple? He directly bid 10 million gold. The Migres Peak disciple that bid 1 million gold earlier sneered when he heard Yi Xiaobei. You said 10 million gold and it's 10 million gold? Who doesn't know how to speak without proof? I even said that I'm willing to bid 20 million gold to buy the prize for the first place in the outer court martial competition in senior brother Duan Lingtian's possession. As soon as this Migres Peak disciple finished speaking, the surrounding Migres Peak disciples all nodded in agreement. Yeah, who knows if this Yi Xiaobei is really able to produce so much gold, words without proof? Yi Xiaobei's face sank when he heard this Migres Peak disciple, and he walked over in a few steps to arrive before the Migres Peak disciple. What? You've become enraged from embarrassment after being exposed by me? The latter looked at Yi Xiaobei and sneered. Earlier, you said I had words without proof? You think I'm unable to produce 10 million gold, right? Yi Xiaobei's gaze went cold as he looked at the Migres Peak disciple before him, and with a raise of his hand, a large stack of gold bills appeared in his hand. Yi Xiaobei's move was extremely swift, and with a bang, the large stack of gold bills was flung onto the Migres Peak disciple's face, causing the latter's nose to bleed. The gold bills scattered all over the ground. You! The Migres Peak disciple was enraged and wanted to attack Yi Xiaobei. Earlier, it was 1 million gold. It's 2 million gold. The Migres Peak disciple didn't have the time to attack when Yi Xiaobei took out another large stack of gold bills, and with a bang, he once again flung it onto the Migres Peak disciple's face. Bang, 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 bang. A total of 10 large stacks of gold bills were taken out by Yi Xiaobei in 10 batches, then successively flung onto the Migres Peak disciple's face. Meanwhile, the rage in the eyes of the Migres Peak disciple that was flung into a daze by Yi Xiaobei's gold bills had already completely vanished. His heart trembled as he looked at the 10,000 gold bills on the ground. A person that was able to take out 10 million gold bills in one go wasn't someone he could offend. How about it? Are you convinced? Do you still need me to take out another 10 million gold bills for you to see? Yi Xiaobei looked down condescendingly at the Migres Peak disciple whose face was covered in blood, and his voice was cold and indifferent. No need. The Migres Peak disciple was terrified, completely terrified. Duan Lingtian stood at the side and was dumbstruck as he watched. Needless to say, to a certain extent, this Yi Xiaobei's temper was extremely compatible with his. That stack of gold bills was flung down with a bang, and it caused him to be unable to refrain from feeling that it was slightly funny. This Migres Peak disciple looked down on others, and now he was asking for humiliation. The surrounding Migres Peak disciples were dumbstruck since long ago. The 10,000 gold bills on the ground added up to 10 million gold. It was still the first time in their entire lives that they'd seen so much money. For a time, the gazes they shot at Yi Xiaobei with were completely different. A person that was able to take out 10 million gold to play like this was absolutely not an ordinary person. Why aren't you helping me pick up all these gold bills? Under Yi Xiaobei's furious gaze, the Migres Peak disciple with a bloody face hurriedly squatted down and obediently picked up the pile of gold bills. Yi Xiaobei, right? Duan Lingtian looked at Yi Xiaobei and lightly smiled. I forgot to add earlier, what I want to sell is the rewards besides the profound origin fruit. Those origin strengthening pills and other medicinal pills aren't worth so much money, you better put the money away. Chapter 319. As soon as Yi Xiaobei finished speaking, the surroundings went into an uproar. All the Migres Peak disciples were completely dumbstruck on the ground. Although the reward for the first place in the outer court martial competition wasn't bad, but besides the profound origin fruit, it was at most worth over 10,000 gold. Now, this Yi Xiaobei actually wanted to spend 10 million gold to buy something that was worth over 10,000 gold. This Yi Xiaobei's head has been kicked by a donkey, right? This was the thought in the hearts of most of the Migres Peak disciples present. After all, as far as they were concerned, unless one's head was kicked by a donkey, otherwise, it would be impossible for one to do such an absurd thing. No matter how much money one had, it wasn't to be used like this. Of course, they only dared to think like this in their hearts, and no one dared speak it out. There were also some Migres Peak disciples that glanced at Yi Xiaobei with admiration. They were able to discern that Yi Xiaobei spending 10 million gold to buy the reward in Duan Lingtian's hands was fake, and the real reason he wanted to make friends with Duan Lingtian was because he wanted to, with the natural talent in the martial Dao that Duan Lingtian revealed now, when he matured in the future, he would surely be a peerless figure in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. When Duan Lingtian stood at the peak of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, not to mention 10 million gold. Even if it was 100 million gold, Duan Lingtian might not be able to take a fancy to it. Making friends with Duan Lingtian at this time was undoubtedly the wisest choice. 10 million gold was only a bet that Yi Xiaobei placed on Duan Lingtian. In the future, when Duan Lingtian matured, it could be imagined that with his status as Duan Lingtian's friend, there would probably be not many people in the entire Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom that dare defend him. Here are 10 million taels of gold notes. Keep them. Duan Lingtian looked at Yi Xiaobei and lightly smiled. He was naturally able to guess Yi Xiaobei's intentions, and he couldn't help but sigh with emotion at Yi Xiaobei's courage. 10 million gold. After all, even if it was the current him, the total wealth in his possession was only 40 million gold. More than half of them were contributed to him by the Magnolia Trading Company's Black Wind City branch president, Xiaguang, who intended to seize the infant jade-eyed heavenly mouse back in Black Wind City. Yi Xiaobei was stunned by Duan Lingtian's refusal. Then he stared at Duan Lingtian and said, "Senior brother Duan Lingtian is indeed not an ordinary person. You can remain calm in the face of 10 million taels of gold. However, this 10 million taels of gold is a token of my appreciation to senior brother Duan Lingtian. I hope senior apprentice brother Duan Lingtian can accept it." In terms of age, Yi Xiaobei was 1 to 2 years older than Duan Lingtian. However, he addressed himself as a junior brother in front of Duan Lingtian, because he knew in his heart that Duan Lingtian had the right to do so. Token of appreciation? Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. I can't accept this token of appreciation. If you're interested, then spend 10,000 gold to buy the medicinal pills I obtained as a reward for the first place in the outer court martial competition this time. How about it? Yi Xiaobei seemed to have realized Duan Lingtian's resolution and nodded. I'll do as senior brother Duan Lingtian says. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian withdrew the medicinal pills he obtained as a reward for the first place in the outer court martial competition and passed them to Yi Xiaobei. After that, he put away the 10,000 gold before smiling to Yi Xiaobei and preparing to leave. Farewell, senior brother Duan Lingnan. Suddenly, Yi Xiaobei called out to Duan Lingtian. Is there anything else? Duan Lingtian turned around to look at Yi Xiaobei with a bewildered expression. Senior brother Duan Lingtian, if there's anything you need help with in the future, you can come look for me, Yi Xiaobei. I'm unable to help you with an important matter, but so long as it's a matter that can be solved with money, then it's not a problem to me, Yi Xiaobei. Yi Xiaobei looked at Duan Lingtian and spoke slowly. His words were filled with confidence. So long as it's a problem that can be solved with money, it's not a problem? Needless to say, Yi Xiaobei was extremely arrogant. But all the Migres Peak disciples present, including Duan Lingtian, knew that he had the qualifications to be arrogant. Not only had Yi Xiaobei tossed out 10 million gold to slap the face of the Migres Peak disciple that doubted him, he'd even threatened that if the latter still wanted to experience another 10 million gold, he could take out another 10 million silver. In other words, the wealth that Yi Xiaobei carried with him exceeded 20 million gold. Thank you. Duan Lingtian glanced deeply at Yi Xiaobei before turning around and leaving. Since Yi Xiaobei had already spoken to this extent, he would accept Yi Xiaobei's kindness. Moreover, Yi Xiaobei's temper was extremely similar to his. Meanwhile, Yi Xiaobei put away the 10 million gold as well. As for the Migres Peak disciple that helped him pick up the gold that covered the ground, he stood at the side now and didn't dare breathe loudly, as he was deeply afraid that Yi Xiaobei would get even with him later. However, Yi Xiaobei obviously didn't have the intention of looking for trouble with him, and only coldly swept him with his gaze. Fuck off. The latter hurriedly fled when he heard this, and he didn't dare stay for a moment longer. It was also from this moment onwards that the group of Migres Peak disciples knew that a Migres Peak disciple with an extraordinary background was concealed within Migres Peak. He was called Yi Xiaobei. A few days later, Duan Lingtian's mood walked out from the haze of the departure of the little pythons. Little black, little white, both of you have to work hard. Otherwise, perhaps I'll surpass both of you the next time we meet. Duan Lingtian stood on the tilted tree and looked at the direction that the mysterious yellow-clothed young woman, Han Xuanai, left with the two little pythons, and the corners of his mouth curled into a smile of anticipation. He looked forward to meeting the two little fellows once more. At that time, they ought to have grown up. With my current strength, I ought to be able to participate in the inner court test and become an inner court disciple. Duan Lingtian slightly pondered and planned to inquire about the inner court test. Unexpectedly, he'd only just arrived nearby the trade hall when he saw an old man walking towards him. He wasn't unfamiliar with this old man. The Migres Peak outer court elder, Wuxia. Duan Lingtian. Wuxia had a face full of smiles when he saw Duan Lingtian once more. He'd heard of the matter of Duan Lingtian killing Shi Hao in one go in the outer court martial competition a few days ago, seizing the first place in the outer court martial competition and becoming the #1 disciple in the outer court. He still remembered. At that time, when he'd just heard of this news, he was stunned for a very long time. At that time, he only had a single thought in his heart. Unbelievable! An outer court disciple that he'd personally brought into Migres Peak half a year ago had become the #1 disciple in the outer court half a year later. Because of this, he'd even obtained the reward bestowed by the Peak Master of Migres Peak. He knew clearly in his heart that all this was given to him by Duan Lingtian. So, when he faced Duan Lingtian now, he completely treated Duan Lingtian as an equal. Elder Wuxia. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled to Wuxia. Duan Lingnan, I really never imagined that your strength would be so strong. Wuxia couldn't help but sigh with emotion, and the gaze he looked at Duan Lingtian with was extremely complicated. After that, Lu Qiu continued. I've waited for you for 2 days, yet I didn't see you appear, and I don't know where your place of cultivation is. Looks like you've even concealed your place of cultivation very deeply. As he finished speaking, Lu Qiu glanced deeply at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian smiled and didn't explain further, then asked curiously. Elder Lu Qiu, you've waited for me for 2 days? Do you need something from me? It wasn't I who was looking for you. Lu Qiu shook his head. Then, Duan Lingtian had an expression of bewilderment. It's the Peak Master who wants to see you. Lu Qiu didn't beat around the bush and directly went straight to the point. Peak Master? Duan Lingtian's brows slightly twitched. Which Peak Master? Lu Qiu smiled. It's naturally the Peak Master of our Migres Peak. Are you free now? If you are, I'll bring you to Dubhe Peak's Migres Hall to see the Peak Master right now. Since he found out that you killed Shihao and became the #1 disciple in the outer court, bringing honor to Migres Peak, the Peak Master has always wanted to see you in person. Migres Peak's Peak Master? Duan Lingtian nodded. I'm fine. Since it's the Peak Master who summoned me, then I'll ask Elder Lu Qiu to lead the way. Although he'd arrived at Migres Peak for half a year, yet he'd never seen the Peak Master of Migres Peak. He was rather curious towards the mysterious Peak Master of Migres Peak. All right. Lu Qiu nodded, then walked side by side with Duan Lingtian to leave Migres Peak and step onto the chain bridge to head towards the main peak, Dubhe Peak. On the way, Duan Lingtian saw a group of people gathered together and walking towards Migres Peak. The person in the lead was Duan Lingtian's old acquaintance, the Migres Peak Outer Court Elder, Zhao Lin. At the same time that Duan Lingtian saw Zhao Lin saw him as well. The gazes of the two people entered into a competition without the slightest trace of gunpowder, equally matched. Behind Zhao Lin followed 2 Migres Peak disciples, and when they saw Duan Lingtian and Lu Qiu now, they greeted respectfully. Senior brother Duan Lingtian, Elder Lu Qiu. Zhao Lin, these are the new outer court disciples this time? Lu Qiu's gaze descended onto the 20 young men behind Zhao Lin and the 2 Migres Peak disciples. These 20 young men were all in casual clothes, and they were currently looking around and were filled with curiosity towards everything before their eyes. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a smile when he saw these 20 young men, as if he'd seen himself from half a year ago. Zhao Lin nodded, then withdrew his cold gaze from Duan Lingtian, then turned around to look at the group of hotheads behind him. This is Elder Lu Qiu, and he's also our Migres Peak's outer court elder. Why aren't you saluting? The 20 hotheads that had just passed the 7-star sword sect's outer court test shuddered when they heard this, then hurriedly bowed to Lu Qiu. Greetings, Elder Lu Qiu. Lu Qiu lightly smiled as he nodded, then introduced Duan Lingtian by his side. This is your senior brother Duan Lingtian. Senior brother? For a moment, these outer court disciples that had just entered the 7-star sword sect frowned when they looked at Duan Lingtian. He's only a little over 20, right? Senior brother? He only entered the sect earlier than us, and his strength might not be stronger than us. He wants us to call him senior brother? Exactly. On what basis does this young kid have to be our senior brother? The 20 hotheads all seemed to be disdainful when facing Duan Lingtian now. Lu Qiu frowned when he saw this, then looked at Zhao Lin, seeming to want Zhao Lin to teach these kids that didn't know their limits a lesson. But Zhao Lin only smiled lightly and didn't do anything. Ask him to help Duan Lingtian. Chapter 320. Elder Lu Qiu, let's go. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled as he spoke to Lu Qiu. He utterly didn't take the words of these outer court disciples that had just entered the 7-star sword sect seriously. Lu Qiu glanced at Zhao Lin and was slightly displeased, but after he heard what Duan Lingtian said, he nodded. Yes. Since Duan Lingtian didn't make a fuss about it, then he had no reason to make a fuss about it with these new disciples that had just entered the 7-star sword sect and Migres Peak. Oh, feeling guilty? Senior brother, aren't you afraid of us now? Some of the new disciples couldn't refrain from laughing extremely complacently. Duan Lingtian's face sank. He didn't make a fuss about it with these new disciples earlier because he felt it wasn't necessary. The height he stood at now was already different from these new disciples since long ago. If he were to make a fuss about it, then he would seem to have lost his bearing. It would undoubtedly be bullying the weak. But now, these new disciples were actually chattering without end. Did they really think he was easy to bully? Feeling guilty? Afraid of all of you? Duan Lingtian abruptly turned around, and his icy cold gaze flashed past the 20 new disciples one by one. Just all of you are worthy. Just all of you are worthy. Duan Lingtian's voice was like a thunderclap, causing the 20 new disciples to be muddled. After a short moment, they recovered from their shock, and all of them flew into a rage out of humiliation. Kid, do you think you really have the qualifications to be our senior brother just because you entered the 7-star sword sect earlier than us? The face of a new disciple around the age of 23 or 24 sank, and cold lights flickered within his eyes. Exactly. Cloud Continent has always paid particular attention to the strong being respected. If you want to be our senior brother, then your strength must surpass us. Do you believe that I can throw a little brat that's a little over 20 like you down here with a single hand? Another new disciple looked at Duan Lingtian, and the corners of his mouth curled into a cold smile. Although the other new disciples didn't speak, but the gazes they shot at Duan Lingtian now undoubtedly expressed the same meaning. They looked down upon Duan Lingtian. They did not think that Duan Lingtian was stronger than them. He was just an outer sect disciple in his early 20s. The 2 Migres Peak disciples behind Zhao Lin were dumbstruck for a moment. This group of hotheads actually dared to be so arrogant in front of senior brother Duan Lingtian? Even the 2 of them had to respectfully greet Duan Lingtian as senior brother Duan Lingtian when they saw him. These hotheads had instead offended their Migres Peak's #1 outer court disciple before even arriving at Migres Peak. No, it should be said to be the 7-star sword sect's #1 outer court disciple. As far as they were concerned, these hotheads were simply courting death. At that moment, they were about to open their mouths and berate those hotheads. Didn't these hotheads hear them respectfully addressing Duan Lingtian as senior brother Duan Lingtian? However, before they could open their mouths, they were stopped by Zhao Lin's fierce gaze. Although they didn't know why Zhao Lin wanted to stop them, but since Zhao Lin had interfered, they naturally obediently shut their mouths. Although Duan Lingtian was the #1 disciple in the 7-star sword sect's outer court, but if it was in terms of status and strength, then he would be unable to catch up to the current Migres Peak outer court elder, Zhao Lin. After all, Zhao Lin's age and seniority were placed there, and it was utterly not something the current Duan Lingtian could compare to. Perhaps one day in the future, Duan Lingtian would be able to surpass Zhao Lin in all aspects, but it was impossible now. So, between Duan Lingtian and Zhao Lin, they chose the latter. You said earlier that you can throw me down from here with a single hand? Duan Lingtian looked at the new disciple that spoke earlier, and the corners of his mouth curled into an evil smile. If someone familiar with Duan Lingtian was here and saw Duan Lingtian's current smile, the person would surely know that someone was about to be struck with misfortune. However, the new disciple seemed as if he didn't notice anything amiss in the slightest, and he looked down at Duan Lingtian with a condescending gaze as he sneered. Exactly, I only need one hand to throw you down from here, you little brat. This new disciple had large arms and a round waist, and was a robust young man. Duan Lingtian's spiritual force was able to faintly detect that the cultivation of this robust young man ought to be at the 3rd level of the Origin Core stage without a doubt. A 3rd-level Origin Core stage martial artist said he could throw him down from here? Duan Lingtian felt a burst of amusement in his heart. A wisp of a cold smile appeared on the face of Lu Qiu, who stood beside Duan Lingtian. As far as he was concerned, this new disciple was truly too arrogant. Did he really think that Duan Lingtian was an ordinary outer court disciple? You keep calling yourself, looks like you're extremely confident of your own strength. Then let me see how you throw me down from here. Duan Lingtian looked at the robust young man, and a wisp of a cold smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. As soon as he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian's entire body flashed out, instantly arriving before the robust young man and giving rise to a wave of piercingly cold, strong winds. Above Duan Lingtian, 110 lifelike ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form. This scene terrified the robust young man to the point his face went ghastly pale, and he was completely dumbstruck, and the origin energy he just accumulated was instantly annihilated. His legs felt as if they were filled with lead, and he wasn't able to move in the slightest. What a joke! If an 8th level origin core stage martial artist wanted to attack him, he utterly didn't have the slightest strength to fight back. Slap. Duan Lingtian made a move. His hand slapped onto the robust young man's shoulder and locked onto the robust young man's right arm. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian exerted strength in his hand. With a raise of his hand, the robust young man was thrown out of the chain bridge by Duan Lingtian. Then Duan Lingtian grabbed onto the robust young man's shoulder and hung the robust young man in midair, and his gaze was cold. Now, what do you think? Do you only need a single hand to be able to throw me down? Duan Lingtian's voice contained frightening icy coldness mixed within, causing the robust young man that was suspended in midair to go ghastly pale, and his eyes emitted despair as he hurriedly begged for mercy. Senior brother, spare me. Senior brother, spare me. Presently, he was in midair and had nowhere to borrow strength from. He could imagine that so long as this 8th level origin core stage outer court disciple that was a little over 20 years old let go, he would surely fall into the bottomless abyss, and not even his bones would remain. Cold sweat flowed out from the robust young man's forehead, and he hated himself to the extreme in his heart. Why did he have to be the one to stand out? 8th level of the origin core stage. Meanwhile, the group of new disciples that were terrified by the strength that Duan Lingtian revealed recovered from their shock, and when they saw the scene before them, their faces went ghastly pale, and all of them emitted terrified gazes. Never had they imagined that this outer court disciple that was a little over 20 years old, younger than any of them, would actually possess such a terrifying strength. An 8th level origin core stage martial artist that was only a little over 20 years old. Were all the 7-star sword sect outer court disciples so abnormal? Presently, most of the new disciples had a slight lingering fear in their hearts, and they rejoiced that they didn't go too far with their words earlier. Otherwise, the person that was pulled out of the chain bridge and suspended in midair wouldn't be the robust young man, but them. For a time, they started to mourn silently for the robust young man in their hearts. 8th level of the origin core stage. Zhao Lin's expression was extremely unsightly. Never had he imagined that after Duan Lingtian consumed the profound origin fruit, he would actually break through to the 8th level of the origin core stage in one go. 110 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed in the sky when Duan Lingtian attacked, and it was obviously the symbol of the 8th level of the origin core stage. Compared to Zhao Lin's unsightly expression, Lu Qiu instead had a pleasantly surprised expression. Even though he knew that Duan Lingtian had obtained the profound origin fruit, and guessed that Duan Lingtian would have a breakthrough, but between the 6th level of the origin core stage and the 7th level of the origin core stage, there was a divide that was like a chasm. As far as he was concerned, after Duan Lingtian consumed the profound origin fruit, he would at most break through to the 7th level of the origin core stage. Unexpectedly, the truth wasn't so. Duan Lingtian had broken through to the 8th level of the origin core stage in one go. How would Lu Qiu know that Duan Lingtian had actually broken through to the 7th level of the origin core stage just as he thought? But because of the uniqueness of the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique that he cultivated, he possessed the strength of 11 ancient mammoths more than an ordinary 7th level origin core stage martial artist. Even if he made a move now, Duan Lingtian had the intention to establish his might, and he still concealed the strength of an ancient mammoth. But even then, he would still be mistaken by others that Duan Lingtian was an 8th level origin core stage martial artist. This was also Duan Lingtian's objective. He precisely wanted to let others know that he was an 8th level origin core stage martial artist now. The 2 Migres Peak disciples behind Zhao Lin now had dumbstruck expressions as well. Senior brother Duan Lingtian actually broke through to the 8th level of the origin core stage in one go. They were all shocked. Senior brother, spare me, spare me. The robust young man whose shoulder was grabbed by Duan Lingtian and floated 30 kilometers high in the sky outside the chain bridge had his clothes drenched in sweat, and his voice was miserable as he begged for mercy from Duan Lingtian. "What? Didn't you say you wanted to throw me down? I'm extremely curious if I let go now." Duan Lingtian's expression was extremely gloomy, and he calmly looked at the robust young man who ceaselessly begged for mercy. "Senior brother, don't. I was joking earlier, right? I was joking." The robust young man was terrified by Duan Lingtian to the point his face went pale, and he ceaselessly begged for mercy. "Duan Ling, enough." Zhao Lin finally interfered. His face sank as he looked at Duan Lingtian, and his voice was incomparably cold and indifferent. "Enough." Duan Lingtian turned around to look at Zhao Lin when he heard Zhao Lin stopping him, then sneered. "Elder Zhao Lin, I didn't see you say anything when they provoked me earlier. Now, I've only lightly punished the person that spoke rudely, and you can't continue watching?" Although the conflict between him and Zhao Lin wasn't shallow, but Zhao Lin's actions still caused Duan Lingtian to feel incomparably furious. Zhao Lin was biased in this matter, and was ashamed of being an outer court elder of Migres Peak. "Let him go." Zhao Lin looked at Duan Lingtian with a cold and indifferent gaze, and his voice was low and deep. "Elder Zhao Lin, are you sure you want me to let him go?" Duan Lingtian was stunned when he heard Zhao Lin, then he couldn't refrain from laughing as he glanced at the robust young man that was thrown out of the chain bridge. "Looks like Elder Zhao Lin wants you to die. Tell me, should I listen to Elder Zhao Lin and let you go?" "No, don't let me go, senior brother. I beg you, don't let me go." Chapter 321. You should beg Elder Zhao Lin. Duan Lingtian glanced at the robust young man with a calm gaze as he spoke indifferently. He originally only intended to frighten this new disciple, but now that Zhao Lin had interfered, it caused him to be unable to help but feel slightly enraged in his heart. "Elder Zhao Lin, I beg you, you must not ask senior brother to let me go." The robust young man hurriedly looked at Zhao Lin when he heard this, and he was slightly hysterical. It was as if he was grabbing onto a life-saving straw. Zhao Lin's gaze went slightly cold when he heard the robust young man, and he looked at Duan Lingtian before abruptly shouting out explosively. Duan Lingtian killed a fellow disciple with cruel methods. According to the rules of the 7-star sword sect, he ought to be killed. Killed a fellow disciple? Duan Lingtian couldn't help but be stunned when Zhao Lin said this. The others, including Lu Qiu, were stunned as well. When did Duan Lingtian kill a fellow disciple? Now, so long as it was someone with a discerning eye, they would be able to discern that Duan Lingtian threw the robust young man out of the chain bridge and suspended him high up in the sky only for the sake of frightening the robust young man. If Duan Lingtian intended to kill him, he would have thrown him down long ago, and would not have spoken so much nonsense with him. But now, Zhao Lin said that Duan Lingtian killed a fellow disciple? What does he mean? In next to no time, the eyes of the people present blurred, and they completely understood the meaning behind Zhao Lin's words. A terrifying aura was emitted from Zhao Lin's body, and his entire body seemed to have transformed into a gust of wind that flashed straight towards Duan Lingtian. Vast origin energy raged and flashed. They transformed into palm prints that covered the sky as they whistled down towards Duan Lingtian, enveloping Duan Lingtian within them. At the same time, 2,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form in the sky above Zhao Lin. Obviously, he'd exerted his full strength, desiring to directly kill Duan Lingtian. It could be imagined that if Duan Lingtian was killed by Zhao Lin, then the new disciple that was thrown out of the chain bridge and suspended high up in the sky by Duan Lingtian would surely die. No! The new disciple, who was suspended in the air by Duan Lingtian, saw Zhao Lin attack Duan Lingtian. His face turned pale as he cried out in grief. He closed his eyes in despair. Now, anyone with a discerning eye could see that Zhao Lin wanted to kill Duan Lingtian. Then he would push all the blame for the death of the new disciple that was thrown out of the suspension bridge by Duan Lingtian onto Duan Lingtian. In this way, he would be eliminating evil for the sect. Duan Lingtian's expression changed greatly. He did not expect Zhao Lin to be so deranged. At this moment, a chill suddenly rose in his heart. Perhaps, from the very beginning, when he threw this new disciple off the chain bridge, Zhao Lin already had this plan in mind. This Zhao Lin wanted to use this opportunity to get rid of him. As for Zhao Lin's goal, Duan Lingtian was extremely clear. It was none other than for the sake of the fabricated muscle tendon changing and marrow cleansing scroll that he fabricated. All these thoughts were completed in the blink of an eye by Duan Lingtian. As his thoughts spun, he saw Zhao Lin arrive before him. Origin energy palm prints that filled the sky contained the strength of 2,000 ancient mammoths, and they enveloped down towards him, causing him to be on the verge of suffocating. At this moment, not only was he unable to dodge in time, he wasn't even able to pull the robust young man back onto the chain bridge. Zhao Lin's speed was too swift. The palm prints condensed from origin energy that filled the sky whistled down, and a series of continuous sounds of air exploding echoed out in the air. Zhao Lin's face revealed a crazed expression. After waiting for so long, he finally found an opportunity. At the instant he made his move, he'd already condensed his origin energy into sound and sent it into the ears of Lu Qiu, who was standing not far behind Duan Lingtian. Elder Lu Qiu, so long as you don't make a move today, I, Zhao Lin, will owe you a great favor. He believed that with the friendship between him and Lu Qiu, coupled with his promise, Lu Qiu ought to not interfere. So long as Lu Qiu didn't interfere, Duan Lingtian would die for sure. Elder Lu Qiu. Duan Lingtian realized the arrival of danger, and his face went ghastly pale, and the first thing he thought of was Lu Qiu. Now, only Lu Qiu could stop Zhao Lin. A wisp of disdain appeared on the corners of Zhao Lin's mouth when he heard Duan Lingtian call out Lu Qiu. Does this Duan Lingtian think that Lu Qiu will help him? Naive. But in next to no time, the smile of disdain on the corners of Zhao Lin's mouth completely froze. An afterimage flashed before his eyes, and he saw Lu Qiu instantly appear before Duan Lingtian. This scene caused his expression to become unsightly. Lu Qiu raised his hand and flicked his sleeve, and vast origin energy that contained an even more terrifying aura swept out. Above Lu Qiu, a few thousand ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared. Bang! His sleeve swept out, and in the blink of an eye, it dispersed the palm prints that covered the sky that Zhao Lin slapped out, causing them to vanish into thin air. Duan Lingtian, you've taught him a lesson? Let's forget about this matter. Lu Qiu stared vigilantly at Zhao Lin, who had an unsightly expression, as he spoke to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath. At that moment earlier, he only felt that death was so close, and he was only a little bit away from being killed by Zhao Lin. Although he tried to call out to Lu Qiu, he was extremely perturbed in his heart, because he knew that Lu Qiu and Zhao Lin had a relationship, and he wasn't sure if Lu Qiu would help him. If Lu Qiu didn't help him, then he would die for sure. At that moment, he only felt that his heart was completely in his throat. That feeling of suffocation and discomfort was absolutely not inferior to the robust young man that he threw out of the chain bridge and hung high in the air. To him, the scene from before was a fine line between life and death. Hearing Lu Qiu's words, Duan Lingtian withdrew his hand and pulled the robust young man back onto the chain bridge, then casually threw him onto the chain bridge. Following the robust young man landing on the chain bridge lightly swayed. The robust young man lay limp on the chain bridge, unable to get up for a long time. Earlier, he'd almost died. He slowly raised his head, his gaze furious, yet he wasn't looking at Duan Lingtian, but at Zhao Lin. What are you looking at? When Zhao Lin noticed that this new disciple dared to use this sort of gaze to look at him, his face sank and he, who was already incomparably furious in his heart, shouted coldly. When the robust young man saw this, he lowered his head in the end. Only now did he remember that this Zhao Lin was the outer court elder of Migres Peak. If he really offended Zhao Lin, then once Zhao Lin wanted to kill him, he only had to find a place with no one around. Lu Qiu. Zhao Lin looked at Lu Qiu, his gaze gradually becoming gloomy, and his voice was incomparably cold. Zhao Lin, He's the person that Lord Peak Master wants to see. Lu Qiu fearlessly met Zhao Lin's gaze. Very good. You very good. Zhao Lin glanced deeply at Lu Qiu, then turned around to glance at the 20 new disciples and said coldly, "Let's go." When he saw Zhao Lin leaving with his people, Duan Lingtian looked at Zhao Lin's figure from behind, and his eyes were filled with dense killing intent. In this lifetime, the person that truly made Duan Lingtian arouse boundless killing intent in his heart and wished for nothing more than to burn the bones and scatter the ashes, was the Crimson Sky Kingdom's Duan Lingxing from that time, undoubtedly the #1 person. Now, he'd aroused a similar killing intent towards Zhao Lin. This Zhao Lin's actions today had completely and utterly infuriated him. That suffocating feeling of his life hanging by a thread was something he wasn't willing to experience a second time in his entire lifetime. Duan Lingtian's chest was completely filled with flames of rage, and they were on the verge of bursting out. "Duan Lingtian, did you offend Zhao Lin in some way?" Lu Qiu looked at Duan Lingtian and asked with a bewildered expression. Earlier, Zhao Lin obviously had the intent to kill Duan Lingtian, and even made a heavy promise to him. If it wasn't for the Peak Master wanting to see Duan Lingtian this time, and he'd obtained the heavy reward of the Peak Master not long ago because of Duan Lingtian, perhaps he would really agree to Zhao Lin's promise and not interfere in this matter. Even though Zhao Lin was only a first-level void-prying stage martial artist, Zhao Lin's background caused him to have no choice but to be fearful. He knew clearly in his heart that with Zhao Lin's attitude earlier, Zhao Lin obviously hated him to the core. Not only was the relationship between the two of them destroyed, Zhao Lin might even go against him everywhere in the future. "I hope my choice is correct." Lu Qiu looked at the young man with limitless potential before him and silently thought in his heart, "I don't know as well. Perhaps I inadvertently offended him." Duan Lingtian shook his head, as he didn't have the intention of speaking of the matter between him and Zhao Lin. If he denied the existence of the Muscle Meridian Rebirth Scroll, then wouldn't it be admitting that he'd consumed the 10,000-year stalactite milk? The 10,000-year stalactite milk was sufficient to cause anyone to be tempted, including Lu Qiu who stood before him. Lu Qiu nodded. "Let's go." He naturally didn't believe Duan Lingtian's words. However, he was able to discern that Duan Lingtian had something that was difficult to say, so he didn't pursue the matter. Duan Lingtian and Lu Qiu walked side by side and continued to head towards the main peak, W Peak. On the way, Duan Lingtian had a sincere expression as he said to Lu Qiu, "Elder Lu Qiu, I, Duan Lingtian, will remember the favor of saving my life today. I'll return this favor to you one day." Although it wasn't convenient for him to tell Lu Qiu the cause of the conflict between him and Zhao Lin. However, Lu Qiu had saved his life today, and he was deeply grateful. Lu Qiu smiled lightly and didn't refuse, because he knew how precious this promise of Duan Lingtian's was. Perhaps, with the current Duan Lingtian's strength, he wouldn't be able to help him much. However, the future Duan Lingtian would instead be an existence that even he had to look up to. Duan Lingtian was able to possess an 8th-level origin core stage cultivation at such an age, and it wouldn't be difficult for him to soar into the sky in the future. Of course, the precondition was that Duan Lingtian was able to grow up safely and peacefully. Otherwise, once he died, it would be useless no matter how high his natural talent was. After the two of them arrived at the main peak, W Peak, Duan Lingtian walked all the way up W Peak under Lu Qiu's guidance, and when they were near the peak, they saw a spacious platform halfway up the mountain. Needless to say, the cultivation environment here was extremely good, and even the origin energy in Duan Lingtian's body had a trace of pulsation. "Elder Lu Qiu, could it be that this is the spirit point of W Peak?" Duan Lingtian looked at Lu Qiu as he asked curiously, "You even know about spirit points?" Lu Qiu was slightly surprised. "I heard Elder Bai mention it from Alcade Peak's Elder Bai." Duan Lingtian nodded. He still remembered what Elder Bai said to him that day. The spirit point on W Peak was the best place to cultivate in the 7-star sword sect, and it was filled with spirit energy. Chapter 322. Exactly, if we head up from here, it's the spirit point on W Peak. Lu Qiu nodded and lightly smiled. The spirit point on Dubhe Peak is divided into 9 great spirit points. The peak masters of the 6 great outer court sword peaks of our 7-star sword sect each occupy a spirit point, and the other 3 spirit points are respectively occupied by the sect leader and the 2 guardian elders. When he spoke of the 7-star sword sect's sect leader, Lu Qiu's expression was relatively calm. But when he spoke of the 2 guardian elders, traces of reverence appeared on Lu Qiu's face. Guardian elders. Duan Lingtian deeply remembered this in his heart. A figure that was able to make Lu Qiu lose his composure was surely not simple. 9 great spirit points. There ought to be a spirit point here, right? As Duan Lingtian spoke, his gaze descended onto the vast platform halfway up the mountain. On this platform, a palace rose from the ground, and it had a vast aura. This palace is the Monarch Hall, and it's also the cultivation place of the Monarch Peak's master. Lu Qiu nodded and slowly spoke. Monarch Hall? Monarch Peak's master? The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a faint smile. He still remembered that during the outer court martial competition a few days ago, the 7th-level Origin Core Stage outer court disciple, Hu Shuefeng, who wanted to kill him, was the personal disciple of the Monarch Peak's master. The spirit point at the bottom of the 9 great spirit points is occupied by the Monarch Hall. If we head up from here, it's where the Mizar Hall is located, and it occupies another spirit point. Lu Qiu brought Duan Lingtian to continue towards the main peak, Dubhe Peak. All along the way, Duan Lingtian saw many 7-star sword sect disciples. Without exception, all these 7-star sword sect disciples had 7 stars around the sword-shaped symbol on their clothes that were silver in color. Obviously, these 7-star sword sect disciples were all inner court disciples. Elder Lu Qiu. Some inner court disciples that knew Lu Qiu lightly smiled as they bowed to Lu Qiu. As for Duan Lingtian, they only casually glanced past him, and they didn't even look him in the eye. Even though the current Duan Lingtian's name shook the 7-star sword sect's outer court, and he had some reputation in the inner court, however, not many people in the inner sect knew him. Soon, Duan Lingtian followed behind Lu Qiu and continued to walk up. Along the way, they could see many independent canyons. These places are the cultivation grounds of the inner court disciples. Although they're not on the spirit points, they're located in the spirit points formed by the 9 great spirit points. The cultivation environment there is pretty good. Lu Qiu explained to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian nodded. Even though the cultivation environment here was far inferior to the stalactite cave, it was undoubtedly much better than the other places in the 6 great outer court sword peaks. This is Mizar Hall. Not long after, Lu Qiu's voice sounded. Duan Lingtian glanced over and saw a vast platform appear in front of him. On the platform stood a magnificent palace. Mizar Hall. Duan Lingtian knew clearly in his heart that this Mizar Hall ought to be the cultivation grounds of the peak master of Mizar Peak, Xianxia, who presided over the outer court martial competition a few days ago. Right when Duan Lingtian and Lu Qiu intended to continue walking up, a figure that was like the wind flashed out from the pavilion above Mizar Hall, and it wasn't long before he arrived before Duan Lingtian and Lu Qiu. Junior brother Duan Lingen, please wait. This was a young man around the age of 27 or 28, with slanted brows, starry eyes, and an imposing appearance. What caused Duan Lingtian to be surprised was that this young man's forehead was actually slightly similar to the peak master of Mizar Peak, Xianxia. When he thought about how this person seemed to have walked out from Mizar Hall, Duan Lingtian thought in his heart, could it be that he's related to Xianxia? Elder Lu. After the young man lightly smiled to Duan Lingtian, he looked at Lu Qiu, who was by Duan Lingtian's side, and bowed. Lu Qiu replied with a smile. Elder Lu Qiu, my father wants to speak a few words with junior brother Duan Lingen. I wonder if you can make it convenient? The young man looked at Lu Qiu and slowly asked. Lu Qiu's brows raised as a trace of surprise flashed within his eyes, and in the end he looked at Duan Lingtian. I can't make the decision on this. I have to seek Duan Lingtian's own opinion. At the same time that Lu Qiu spoke to the young man, he sent a voice transmission into Duan Lingtian's ears. Duan Lingtian, he's the son of the hall master of Mizar Hall, Zheng Fan, Zheng Song. The son of the hall master of Mizar Hall, Zheng Fan? Duan Lingtian came to a sudden understanding. No wonder he felt that this Zheng Song was extremely similar to Zheng Fan, so it turned out that they were father and son. In this way, everything could be explained. Junior brother Duan Lingtian, I'm Zheng Song. My father is the peak master of Mizar Peak, Zheng Fan. I was drinking tea with him in the pavilion earlier, and he just happened to see you and asked me to invite you and Elder Lu over. Zheng Song looked at Duan Lingtian in a refined and courteous manner, and the smile on his face was like a spring breeze. Even if it was Duan Lingtian, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. This Zheng Song was the son of the peak master of Mizar Peak, and was even an inner court disciple of the Seven-Star Sword sect. In terms of identity, in terms of strength, they both far surpassed the personal disciple of the Merak Peak's master, Hu Shuefeng. But he didn't have the arrogance of looking down from above like Hu Shuefeng, and this was extremely rare. Although it was only the first time he'd met Zheng Song, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but have a slightly good impression of him in his heart. I have no objections. Duan Lingtian didn't refuse and nodded. Junior brother Duan Lingtian, Elder Lu Qiu, please. Under Zheng Song's lead, Duan Lingtian and Lu Qiu walked towards Mizar Hall, and when they approached Mizar Hall, Zheng Song brought Lu Qiu into Mizar Hall's audience hall. Duan Lingtian. Meanwhile, a figure leaped down from the pavilion in Mizar Hall. Duan Lingtian didn't even have the time to react when he felt a force that was difficult to resist pass through the hand of the person to grab onto his shoulder. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian flew up. Accurately speaking, he was brought along to fly up by the person. This peak master of Mizar Peak ought to be in existence at the 9th level of the void prying stage. When my spiritual force probed him, I actually had a blurry feeling. Duan Lingtian was secretly shocked in his heart. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian was brought to the pavilion and stood on solid ground, and the thick and heavy hand that grabbed onto his shoulder was withdrawn now. Duan Lingtian looked at the person before him and lightly smiled. Peak Master. The person that brought him from outside Mizar Hall to the pavilion was none other than the Peak Master of Mizar Peak, Zheng Fan. Sit. A warm smile hung on Zheng Fan's face as he gestured to Duan Lingtian to sit. Subsequently, he even personally brewed tea for Duan Lingtian. This caused Duan Lingtian to be slightly overwhelmed by the unexpected favor. Zheng Fan poured a cup of tea for Duan Lingtian and called out, "This is cloud soar tea that I personally roasted, try it." Duan Lingtian nodded and picked up the teacup, but didn't drink it directly and instead placed it before his nose to smell it. The fragrance of the tea entered his nose, and the refreshing aura seemed to be able to enter into Duan Lingtian's mind, causing Duan Lingtian to feel that his consciousness was incomparably clear. Good tea. Although Duan Lingtian didn't know much about tea, he was still able to realize that this tea wasn't simple. Try a sip. Zheng Fan lightly smiled as he spoke. Duan Lingtian nodded, then placed the teacup before his mouth and lightly took a sip. The fragrant tea melted as soon as it entered his mouth, and the refreshing aura caused Duan Lingtian to shudder. He couldn't help but close his eyes, and he felt slightly light, as if he was riding on the clouds. Whew! After a short moment, he seemed to have descended from the clouds and returned to the ground. Duan Lingtian spat out a mouthful of foul air, and a bright light flashed within his eyes. How was it? Zheng Fan looked at Duan Lingtian and asked. Duan Lingtian sighed in admiration. Peak Master, this cloud soar tea of yours is really amazing. It's the first time I've drunk such fragrant tea. Just a sip of it allowed me to instantly have the feeling of riding on the clouds, and at that moment, I seemed to have forgotten everything. Ha! Zheng Fan laughed heartily and slowly said, speaking of which, the roasting method for this cloud soar tea was something that I perfected through an incomplete method in an ancient book. The incomplete roasting method is a roasting method for a fragrant tea called carefree tea. Unfortunately, half of it is incomplete. As he finished speaking, Zheng Fan sighed. In my life, my greatest regret is that I can't taste the real carefree tea. Although the soaring cloud tea was roasted by me according to the incomplete roasting method of the carefree tea, it is not the real carefree tea. Hearing Zheng Fan's words, Duan Lingtan shook his head and smiled. Peak Master, as the saying goes, those who are content will always be happy. There are some things that there is no need to be too forceful. Although the carefree tea is good, that is only your imagination. Or perhaps, the real carefree tea is actually not as good as the cloud soar tea that you added and roasted. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, Zheng Fan seemed to have been enlightened and stood on the ground in a daze. At this moment, only Duan Lingtian's words remained in his mind. Those who are content will always be happy. Perhaps the real carefree tea was not as good as the current cloud soar tea. Finally, Zheng Fan came back to his senses, and his eyes flickered with traces of a strange luster. Suddenly, Zheng Fan raised his hand, and a narrow saber that was as thin as a cicada's wing appeared in his hand. Grade 6 spirit weapon. Seeing the narrow saber in Zheng Fan's hand, Duan Lingtian's eyes suddenly lit up as he recognized the grade of this spirit weapon narrow saber. He saw Zheng Fan raise his hand. Origin energy coiled around the narrow saber, emitting a strange and terrifying aura. It lightly slashed through the air, and a clear white stream of light flashed and disappeared. And at this moment, the aura of the saber in Zheng Fan's hand seemed to have completely changed. Through the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, Duan Lingtian relied on his powerful spiritual force to faintly notice something. And at the instant that the aura of the narrow saber in Zheng Fan's hand suddenly changed, strands of origin energy appeared on the surface of Zheng Fan's body, and then it gradually converged and disappeared. Although it was only a short instant, in Duan Lingtian's eyes, Zheng Fan had completely changed. Before Zheng Fan converged his aura after the transformation, Duan Lingtian smiled lightly. Congratulations, Peak Master. At this moment, the raging aura on Zheng Fan's body was gradually converged by him, and the narrow saber in his hand vanished as he put it away in his spatial ring. Chapter 323. Zheng Fan's laughter was unrestrained and carefree. Besides that, it also contained traces of excitement that was difficult to express with words. Duan Lingtian was naturally clear about why Zheng Fan was excited. Otherwise, he wouldn't congratulate Zheng Fan earlier. Duan Lingnan, were you able to discern what happened to me earlier? Finally, Zheng Fan suppressed the wild joy in his heart and looked at Duan Lingtan. His eyes flickered with a sheen of wisdom, as if he wanted to see through Duan Lingtan. Duan Lingtian smiled indifferently. Congratulations, Peak Master, for comprehending saber concept and breaking through to the void initiation stage in one go. He was naturally able to discern what had happened to Zheng Fan earlier. His words caused Zheng Fan to be enlightened. Although it was only a small matter in life, it was a knot in Zheng Fan's heart. Perhaps, even Zheng Fan himself didn't realize that it was precisely because of this knot in his heart that had trapped him and caused him to be unable to comprehend saber concept and break through to the void initiation stage. According to the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, Duan Lingtian was clearly aware that if a void prying stage martial artist wanted to break through to the void initiation stage, then besides having a cultivation at the 9th level of the void prying stage, it also required sufficient comprehension ability. Only a 9th level void prying stage expert that transformed force into concept would be able to break through to the void initiation stage. This was the iron law of Cloud Continent. So, this was also the main reason why void initiation stage experts couldn't be directly fostered using treasures of heaven and earth. It was precisely because of this that Duan Lingtian denied that the mysterious yellow-clothed young girl, Han Xuanai, was a void initiation stage expert that day. In his eyes, in the eyes of the former Samsara Emperor Wu, no matter how high or heaven-defying her comprehension ability was, it was still impossible for her to comprehend concept. Duan Lingnan, I've still underestimated you. Zheng Fan glanced deeply at Duan Lingtian, and his wise gaze seemed to be able to see through everything. You're from a small kingdom under the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, yet you actually know of concept? Looks like you're really not that simple. Duan Lingtian raised his eyebrows and looked at Zheng Fan in surprise. Peak Master, you know me quite well. Zheng Fan didn't find it strange that he knew he was from a kingdom under the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Half a year ago, when he just arrived at the Seven-Star Sword sect, he'd spoken of this matter before Lu Qiu and the group of new disciples. So now, there were surely many people in the Seven-Star Sword sect that knew of his origins. Duan Lingyan, no matter what, if it wasn't for you today, I wouldn't have been able to successfully break through the bottleneck I've been stuck in for so many years. I, Zheng Fan, owe you a favor. Zheng Fan looked at Duan Lingtian with a solemn expression and made a promise. He knew very well that if Duan Lingtian hadn't enlightened him today, he wouldn't have been able to break through. This was a huge favor. As heavy as Mount Tai. Hearing Zheng Fan's words, Duan Lingtian's face lit up with joy. Then I'll thank you in advance, Peak Master. From today onwards, the person before him wasn't just the Peak Master of Mizar Peak. Moreover, he was a formidable Void Initiation Stage expert. Void Initiation Stage expert. Even in the entire Seven-Star Sword sect, there were only a handful of them, and they were the absolute pillars of the Seven-Star Sword sect. The promise of a Void Initiation Stage expert couldn't be measured with money. Zheng Fan's promise was undoubtedly a great trump card to Duan Lingtian. Zheng Fan nodded, and his eyes sized Duan Lingtian up with interest as he asked. Duan Lingyan, if I intend to take you as my disciple, are you willing to respect me as your master? As soon as Zheng Fan finished speaking, Duan Lingtian was stunned. No matter what, he never imagined that Zheng Fan would suddenly say this, ask me to take him as my master? When he saw Duan Lingtian being stunned, Zheng Fan thought that Duan Lingtian was hesitating and continued. If you respect me as your master, I'm willing to give you my tearless knight as a gift for our first meeting. As he spoke, a narrow saber that was thin like a cicada's wing appeared in Zheng Fan's hand. The narrow saber was dark violet in color, like a specter in the night, and it flickered with strands of frightening cold lights. It was precisely the Grade 6 spirit saber that Zheng Fan carried with him. A Grade 6 spirit weapon was an extremely precious thing in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. There were many Grade 6 alchemists in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, but Grade 6 weapons craftsmen could be counted on one hand. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian recovered from his shock. Grade 6 spirit weapon? Truthfully speaking, he really wasn't interested in this Grade 6 spirit saber. He was already a 7th level Origin Core stage martial artist now, and was able to condense a Grade 7 weapon flame. He was a Grade 7 weapons craftsman. Once he broke through to the nascent soul stage, he would even be able to condense a Grade 6 weapon flame. Become a Grade 6 weapons craftsman. At that time, he would be able to refine a Grade 6 spirit weapon himself. Peak Master, everyone in the Seven-Star Sword sect uses swords. I never imagined that you would instead use a saber. Duan Lingtian glanced at the Grade 6 spirit saber, Tearless Knight, in Zheng Fan's hand, and lightly smiled. Zheng Fan lightly stroked the blade of Tearless Knight, and his gaze was slightly blurred. After a long time, he sighed. This Grade 6 spirit saber was discovered by me and my wife in the depths of the primeval forest all those years ago. At that time, I still wasn't the Peak Master of Mizar Peak. All those years ago, this Grade 6 spirit saber was within the lair of a formidable nascent soul stage fierce beast. I originally intended to give it up, but for the sake of allowing me to pass the test and become the successor to the Peak Master of Mizar Peak, she instead persisted in obtaining this Grade 6 spirit saber. For the sake of this Grade 6 spirit saber, she was killed by that fierce beast. Although Zheng Fan spoke calmly, Duan Lingtian was still able to sense traces of a sorrowful aura from Zheng Fan's tone. She was one of the top disciples of Alcade Peak at that time, and her natural talent wasn't inferior to me. In my entire lifetime, the thing I regret the most was that I didn't stop her that day and instead accompanied her to go crazy. As he finished speaking, Zheng Fan's body lightly trembled, and he was slightly lost. Later on, that nascent soul stage fierce beast was killed by me with this Grade 6 spirit saber. Before she died, she gave this Grade 6 spirit saber a name. Tearless Night. Tearless Night is the name of the saber. As for Tearless, I knew clearly in my heart that she wanted me and Song to not shed tears for her. Later on, relying on this grade 6 spirit saber that could provide a 40% amplification of strength, I easily passed the Peak Master's successor test of Mizar Peak, and was fostered by the previous Peak Master of Mizar Peak. Later on, I took over Mizar Peak. It can be said that everything I have now was given to me by her. As Zheng Fan spoke, his eyes became slightly moist. A grade 6 spirit saber that provided a 40% amplification? Duan Lingtian's eyes squinted. Although when he broke through to the nascent soul stage and became a grade 6 weapons craftsman, he would be able to refine a grade 6 spirit weapon that provided a 40% amplification, but that was because he'd inherited all the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu as a royal grade weapons craftsman. He could imagine that the weapons craftsman that refined this grade 6 spirit saber wasn't simple. However, at the same time that he was shocked in his heart, Duan Lingtian was able to deeply feel the love the wife of Mizar Peak's master, Zheng Fan, had for Zheng Fan. For the sake of her husband's future, she would stop at nothing. Even her own life. The cord in the depths of his heart was plucked. Zheng Fan's wife was worthy of respect. Later, for the sake of this tearless night, I started to abandon the sword to practice the saber, and switched to saber skills. Zheng Fan heaved a sigh of relief. Then he looked at Duan Lingtian and squeezed out a trace of a smile on his face. If you're willing to become my disciple, I presume that my wife will approve of me giving this tearless night that has extraordinary meaning to you. Peak Master. Duan Lingtian shook his head. I'm sorry, I don't have the intention of taking you as my master now. As for this tearless night, it has extraordinary meaning to you, so you should properly keep it. Zheng Fan didn't speak, and he looked seriously at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian met Zheng Fan's gaze, and his gaze was firm and unchanging. He'd inherited the lifetime worth of memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, and it was equivalent to inheriting the pride of Samsara Emperor Wu. The pride of Samsara Emperor Wu caused him to be bound to not take a person that was weaker than Samsara Emperor Wu as his master. After a long time, Zheng Fan seemed to have realized Duan Lingtian's firmness, and he nodded. Never mind, everyone has their own aspirations. Even if you really take me as your master, I'm afraid I have nothing to teach you. As he finished speaking, Zheng Fan didn't force Duan Lingtian any further. Peak Master, then I'll take my leave first. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled to Zheng Fan, then his figure flashed as he leaped down the pavilion and steadily descended onto the ground. Zheng Fan stood before the pavilion and gazed at Duan Lingtian's figure with a complicated gaze. What sort of person is he actually? He's able to display such composure when facing a super top grade 6 spirit saber that's capable of providing an amplification of 40%. This kid will surely be extraordinary in the future. It's truly the fortune of my 7-star sword sect. Meanwhile, Lu Qiu, who was waiting for Duan Lingtian, noticed Duan Lingtian's appearance, and he greeted the nearby Zheng Song before walking towards Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian and Lu Qiu walked side by side, and they continued to head towards the main peak, W Peak. Target: Migres Hall. Zheng Fan returned to his senses when he saw Duan Lingtian's figure vanish at the other end of the mountain path, and he sighed. He and Duan Lingtian were bound to not have the fate of being master and disciple. Father. Meanwhile, Zheng Song arrived at the pavilion and asked, did he agree? Obviously, Zheng Song knew of Zheng Fan's plans as well. Zheng Fan shook his head. No. No! Zheng Song was stunned. That Duan Lingtian is really so arrogant? Even Father, the Peak Master of Mizar Peak, condescended to take him as a personal disciple, and he refused? Not only that, the corners of Zheng Fan's mouth curled into a bitter smile. I even took out the tearless night your mother left me, but he seemed to be utterly disdainful of it. Tearless night. Zheng Song's pupils constricted. He never imagined that for the sake of that Duan Lingtian, his father would even take out that grade 6 spirit saber with extraordinary significance. What he never imagined even more was that when faced with the temptation of that grade 6 spirit saber, Duan Lingtian actually remained unmoved. Such composure was shocking. After all, in the entire 7-star sword sect, only the grade 5 spirit sword in the sect leader's possession could compare to the grade 6 spirit saber in his father's possession, the grade 6 spirit swords in the possession of the other peak masters and guardian elders. In terms of amplification ability, it was far inferior to the grade 6 spirit saber in his father's possession, Tearless Knight. Father, I heard your laughter earlier. Why did you laugh? Chapter 324. Zheng Fan smiled mysteriously when he heard his son's question. What do you think is still worthy of me laughing heartily now? Father, just speak frankly. Zheng Song laughed bitterly. How could he have guessed? I've broken through. Zheng Fan spoke slowly with a calm tone. However, it caused Zheng Song to be stunned on the spot, and he only recovered from his shock after a short while, then stared blankly. Father, you said you've broken through? Zheng Song looked at Zheng Fan with an expression of pleasant surprise and disbelief. Zheng Fan lightly smiled as he nodded. It's all thanks to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian? Zheng Song was slightly bewildered. He's an outer court disciple. What can he do to help Father? Father, are you mistaken? This isn't related to whether he's an outer court disciple or not. Zheng Fan shook his head. Today, even if the sect leader arrived personally, he might not be able to help me break through. All in all, if it wasn't for Duan Lingtian, I'm afraid I would still need a very long time to break through. I owe him a great favor. Zheng Song gasped. It was truly difficult for him to imagine how an outer court disciple actually helped his father break through. In next to no time, under his pursuit, Zheng Fan spoke of the sequence of events. Zheng Song came to a sudden understanding. Duan Lingtian. Zheng Song was filled with gratitude towards Duan Lingtian in his heart. He was extremely clear about how many years his father had stayed at the 9th level of the void prying stage. Today, if it wasn't for Duan Lingtian enlightening his father, even after a few more years, his father might not be able to smoothly break through to the void initiation stage. This was indeed a great favor. Duan Lingtian and Lu Qiu continued to walk along the main peak, W Peak, up the mountain path. Migres Hall was above. Elder Lu Qiu, when is the 7-star sword sect's inner court disciple test usually held? On the way, Duan Lingtian recalled the reason he left the stalactite cave today, and he asked Lu Qiu who was by his side. The inner court disciple test is held once every half a year, and it's usually 1 month after the outer court disciple test. Today just happens to be the day of the outer court disciple test. Therefore, there is only 1 month left until the inner disciple examination. Lu Qiu said slowly. Now, Lu Qiu, who'd seen Duan Lingtian's cultivation at the 8th level of the origin core stage, wasn't surprised that Duan Lingtian asked about the inner court disciple test. In his opinion, with Duan Lingtian's current strength, passing the inner disciple trial would be a piece of cake. Once an outer court disciple broke through to the 8th level of the origin core stage, passing the inner court disciple test would be a cinch. A month later? Duan Lingtian nodded, and then asked, Elder Lu Qiu, is there a need to register for the inner court disciple test? Lu Qiu shook his head. There's no need. On the day of the inner court disciple test, you can directly head to the Dubhe Peaks test platform. Examination platform? Duan Lingtian was stunned. He wasn't familiar with the main peak, Dubhe Peak. The assessment platform is the vast platform where you participated in the outer sect disciple assessment half a year ago. Lu Qiu patiently explained without the slightest impatience. In his eyes, the current Duan Lingtian had a boundless future. In the future, if he were to stay in the 7-star sword sect, he would surely be a pillar of the 7-star sword sect, and becoming the next sect leader of the 7-star sword sect wasn't impossible. If he were to leave the 7-star sword sect, he would surely be a great figure whose name shook the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. According to his knowledge, in the history of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, there seemed to have never been a figure that could compare with Duan Lingtian in terms of natural talent in the martial Dao. He believed that once Duan Lingtian matured, the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom might not be able to accommodate Duan Lingtian. So that's the examination platform. Duan Lingtian came to a sudden understanding. He clearly remembered that vast platform. After all, it was the place he participated in the outer court disciple test that day. Not long after, Duan Lingtian and Lu Qiu finally arrived at the location of the Migres Hall. The Migres Hall was similarly situated on a vast platform halfway up Dubhe Peak, and it had a vast aura. Duan Lingtian and Lu Qiu walked forward in large strides to stand side by side outside the Migres Hall. Hallmaster, Lu Qiu has brought along Duan Lingtian to seek an audience. Lu Qiu stood before the Migres Hall and spoke in a loud voice, and his voice contained origin energy that extended and spread out to envelop the entire Migres Hall. In next to no time, a young man around the age of 26 or 27 with a thin figure and slight gloominess mixed between his brows walked out from within the Migres Hall. His pair of sharp eyes squinted as he looked at Lu Qiu and Duan Lingtian who were outside. Master asked the two of you to go in. This young man's voice was hoarse and low, causing others to feel extremely uncomfortable when they heard it. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but frown. He's the foster son of our Migres Peak's master, Wu Yongqian. Lu Qiu's voice transmission entered into Duan Lingtian's ears. Duan Lingtian nodded, then walked forward shoulder to shoulder with Lu Qiu, and under Wu Yongqian's lead, they walked into the Migres Hall. As soon as they entered the Migres Hall, Duan Lingtian saw the middle-aged man standing within. This middle-aged man's age was similar to the Mizar Peak's master, Zheng Fan, and his appearance was extremely ordinary, and belonged to the type of person that couldn't be found in a crowd. Duan Lingtian's spiritual force was able to vaguely detect that this middle-aged man's cultivation ought to be comparable to Zheng Fan before he broke through. 9th level of the Void Prying stage. He ought to be the peak master of Migres Peak. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. Although he hadn't seen the peak master of Migres Peak, but as a disciple of Migres Peak, he'd still heard of him. The peak master of Migres Peak was called Wu Dao. Foster father, they've come. As expected, after Wu Yongqian brought Duan Lingtian and Lu Qiu in, he bowed and reported to the peak master of Migres Peak, Wu Dao, and his hoarse and low voice was filled with reverence. Subsequently, Wu Yongqian stood behind Wu Dao. Peak master. Lu Qiu respectfully bowed to Wu Dao. Peak master. Duan Lingtian nodded to Wu Dao as well. If it was an ordinary time, Duan Lingtian acting like this by himself, perhaps no one would pay attention to it. But now, Duan Lingtian's attitude towards Wu Dao was a clear contrast when compared to Lu Qiu. Wu Dao's brows slightly frowned, and he was slightly displeased. Presumptuous. Wu Yongqian, who stood behind Wu Dao, had a pair of fierce eyes that were suffused with a frightening sheen as he looked at Duan Lingtian and shouted out coldly. However, Duan Lingtian instead paid no attention to Wu Yongqian, and instead looked at Wu Dao with a carefree expression, as if his expression wouldn't change even if Mount Tai collapsed before him. Wu Yongqian's face sank when he saw Duan Lingtian actually dared to disregard him, and his eyes flickered with gloomy cold lights that were waiting to swallow Duan Lingtian up. Lu Qiu stood by Duan Lingtian's side, and now he broke out in cold sweat for Duan Lingtian as well. You're Duan Lingtian? Wu Dao's brows eased up, and his eyes were instantly suffused with a wisp of coldness as he stared fixedly at Duan Lingtian. At the same time, a formidable imposing aura gushed out from Wu Dao's body, and it pressed down onto Duan Lingtian, the imposing aura of a 9th-level void prying stage expert. But when faced with Wu Dao's formidable imposing aura, Duan Lingtian instead seemed to not feel anything, and he stood on the spot with an unchanged expression, not moving like a mountain. The imposing aura on Wu Dao's body ceaselessly rose. Duan Lingtian's expression still didn't change, and the corners of his mouth even curled into a wisp of a smile. It was a composed smile. What had Duan Lingtian? Finally, Wu Dao's imposing aura was completely restrained by him, and he laughed loudly, and the displeasure from before vanished without a trace. As expected of an existence that's able to kill the number 1 disciple in the outer court, sure how. Duan Lingtian, now, you fully deserve the title of number 1 disciple in the 7-star sword sect's outer court. Duan Lingtian didn't mind Wu Dao's sudden change in attitude, and he nodded. Thank you for your praise, Peak Master. Wu Yongqian, who was behind Wu Dao, had an additional sheen of jealousy and viciousness appear in his cold eyes when he heard Wu Dao praise Duan Lingtian. He was Wu Dao's foster son. But since he was young, he'd never heard Wu Dao praise him like this. Neither servile nor overbearing, he's a rare talent. Wu Dao looked at Duan Lingtian and nodded with satisfaction, then said, Duan Lingtian, you killed Shihao this time and seized the first place in the outer court martial competition, bringing honor to our Migres Peak. You said you want a reward? Reward? Duan Lingtian frowned. Wu Dao's words were filled with a condescending tone, as if a person in a higher position was speaking to a person in a lower position. This caused him to feel extremely uncomfortable. Peak Master, I'm a member of Migres Peak as well. Before leaving Migres Peak, doing some things for Migres Peak is something I ought to do. Duan Lingtian spoke indifferently and was slightly dispirited. Leave Migres Peak? Wu Dao was first stunned when he heard Duan Lingtian, then he recovered from his shock and nodded. I almost forgot, you obtained the first place in the outer court martial competition this time and obtained a profound origin fruit. If nothing unexpected happens, you ought to be at the 7th level of the origin core stage now. 7th level of the origin core stage? The corners of the mouth of the nearby Lu Qiu twitched. He felt that Wu Dao had truly underestimated Duan Lingtian too much. With your ability, stepping into the 7th level of the origin core stage and wanting to pass the inner court disciple test isn't difficult. Wu Dao looked at Duan Lingtian and pondered for a short moment. Then his eyes were suffused with a burning flowing light as he stared fixedly at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, do you know why I asked Lu Qiu to get you here? Duan Lingtian shook his head. Peak Master, please tell me. Duan Lingtian, I don't like to beat around the bush, so I'll be frank. At the same time that Wu Dao spoke, not only Duan Lingtian and Lu Qiu, even Wu Yongqian who stood behind Wu Dao looked at Wu Dao together. Finally, Wu Dao caught his breath and said with a clear voice. I, Wu Dao, the Peak Master of Migres Peak, desire to take you, Duan Lingtian, as my personal disciple. As soon as Wu Dao said this, the three people including Duan Lingtian were stunned for a moment. Duan Lingtian was speechless. When did he become so popular? Duan Lingtian reacted to Wu Dao's words and shook his head. Peak Master, I'm sorry, I temporarily don't have any plans to take you as my master. He'd even refused Zheng Fan who'd broken through to the void initiation stage now, let alone this Wu Dao. Presumptuous. When Wu Yongqian who was behind Wu Dao heard that his foster father wanted to take Duan Lingtian as his personal disciple, the flames of jealousy that filled his heart almost caused his chest to explode. Chapter 325. Duan Lingtian continued to choose to disregard Wu Yongqian who was about to go berserk, as if he utterly didn't take Wu Yongqian seriously. He indeed didn't take Wu Yongqian seriously. Duan Lingtian's disregard caused Wu Yongqian's rage to practically burn to the limit. As the peak disciple of Migres Peak and an inner court disciple of the 7-star sword sect, when had he ever been disregarded like this? The face of Wu Dao who was refused by Duan Lingtian sank slightly, and his eyes were suffused with a bright light as he stared fixedly at Duan Lingtian. Duan Ling, you're refusing me so straightforwardly? As the peak master of Migres Peak, Wu Dao had his own pride. Now, Duan Lingtian actually openly refused his good intentions, and it caused a ball of flames to arise within his heart. Peak Master, I'm sorry. Duan Lingtian's gaze was calm when faced with Wu Dao who had a displeased expression, and he spoke indifferently. A wisp of a bitter smile appeared on the face of Lu Qiu who stood beside Duan Lingtian, and he sighed in his heart. This little fellow, it's his fortune that the peak master wants to take him as a disciple. He actually refused. Lu Qiu never imagined that Duan Lingtian would actually refuse to become Wu Dao's personal disciple. Although Duan Lingtian's natural talent in the martial Dao could be said to be heaven-defying, he hadn't matured after all, and finding a good master in the 7-star sword sect would undoubtedly be of great help to him. On the other hand, he could also have one more backer, and cause those people who wanted to harm him to be somewhat fearful. Now, Duan Lingtian's decision had completely exceeded his expectations. Wu Dao, the peak master of Migres Peak, an expert whose strength could be ranked in the top 10 of the 7-star sword sect, intended to take Duan Lingtian as his personal disciple. Duan Lingtian had refused so straightforwardly and without the slightest consideration. It caused his scalp to go numb. Duan Lingtian. Wu Dao's gaze gradually calmed down, but the expression he looked at Duan Lingtian with didn't have the full smile from before, and his tone was slightly low. Looks like you're extremely confident of your strength. Do you think that with your natural talent, I, Wu Dao, the peak master of Migres Peak, don't have the qualifications to be your master? Duan Lingtian frowned. He shook his head and said, Peak master, I've never thought of that. I just don't have any plans to become your disciple. Apprenticeship? Ever since he had absorbed the memories of Emperor Wu of Samsara, Duan Lingtian had gained another master, a master who would not hold back from him. That teacher was none other than Samsara Emperor Wu. The reincarnation Emperor Wu was once an expert who stood at the peak of the Cloud Continent. Now, Duan Lingtian's rejection was considered tactful. If he really had to speak his mind, he would say to Wu Dao, You want me to acknowledge you as my master? Are you worthy? Duan Lingtian's tactful rejection was undoubtedly an excuse in Wu Dao's ears, and it caused Wu Dao's expression to become even gloomier. Duan Lingtian, you're extremely confident. But a person can be confident, but once one is overconfident, then it's arrogance. Today, since I, Wu Dao, have opened my mouth to take you as my personal disciple, then I naturally won't easily take it back. Wu Dao's gaze descended onto Duan Lingtian, and his words were filled with an unquestionable domineering tone. Peak master, a forced melon isn't sweet. Duan Lingtian's face sank slightly, as he never imagined that Wu Dao would be so difficult to deal with. At this moment, he only felt that the Mizar Peak's master, Zheng Fan, was so amiable when compared to this Migres Peak's master, Wu Dao. This Wu Dao still wants to force me to take him as my master? Lu Qiu's brows slightly frowned, and he felt that Wu Dao was going slightly too far. But Wu Dao was the peak master of Migres Peak, whereas he was only an outer court elder of Migres Peak, and the disparity between their statuses was too great. So, even if he couldn't stand it, he didn't dare say anything. Duan Lingtian, since I've already spoken, then there's naturally no room for me to take it back. Wu Dao's tone was terrifyingly calm. Duan Lingtian's brows knit together. Is this Wu Dao a madman? If I'm not willing to take him as my master, can he still force me? Of course. Suddenly, Wu Dao spoke out once more, and he looked at Duan Lingtian. I can give you a chance. You battle my foster son. If you're able to defeat my foster son, then I can take it as I've never said anything before. But if you lose at his hands, then you must obediently become the personal disciple of I, Wu Dao. You can give up this chance. But after giving it up, no matter if you're willing or not, you, Duan Lingtian, are the personal disciple of I, Wu Dao. If you dare gossip outside and deny that you're my, Wu Dao's, disciple, then you're going against me, Wu Dao. In the future, there won't be a place for you to stay in the 7-star sword sect. As he finished speaking, Wu Dao's words were filled with tyrannical and overbearing. Duan Lingtian's face sank. This Wu Dao is so overbearing. There won't be a place for me to stay in the 7-star sword sect? Does this Wu Dao really think he's the sect leader of the 7-star sword sect? If it was said who was the happiest at this moment, then it was undoubtedly Wu Yongqian who stood behind Wu Dao. Duan Lingtian, do you dare battle me? Wu Yongqian looked at Duan Lingtian. His eyes flickered with a fierce light, and the corners of his mouth curled into a cold and indifferent smile. As far as he was concerned, this was an opportunity. If he defeated this Duan Lingtian, then his foster father would surely be extremely satisfied. His status in his foster father's heart would rise with the tide. Peak Master, do you keep your word? Duan Lingtian still didn't pay attention to Wu Yongqian, and when Wu Yongqian's expression became exceedingly savage, he looked at Wu Dao and asked indifferently. His tone didn't contain any feelings. I, Wu Dao, am the peak master of Migres Peak. Would I deceive a little kid like you? Wu Dao sneered when he heard Duan Lingtian, and his eyes were suffused with a trace of bright light. He knew that Duan Lingtian had taken the bait. Even though he'd heard of the matter of Duan Lingtian killing Xianxia with a cultivation at the 6th level of the origin core stage, and knew that Duan Lingtian had the ability to surmount a cultivation to kill an enemy, but as far as he was concerned, even if the current Duan Lingtian broke through to the 7th level of the origin core stage, it would be impossible for the current Duan Lingtian to be a match for his foster son. Although his foster son's natural talent couldn't be considered to be high, he was a 9th level origin core stage inner court disciple at any rate. Even if Duan Lingtian broke through to the 7th level of the origin core stage, it was because he'd just broken through, and his foundation was unstable. A wisp of coldness appeared on the corners of Wu Dao's mouth, and he suddenly spoke out. Foster father. Wu Yongqian withdrew his vicious gaze that descended onto Duan Lingtian, and looked respectfully at Wu Dao. In his heart, his foster father was the heavens that couldn't be defied. Duan Lingtian frowned. What does this Wu Dao want to do? In next to no time, Duan Lingtian's face went grim when he saw a 3-foot-long blade appear out of thin air in Wu Dao's hand. Qian, use Father's autumn water and properly experience the ability of the number 1 disciple in our 7-star sword sect's outer court. Wu Dao passed the 3-foot-long blade that he'd just withdrawn from his spatial ring to Wu Yongqian. This 3-foot-long blade had a glossy blade that flickered with translucent light, and it was like an expanse of autumn water that swayed. Grade 6 spirit sword. Lu Qiu, who stood beside Duan Lingtian, couldn't help but go grim when he saw the 3-foot-long blade in Wu Dao's hand, and he exclaimed in a low voice. Autumn water. Wasn't it the grade 6 spirit sword in the possession of their Migres Peak's master, Wu Dao? He never imagined. For the sake of allowing his foster son, Wu Yongqian, to defeat Duan Lingtian, Wu Dao actually even withdrew the grade 6 spirit sword he carried with him. Wu Dao's actions caused Lu Qiu to feel slightly uncomfortable in his heart. As far as he was concerned, in this way, even if Wu Yongqian won, it would be an unfair victory. Yes, foster father. Wu Yongqian's eyes shone as he solemnly received the grade 6 spirit sword, autumn water, and his body lightly trembled as he was slightly excited. Grade 6 spirit sword. Although as far as Wu Yongqian was concerned, even if he didn't have a grade 6 spirit sword, it was impossible for Duan Lingtian to be a match for him, but now that he had the chance to use his foster father's grade 6 spirit sword, it still caused him to feel a wave of delight. Don't disappoint me, Wu Dao said indifferently to Wu Yongqian. Don't worry, foster father. Wu Yongqian nodded solemnly as he held the grade 6 spirit sword, autumn water, and his pair of fierce eyes descended onto Duan Lingtian as if choosing to swallow him up. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian's expression eased up slightly. But the gaze he looked at Wu Dao with had instead become unfamiliar and icy cold. For the sake of making him become his personal disciple, this Wu Dao actually debased himself to such an extent that he even withdrew his grade 6 spirit sword and gave it to Wu Yongqian. All for the sake of allowing Wu Yongqian to defeat him. If it was said that he was only displeased with Wu Dao before, then now he looked down upon Wu Dao from the bottom of his heart. As far as he was concerned, this was a person that couldn't afford to lose. Allowing an inner court disciple to deal with an outer court disciple like him was already an unfair victory, but now he actually even withdrew his grade 6 spirit sword. What difference was this from cheating? A person like this wants to become my master? Duan Lingtian's face seemed to be covered in a layer of ice, and his gaze calmly stared at Wu Yongqian, who was glaring at him like a tiger watching its prey. He saw the confidence on Wu Yongqian's face. Does this Wu Yongqian really think that he can defeat me just because he possesses a grade 6 spirit sword? The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a wisp of imperceptible disdain. Meanwhile, Wu Dao took a few steps back, and under his gaze, Lu Qiu moved to the side as well and stopped to watch from the sidelines. For a time, an empty space appeared in the spacious audience hall. Duan Lingtian and Wu Yongqian stood facing each other. In Duan Lingtian's hand, A 3-foot-long blade appeared out of thin air, and it was precisely the grade 7 spirit sword he'd withdrawn from his spatial ring. Even though Duan Lingtian was a grade 7 weapons craftsman now, and was even able to refine a grade 7 spirit weapon that provided an amplification of 31%, but he hadn't refined it yet. This grade 7 spirit sword was the spoils of the battle he'd obtained in the past. Its amplification ability was ordinary. Duan Lingtian, my foster father wants to take you as his personal disciple because he thinks highly of you. Not only do you not feel deeply grateful, you actually dare to refuse. Today, I, Wu Yongqian, will properly teach you a lesson on behalf of my foster father, and let you know that there's always someone stronger. At the same time that Wu Yongqian's cold and indifferent voice sounded out, the grade 6 spirit sword in his hand, Autumn Water, was suffused with traces of a pulsating sheen of origin energy. His origin energy skyrocketed and raged. Instantly, numerous lifelike ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form above Wu Yongqian. Chapter 326. Wu Yongqian, a 7-star sword sect inner court disciple, a 9th-level origin core stage martial artist. When he exerted his full strength, he was able to exert the strength of 120 ancient mammoths. Now, relying on the grade 6 spirit sword, Autumn Water. Above Wu Yongqian, 164 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form, Autumn Water. The grade 6 spirit sword amplified the strength of 44 ancient mammoths for Wu Yongqian. A grade 6 spirit sword that amplifies strength by 37%? The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a wisp of disdain, and the grade 7 spirit sword in his hand abruptly shook, drawing out a dazzling and resplendent sword flower. At the same time, origin energy leaped and bloomed on the grade 7 spirit sword, and it was incomparably gorgeous. Instantly, 110 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared above Duan Lingtian. Suddenly, along with the rhythmic movement of the origin energy on the grade 7 spirit sword in his hand, the ancient mammoth silhouettes increased explosively to 140, the strength of 140 ancient mammoths. 8th level of the origin core stage? Wu Dao, who was standing in the distance, narrowed his eyes when he saw the strength Duan Lingtian displayed. A hint of astonishment appeared on his face. He was able to discern that Duan Lingtian was only able to exert such a formidable strength by relying on a grade 7 spirit sword with a cultivation at the 8th level of the origin core stage, 8th level origin core stage at the age of a little over 20? A single profound origin fruit allowed him to directly break through from the 6th level of the origin core stage to the 8th level of the origin core stage? Wu Dao was indescribably shocked in his heart, and he slightly didn't dare believe that the scene before his eyes was real. However, all this happened before his eyes, and he had no choice but to believe it. Only now did he realize. He'd still underestimated this Duan Lingtian. Now, his heart slightly sank. Even though his foster son, Wu Yongqian, possessed a grade 6 spirit sword, he never imagined that Duan Lingtian had actually broken through to the 8th level of the origin core stage. He'd heard of the outer court martial competition from a few days ago. Duan Lingtian relied on a strength that was weaker than Shihao by over 20 ancient mammoths to kill Shihao. Presently, the strength his foster son, Wu Yongqian, exerted was merely the strength of 24 ancient mammoths more than Duan Lingtian. Taking a deep breath, Wu Dao calmed down his feelings, and his pair of sharp eyes stared fixedly at Duan Lingtian as his mood surged. Let me see if you're able to defeat a strong opponent like you did a few days ago during the outer court martial competition and defeat this useless foster son of mine. Useless adopted son. This was Wu Dao's evaluation of Wu Yongqian in his heart. All those years ago, the reason he'd taken Wu Yongqian as his foster son and brought Wu Yongqian back to the 7-star sword sect was because he'd taken a fancy to the natural talent Wu Yongqian revealed when he was young. Who would have thought that after a few years, Wu Yongqian's talent gradually became mediocre, making him extremely disappointed. This time, when he heard of the deeds of Duan Lingtian, He originally thought that he would be able to take a personal disciple that would command the winds and clouds on the stage of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom in the future, who knew that Duan Lingtian would actually resolutely refuse him. Lu Qiu stood in the distance and wasn't surprised when he saw the strength Duan Lingtian revealed. Today, before arriving at the main peak, Dubby Peak, he'd already witnessed Duan Lingtian's strength on the chain bridge, and he knew that Duan Lingtian was already an 8th level origin core stage martial artist now. 8th level of the origin core stage? Wu Yongqian stared at Duan Lingtian. His fierce eyes were suffused with coldness, and his voice was low and hoarse. Duan Lingtian, today, I'll defeat you by relying on my foster father's grade 6 spirit sword, Autumn Water. I want to let you know that the gap between an inner court disciple and an outer court disciple is something you're unable to surmount. Although he now knew that Duan Lingtian was an 8th level origin core stage martial artist, Wu Yongqian wasn't afraid in the slightest. As far as he was concerned, the rumors about the outer court martial competition from a few days ago were most likely exaggerated by the group of 7-star sword sect outer court disciples. He didn't believe that Duan Lingtian had such ability. He suspected that actually, Duan Lingtian was already a 7th level origin core stage martial artist at that time, but intentionally concealed his cultivation before others. Later on, during the battle with Hao, he revealed the strength of a 7th level origin core stage martial artist at the most critical moment, and only then was he able to kill the careless Hao. Now, when he saw Duan Lingtian reveal a cultivation at the 8th level of the origin core stage, he was even more certain of his past guesses in his heart. Profound origin fruit. It was impossible to allow a 6th level origin core stage martial artist to directly break through to the 8th level of the origin core stage. If Duan Lingtian knew what Wu Yongqian was thinking now, he wouldn't be surprised. A profound origin fruit was indeed unable to allow him to break through to the 8th level of the origin core stage, and the current him wasn't at the 8th level of the origin core stage. He was only a 7th level origin core stage martial artist. Because of the uniqueness of the cultivation method he cultivated, the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique, it was able to allow him to possess a strength that wasn't inferior to an 8th level origin core stage martial artist when he was at the 7th level of the origin core stage. The gap between an inner court disciple and an outer court disciple is something I'm unable to surmount. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled when he heard Wu Yongqian's provocative words, and his eyes narrowed into a line. I don't know about other inner court disciples, but you, Wu Yongqian, I really don't take you to heart. He'd always been someone that respected him tenfold. This Wu Yongqian had aroused killing intent towards him earlier, and although he didn't pay any attention to it, it didn't mean that he didn't care. Inner court disciple? So what? I'll still *CK you to the point you're unable to get up. A cold light flashed within Duan Lingtian's eyes. You're courting death. Duan Lingtian's words entered into Wu Yongqian's ears and caused Wu Yongqian to completely go berserk. His figure flashed out, and his entire body seemed to have transformed into a gust of wind that swept towards Duan Lingtian. Nether sword technique. At the same time that Wu Yongqian's figure flashed out, his hoarse and low voice contained killing intent mixed within. The grade 6 spirit sword, Autumn Water, in his hand abruptly transformed into nothingness before appearing once more, and not a short moment later, it once again vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, Wu Yongqian had already arrived nearby Duan Lingtian. Nether sword technique? Relying on his formidable spiritual force and Samsara Emperor Wu's lifetime worth of martial experience, Duan Lingtian saw through the profundity of the sword skill Wu Yongqian executed with a single glance. This set of sword skill was nothing more than paying attention to catching one off guard. This was very similar to his sword drawing technique. But its speed was inferior to the sword drawing arts. The nether sword technique paid attention to the combination of speed and speed. When it was fast, it was like a gale of lightning, causing one to be unable to capture it with the naked eye. When it was slow, it was like a cool breeze blowing past the clouds, confusing the opponent's line of sight. Duan Lingtian only felt a gust of wind assault his face. It was Wu Yongqian flashing before him, and the nether sword technique that caused one to be unable to fathom followed him like a shadow, and it had only just appeared when it vanished without a trace in the next moment. Of course, although Duan Lingtian's eyes were unable to capture the location of Wu Yongqian's sword strike, his spiritual force was able to clearly sense it. Suddenly, Wu Yongqian shouted explosively. His eyes were crimson red as he exerted all his strength. Duan Lingtian was able to clearly sense with his spiritual force that the grade 6 spirit sword, Autumn Water, in Wu Yongqian's hand was currently flashing towards his abdomen with the intention of heavily injuring him. Although this Wu Yongqian wishes for nothing more than to kill me, Wu Dao hasn't spoken, so he doesn't dare kill me in the end. Right at this instant, such a thought emerged in Duan Lingtian's heart. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian's gaze went slightly cold. Sword drawing arts. Duan Lingtian's hand that held the sword shook, and the grade 7 spirit sword moved. Swish. The sword struck out like a bolt of lightning and vanished before Wu Yongqian's eyes. Although the strength Duan Lingtian displayed now was inferior to the strength of an entire 24 ancient mammoths from Wu Yongqian. However, the characteristic of the sword-drawing arts was speed. Amongst the martial skills in the world, only speed was invincible. So fast. In the distance, Wu Dao and Lu Qiu stared fixedly at the exchange between Duan Lingtian and Wu Yongqian, and they were shocked by the speed at which Duan Lingtian drew his sword. The speed of the grade 7 spirit sword flashed out was actually not the slightest bit inferior to the grade 6 spirit sword, Autumn Water, in Wu Yongqian's hand. Duan Lingtian's eyes were unable to capture the sword in Wu Yongqian's hand, but it didn't mean that they were unable to. Now, relying on their formidable cultivations, they were able to clearly capture the trajectory of the spirit swords in Duan Lingtian and Wu Yongqian's hands flashed past. The grade 7 spirit sword in Duan Lingtian's hand caught up to the speed of the grade 6 spirit sword in Wu Yongqian's hand. Clang! A wave of the sound of iron weapons colliding sounded out. It was the grade 7 spirit sword in Duan Lingtian's hand that had blocked the grade 6 spirit sword in Wu Yongqian's hand in the nick of time. This scene caused Wu Dao's gaze to focus. He knew clearly in his heart that the outcome of this exchange would be decided in this exchange. If either Duan Lingtian or Wu Yongqian was able to suppress the other in a head-on collision, then they would obtain victory in one go. The speed of your sword skill isn't bad, but unfortunately, your strength is far inferior to mine. Wu Yongqian's hoarse voice revealed a trace of a sneer, and the origin energy on the grade 6 spirit sword, Autumn Water, in his hand suddenly skyrocketed. The strength of 164 ancient mammoths gushed out without holding back in the slightest. He wanted to blast away the grade 7 spirit sword in Duan Lingtian's hand and heavily injure Duan Lingtian in one go. Is that so? When he heard Wu Yongqian, Duan Lingtian's handsome face with slanted brows and starry eyes bloomed with a brilliant smile, and his smile contained strong confidence mixed within. This scene caused Wu Dao to be stunned. Where did this Duan Lingtian get such great confidence from? Lu Qiu, who stood at the side, stared fixedly at the scene before his eyes as well. He wasn't present when Duan Lingtian made a move to kill Shihao the last time, and he felt regretful. Today, he wanted to properly experience Duan Lingtian's method of defeating a stronger opponent with the weak. He had confidence in Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian's eyes squinted as he felt the violent energy that instantly gushed out from the grade 6 spirit sword, Autumn Water, in Wu Yongqian's hand, and a cold light flashed within. Quake energy. At practically the instant he felt the energy on the grade 6 spirit sword skyrocket, Duan Lingtian made a move and executed the formidable ability bestowed upon him by the 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique's WRM Python transformation. Instantly, the origin energy on the grade 7 spirit sword in Duan Lingtian's hand started to tremble imperceptibly. The frequency of the trembling became faster and faster. Clang! The 2 spirit swords that had just separated collided together once again. Right when Wu Dao thought that the grade 7 spirit sword in Duan Lingtian's hand was about to be blasted flying by the grade 6 spirit sword in Wu Yongqian's hand. Umph! A muffled groan suddenly sounded out. Wu Yongqian's face was livid, and the hand that held the sword seemed to have started trembling, but he gritted his teeth and endured it. Chapter 327. Wu Yongqian's hand that held the sword was dripping with blood, and his hand trembled along with the sword, but he still gritted his teeth and forcefully endured. Let's see how long you can last. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a sneer when he saw this. The frequency of the quake energy was raised to the limit. Instantly. Wu Yongqian emitted a shrill cry and let go of the grade 6 spirit sword, Autumn Water, in his hand, but it was still too late. The bones in his wrist were shattered by the quake energy, and one of his arms was completely limp, weak and boneless. The bones in his entire arm were shattered from the quake. Clang. The grade 6 spirit sword, Autumn Water, was blasted flying by the grade 7 spirit sword in Duan Lingtian's hand before crashing to the ground. Swoosh. Duan Lingtian withdrew his sword and slapped out with his palm. Origin energy raged as he slapped Wu Yongqian, whose origin energy had been temporarily shattered by the quake energy, flying. Bang! Accompanied by a wave of shrill cries, Wu Yongqian crashed to the ground. Wu Yongqian, whose face was ghastly pale, tightly held onto the hand that held the sword earlier, and no matter how Duan Lingtian used his other hand to shake, the hand that held the sword, and his entire arm didn't have any reaction, crippled. No. Wu Yongqian's shrill cries stopped abruptly, and at this moment, he seemed to have become completely numb to the pain. His face was ghastly pale as his fierce eyes stared wide open, and he didn't dare believe that all this was real. His right hand, the most important hand, was completely crippled. I want you dead. I want you dead. Wu Yongqian abruptly stood up, and his eyes emitted dense hatred as he flashed towards Duan Lingtian, wanting to risk his life against Duan Lingtian. His right hand was crippled, but he still had his left hand. Wu Yongqian's left hand was suffused with origin energy as he slapped out towards Duan Lingtian, wanting to kill Duan Lingtian to vent the hatred in his heart. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a cold smile when he saw this scene. This Wu Yongqian wasn't a match for him by relying on a grade 6 spirit sword. Could it be that he thinks he's a match for him empty-handed? Naive. Laughable. Enough. Suddenly, an angry shout rang out, causing Wu Yongqian, who was running towards Duan Lingtian, to stop and freeze in place. Although his face was still filled with unwillingness, he didn't dare to make any more movements. Haven't you embarrassed yourself enough? The expression of the Migres Peak's peak master, Wu Dao, was as unsightly could be, and his pair of fierce eyes descended onto Wu Yongqian as he spoke in a low voice. Wu Yongqian lowered his head in shame. But the moment he lowered his head, his eyes swept towards Duan Lingtian, filled with bloodthirsty hatred. He wanted nothing more than to tear Duan Lingtian into pieces and grind his bones to dust. Peak Master, can I leave now? Duan Lingtian looked at Wu Dao and said calmly. Wu Daojing was still angry. He snorted coldly and ignored Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian did not mind. He nodded to Lu Qiu, and the two of them left the Migres Palace together. For a time, only Wu Dao and Lu Qiu remained in the spacious audience hall. Wu Dao put away the grade 6 spirit sword, Autumn Water, then with a raise of his hand, a medicinal pill shot out from his hand and flashed straight towards Wu Yongqian. This grade 6 Great Recovery Pill ought to be able to allow your right arm to heal completely. Thank you, foster father. Thank you, foster father. Wu Yongqian received the grade 6 Great Recovery Pill and had an overjoyed expression as he hurriedly consumed it. In Cloud Continent, healing medicinal pills were divided into 9 grades. The lowest grade was undoubtedly the Gold Injury Pill. The Gold Injury Pill was further divided into Grade 9 Gold Injury Pill, Grade 8 Gold Injury Pill, and Grade 7 Gold Injury Pill. The middle grade healing medicinal pill was the Great Recovery Pill. It was divided into Grade 6 Great Recovery Pill, Grade 5 Great Recovery Pill, and Grade 4 Great Recovery Pill. As for the high-grade healing medicinal pill, the Life Recovery Pill, not to mention the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, even in the entire Darkhan dynasty, it was an existence of legends. According to legend, the Life Recovery Pill was divided into 3 grades. They were respectively Grade 3 Life Recovery Pill, Grade 2 Life Recovery Pill, and Grade 1 Life Recovery Pill. Supposedly, the Grade 1 Life Recovery Pill was capable of reviving the dead and regrowing bones. So long as one still had a single breath left, one could be saved by using the Grade 1 Life Recovery Pill. Of course, this was only a legend. But in next to no time, Wu Yongqian's delighted expression completely froze, and he shook his head with a sense of loss and sorrow. It's useless. The Grade 6 Great Recovery Pill is useless. What? Wu Dao was shocked, as he knew that Wu Yongqian had injured his tendons and bones in the battle with Duan Lingtian earlier, and that was why he bestowed the Grade 6 Great Recovery Pill. So long as the bone marrow wasn't injured, the Grade 6 Great Recovery Pill was capable of helping the cracked bones heal. But now, the Grade 6 Great Recovery Pill was useless? Wu Dao's figure flashed and gave rise to a gust of wind, and he arrived before Wu Yongqian in the blink of an eye. His speed was so swift that it was more than 10 times faster than Wu Yongqian. Wu Dao's hand grabbed onto Wu Yongqian's limp arm, and his origin energy fused into it as he inspected the injury. In the end, his pupils constricted and he had an astonished expression. What exactly did that Duan Lingtian use? It actually shattered your arm bone to such an extent. The bone marrow within your arm bone is completely destroyed. Bone marrow destroyed. An injury like this, unless it was the legendary life recovery pill that could revive the dead and regrow flesh and bones, otherwise, it was utterly impossible to recover. Moreover, the life recovery pill must be consumed within an hour of the injury. Otherwise, even if it was a Grade 1 life recovery pill, it was still powerless to save the situation. Foster father, my hand is crippled. Wu Yongqian's face was ghastly pale, and his body lightly trembled, as he wasn't willing to believe that all this was real. This hand of his had an extraordinary meaning to him. Since a young age, he'd always used this hand to cultivate his martial skills. Now that this hand was crippled, his strength would be greatly reduced. If he wanted to use his other hand to once again cultivate his high-grade profound rank sword skill, nether sword technique, to the perfection stage, he would undoubtedly have to spend several years of bitter effort. In this way, it would surely delay his cultivation. His entire life was completely ruined. Thinking up to here, Wu Yongqian only felt as if he'd fallen into an icy pool, and his entire body was terrifyingly cold. In his heart, hatred that came from the bones arose. Duan Lingtian, I can't live under the same sky as you. Can't live under the same sky. Wu Yongqian's eyes stared till they were perfectly round, as if they were about to be shattered by his glare. What happened earlier? Tell me in detail. Wu Dao, who stood at the side, was dazed for a moment before returning to his senses. His eyes emitted a resplendent luster as he looked at Wu Yongqian and asked in a low voice. As for Wu Yongqian's hand being crippled, he didn't seem to care much, perhaps. He'd long since stopped holding any expectations towards Wu Yongqian. Wu Yongqian noticed this as well. His heart was as cold as ice, and in the depths of his heart, his hatred towards Duan Lingtian grew even deeper. But he still answered Wu Dao honestly. I originally thought that with my strength that far surpassed his, it would be sufficient to directly crush him. Who knew that just as my strength leaked out, his origin energy seemed to have started trembling, and the speed of the trembling became faster and faster. In the end, the trembling of his origin energy directly shattered my origin energy, causing me to be powerless to continue. Not only that, when his origin energy passed through his Grade 7 spirit sword to the sword in my hand, my sword and hand both started trembling along with it. I forcefully held on for an instant, and the web between my thumb and index finger was split open by him. As he spoke up to here, Wu Yongqian's voice started trembling slightly. After that, I continued to hold on. The trembling of his origin energy instantly spread throughout my entire arm. Now it looks like if I hadn't stopped in time, perhaps all the bones in my body would have been shattered by him. Wu Yongqian's heart was filled with regret. If he knew earlier that Duan Lingtian had such ability, he would surely have chosen to abandon his sword when the web between his thumb and index finger was split open. In that way, at most his web between his thumb and index finger would be injured, and his right arm would absolutely not be injured. But unfortunately, there was no medicine for regret in this world. No matter how much regret he felt now, it was of no use, no matter how much he regretted it. Duan Lingtan. In the end, Wu Yongqian transformed all his regret into ghastly hatred, and he vented it all onto Duan Lingtian. His eyes emitted a bloodthirsty sheen, and he was simply even more ferocious than the most venomous viper. Origin energy? Trembling? After Wu Dao finished listening to Wu Yongqian's description, he slightly muttered to himself. That Duan Lingtian relied on this to defeat someone stronger? This doesn't seem to be a martial skill, nor is it force. Could it be that it's a technique that comes with the cultivation method he cultivates? Or perhaps, it's an origin energy cultivation method that's separated from martial skills? Looks like I have to find a time to have a good chat with him in private. As he thought up to this point, Wu Dao made a decision in his heart, and traces of a greedy sheen appeared within his eyes. If he was able to grasp this technique, he dared say that no one below the void initiation stage was a match for him. Outside the primeval forest, in the tranquil sky, two extremely swift figures flashed out from the primeval forest and floated high in the sky. The owners of these two figures were a young girl and an old woman. The old woman in azure clothes respectfully followed behind the young girl with a humble expression, as if she was a servant with a lowly status. The young girl in yellow clothes had a pretty and cute appearance, and her eyes moved slightly as they flickered with a mischievous sheen. Suddenly, hiss hiss, two little heads stretched out from under the young girl's sleeve, and they were two little pythons that ceaselessly flicked their tongues. The two little pythons, one black and one white, their gold and silver eyes were looking towards the same direction in the distance, and traces of reluctance were mixed within their gazes. Little black, little white, both of you miss Big Brother Ling Tian again? The yellow-clothed young girl rubbed the little heads of the two little pythons and smiled playfully, and the two little dimples on her face were extremely cute. Hiss hiss, the two little pythons nodded like humans. We're leaving. I'll bring both of you to look for Big Brother Ling Tian in the future, alright? When Big Brother Ling Tian sees both of you next time, we'll surely give him a huge shock. The yellow-clothed young girl revealed a crafty smile. Hiss hiss, the two little pythons leaped with joy when they heard the yellow-clothed young girl. Young miss, we should leave. The azure-clothed old woman that floated behind the yellow-clothed young girl bowed as she spoke to the yellow-clothed young girl. Yes, Qing Nu, let's go. The yellow-clothed young girl nodded. Instantly, the azure-clothed old woman raised her hand, and an extremely strong and shapeless force enveloped her and the yellow-clothed young girl. Suddenly, the air shook. Chapter 328. After Duan Lingtian and Lu Qiu left Migres Hall together, they returned along the path they came from. Duan Lingtiu. On the way, Lu Qiu was slightly hesitant to speak, as if he wanted to say something, yet seemed to have some misgivings. Elder Lu Qiu, you've saved my life and have given me a new lease on life. If you have something to say, then speak frankly. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled, and his smile was like a spring breeze caressing his face. Lu Qiu nodded, then continued. Although I don't know what ability you relied on to defeat someone stronger than you, kill Shi Hao, and even defeat the foster son of the Peak Master, Wu Yongqian. However, as the saying goes, an ordinary man is innocent, but treasures are a crime. Today, you revealed such terrifying ability before the Peak Master. I'm afraid the Peak Master will arouse covetous thoughts towards the ability I possess, right? Duan Lingtian continued Lu Qiu's words, and the corners of his mouth curled into an indescribable smile. Lu Qiu nodded with a serious expression. Thank you for your concern, Elder Lu Qiu. But I had no other choice at that time, and could only do that. Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed into a line, and he lightly smiled. Indeed, he had no other choice. If he didn't use quake energy, it would be impossible for him to be a match for Wu Yongqian. Once he lost at the hands of Wu Yongqian, then according to the agreement between him and the Migres Peak's master, Wu Dao, he must become Wu Dao's personal disciple. For the sake of making Wu Dao dispel this thought, he naturally had to attack with his full strength and defeat Wu Yongqian. Only in this way would he be able to escape. I really don't understand why you didn't agree to the Peak Master's request. If you become the Peak Master's disciple, then to a certain extent, you'll be able to obtain his protection. At least, Zhao Lin would be afraid of you because of this, and wouldn't dare act rashly. Lu Qiu shook his head, and was extremely puzzled by Duan Lingtian's decision. As far as he was concerned, if Duan Lingtian were to take their Migres Peak's master, Wu Dao, as his master, it would be extremely beneficial. Duan Lingtian only smiled when he heard Lu Qiu, and didn't say anything further. He had his own ideas. Not to mention the fact that he had inherited the memories of reincarnation Emperor Wu, there was no need for him to become the disciple of someone weaker than reincarnation Emperor Wu. Anyone with a discerning eye could see the reason why Wu Dao wanted to take him in as his personal disciple. Wu Dao didn't really want to take him in as his personal disciple. Instead, he wanted to use him to satisfy his own vanity. Duan Lingtian believed that so long as he was willing, the Seven-Star Sword Sect's sect leader would probably fight to take him as a personal disciple. The natural talent he revealed now had already surpassed the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. In the history of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, there had never been an existence that possessed such a cultivation at his age. Suddenly, "It's you." Duan Lingtian, who was walking on the mountain road, heard a thunder-like explosion, which woke him up from a dream. He glanced over. Duan Lingtian saw a person walking up Dubhe Peak along the mountain path. This was a young man around the age of 25 or 26 that wore the uniform of a Seven-Star Sword Sect inner court disciple. With just a glance, Duan Lingtian felt that this person was slightly familiar. This inner court disciple looked at Duan Lingtian with eyes that emitted flames, and he seemed as if he wished for nothing more than to directly charge over and fight Duan Lingtian to the death. Fan Jian? Lu Qiu, who was by Duan Lingtian's side, obviously recognized this inner court disciple. Meanwhile, the inner court disciple noticed Lu Qiu, and he took a deep breath before slightly bowing respectfully to Lu Qiu. Elder Lu Qiu. What? You know Duan Lingtian? Lu Qiu looked at Fan Jian and asked with slight surprise. He clearly saw the gaze Fan Jian shot at Duan Lingtian earlier. It was a gaze that was filled with hatred and rage. He couldn't help but be slightly curious. According to his knowledge, Fan Jian had left the Seven-Star Sword Sect half a year ago and went on a long journey. Looking at Fan Jian's travel-worn appearance, he'd obviously just returned. Whereas Duan Lingtian had only entered the Seven-Star Sword Sect half a year ago, and he was from a small kingdom under the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Logically speaking, it was impossible for Fan Jian to know Duan Lingtian. Not only do I know him. Fan Jian looked at Duan Lingtian with a ferocious gaze and a face that emitted resentment. Do I know you? Duan Lingtian frowned and was slightly speechless. There's nothing wrong with this inner court disciple's head, right? Although he felt that Fan Jian was slightly familiar. But he remembered that during the half-year he'd arrived at the Seven-Star Sword Sect, he seemed to have utterly not come into contact with any inner court disciple. Looks like you've really forgotten. Then I'll properly remind you. Half a year ago, Black Bamboo City, restaurant. Fan Jian gnashed his teeth. This fellow asked the people by his side to throw him out of the restaurant that day, causing him to lose face. Now, he'd actually completely forgotten about it. Fan Jian originally thought that he'd already tossed that matter to the back of his mind. Only when he saw Fan Jian once again did he notice that the resentment in his heart hadn't vanished. Half a year ago? Black Bamboo City? Restaurant? In next to no time, Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed as he completely recalled. You're that inner court disciple that intended to forcefully buy the infant rat in my possession with Hua Xin and Yuan Wu at the Black Bamboo City restaurant that day? Looks like you've finally remembered. Fan Jian sneered when he saw Duan Lingtian recognizing him. But he was slightly bewildered in his heart. This young man had actually become an outer court disciple now. Looks like the guess of him, Hua Xin, and Yuan Wu that day was correct. He really did appear in Black Bamboo City that day because he intended to enter the Seven-Star Sword Sect. Moreover, this young man seemed to know Huaxian and Yuan Wu. Could it be that Huaxian and Yuan Wu had already taught him a lesson? Huaxian? Yuan Wu? The corners of Lu Qiu's mouth twitched when he heard Duan Lingtian. He vaguely realized something. He still remembered that half a year ago, not long after Duan Lingtian entered the Seven-Star Sword sect, he had a conflict with Huaxian and Yuan Wu, and even entered the life and death arena. Huaxian and Yuan Wu were killed by Duan Lingtian in a single move on the Migres Peak's life and death arena. It was precisely after that battle that Duan Lingtian became a famous person on Migres Peak. At that time, he felt it was slightly strange. Duan Lingtian had just entered the Seven-Star Sword sect, and logically speaking, it was impossible for him to have such a large conflict with Huaxian and Yuan Wu, and it was actually to the extent that he had to ascend the life and death arena to determine life and death. Now, when he heard Duan Lingtian, he seemed to have understood something. So it turned out that Huaxian and Yuan Wu had once wanted to forcefully buy Duan Lingtian's things, perhaps. It was precisely because of this that the conflict occurred. Fan Jian, Huaxian, and Yuan Wu had a conflict with Duan Lingtian at that time? Lu Qiu's heart jerked as a bad premonition arose within his heart. Yes, I remember now. Duan Lingtian nodded indifferently, then looked calmly at Fan Jian with a carefree expression. Slight rage arose on Fan Jian's face when he saw Duan Lingtian acting as if nothing had happened, and he said in a low voice, "You're called Duan Lingtian, right? Since you know that the two outer court disciples that were with me that day were Huaxian and Yuan Wu, I presume you've already been taught a lesson by them. However, that's that. They taught you a lesson because they wanted to settle the debt between the two of you. The debt you owe me, Fan Jian, has yet to be settled." Fan Jian looked at Duan Lingtian, and his gaze gradually went icy cold. "Yes, I've indeed been taught a lesson by them." Duan Lingtian nodded in all seriousness, then glanced deeply at Fan Jian and said in his heart, "However, for the sake of teaching me a lesson, they threw away their lives as well." "Very good." Fan Jian's face revealed a gloomy smile. "That day in Black Bamboo City, you had a nascent soul martial artist protecting you. But now you're in the Seven-Star Sword sect. No one can protect you. So what?" Duan Lingtian laughed, and he laughed extremely brilliantly. Now he was able to discern it. This Fan Jian had probably just returned to the Seven-Star Sword sect. He remembered that at that time, he didn't know if it was Huaxian or Yuan Wu, but they seemed to have said that Fan Jian had left the Seven-Star Sword sect and went on a long journey. Now it would seem that Fan Jian ought to have just returned. How about it? Fan Jian's face sank when he saw the smile on Duan Lingtian's face, and a cold light flickered within his eyes. "Duan Lingtian, that day, you caused me to lose face in public? Today, I'll give you a chance. You crawl under my crotch and everything between us will be written off." The smile on Duan Lingtian's face completely froze when he heard Fan Jian. "Crawl under my pants?" Instantly, raging flames leaped about in the depths of Duan Lingtian's eyes, and it seemed as if it could ignite everything. Duan Lingtian was enraged. Did this Fan Jian really think that he was afraid of him? Lu Qiu's face abruptly went gloomy, then he looked at Fan Jian and shouted out in shock. "Fan Jian, apologize to Duan Lingtian right now." Lu Qiu felt Duan Lingtian's rage. Fan Jian was frightened by Lu Qiu's sudden shout, and he frowned and was slightly displeased. Although he was from Migres Peak and had a good relationship with Lu Qiu, but Lu Qiu acting like this would undoubtedly cause him to lose face in public. "Elder Lu Qiu." Fan Jian's face sank, and he wanted to say something, but he hadn't finished speaking when his face froze, and his eyes emitted traces of disbelief and terror. Because it was at this moment that he received Lu Qiu's voice transmission. "Fan Jian, half a year ago, Duan Lingtian had just entered the Seven-Star Sword sect when he killed Huaxian and Yuan Wu on the life and death arena. Later on, he killed a 6th-level Origin Core Stage Outer Court disciple. A few days ago, during the Outer Court martial competition, Duan Lingtian killed the number 1 disciple in the Outer Court, Shi Hao. Just earlier, the foster son of my Migres Peak's master, Wu Dao, Wu Yongqian, in existence at the 9th level of the Origin Core stage. Only a single move and lost at his hands. If you don't want to cause trouble and end up like Xian and Yuan Wu, then apologize right now. Lu Qiu's voice was like a thunderclap that blasted Fan Jian to the point he was shocked. This Duan Lingtian had only entered the 7-star sword sect for half a year and had already done so many shocking things? Moreover, even senior brother Wu Yongqian wasn't a match for him? Forget about Xian, Yuan Wu, and Shi Hao, they were only outer court disciples and he didn't take them seriously. But Wu Yongqian, but they were inner court senior brothers that even he felt inferior to. Now, even Wu Yongqian had lost at the hands of Duan Lingtian. If he were to go against Duan Lingtian, the outcome could be imagined. Although he wasn't willing to believe it, Fan Jian knew clearly in his heart that it was impossible for Elder Lu Qiu to deceive him. Duan Lingtian's gaze went slightly cold, and when he saw Fan Jian greet Lu Qiu, his throat seemed as if it was choked by someone, and he was unable to speak any longer. He'd already guessed it. Chapter 329. Duanling, I'm sorry. Fan Jian's face slightly trembled and was slightly distorted. In the end, he seemed to have made a great decision as he gritted his teeth and apologized to Duan Lingtian. His face was filled with unwillingness and didn't have the slightest sincerity. Today, out of respect for Elder Lu Qiu, I can bury the hatchet with you. However, as the saying goes, spilled water can't be undone. Duan Lingtian looked at Fan Jian and his gaze became slightly icy cold. Since some words have been spoken, then they must be paid the price. At practically the instant Duan Lingtian finished speaking, Lu Qiu and Fan Jian's expressions changed. Duan Lingtian moved. Swish. The grade 7 spirit sword that appeared out of thin air in Duan Lingtian's hand seemed to have transformed into a bolt of lightning, whistling past and disappearing in a flash. At practically the same time. Ah! Fan Jian emitted a shrill cry. The little finger on his right hand was cut off by Duan Lingtian. Fresh blood splattered as the severed finger fell to the ground. This was the price that Duan Lingtian wanted Fan Jian to pay. Fan Jian took a deep breath, his face flushed red, and origin energy pulsed at the wound on his little finger, temporarily stopping the bleeding. Just when Fan Jian's gaze fell on the severed finger on the ground and was thinking of picking it up and finding an alchemist to connect it. Swish. As if he'd realized Fan Jian's intentions, the grade 7 spirit sword in Duan Lingtian's hand shook and flashed out, picking up the severed finger and sweeping it out of Dubhe Peak, falling into the bottomless abyss and disappearing. Now, even if Fan Jian ran down Dubhe Peak and found the severed finger, it would be impossible to connect it. Duan Lingtian. This scene caused Fan Jian's eyes to turn crimson red as he stared fixedly at Duan Lingtian. At this moment, Fan Jian seemed to have transformed into a fierce beast that opened its bloody mouth and wanted to swallow Duan Lingtian. His chest was filled with restless flames of rage that could gush out at any moment. The enmity between you and me is now written off. Duan Lingtian ignored the enraged Fan Jian and spoke in a calm tone. He didn't wait for Fan Jian's reply and casually put away the grade 7 spirit sword in his hand and walked down Dubhe Peak. At this moment, some of the inner disciples who were passing by were dumbfounded as they watched Duan Lingtian leave. Who was this outer sect disciple? He was actually so valiant. He chopped off the pinky of an inner disciple and swept it into the bottomless abyss, not giving the other party a chance to reconnect it. Fan Jian, take care of yourself. Lu Qiu took a deep look at the furious Fan Jian, shook his head and sighed. The saying, "Trouble comes from the mouth," was used to describe the current Fan Jian. He could tell that even though Duan Lingtian had recognized Fan Jian, he was still calm and did not show any signs of anger. In other words, Duan Lingtian had no intention of doing anything to Fan Jian at that time. Only when Fan Jian threatened to let Duan Lingtian crawl between his legs did Duan Lingtian emit a dense killing intent that caused even Lu Qiu to feel fear. He knew that if it wasn't for him saving Duan Lingtian's life on the chain bridge today, Duan Lingtian would absolutely not let Fan Jian off so easily because of him. In Cloud Continent, the strong were respected. Every martial artist that possessed the heart of an expert had their own dignity. Duan Lingtian, the rare genius martial artist of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, his dignity undoubtedly surpassed ordinary martial artists. The person that trampled on his dignity could already be considered to be lucky to be able to survive. Fan Jian's eyes emitted dense coldness as he gazed at Duan Lingtian's disappearing figure. Asking him to write off all the enmity between him and Duan Lingtian just like this? He wasn't willing. However, when he thought of the strength Duan Lingtian possessed now, a trace of reason arose within his heart. Finally, reason prevailed and suppressed the flames of rage that filled his heart. When Fan Jian returned to his senses and saw the group of inner court disciples standing nearby and looking at him, his face sank and he shouted in a low voice. "What are you looking at?" The group of inner court disciples dispersed in an uproar when they saw Fan Jian fly into a rage out of humiliation. When they arrived near the chain bridge that led to Migres Peak, Duan Lingtian lightly smiled to Lu Qiu and said, "Elder Lu Qiu, I still have some other matters to attend to, so I won't be returning with you for now." "Okay, you go ahead." Lu Qiu nodded, then walked towards the chain bridge by himself. Duan Lingtian looked at his surroundings, then circled around the various mountain roads of Migres Peak where streams of people flowed. After half an hour, he walked down Dubhe Peak after confirming that he wasn't followed by anyone. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian arrived near the entrance to the sect. The Seven-Star Sword sect had a place that specialized in rearing horses, and the Fergana horse that Duan Lingtian rode over half a year ago was left here. "I'm going to get the horse." Duan Lingtian walked into the stable and walked towards an outer court disciple that reared horses, then lightly smiled. "Number plate." The outer court disciple spoke as he raised his head to look at Duan Lingtian. With just a glance, the outer court disciple was stunned on the spot, then stared blankly at Duan Lingtian. Then he rubbed his eyes and asked with slight uncertainty, "Your senior brother Duan Lingtian?" Duan Lingtian withdrew a number plate from his spatial ring and passed it to the outer court disciple, then nodded. "You know me?" "Of course." The outer court disciple hurriedly nodded with an excited expression. "Senior brother Duan Lingtian, I went to watch the outer court martial competition that day as well. You're too formidable. Even senior brother Sure How isn't a match for you." Duan Lingtian smiled. "Senior brother Duan Lingtian, the horse in the stable that this number plate corresponds to is yours?" Suddenly, the outer court disciple glanced at the number plate that Duan Lingtian passed over and asked respectfully. Duan Lingtian nodded. "Senior brother Duan Lingnan, in the future, I'll surely properly get more delicious food for your horse, and guarantee that it'll be able to walk as if it's flying." The outer court disciple laughed slyly as he spoke to Duan Lingtian. "Then I'll thank you first." Duan Lingtian lightly smiled. "What's your name?" The outer court disciple instantly had an excited expression when he heard Duan Lingtian ask his name. "Senior brother Duan Lingtian, I'm called Mou, Mo as in ink, and U as in corn." "I'll remember it, Mou." Duan Lingtian nodded. "Let's go, bring me to get the horse." "Yes." Hearing this, Mou hurriedly brought Duan Lingtian inside. "Mou, did you volunteer to come to the stable to look after the horses?" Duan Lingtian looked at this outer court disciple who was similar in age to him and asked curiously. Mou nodded and laughed slyly. "My family's conditions are ordinary, and my current strength isn't strong enough, so I don't dare to go deep into the primeval forest. So, I applied to look after these horses, and this way I can earn a salary." Duan Lingtian nodded. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian saw his Fergana horse. Compared to half a year ago, the Fergana horse was much fatter. Come to think of it, in this half a year, the Fergana horse was raised like a pig. It would be strange if it didn't gain weight. Mounting the Fergana horse, Duan Lingtian smiled to Mou. "Then I'll be leaving first. Take care, senior brother Duan Ling." Under Mou's respectful gaze, Duan Lingtian spurred his horse out of the stable and left the Seven-Star Sword sect's entrance to head towards Black Bamboo City. "I wonder when I'll be able to possess even half of senior brother Duan Lingtian's strength." Mou's eyes were filled with anticipation and firmness. After half a year, Duan Lingtian once again came to Black Bamboo City. In next to no time, he arrived at the courtyard house he bought that day. Young master. When Xiongquan saw Duan Lingtian, he was as humble and respectful as before. Duan Lingtian nodded and slowly said, Xiongquan, I came to look for you this time mainly for the sake of refining a grade 7 spirit cleansing pill for you to consume. After 3 months, your cultivation will be able to completely recover. Completely recover my cultivation? Xiongquan's face was filled with excitement when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. His tiger-like eyes were misty. Thank you, young master. Thank you, young master. Xiongquan excitedly thanked Duan Lingtian. He could finally recover his cultivation from his prime, 6th level of the void prying stage. Moreover, during these past few years, although his cultivation couldn't recover to its former state, he didn't dare slack off in the slightest when it came to cultivation. He was confident that once his cultivation recovered to the 6th level of the void prying stage, it wouldn't be long before he would be able to smoothly break through to the 7th level of the void prying stage. After a short moment, Xiongquan calmed down his feelings and realized that he'd neglected Duan Lingtian, and an apologetic expression appeared on his face. Young master, I'm sorry, I was too excited. I can understand. Duan Lingtian nodded and didn't mind. Young master, you're able to refine a grade 7 spirit cleansing pill now. Then doesn't that mean you've already broken through to? Finally, Xiongquan, who recovered from his shock, realized an extremely important problem. According to his knowledge, only an alchemist at the 7th level of the origin core stage or above was able to condense a grade 7 pill fire and refine a grade 7 medicinal pill. Exactly, I've broken through to the 7th level of the origin core stage. Duan Lingtian didn't conceal it and nodded. Congratulations, young master. At the same time that Xiongquan congratulated Duan Lingtian, a tempestuous storm arose in his heart. It's only been half a year and young master has already broken through to the 7th level of the origin core stage? Presently, young master seems to be less than 21 years old, right? A 7th level origin core stage martial artist less than 21 years old. Just thinking about it caused Xiongquan's scalp to go slightly numb. Alright, stand on guard for me and don't let anyone disturb me. I'll help you refine a grade 7 spirit cleansing pill. Duan Lingtian greeted Xiongquan before walking into his former room. The room was extremely clean, as Xiongquan had obviously asked someone to clean it on normal days. Chapter 330. After taking out the materials, Duan Lingtian's gaze squinted. With a flip of his palm, a strand of flame lit up at the center of his palm, raging, soaring, and spreading. This flame was golden in color, dazzling and resplendent. It was precisely a grade 7 weapon flame. Along with the rising of the grade 7 weapon flame, the pile of weapons refinement materials that Duan Lingtian took out quickly melted, transforming into pools of liquid before finally fusing together under the control of Duan Lingtian. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian had melted the grade 8 spirit weapon cauldron as well. Another pool of liquid appeared. In the end, the two pools of liquid converged together and gradually fused together. Under the control of the grade 7 weapon flame in Duan Lingtian's hand, they gradually fused into one and didn't separate any longer. The entire process took more than an hour. The grade 7 weapon flame raged, and under the control of Duan Lingtian, the liquid that had completely fused into one gradually condensed into shape, transforming into the cauldron embryo of a cauldron. The cauldron embryo gradually became clear, and in the end, it transformed into an exquisite cauldron. Around the cauldron were 9 lifelike domineering divine dragons. I'll call you the 9-dragon cauldron in the future. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a smile as he looked at the cauldron before him, and along with the grade 7 weapon flame in his hand gradually extinguishing, the 9-dragon cauldron slowly descended into his hand. This was the first time Duan Lingtian was refining a weapon since becoming a grade 7 weapons craftsman. He who possessed the lifetime worth of weapons refinement experience of Emperor Wu of Samsara was able to easily refine this cauldron without encountering any resistance. Everything was so natural. Since he now possessed the Grade 7 Spirit Weapon Cauldron, the 9-Dragon Cauldron, Duan Lingtian could start refining the Grade 7 Spirit Cleansing Pill. The Grade 7 Spirit Cleansing Pill was sufficient to completely remove the remaining origin restriction goo in Xiongquan's body and allow Xiongquan to recover his strength at his prime. Once Xiongquan recovered, it would be an extremely great assistance to Duan Lingtian. At his prime, Xiongquan was a 6th-level void-prying stage martial artist after all. It was precisely because of this that not long after he broke through to the 7th level of the Origin Core stage and became a Grade 7 alchemist, he impatiently rushed back to Black Bamboo City for the sake of helping Xiongquan remove the remaining Origins sealing parasite poison. The materials required for the Grade 7 Spirit Cleansing Pill were also one of the materials he asked the various powers of the Crimson Sky Kingdom's Imperial City to help gather. Now he could directly refine it. With a flip of his hand, Duan Lingtian once again condensed a wisp of golden flames in his hand. This strand of golden flame was different from the Grade 7 weapon flame from before. It was completely condensed together, and its color was deep. 7th grade alchemy fire. Duan Lingtian took out a pile of medicinal ingredients and combined them with the 9 Dragons Cauldron and Grade 7 pill fire. After spending an entire 2 hours, he finally refined the Grade 7 Spirit Cleansing Pill, 3 Grade 7 Spirit Cleansing Pills. Duan Lingtian walked out of the room and passed the 3 Grade 7 Spirit Cleansing Pills into Xiongquan's hand, and at the same time, he instructed, "Xiongquan, your cultivation will recover to its prime in 3 months. At that time, I intend to make a trip to Solitary Peak." Solitary Peak, Shangguan Yen. It was precisely the person that the Boundless Sect's young sect leader asked Duan Lingtian to find that day. Duan Lingtian had a voice transmission jade slip in his hand, and it was the Boundless Sect's young sect leader who asked him to pass it to Shangguan Yen. "Yes." Xiongquan replied respectfully, and a wisp of gratitude appeared in his eyes. He was once a member of the Boundless Sect, and Duan Lingtian was still able to remember the Boundless Sect's young sect leader's instructions, and it caused him to feel gratitude from the bottom of his heart. "Recover well, I'll come look for you 3 months from now." Duan Lingtian informed Xiongquan before leaving the Courtyard House and Black Bamboo City. After returning to the 7-star Sword Sect, he returned to Migres Peak. After vigilantly circling a few rounds around the various mountain roads that were filled with people flowing about on Migres Peak, and after half an hour, after confirming that it was impossible for anyone to follow him, Duan Lingtian turned into a remote mountain road and headed towards the peak of Migres Peak. Today, Zhao Lin's madness caused Duan Lingtian to realize that he was in danger. He had to be careful. Once Zhao Lin found an opportunity, he would be doomed eternally. After returning to the stalactite cave, Duan Lingtian calmed his heart and cultivated, waiting for the arrival of the inner court disciple test. During this 1 month of time, besides cultivating, Duan Lingtian also made a trip to the primeval forest, and during the process of killing fierce beasts, he tested out the scope of effect of the quake energy he possessed now. He still remembered that when he was at the 4th level of the Origin Core stage, the scope of effect of the quake energy was within the body of 10 ancient mammoths. When he was at the 5th level of the Origin Core stage, the scope of effect of the quake energy was within the body of 20 ancient mammoths. When he was at the 6th level of the Origin Core stage, the scope of effect of the quake energy was within the body of 30 ancient mammoths. Now, his cultivation had stepped into the 7th level of the Origin Core stage, and the scope of effect of the quake energy had increased to within the body of 50 ancient mammoths in one go. In other words, so long as his opponent's strength didn't exceed the strength of 50 ancient mammoths, then his quake energy would be able to be effective. Once my cultivation breaks through to the 9th level of the Origin Core stage, the 3rd form of the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique, the WIRM Python form, will be perfected. At that time, the quake energy will increase to the limit as well. But I wonder to what extent the quake energy will increase to at that time. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath, and his eyes flickered with bright lights that were filled with anticipation. A month of time quickly passed. The day of the inner court disciple test arrived as scheduled. Duan Lingtun left the stalactite cave, left the peak of Migres Peak, and arrived nearby the trade hall. Right when Duan Lingtian was about to step onto the chain bridge. Duan Lingtian. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian heard a slightly familiar voice sound out from behind him, but he was unable to recall who it was for a moment. Turning around, Duan Lingtian saw the young man that walked over with large strides. The young man's face squeezed out a trace of a smile. Fidong. Duan Lingtian replied with a smile. The person that arrived was none other than the Migres Peak's 7th level Origin Core Stage Outer Court disciple Hidong. In next to no time, relying on his acute spiritual force and the lifetime of experience of Samsara Emperor Wu, Duan Lingtian was able to sense that there seemed to be a trace of a slight change on Hidong, and he had a guess in his heart. Duan Lingtian, you're intending to participate in the inner court disciple test, right? Hidong stood before Duan Lingtian and lightly smiled as he asked. He could be arrogant before other Migres Peak disciples, but before Duan Lingtian, he was unable to be arrogant in the slightest. In terms of natural talent, in terms of strength, he was unable to compare with this young man that was a little over 20. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled as he nodded. I heard that after you consumed the profound origin fruit, you broke through to the 8th level of the origin core stage in one go. Congratulations. Hidong congratulated with a smile on his face. Duan Lingtian nodded, and he wasn't the slightest bit surprised that Hidong was able to know his current cultivation. After all, many people saw him exert a strength comparable to the 8th level of the origin core stage that day, and now, perhaps it had already spread throughout Migres Peak. Congratulations to you too. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled and congratulated Hidong as well. Congratulations to you too? Hidong was stunned and was unable to react for a time. Duan Lingtian glanced deeply at Hidong, and the corners of his mouth curled into a smile. Didn't you break through to the 8th level of the origin core stage as well? You ought to be intending to participate in the inner court disciple test now, right? How did you know? Hidong was stunned. How did this Duan Lingtian see through it? After all, he'd only broken through a few days ago, and after he broke through, no one had mentioned the matter of him breaking through to anyone, nor had he revealed his cultivation at the 8th level of the origin core stage before anyone. Now, it was seen through by Duan Lingtian, and it caused him to be extremely astounded. Duan Lingtian smiled mysteriously. Duan Lingtian, I'm unable to see through you more and more now. Hidong sighed. No matter if it was witnessing the former number 1 disciple in the outer court, Shihao, being killed by Duan Lingtian that day, or this time, Duan Lingtian was able to see through his cultivation with a single glance, it all caused him to realize how mysterious Duan Lingtian was. This Duan Lingtian seemed to conceal many secrets. Since both of us are going to participate in the inner court disciple test, then how about we go together? Hidong looked at Duan Lingtian and issued an invitation. I'm fine with it. Duan Lingtian shrugged and spoke indifferently. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian and Hidong stepped onto the chain bridge together, and after arriving at the main peak, W Peak, they walked all the way down the mountain towards the test platform. Duan Lingtian had come to the test platform 7 months ago. At that time, he just arrived at the 7-star sword sect, and he'd passed the outer court disciple test there to become a member of the 7-star sword sect. When Duan Lingtian and Hidong arrived at the test platform, there were already many people waiting there. Duan Lingtian. A familiar voice sounded out by his ears, and Duan Lingtian looked over, and the young woman that stood alone at the side slowly walked over. The young woman had a delicate and pretty appearance, a pair of beautiful eyes that were extremely lively, and a wisp of a light smile appeared on her face. Senior sisters Wuxia. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled as he greeted the delicate and pretty young woman. The delicate and pretty young woman was precisely Li Fei's senior sister, Wuxia. Duan Lingtian, I heard that you broke through to the 8th level of the origin core stage 1 month ago. Looks like the medicinal strength of the profound origin fruit has really been completely unearthed by you. Obviously, Zhuqing had heard of the matter of Duan Lingtian breaking through as well. I was just lucky. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled as he spoke modestly. There's nothing to be lucky about. Zhuqing shook her head, then said, I heard that after you broke through to the 8th level of the origin core stage, junior sister cultivated even more painstakingly. I'm afraid it won't be long before she'll be able to smoothly break through to the 6th level of the origin core stage. When she mentioned Li Fei, Zhuqing's eyes emitted traces of doting. She liked that junior sister that had extraordinary natural talent from the bottom of her heart. Duan Lingtian's brows raised, and the corners of his mouth curled into a bitter smile. That little girl is always so eager to excel. Zhuqing, you've come to participate in the inner court disciple test as well? Could it be that you've broken through as well? He Dong looked at Zhuqing with a face full of surprise. Zhuqing shook her head. Who said that one can only participate in the inner court disciple test after breaking through? It is indeed difficult for a 7th level origin core stage martial artist to pass the inner court disciple test, but it isn't like there's no chance to pass. As she finished speaking, Zhuqing had a face full of confidence. Besides, if you can come, then why can't I? Chapter 331. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled when he saw Zhuqing's current attitude towards Hidong. Looks like his senior sister Zhuqing was still unable to accept the fact that she lost to Hidong in the outer court martial competition the other day. At that time, it was only because Zhuqing made a mistake that she lost to Hidong, otherwise, the two of them might not be able to determine a victor. Hidong laughed bitterly, then glanced at Duan Lingtian with a pleading gaze. Duan Lingtian looked at Zhuqing and lightly smiled. Senior sister Zhuqing, there's something you might not know. Hidong has already broken through to the 8th level of the origin core stage a few days ago. Zhuqing's expression froze when she heard Duan Lingtian, as she obviously didn't expect that Hidong would break through before her. After a short moment, Zhuqing looked at Hidong and grunted in a low voice. Although she was unwilling to admit it, she still had to admit it. Even if Hidong defeated her in the outer court martial competition the other day purely by luck. Now, Hidong had broken through to the 8th level of the origin core stage and was already not on the same level as her, so he could easily defeat her. Right at this moment, a cold snort sounded out by Duan Lingtian's ears, then a familiar and ear-piercing voice sounded out. Hidong, I never expected that you've broken through as well. If there's a chance, let's spar? Duan Lingtian frowned. He didn't see the person but only heard the voice, and he'd already discerned who the owner of the voice was. Hu Shuefeng, the personal disciple of the Merak Peak's master. From what Hu Shuefeng said now, he could discern that he'd broken through to the 8th level of the origin core stage as well. Hu Shuefeng had just stepped onto the test platform and obviously heard what Duan Lingtian said to Zhuqing. He walked over in large strides, then looked at Zhuqing and his eyes narrowed. Zhuqing, now, amongst us, it seems that only you haven't broken through. You have to work hard. Hu Shuefeng's words weren't without ridicule. Hu Shuefeng. Zhuqing's delicate and pretty face sank, and her beautiful eyes seemed to have a trace of rage arose within. What? You've become angry from embarrassment? Hu Shuefeng started laughing. Zhuqing, it's not that I'm looking down on you. But even if I didn't break through to the 8th level of the origin core stage, you're still not a match for me. As for now, you, a 7th level origin core stage martial artist, I, Hu Shuefeng, only need a single sword strike to defeat you. Zhuqing was so angry that her delicate body trembled. Her pretty face turned ashen as she said coldly, You can try. I'm happy to oblige. Hu Shuefeng smiled brightly, with a bit of arrogance between his brows. He did not put Zhuqing in his eyes at all. At this moment, the other outer court disciples who were preparing to participate in the inner court disciple test noticed the commotion and gathered around to watch the show, just when everyone thought that Hu Xiefeng and Zhuqing were about to fight. A cold snort that seemed to have come from an ice cave brought with it an extreme coldness, causing the bodies of the people present to tremble uncontrollably. For a time, the gazes of everyone present fell onto Duan Lingtian, who was beside Zuoqing. This cold snort came from Duan Lingtian. Zuoqing was Li Fei's senior sister. Li Fei was Duan Lingtian's woman. Duan Lingtian naturally took Zuoqing to be his senior sister. Now, his senior sister was being provoked and humiliated right in front of him. With his temper, would he be able to endure it? The answer was no. Hu Shuefeng. Duan Lingtian's gaze went slightly cold as it descended onto Hu Shuefeng, and the corners of his mouth curled into a cold smile. So what if you've broken through to the 8th level of the origin core stage? Do you believe that I only need a single sword strike to kill you? I only need a single sword strike to kill you? Duan Lingtian's straightforward words entered into Hu Shuefeng's ears, causing Hu Shuefeng's face to instantly stiffen, and his eyes emitted a fierce light. Hu Shuefeng's body was angered to the point of trembling, and he was enraged to the limit. Duan Lingtian, what are you complacent about? You've only consumed the profound origin fruit to possess your current cultivation. If it wasn't for that, why would I, Hu Shuefeng, be afraid of a 6th level origin core stage outer court disciple like you? Hu Shuefeng's face sank, and his icy cold eyes stared fixedly at Duan Lingtian. He'd heard of the matter of Duan Lingtian breaking through to the 8th level of the origin core stage 1 month ago. At that time, his rage shot to the skies. As far as he was concerned, that profound origin fruit ought to be his, but it was seized by Duan Lingtian halfway through. Otherwise, once he consumed the profound origin fruit, his cultivation might have already broken through to the 9th level of the origin core stage. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but laugh when he heard Hu Shuefeng, and after he finished laughing, his gaze focused onto Hu Shuefeng. Hu Shuefeng, on that day during the outer court martial competition, I was only a 6th level origin core stage outer court disciple. You, a high and mighty 7th level origin core stage outer court disciple, why didn't you dare battle me? Now, do you think that because you've broken through to the 8th level of the origin core stage, you have the confidence to think that I, who was at the 6th level of the origin core stage, wasn't a match for you? As he finished speaking, the sneer on the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth grew deeper. Of course, Hu Shuefeng sneered, and his eyes emitted a strand of cold light. If you were still a 6th level origin core stage martial artist, then the current me would only need a single sword strike to kill you. Shameless! Zuoqing couldn't help but spit when she heard Hu Shuefeng. The surrounding crowd of outer court disciples all looked at Hu Shuefeng with strange expressions. When this Hu Shuefeng's cultivation was at the 7th level of the origin core stage, he didn't have the guts to battle the 6th level origin core stage Duan Lingtian. Now that he'd broken through to the 8th level of the origin core stage, he was boasting here, saying that he would be able to kill the former 6th level origin core stage Duan Lingtian with a single sword strike. Absurd. You, Hu Shuefeng, have broken through, and you still want others to stay where they are and be oppressed by you? Simply the ravings of a fool. Ha! Duan Lingtian laughed once more, and his eyes flickered with a bright light as he stared at Hu Shuefeng. Hu Shuefeng, according to what you mean, if the current you were to face the me from a month ago before I consumed the profound origin fruit, then you wouldn't be cowardly to the point of not daring to battle me? Even to the extent that you would be able to kill me with a single sword strike? Of course. Hu Shuefeng had a proud expression, as he who'd broken through to the 8th level of the origin core stage was incomparably confident. If Duan Lingtian was still a 6th level origin core stage martial artist now, then he had the confidence to be able to kill Duan Lingtian with a single sword strike. All right. Duan Lingtian started laughing, and a brilliant smile appeared on his face. Since you said so, then I'll give you a chance. Duan Lingtian's words caused most of the people present to be stunned. They didn't understand the meaning of Duan Lingtian's words. Zuoqing and Hidong looked at Duan Lingtian as if they were lost in thought. As for Hu Shuefeng, his face sank slightly, and a bad premonition arose within his heart. Hu Shuefeng. Duan Lingtian looked at Hu Shuefeng, then abruptly took a step forward as his body emitted battle intent that shot into the sky, and his fierce gaze descended onto Hu Shuefeng. I, Duan Lingtian, am willing to suppress my strength to the 6th level of the origin core stage and battle you on the life and death arena. If I use strength that surpasses the 6th level of the origin core stage, then I'm willing to commit suicide on the spot. Do you dare? Do you dare? As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, in the eyes of the surrounding crowd of outer court disciples, the Duan Lingtian before them was so lofty. It was as if he'd transformed into an invincible god of war. Overbearing and fearless. What a Duan Lingtian! He Dong looked at Duan Lingtian and couldn't help but secretly praise in his heart. He noticed that at this moment he was completely convinced by Duan Lingtian, and it was difficult for him to arouse the desire to compare with Duan Lingtian. Junior sister, why didn't you come with me today? This is your man. Suoqing's gaze was complicated, and her eyes revealed slight envy. If a woman was able to obtain the love of a man like this in her lifetime, then she would have no regrets even if she died. Senior brother Duan Lingtian, a true man. From today onwards, my idol is senior brother Duan Lingtian. Some of the surrounding outer court disciples were excited to the point their faces flushed red, as if the person that stood there and issued the life and death arena invitation to Hu Shuefeng wasn't Duan Lingtian, but was instead themselves. In next to no time, the gazes of everyone descended onto Hu Shuefeng. Hu Shuefeng had repeatedly said earlier that the current him was able to kill the 6th level origin core stage Duan Lingtian with a single strike of his sword. Now, Duan Lingtian used a cultivation at the 6th level of the origin core stage to invite Hu Shuefeng to battle in the life and death arena. Did Hu Shuefeng dare accept the challenge? Hu Shuefeng's expression was terrifyingly gloomy. He dared speak those words earlier because he had blind confidence towards his own strength, and felt that if Duan Lingtian was still that 6th level origin core stage martial artist from before, he would surely be able to easily kill Duan Lingtian. But now, Duan Lingtian actually wanted to suppress his strength to the 6th level of the origin core stage to battle him in the life and death arena. As he looked at Duan Lingtian, who stood there with a face full of confidence and battle intent that shot into the sky, his heart was shaken. Was he really able to kill the 6th level origin core stage Duan Lingtian? Although now he was still sure of this. But he didn't dare open his mouth to accept Duan Lingtian's life and death arena invitation. He hesitated. Duan Lingtian's current confidence caused traces of fear to arise within his heart. If he wasn't confident, would Duan Lingtian issue such a challenge? Putting himself in Duan Lingtian's shoes, Hu Shuefeng felt even more how mysterious and terrifying Duan Lingtian was. Perhaps, Duan Lingtian was really able to kill him with a cultivation at the 6th level of the origin core stage. After all, Duan Lingtian used a cultivation at the 6th level of the origin core stage to kill Shi Hao, who was at the 7th level of the origin core stage. Duan Lingtian's methods were too strange. When he saw Hu Shuefeng's expression that flickered between a livid and ashen expression, Duan Lingtian seemed to be able to see through Hu Shuefeng's state of mind, and he ridiculed. Hu Shuefeng, the personal disciple of the Monarch Peak's Peak Master? You're only SOSO. Only a coward. Coward? Duan Lingtian's words caused Hu Shuefeng to be filled with rage, and he glared angrily at Duan Lingtian. What? You're still unwilling to admit it now? Didn't you say earlier that with your current strength, you'd be able to kill me, who's at the 6th level of the origin core stage, with a single sword strike? Now, I've suppressed my cultivation to the 6th level of the origin core stage with the intention of battling you in the life and death arena. You hesitated for a long time and didn't dare accept the challenge. Isn't this still a coward? The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a cold smile, and every single word he said struck at Hu Shuefeng's heart. Chapter 332. Coward. As the personal disciple of the Monarch Peak's Peak Master, how could the arrogant Hu Shuefeng possibly admit that he was a coward, but now that he realized the strong confidence emitted from Duan Lingtian, he didn't dare accept the challenge. He could only maintain his silence. The gazes that were like blades from the surroundings contained traces of ridicule, and he naturally noticed it. His heart was filled with humiliation and resentment. Duan Lingtian. At this moment, the resentment Hu Shuifeng had towards Duan Lingtian in his heart had practically reached an extreme. If he was given the chance, he wouldn't hesitate in the slightest to kill Duan Lingtian, and even burn his bones and scatter his ashes. Coward! Seeing Hu Shuifeng's gloomy face and not daring to reply for a long time, the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a trace of disdain as he coldly grunted. He and Hu Shuifeng originally didn't have any relationship. But this Hu Shuifeng actually wanted to take his life during the outer court martial competition. Today, Hu Shuifeng even humiliated Zuoqing, his woman's senior sister, in front of him. This caused Duan Lingtian's rage to be completely vented. Hu Shuifeng's breathing became hurried, and his eyes transformed into a crimson-red color, yet he just happened to not dare flare up. He didn't dare gamble. The confidence Duan Lingtian displayed caused him to be extremely fearful. The surrounding crowd of outer court disciples looked at Hu Shuifeng with more and more strange gazes. However, when their gazes descended onto Duan Lingtian, they were instead filled with reverence. Senior sister, if this coward dares to be disrespectful to you in the future, feel free to tell me. Duan Lingtian looked at Zuoqing and lightly smiled. Zuoqing was his woman's senior sister, and was also his senior sister. He had the responsibility to protect Zuoqing and not allow others to humiliate her. Zuoqing lightly nodded, and a brilliant smile hung on her beautiful face. Duan Lingtian, you're really something. He Dong shook his head and smiled, as he wholeheartedly submitted to Duan Lingtian. Test Elder has arrived. Suddenly, a sharp-eyed outer disciple looked into the distance and exclaimed. Upon hearing the voice, Duan Lingtian turned around and followed the gaze of the outer disciple. The Test Elder whom Duan Lingtian had met 7 months ago had appeared before him once more. Presently, the Test Elder had come up from the main peak, Dubby Peak. Behind him, there were 8 inner sect disciples who were divided into 2 groups. They carried 2 huge objects covered in red cloth and slowly walked onto the examination platform. Test Elder. The group of outer court disciples on the test platform respectfully greeted the Test Elder who was in the lead. The exam elder nodded slightly. He stood in the middle of the exam platform and said to the 8 inner disciples, "Put the 2 cages here." 8 inner sect disciples responded and carried the 2 huge objects covered in red cloth over to him. A cage? Hearing the words of the invigilating elder, the outer court disciples present were all puzzled. Ferocious beasts? Duan Lingtian immediately used his spiritual energy to detect a clue. He discovered that there was actually a powerful ferocious beast hibernating within each of the huge objects covered in red cloth. Could this be the inner court disciple assessment? Duan Lingtian secretly guessed in his heart. Bang, bang. 2 loud noises sounded. The 2 huge objects covered in red cloth landed in the middle of the exam platform. Apart from the Test Elder and the 8 inner court disciples present, only Duan Lingtian had a calm expression on his face. All the outer court disciples, including He Dong and Zuoqing, stared curiously at the 2 huge objects covered in red cloth. They wanted to know what was inside. Lift the red cloth. At this moment, the Test Elder looked at the inner court disciples who were standing on the side of the huge objects covered in red cloth and said lightly, "Bush, bush." As the red cloth was lifted by the 2 inner court disciples, the huge objects under the red cloth were completely revealed before the eyes of Duan Lingtian and the group. Some outer court disciples couldn't help but stare in shock. Violent ape! It's a violent ape! An outer court disciple couldn't help but shout out in shock, and his face was ghastly pale. Presently, what appeared before the eyes of everyone was 2 enormous cages. The cages were obviously made of special materials, and within each of the 2 enormous cages sat a sleeping huge object. These 2 huge objects were enormous apes that were completely covered in black fur. They were 3 meters tall with bulging muscles on their entire bodies, and they were obviously not ordinary ferocious beasts. Violent Ape, 9th level Origin Core Stage Ferocious Beast. Duan Lingtian's gaze squinted as he recognized the origins of these two ferocious beasts. Violent Ape, 9th level Origin Core Stage Ferocious Beast. It possessed boundless strength and speed like the wind. It was able to smash a tiger or leopard to death with a single punch, and a single collision was able to knock down a large tree that required a few adults to encircle. It was an extremely terrifying and troublesome ferocious beast. Awaken them. Right when the gazes of Duan Lingtian and the group descended onto the two violent apes, the test elder continued to instruct. Instantly, two inner court disciples withdrew two medicinal pills and stuffed them into the mouths of the two violent apes. After a short moment, the two violent apes that had fallen asleep woke up, and they opened their crimson-red eyes that were large as gongs. When they opened their eyes, they saw the group of people, and they instantly became irritable. Oh. The two violent apes pounded their robust chests as they exerted all their strength to ram into the cages that locked them up. But unfortunately, even though they possessed boundless strength, they were still unable to do anything to the two cages. The material of this cage seems to be 1,000-year dark iron. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but be astounded as he looked at the pitch-black enormous cage. As expected of the 7-star sword sect, so extravagant. This 1,000-year dark iron was the main material to refine a grade 7 spirit weapon, but now it was actually used to make a cage. Extravagant. Too extravagant. In the end, the two violent apes seemed to have realized that using brute force was unable to solve the problem. They stopped moving, and their human-like eyes flickered as their gazes descended onto the test elder. When he saw this scene, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but praise in his heart. As expected of the ape-type fierce beasts that are closest to humans. Although they're only at the 9th level of the Origin Core stage, they've already begun to understand human nature. Under the gaze of Duan Lingtian, the two violent apes looked at the test elder and roared in a low voice, and their gong-sized eyes contained a trace of begging mixed within. As long as you cooperate, I'll get someone to send you back to the primeval forest after we're done. The test elder looked at the two violent apes with a calm gaze as he spoke indifferently. Seeming to have understood what the test elder said, the two violent apes took human form and nodded, then obediently stayed within the cage. These two violent apes wouldn't be the content of the inner court disciple test this time, right? An outer court disciple couldn't help but guess. It shouldn't be. Although the violent ape is strong, it's only a 9th level Origin Core stage fierce beast after all, and its strength is only comparable to the strength of 120 ancient mammoths. Not to mention senior brother Duan Lingtian and the others, even I, with my cultivation at the 7th level of the Origin Core stage and relying on a grade 7 spirit sword, would be sufficient to kill it. Another outer court disciple shook his head. His words obtained the agreement of most of the people. Duan Lingtian agreed as well. A 7th level Origin Core stage martial artist possessed the strength of 100 ancient mammoths, and if they were to utilize a spirit weapon, their attack strength would completely crush the violent ape. Coupled with being in such a narrow cage, the violent ape was utterly unable to exert its speed, and in the end it could only be reduced to a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. What? All of you look down on the violent ape so much? The corners of the test elder's mouth curled into a ridiculing smile when he heard the group of outer court disciples whispering in discussion. Duan Lingtian's heart jerked when he saw the test elder's sly smile. Traces of a bad premonition arose within the hearts of the other outer court disciples as well. Test elder, could it be that these two violent apes are really the content of the inner court disciple test? An outer court disciple looked at the test elder and couldn't help but ask. Exactly. Test elder nodded. Right when the group of outer court disciples were beaming with joy and had faces full of excitement, and felt that the inner court test this time was extremely simple. Test elder continued. Right, I almost forgot to tell all of you. The content of the inner court disciple test this time is exactly as all of you guessed. It's to allow all of you to battle the violent ape. But when all of you battle it, all of you are not allowed to utilize any external forces, including spirit weapons, inscriptions, and so on. When Test Elder finished speaking, the hearts of the group of outer court disciples had already risen to their throats. After Test Elder finished speaking, the expressions of all the outer court disciples couldn't help but go pale. Not using external forces? At this moment, besides Duan Lingtian, whose gaze shone and had a calm expression, the expressions of the others couldn't help but go pale. Including Hidong, Zhuqing, and Hu Shuefeng. The expressions of the three of them were extremely unsightly. Even if Hidong and Hu Shuefeng had broken through to the 8th level of the Origin Core stage now, but if they didn't rely on any external forces and fought empty-handed against 2 9th level Origin Core stage fierce beasts, the violent apes, they similarly didn't have the slightest confidence. Test Elder, how could this be possible? If we don't use external forces, how could we possibly go against the violent apes? An outer court disciple was terrified by what Test Elder said to the point his legs trembled, and he asked with slight hesitation. His words obtained the agreement of all the outer court disciples besides Duan Lingtian. Amongst the outer court disciples present, including the strongest Duan Lingtian, Hidong, and He Shuefeng, the strongest was only at the 8th level of the Origin Core stage, and there wasn't a single 9th level Origin Core stage martial artist. Test Elder grunted in a low voice, and his fierce gaze swept past all the outer court disciples present one by one. He couldn't help but frown when he saw the outer court disciples with unsightly expressions, and only when his gaze descended onto a young man around the age of 20 did his frown ease up. "You're Duan Lingtian?" In next to no time, Duan Lingtian noticed that Test Elder had looked over. Test Elder. Duan Lingtian nodded and smiled to Test Elder. "Indeed, young. I heard that after you consumed the profound origin fruit, you've already broken through to the 8th level of the Origin Core stage?" When Test Elder faced Duan Lingtian, his face was filled with a brilliant smile. Duan Lingtian's natural talent was already worthy of him facing him with a smiling face. Meanwhile, the gazes of the nearby 8 inner court disciples descended onto Duan Lingtian. "He's that Duan Lingtian? He's really as young as the rumors say. Oh my god! Such a young man is an 8th level Origin Core stage outer court disciple?" Chapter 333. During the outer court martial competition, he killed the number 1 disciple in the outer court, Shi Hao, with a cultivation at the 6th level of the Origin Core stage. 1 month ago, he consumed the profound origin fruit, and his cultivation broke through from the 6th level of the Origin Core stage to the 8th level of the Origin Core stage in one go. All this happened on a young man that was only a little over 20. This young man was Duan Lingtian. Presently, even if it was within the 7-star sword sect's inner court, the name Duan Lingtian was like a thunderclap that reverberated in the ears. So long as it wasn't an inner court disciple that was especially ill-informed, practically all of them had heard of Duan Lingtian. However, even though the 8 inner court disciples had heard of Duan Lingtian, when they really saw Duan Lingtian now, they couldn't help but be slightly shocked. Only because Duan Lingtian was truly too young. Shockingly young. For a time. As expected, Duan Lingtian became the absolute center of attention on the test platform. Even the test elder greeted Duan Lingtian with a smiling face. No one noticed that at the corner of the crowd, Hu Shuefeng stood there with a pair of icy cold eyes that emitted a sheen of jealousy. "Duan Ling, the two of us are absolutely irreconcilable." Hu Shuefeng was ruthless in his heart, and he secretly swore a ghastly oath. "It was just luck." Duan Lingtian lightly smiled to Test Elder as he replied. Test Elder shook his head. "This isn't luck. After you consumed the profound origin fruit, you were able to directly break through from the 6th level of the Origin Core stage to the 8th level of the Origin Core stage in one go, and it's sufficient to show that your natural talent is shocking. Work hard. Even in the entire Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, no one is able to compare to your natural talent, and it can be said to be unprecedented." "I will." Duan Lingtian smiled modestly and was refined and courteous. It's rare for you to be neither arrogant nor impatient. I really look forward to your future. Test Elder smiled to Duan Lingtan, then asked. I heard you entered the sect 7 months ago? Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. That day, when I entered the sect, it was precisely the outer court disciple test that Test Elder presided over. I didn't notice you back then. The Test Elder shook his head and smiled. The 7-Star Sword sect has a total of 5 Test Elders, and every single Test Elder takes turns to be in charge of the outer court disciple and inner court disciple tests for a year. This year, I've successively been in charge of your test twice, and it's sufficient to show that we're fated. Duan Lingtian smiled and nodded. It is indeed fate. In the future, if you have time, you can come to my place often. Yes, my name is Jiang Huai. The invigilating elder said to Duan Lingtian. The surrounding people were all shocked. The exam elder had even told Duan Lingtian his name. This was enough to show how much he valued Duan Lingtian. Don't worry, Elder Jiang Huai. I'll definitely disturb you when I'm free. Duan Lingtian nodded and smiled. Yes. Test Elder Jiang Huai nodded, then his gaze swept past all the outer court disciples present and said in a clear voice, Earlier, I've already spoken of the contents of the inner court disciple test. Every single one of you must take turns to enter the cage and battle the violent apes. As soon as Jiang Huai finished speaking, all the outer court disciples present shuddered. Isn't this asking us to give our lives away? Exactly. How are we supposed to deal with these 2 violent apes if we're unable to rely on external forces? Once we enter the cage, we'll die for sure. Some outer court disciples whispered in discussion. Although the outer court disciples' discussion was soft, it was still heard by Jiang Huai, and Jiang Huai said coldly, If all of you are afraid of death, you can withdraw from the inner court disciple test this time. No one is forcing all of you to participate. The crowd of outer court disciples instantly went silent when they heard Jiang Huai. Meanwhile, Jiang Huai continued. Although the inner court disciple test today allows all of you to enter the cage and battle the violent apes without relying on any external forces, it doesn't require all of you to kill the violent apes. So long as any one of you is able to persist for more than 10 breaths of time under the hands of the violent apes, then you'll be able to pass the inner court disciple test and become an inner court disciple. As soon as Jiang Huai said this, Duan Lingtian came to a sudden understanding. So it's only like this. For a time, He Dong and Hu Shuefeng heaved a sigh of relief. It was practically impossible for them to kill the violent apes without relying on external forces, but if it was only persisting for 10 breaths of time under the hands of the violent apes, then it wasn't difficult for them. Even Zhuqing had a firm expression now, and her eyes were filled with burning yearning. Yearning to pass the inner court disciple test and become an inner court disciple. At this moment, although the other outer court disciples still felt great pressure, they couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. Persisting for 10 breaths of time was much easier than killing the violent apes. Now, all the outer court disciples that need to participate in the inner court disciple test, stand by my side. Jiang Huai spoke out. For a time, including Duan Lingtian, He Dong, and Zhuqing, the group of outer court disciples stood by Jiang Huai's side, and not a single one of them gave up. They'd come here today for the sake of the inner court disciple test, and if they didn't give it a try, they wouldn't be satisfied. Moreover, the inner court disciple test today was nothing more than to allow them to persist for a period of time under the hands of the violent apes. If they didn't have confidence, they were completely able to choose to flee. Very good. Jiang Huai looked at the group of outer court disciples and nodded. When the test is carried out in a while, there will be an inner court disciple entering the cage with all of you. If all of you are unable to persist, then they will make a move to save all of you. Jiang Huai's words caused the hearts of most of the outer court disciples to be at ease. With an inner court disciple making a move, they were much more at ease. Now, the people I've called out, enter the cage and battle the violent apes. As Jiang Huai spoke, he looked at an outer court disciple. You, enter the cage on the left. You, enter the cage on the right. Subsequently, Jiang Huai called out another outer court disciple. The two outer court disciples took a deep breath, then walked towards the two cages in the distance, and entered the cages with the two inner court disciples. Now, the two violent apes seemed to have realized something. They raised their arms and fiercely pounded their chests, and their crimson-red eyes that were large like gongs flickered with a bloodthirsty sheen. Oh, oh! Oh! The cries of the two violent apes caused the faces of the two outer court disciples to go ghastly pale, and their legs started trembling. Feeling fear before the battle, they'll probably be unable to persist for 3 breaths of time. He Dong shook his head and spoke to Duan Lingtian, who was beside him. Duan Lingtian nodded and smiled, as he thought so as well. In next to no time, the two outer court disciples respectively attacked the two violent apes. Whoosh! One of the outer court disciples flashed out, and he seemed to have transformed into a gust of wind that blew towards the violent apes. Above him, 100 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form. 7th level of the origin core stage. Oh. The violent ape was instantly enraged when it saw this human daring to attack it, and its robust arms spread out before pouncing over. The strength of 120 ancient mammoths that belonged to a 9th level origin core stage fierce beast, all exploded out. The outer court disciple's fist shot out, fiercely smashing onto the violent ape's arm, but it didn't cause any material harm to the violent ape. The violent ape roared explosively, then swung its arms up and fiercely smashed down onto the outer court disciple's head. If it were to hit, this outer court disciple would die for sure. When faced with the enraged violent ape, the outer court disciple's face went ghastly pale, and his legs seemed as if they were filled with lead, and he was unable to move in the slightest. When faced with the violent ape's attack, he cried out in grief, and his voice contained slight despair mixed within. Bang! Right at this moment, the inner court disciple made a move, slapping out with his palm to block the violent ape's attack. This inner court disciple was in existence at the 9th level of the origin core stage as well. The violent ape roared furiously, and its enormous body shook, wanting to launch another attack. The inner court disciple raised his hand, and a 3-foot-long blade appeared out of thin air. Above him, 150-plus ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form. Instantly, the violent ape's enormous body stopped, and it glanced at the 150-plus ancient mammoth silhouettes in terror, then retreated and stood there obediently. You persisted for less than a breath of time, eliminated. The inner court disciple looked at the outer court disciple that was scared silly long ago, and said with a cold voice. The outer court disciple laughed bitterly, then obediently left the cage. Earlier, before the violent ape, he felt as if his heart was about to jump out, and he even forgot to dodge. In the other cage, the mental strength of the outer court disciple was comparatively stronger, and he dodged 2 of the violent ape's attacks. But even then, he was still unable to dodge the 3rd attack. Fortunately, an inner court disciple made a move and stopped the violent ape for him, otherwise he would die for sure. Persisting for 2 breaths of time, not bad. The inner court disciple nodded to the outer court disciple. However, you don't satisfy the conditions to pass the inner court disciple test, eliminated. The outer court disciple laughed bitterly as he nodded, then left the cage. Although this outer court disciple didn't pass the test as well, he still obtained gazes of admiration from the group of outer court disciples. Being able to persist for 2 breaths of time before the 9th level origin core stage violent ape with a cultivation at the 7th level of the origin core stage was already not bad. Subsequently, the outer court disciples were called out by the test elder, Jiang Huai, one by one. One by one, the outer court disciples were miserably eliminated. When facing this violent ape, if a 7th level origin core stage martial artist doesn't possess a superior movement technique, it's extremely difficult for them to persist for 10 breaths of time. He Dong shook his head and sighed. Even if they possess a superior movement technique, it's useless. The disparity in strength is too great. It's not easy to persist for 10 breaths of time. Duan Lingtian's eyes squinted, Then he glanced at the nearby Zhuqing, and a trace of a bright light flashed within his eyes as he seemed to be lost in thought. Zhuqing. In next to no time, Jiang Huai's gaze descended onto Zhuqing, and he called out the outer court disciple's name for the first time. Obviously, he knew Zhuqing. Zhuqing took a deep breath, then walked towards a cage in large strides. Zhuqing isn't skilled in movement techniques, and it's not very likely for her to pass the test. Dong shook his head and didn't hold any hope towards Zhuqing. However, Zhuqing ought to be about to break through to the 8th level of the origin core stage. She can't pass the test this time, but she'll surely be able to pass the test next time and become an inner court disciple. Dong, isn't it a bit early for you to say this now? Duan Lingtian smiled slightly disapprovingly when he heard Dong. What? Could it be that you think Zhuqing can persist for 10 breaths of time before the violent ape? Dong had an expression of disbelief. He couldn't see through this little freak, Duan Lingtian, but Zhuqing was instead his old rival. Chapter 334. Just watch. The smile on Duan Lingtian's face still remained, and he seemed to be extremely confident of Zhuqing. Dong frowned. Needless to say, his heart was filled with bewilderment towards Duan Lingtian's current attitude. Although he didn't have much interaction with Duan Lingtian, he was able to discern that Duan Lingtian wasn't the type of person that spoke without thinking. Now, Duan Lingtian was so confident of Zhuqing. Could it be that he knew something? But no matter what, he wasn't willing to believe that Zhuqing, who was at the 7th level of the origin core stage, was able to persist for 10 breaths of time under the hands of the 9th level origin core stage violent ape. Even if it was him, before he broke through to the 8th level of the origin core stage, he didn't have the slightest certainty. Some people go too far in boasting, and even the people by their side don't believe them. Laughable. A ridiculing voice suddenly sounded out, and it was incomparably ear-piercing. Duan Lingtian's face sank when he heard the voice, and he turned around to look at the owner of the voice with a cold and indifferent gaze. It was precisely Hu Shuefeng who stood at the other side of Test Elder. What? Am I wrong? The corners of Hu Shuefeng's mouth curled into a ridiculing smile when he saw Duan Lingtian looking over. Getting angry from embarrassment? Duan Lingtian glanced at Hu Shuefeng as if he was looking at an idiot, then sneered. Hu Shuefeng, you said I was boasting? Then how about we make a bet? If senior sister Zhuqing is able to persist for 10 breaths of time under the violent ape, then pass the inner court disciple test and become an inner court disciple. You, Hu Shuefeng, fight me on the life and death arena, and we'll fight to the death. Do you dare? Duan Lingtian once again threatened to invite Hu Shuefeng to battle on the life and death arena. Do you dare? Similar to before, Duan Lingtian's question was powerful and resonant, and when it entered Hu Shuefeng's ears, it caused his face to flicker between livid and pale. When he saw the confidence on Duan Lingtian's face, he hesitated once again in his heart. He didn't dare reply. Including the test elder, Jiang Huai, the other 8 inner court disciples looked at Duan Lingtian in astonishment, and at the same time, they glanced at Hu Xiefeng. Before they arrived, they were unaware of the conflict between Duan Lingtian and Hu Shuefeng on the assessment platform. If you dare battle me on the life and death arena, then I'll still do as I said before and suppress my strength to the 6th level of the origin core stage to battle you. You, Hu Shuefeng, do you dare battle me? Duan Lingtian's gaze gradually turned cold, as if it had turned into an icicle that pierced towards Hu Xiefeng. Hu Shuefeng's face was ashen. Yet he did not dare to accept the challenge. Duan Lingtian's confidence once again made him feel uncertain. Suppressing his strength to the 6th level of the origin core stage? When Jiang Huai and the 8 inner court disciples heard Duan Lingtian, their pupils couldn't help but constrict as they were shocked. As far as they were concerned, Duan Lingtian was simply courting death. They'd heard of the news of Hu Xiefeng breaking through to the 8th level of the origin core stage half a month ago, the personal disciple of the Merak Peak's peak master. As far as they were concerned, no matter how strange and heaven-defying Duan Lingtian's methods were, It was still impossible for him to kill a genuine 8th level Origin Core Stage martial artist with a cultivation at the 6th level of the Origin Core Stage. Right when they thought Hu Xiefeng would accept the challenge, they instead noticed that Hu Xiefeng's expression was unsightly, and he didn't dare make a sound for a long time. Hu Xiefeng didn't dare accept the challenge? For a moment, they were all stunned, and the gazes they shot at Hu Xiefeng underwent a change. An 8th level Origin Core Stage martial artist didn't even dare accept the challenge of a 6th level Origin Core Stage martial artist? Truly shameful. Hu Xiefeng naturally noticed the disdainful gazes from Jiang Huai and the 8 inner court disciples, and this caused his expression to become even more unsightly and even more livid. When he saw Hu Xiefeng's current appearance, Duan Lingtian naturally knew that Hu Xiefeng was terrified again, and he couldn't help but sneer. I really don't know why the Merak Peak's Peak Master would take a coward like you as his personal disciple. You've really thrown away the face of the Merak Peak's Peak Master, and even the Merak Peak itself. Meanwhile, many people thought that Hu Xiefeng would explode because of what Duan Lingtian said. In next to no time, they were disappointed. Hu Xiefeng stood there with his head lowered, and his body trembled. He was enraged to the limit, yet he just happened to not dare vent it. Hu Xiefeng, the personal disciple of the Merak Peak's Peak Master, is only SOSO. I heard that the Merak Peak's Peak Master took him as a personal disciple because of his family. The Hu clan is a great clan in our Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's Imperial City. So he's from the Imperial City's Hu clan. Looks like he's someone that relied on relationships to obtain his position. Truly laughable. Senior brother Duan Lingtian wants to suppress his cultivation to the 6th level of the Origin Core Stage to battle him, yet he, an 8th level Origin Core Stage martial artist, is actually afraid. One by one, the outer court disciples whispered in discussion. Although their voices weren't loud, practically all the people on the test platform were existences at the 7th level of the Origin Core Stage or above. Which one of them didn't have shocking hearing? They naturally heard it. Duan Lingtian. Hu Xiefeng lowered his head, and his eyes were suffused with crimson red and covered in blood veins, and his eyeballs seemed as if they would explode at any moment. Duan Lingtian swept Hu Xiefeng with a disdainful gaze, then withdrew his gaze to descend onto the distant Wuqing. Because of the small incident from before, the inner court disciple test was temporarily suspended. Now, continue. Duan Lingtian, you're too ruthless. But this Hu Xiefeng's background isn't simple, you have to be more careful when you do things in the future. He Dong's voice transmission entered into Duan Lingtian's ears. Duan Lingtian shrugged and smiled indifferently with an indifferent expression, and his gaze descended onto Wuqing, who walked into the cage and stood in confrontation with the violent ape. All of a sudden, Wuqing moved, as if transforming into a bolt of lightning that flashed directly towards the violent ape. The violent ape roared furiously when it saw Wuqing's movements. As a fierce beast, it utterly didn't know how to be protective of a woman, and its strong arms spread open as if transforming into a strong bow as it pounced towards Wuqing. Wuqing's figure flashed out. Just when everyone thought that she wanted to dodge the violent ape's attack, her figure abruptly descended. What does Wuqing want to do? This was the question in the hearts of most people present. Roar, the violent ape's furious roar sounded out once more, and this time, the furious roar contained slight pain mixed within. Everyone's vision blurred, and they noticed that after Wuqing descended to the ground, she'd borrowed the force to leap up, avoiding the violent ape's arms that whistled towards her before firmly descending onto the violent ape's shoulder. The time of a breath passed. Heavens! Wuqing borrowed force from the violent ape's feet earlier? An outer court disciple looked at the scene before him with disbelief. Seems like it. Wuqing is simply courting death. Her actions will only infuriate the violent ape. Most outer court disciples didn't look favorably upon Wuqing. Duan Lingtian, what's Wuqing doing? He Dong frowned when he saw Wuqing's graceful body firmly descending onto the violent ape's broad shoulder, and he had a puzzled expression. You'll know if you continue watching. Duan Lingtian smiled indifferently with a carefree expression. Within the cage, Zuoqing borrowed force from the violent ape's shoulder as her leg shot out, fiercely flashing towards the violent ape's neck. Even though the violent ape's strength was strong and its speed was swift, it still required a process of conditioned reflexes. Presently, it was unable to avoid Zuoqing's kick, and it forcefully suffered Zuoqing's kick. Oh! The violent ape felt pain and howled sorrowfully. Its crimson-red eyes seemed to have blazed with scorching flames of rage, and it raised its arms, wanting to grab Zuoqing. Zuoqing seemed to have known beforehand that the violent ape would make this move, and she'd first borrowed force from the violent ape's shoulder to rise up, narrowly avoiding the violent ape's swinging arms. This, in the eyes of others, the violent ape was cooperating with Zuoqing's leap, and that was why it swung its arms to sweep over, sweeping empty air. The time of 2 breaths passed. The violent ape seemed to have realized that it had to take the initiative, and its enormous body shook as it wanted to dash to the other side of the cage to pull apart the distance between it and Zuoqing. A scene that caused everyone to be dumbstruck appeared once more. The direction the violent ape charged towards was precisely the direction Zuoqing had borrowed force to leap up and land on the ground. Zuoqing once again firmly landed on the violent ape's body. A leg that was suffused with origin energy and raged once again descended onto the violent ape's neck, causing the violent ape's head to tremble as it emitted an extremely sorrowful howl. The time of 3 breaths passed. Seeing Zuoqing predict the future time and time again, taking the initiative to avoid the violent attacks of the violent ape, besides Duan Lingtian, everyone present was dumbstruck, including the inner court disciple within the cage. 10 breaths of time has passed. Only when Duan Lingtian's voice transmission pierced into the ears of the inner court disciple did the inner court disciple react, and his figure moved to stop the violent ape. Zuoqing, persist for more than 10 breaths of time and pass the inner court disciple test. Yeah. Zuoqing flew down, her beautiful cheeks flushed red, and she walked lightly with graceful steps to leave the cage. Zuoqing has passed the inner court disciple test and become an inner court disciple. Meanwhile, the voice of the test elder sounded out in a timely manner. This caused everyone that was dazed to recover from their shock. My God! Unbelievable! It's truly unbelievable. Senior Sister Zuoqing actually passed the test just like this. Why do I feel that the violent ape seemed to be intentionally letting her pass? I have this feeling as well. Could it be that all of you didn't notice that the violent ape is staring madly at Senior Sister Zuoqing? Obviously, it was extremely aggrieved from everything earlier. One by one, the outer court disciples discussed. In next to no time, everyone noticed that the violent ape that was subdued by the inner court disciple stood within the cage, and as it looked at Zuoqing's figure that left, it roared madly as its arms swung like the wind, fiercely pounding its own chest. It seemed as if it was venting the rage in its heart to its heart's content. Its emotions went out of control for a moment. F***K. This violent ape has gone mad. I wonder which unlucky bastard will be the next to go fight this berserk ape. The gaze of an outer court disciple descended onto some outer court disciples that hadn't participated in the test yet. This will depend on who the test elder picks. The gazes of all the outer court disciples descended onto Xianxia. Chapter 335. Finally, the gaze of test elder Xianxia flashed past all the outer court disciples that hadn't participated in the inner court disciple test. Everywhere Xianxia's gaze passed, all the outer court disciples had ghastly pale expressions. Xianxia frowned, and in the end his gaze descended onto Duan Lingtian, Hidong, and Hu Shuifeng. Duan Lingtian, Hidong, Hu Shuifeng? Who amongst the 3 of you will go first? Duan Lingtian shrugged with an indifferent expression. Hidong was slightly eager to give it a try. Me! But their movements weren't as swift as Hu Shuifeng. Hu Shuefeng stood out as if he wanted to use his performance to once again win back the dignity he'd lost earlier. At the same time that Hu Shuefeng took the initiative to volunteer, it caused the group of outer court disciples to be shocked, and he'd indeed obtained the admiration of many people. Although Hu Shuefeng is inferior to senior brother Duan Lingtian, he still has some ability. Yeah, he even dared to take the initiative to go up when facing that violent ape that has gone mad. As expected of the personal disciple of the Merak Peak's master. Some outer court disciples' opinions towards Hu Shuefeng had changed. The corners of Hu Shuefeng's mouth curled into an imperceptible complacency when he heard similar discussions. Meanwhile, another cage had successively changed a few more outer court disciples. Not a single person passed the test. Now, besides Duan Lingtian, Zuoqing, and Hidong, the gazes of everyone else had descended onto Hu Shuefeng, who walked towards the violent ape that had gone mad. Hu Shuefeng was about to enter into battle with the violent ape that had gone mad. They were filled with anticipation. Meanwhile, Zuoqing returned to Duan Lingtian's side and said via voice transmission, "Duan Lingtian, thank you." Duan Lingtian shrugged and replied via voice transmission. "Senior sister Zuoqing, your little Fei's senior sister, so you're my senior sister as well. We're all family, there's no need to be courteous." Family? A brilliant smile appeared on Zuoqing's beautiful face when she heard Duan Lingtian, and she nodded. "Zuoqing, how did you do it?" Hidong was puzzled as he stared at Zuoqing in disbelief. Zuoqing's actions had shocked him. During those 10 breaths of time when Zuoqing and the berserk ape were fighting in the cage, it was as if Zuoqing and the berserk ape had gone through countless rehearsals. It was even more like a play. However, this play was extremely realistic and thrilling. You should ask Duan Lingtian about that. Zuoqing only gave Hidong a single sentence before her gaze descended onto Hu Shuefeng, who'd walked into the cage and was facing the violent ape that had gone mad, and the smile on her face faded away to be replaced by gloominess. "Duan Lingtian?" Hearing Zuoqing's words, Hidong looked at Duan Lingtian and his heart couldn't help but tremble. No wonder Duan Lingtian was so confident in Zuoqing. It turned out that he already had a plan in mind. Furthermore, he seemed to have contributed a lot to Zuoqing being able to pass the inner court disciple test. "Duan Lingtian, how did you do it?" Hidong looked at Duan Lingtian as he asked in a light voice, and his tone contained a sense of astonishment mixed within. To him, this was simply too inconceivable. Duan Lingtian's brows raised as he slowly said, "Actually, it's very simple, you only need to know the habits of the berserk ape." Subsequently, Duan Lingtian roughly explained to Hidong. All of this came from the lifetime experience of the Emperor Wu of Samsara. Hidong was intoxicated as he listened. However, this berserk ape has been tricked once, and it won't be tricked a second time. If you want to play like this, then you can only go find another berserk ape. After Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he smiled. "Duan Lingtian, you actually know so many things that I've never heard of before." Now, I'm really curious, exactly how many secrets are stored in your head? Presently, Hidong admired Duan Lingtian to the point of prostrating himself before him, and he completely had no temper. His gaze descended onto the other berserk ape. "I hope the test elder will call me out to deal with this berserk ape. I'll also be able to test out the theory you taught me." Roar! Meanwhile, Hu Shuefeng had already started a fierce battle with the berserk ape that had gone mad. Rather than calling it a fierce battle, it could be said that Hu Shuefeng dodged as he fought, as an 8th-level Origin Core stage martial artist. Although Hu Shuefeng was unable to utilize the Grade 7 Spirit Sword in his hand, his strength couldn't be underestimated, and he narrowly dodged the berserk ape's attacks time and time again. Of course, Hu Shuefeng didn't have it easy either, and was in an extremely sorry state. Hidong. Test Elder Jiang Huai called out Hidong to enter the other cage and battle with the other berserk ape. "My luck isn't bad." Hidong smiled, then walked in with large strides. In next to no time, everyone saw that the method Hidong used to deal with the berserk ape was exactly the same as Zuoqing. Senior brother Hidong has broken through as well? The crowd of outer court disciples were dumbstruck when they saw the 110 ancient mammoth silhouettes that condensed into form above Hidong. Even Test Elder Jiang Huai's face revealed slight astonishment. Hidong relied on his cultivation at the 8th level of the origin core stage to toy with the berserk ape, and it was even easier than Zuoqing. In the eyes of others, Hidong seemed as if he was playing. He easily persisted for 5 breaths of time. Meanwhile, in the other cage, 10 breaths of time was up. Hu Shuefeng had passed the inner court disciple test. However, the current Hu Shuefeng was covered in dust, and he completely didn't have the handsome appearance from before. Right when Hu Shuefeng's face revealed complacency and he was waiting for the cheers of the people nearby, he instead noticed that not a single person was looking at him now, as the gazes of everyone had descended onto the other cage. It was as if there was an even more exciting scene there. Hu Shuefeng frowned and looked over. Just a glance caused his pupils to constrict and his face to sink. Within the cage, Hidong's figure floated gracefully, and he easily dodged the berserk ape's attacks. After 10 breaths of time passed and he passed the inner court disciple test, the berserk ape didn't even touch the corners of Hidong's clothes. Oh! Along with Hidong passing the test, at the same time that the crowd of outer court disciples cheered for him, the berserk apes within the 2 cages had already started to go berserk and were completely enraged. Hidong Hu Shuefeng passed the test. Test Elder Jiang Huai slowly spoke out. 2 8th-level origin core stage outer court disciples have passed the inner court disciple test as expected. An outer court disciple couldn't help but sigh. 8th-level origin core stage martial artists with shocking strength. Passing the test isn't strange. However, even though they've passed the test, who's strong and who's weak can be seen through with a glance. That's true. Even though senior brother Hu Shuefeng passed the test, he was in an extremely sorry state. On the other hand, senior brother Hidong completely doesn't seem like a person that had just fought a berserk ape. Hidong and Hu Shuefeng stood there and formed a sharp contrast. Hu Shuefeng's face sank, and he fiercely glared at Hidong. Now, he even hated Hidong. As far as he was concerned, if it wasn't for Hidong seizing his limelight, he would surely be the absolute center of attention now. He hated. Within the 2 cages, the 2 berserk apes were extremely restless, ceaselessly pounding their chests, and their crimson-red eyes that were large as gongs caused one to be shocked. The few outer court disciples that hadn't participated in the inner court disciple test had pale faces when they saw Test Elder Jiang Huai's gaze sweep over. I give up. I give up as well. In the end, they chose to give up. Earlier, they'd clearly seen the ability of the berserk ape that went berserk. Even Hu Shuefeng, who was at the 8th level of the origin core stage, was in such a sorry state. If it was them, perhaps they wouldn't even be able to persist for the time of a single breath. They knew their limits. For a time, only Duan Lingtian remained amongst the people present that hadn't participated in the inner court disciple test. The gazes of everyone descended onto Duan Lingtian, and they looked forward to Duan Lingtian's performance. Duan Lingtian, the young man that had just entered the 7-star sword sect 7 months ago. In a short 7 months of time, he'd already become famous in the entire 7-star sword sect and became the publicly acknowledged #1 genius of the 7-star sword sect, the #1 genius since the founding of the sect. Presently, the halo above Duan Lingtian was dazzling and dazzling. A little over 20 years old with a cultivation at the 8th level of the origin core stage. Not to mention the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, even if it was in the entire Darkstone Empire, or even the Dark Han Dynasty, such natural talent was a top-rate existence. Duan Lingtian. Test Elder Jiang Huai's gaze descended onto Duan Lingtian, and he lightly smiled. 2 berserk apes, which one will you choose? Presently, the 2 berserk apes that were locked within the 2 cages seemed to have gone mad, and had completely gone berserk. Of course, there was a difference in the degree to which the 2 berserk apes went berserk. The berserk ape that Hidong faced earlier was still fine, and it was only enraged just now. Now that some time had passed, its mood had calmed down greatly. However, The berserk ape that Hu Shuefeng faced was even more berserk and enraged to the limit than after he fought with Zuoqing. It was repeatedly played with by two people whose strengths were inferior to it. At this moment, this berserk ape seemed to have transformed into a berserk ape. Now, even if an ordinary 9th level origin core stage fierce beast appeared before it, perhaps the fierce beast would be directly torn into pieces by it. I wonder which berserk ape Duan Lingtian will choose. An outer court disciple was slightly curious. His curiosity aroused the curiosity of the crowd of outer court disciples as well. I feel that he ought to choose the berserk ape that he Dong faced earlier. After all, the rage of that berserk ape seems to have calmed down greatly now. I think so as well. The berserk ape that Hu Shuefeng faced earlier was already infuriated by Zuoqing, and its rage hadn't subsided yet when it was infuriated by Hu Shuefeng. Now, the strength of this berserk ape under its rage has probably already arrived at an unimaginable extent. Its current strength is absolutely the limit of a 9th level origin core stage fierce beast strength. Right when the gazes of everyone descended onto Duan Lingtian and were curious about how Duan Lingtian would choose. Hu Shuefeng's icy cold gaze followed to descend onto Duan Lingtian, and he sneered. Duan Lingtian, you should choose that berserk ape that he Dong faced earlier. Otherwise, I'm afraid you'll be unable to pass the inner court disciple test this time. Hu Shuefeng's sneer contained dense ridicule mixed within. This. Chapter 336. You seem to not have the qualifications to talk about me now. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a sneer as he looked at Hu Shuefeng, and he slowly spat out two words. Coward. Coward. Duan Lingtian had once again ridiculed Hu Shuefeng as a coward in public. This time, the people present included Test Elder Jiang Huai and the 8 inner court disciples, and all of them looked at Hu Shuefeng with strange expressions. Hu Shuefeng's expression was unsightly to the extreme, yet he just happened to have no words to refute. Presently, when he noticed the numerous gazes of ridicule from the surroundings, he wished for nothing more than to dig a hole and hide in it. Under the gazes of everyone present, Duan Lingtian withdrew his gaze that had descended onto Hu Shuefeng, then swept the 2 violent apes in the distance one by one before walking over with large strides. Everyone present concentrated their minds and calmed their breathing. They were all curious which violent ape Duan Lingtian would choose to be his opponent. The restless mood of the violent ape that he Dong faced earlier had already calmed down now. Duan Lingtian wanting to persist for 10 breaths of time under this violent ape ought to not have the slightest difficulty. After the successive provocations of Zuoqing and Hu Shuefeng, the other violent ape's rage had reached its peak, and up until now, it was still beating its robust chest like a madman. Thump, 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 thump. On the test platform that had temporarily quieted down, the sound of the violent ape ceaselessly swinging its arms and beating its chest as if it had gone mad could be vaguely heard. Oh. The violent ape emitted roars of extreme rage from time to time, the muscles on its body that was like a small hill bulged, and strong muscles could vaguely be seen twitching ceaselessly. Not far away from the 2 cages, Duan Lingtian stopped moving. Duan Lingtian is going to choose. On the test platform, the hearts of everyone, including Test Elder, couldn't help but rise to their throats. Numerous gazes descended onto Duan Lingtian. They were curious exactly what choice Duan Lingtian would make. Duan Lingtian. He Dong and Zuoqing looked at Duan Lingtian's back as flowing lights flickered within their eyes, and they were similarly curious. Hu Xiefeng looked at Duan Lingtian from afar. His handsome face was slightly distorted and ugly. Finally, Duan Lingtian moved. He took a step forward and his entire body moved. It was as if he had turned into an agile snake and quickly swept into one of the cages. He had made his choice. It's the berserk ape that Hu Xiefeng dealt with earlier. In the end, senior brother Duan Lingtian still chose this extremely enraged berserk ape. With senior brother Duan Lingtian's strength, It shouldn't be a problem for him to persist for 10 breaths of time in front of this crazy violent ape. I just don't know if he will be as miserable as Hu Xiefeng. One by one, the outer disciples looked at the scene before them with anticipation. Everyone's gazes fell onto the cage. Currently, Duan Lingtian was standing opposite the berserk ape. "Senior brother, you go out first." After Duan Lingtian walked into the cage, he started sizing it up from top to bottom. When everyone was bewildered, he looked at the inner court disciple that stood within the cage and lightly smiled. The inner court disciple was unable to react for a moment when he heard this, and he was stunned. Senior brother Duan Lingtian asked that inner court senior brother to leave the cage? Awesome. Too awesome. That's a 9th level origin core stage fierce beast, the berserk ape. Senior brother Duan Lingnan is so confident? As expected of the current number 1 disciple in our 7-star sword sect's outer court. Senior brother Duan Lingtian is too awesome. Senior brother Duan Ling, do your best. Some outer court disciples were aroused by Duan Lingtian's decision, and their hot blood boiled. Duan Linggan, you're really asking me to leave? The inner court disciple was slightly hesitant when he heard Duan Lingtian. If I leave the cage, then even if 10 breaths of time have passed, it won't stop. Are you sure you don't need my help to subdue it? No need. Duan Lingtian shook his head with a confident expression. The inner court disciple nodded, but he still looked at the test elder, Jiang Huai, from afar, and only when Jiang Huai nodded and obtained Jiang Huai's permission did he leave the cage. What a Duan Lingtian! Jiang Huai looked at Duan Lingtian, and for a time he felt that Duan Lingtian was really pleasing to the eye no matter how he looked at him, and his face revealed a wisp of a smile. Our 7-star sword sect has really picked up a treasure this time. Once this Duan Lingtian grows up in the future, he'll surely become a genius of the Darkhan dynasty. A genius of the generation. Figures that were able to be called geniuses of the generation in the Darkhan dynasty were all top figures in the Darkhan dynasty. It could be imagined that Jiang Huai held extremely great expectations towards Duan Lingtian's future. After the inner court disciple left the cage, Duan Lingtian raised his hand and actually closed the door of the cage, then casually locked it. This scene caused the scalps of the people present to go numb. What does senior brother Duan Lingtian want to do? He wouldn't be thinking of killing the violent ape, right? The crowd of outer court disciples were completely dumbstruck, and they were unable to understand Duan Lingtian's actions. As far as they were concerned, Duan Lingtian's actions were simply sealing off his path of retreat. Oh. Within the completely sealed cage, the violent ape that seemed to have gone mad stared wide open its crimson red eyes that were large like gongs as it sized up Duan Lingtian, then abruptly roared explosively, and it was filled with threatening intent. Duan Lingtian stood on the spot, and a light smile hung on his face. He had a carefree expression, and his expression wouldn't change even if Mount Tai collapsed before him. Presently, in the eyes of others, Duan Lingtian stood within the cage, unmoving like a mountain. It was as if what he was facing wasn't a 9th level origin core stage fierce beast that had gone mad, but a docile little cat. The violent ape is about to make a move. An inner court disciple that had always been paying attention to the violent ape's changes couldn't help but exclaim in a low voice. Instantly, the gazes of everyone descended onto the violent ape. Oh! Within the cage, the violent ape roared explosively, then at the same time that it swung its arms and took a stride out, it fiercely smashed towards Duan Lingtian. The violent ape that had gone mad smashed out with its arm, and it carried the strength of 120 ancient mammoths. Not long after, the violent ape's body trembled, and its crimson-red pupils constricted as if it had encountered something terrifying. Its enormous body trembled as it hurriedly retreated, and it looked at Duan Lingtian in terror. This scene caused the surrounding crowd of spectators to be greatly shocked. What's going on? The violent ape actually retreated. The 8 inner court disciples had shocked expressions, and although the crowd of outer court disciples were mentally prepared since long ago, they still couldn't help but be moved. Senior brother Duan Lingtian's ability is too terrifying. Yeah, that day, he used the strength of 100 ancient mammoths to kill Shi Hao, who exerted the strength of over 120 ancient mammoths. Today, this violent ape is only stronger than him by the strength of 10 ancient mammoths. Even if it goes berserk, it's probably not a match for him. In the next moment, the scene that occurred before their eyes caused the faces of all the outer court disciples to flush red, and their throats seemed as if they were choked by someone, causing them to be unable to make a sound for a long time. You're smart, you know how formidable it is. Chapter 337. This violent ape noticed something was wrong at the first possible moment when it was struck by Duan Lingtian's punch that contained the terrifying quake energy, and its enormous body retreated decisively. This caused Duan Lingtian to have no choice but to sigh with emotion. This violent ape was simply as intelligent as a human. As expected of a humanoid fierce beast. Awu! Suddenly, the violent ape whose legs were locked by Duan Lingtian roared furiously, then its arms pulled back as if transforming into a strong bow, and it once again smashed down towards Duan Lingtian. Too late! The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a cold smile, and origin energy skyrocketed above his hands. Quake energy! The terrifying quake energy instantly gushed into the violent ape's legs, then spread out and shook the origin energy on the violent ape's body to disperse. In the next moment, under the gazes of everyone present, Duan Lingtian pulled with his arms and forcefully swung the violent ape up, then fiercely smashed it towards the side of the cage. Bang! The cage trembled for a moment, and the violent ape was forcefully smashed onto the cage by Duan Lingtian. Ow! The violent ape howled with grief. The current violent ape didn't have the bloodthirsty and furious appearance from before, and it was simply like an aggrieved little wife. Duan Lingtian's arms shook, then he once again swung the violent ape up and smashed it towards the other side of the cage. Bang! The enormous body of the violent ape was once again smashed onto the cage, emitting an enormous bang. When this enormous bang entered into the ears of the surrounding crowd of spectators, it caused them to feel a chill run down their spines. They could imagine that if the violent ape was them, they would probably be directly smashed to death by Duan Lingtian. Bang! Another enormous bang sounded out, and this time, the violent ape was swung around and smashed onto the ground by Duan Lingtian. Awu, the violent ape whose entire body was covered in injuries, lay on the ground and emitted a wave of low and high-pitched sorrowful howls. Its arms hugged its head, and its pair of large eyes flickered with a pitiful sheen as it stared at Duan Lingtian. It was as if he was begging Duan Lingtian for mercy. Duan Lingtian also didn't plan on doing anything to the berserk ape, and directly released his hand. Meanwhile, he raised his hand, and a medicinal pill flew out, directly shooting into the berserk ape's mouth. Eat it. After the wild ape swallowed the pill, its injuries gradually recovered and it was finally able to stand up. After standing up, it knelt on one knee and bowed its head to Duan Lingtian. This scene caused the absent-minded crowd to quiver. They came back to their senses and looked at the scene in front of them in disbelief. This etiquette of the violent ape seems to be the etiquette of submission. Logically speaking, this sort of etiquette of submission is something that the violent apes ought to only display before the king of their race. Usually, even if they die in battle, they won't submit. A knowledgeable inner disciple couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva as he was inexplicably shocked. Looks like Duan Lingtian has obtained the true respect of this violent ape. Another inner court disciple said with a tone that contained traces of shock. As for the others, they were instead completely dumbstruck. Submission? That violent ape actually submitted before Duan Lingtian? F***K. An outer court disciple reacted to what happened and couldn't help but burst out with a curse. This inner court disciple test seems to only ask us to persist for 10 breaths of time before the violent ape before we're considered to have passed, right? Senior brother Duan Lingtian instead directly beat the violent ape to the ground, and even made the violent ape submit beneath his feet. Too awesome! The remaining group of outer court disciples mostly had flushed faces and were exceedingly excited. That violent ape is a 9th-level origin core stage fierce beast at any rate, but before senior brother Duan Lingtian, it was like a kitten or puppy. Earlier, Duan Lingtian swung it around and smashed it randomly, and it was simply like playing with a toy. Yeah, too exaggerated. If I didn't see it with my own 2 eyes, I utterly wouldn't dare believe that an 8th-level origin core stage martial artist is capable of doing this. That's a 9th-level origin core stage fierce beast, not a kitten or puppy. I've decided. In the future, senior brother Duan Lingtian is my idol. When I recall the scene from before now, I still can't help but feel my hot blood boil. The violent ape was swung around and smashed by senior brother Duan Lingtian just like that, and in the end, it was simply smashed to the point it lost its temper. All the outer court disciples now looked at Duan Lingtian with gazes that were filled with burning gazes. He Dong and Zhuqing glanced at each other. The 2 people who were never on good terms were filled with a rare tacit understanding. Hu Shuifeng's expression was as unsightly as it could be when he saw this scene. He'd barely persisted for 10 breaths of time before this violent ape before finally passing the test in a sorry state. Now, it was the same violent ape, yet Duan Lingtian had made it submit. Such a large contrast caused Hu Shuifeng's heart to be unable to refrain from trembling, and the hatred he had towards Duan Lingtian in his heart rose to the limit. Test Elder Jiang Huai had an astounded expression when he saw the scene before him. Although he had confidence in Duan Lingtian, he never imagined that Duan Lingtian would be so barbaric, directly making the violent ape lie on the ground. Just like what that outer court disciple had said earlier. This inner court disciple test seemed to only require one to persist for 10 breaths of time under the violent ape, right? This Duan Lingtian instead directly smashed the violent ape to the point it had no temper. Oh! The violent ape that knelt on one knee before Duan Lingtian abruptly lowered its head, and its cry was filled with respect. The violent ape's actions caused Duan Lingtian to be unable to help but be stunned. He possessed the lifetime worth of memories of Emperor Wu, so he was naturally able to discern that the violent ape was performing the etiquette of submission. This was the etiquette that would only be performed when facing an ape king. Now, this violent ape performed this sort of etiquette before him, and it caused him to be shocked in his heart. Get up. According to the memories of Emperor Wu, Duan Lingtian had learned the actions of the Monkey King when facing this sort of situation, and he stretched out his hand to rub the violent ape's lowered head a total of 3 times. Awu! After Duan Lingtian finished touching it for the 3rd time, the violent ape stood up and stood obediently at the side, meek like a little kitten. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian opened the lock on the cage and walked out. Duan Lingtian noticed that the gazes of everyone present had descended onto him. Within these gazes were a variety of emotions. There was astonishment, reverence, adoration, yearning, of course. There was also hatred. Duan Lingtian's brows raised as he looked at the people that were staring at him with hatred, and the corners of his mouth were suffused with a wisp of coldness. This Hu Shuifeng is really like a ghost that refuses to leave. Duan Lingtian has passed the inner court disciple test and become an inner court disciple. Meanwhile, Test Elder Jiang Huai announced. Duan Lingtian's face revealed a smile. From today onwards, he was an inner court disciple of the 7-Star Sword sect. Today, there were a total of 4 people that had passed the inner court disciple test. Duan Lingtian, He Dong, Zhuqing, and Hu Shuifeng. This is your inner court command token. I'll report your names after we return today. Tomorrow, all of you can rely on the inner court command token to go register at the registration area near the Dubhe Peaks Trade Hall and receive the inner court disciple's attire. Jiang Huai raised his hand, and 4 simple command tokens appeared out of thin air, and he passed them to Duan Lingtian's group of 4. After Hu Shuifeng obtained the command token, he glanced hatefully at Duan Lingtian before leaving with large strides. If it wasn't for the sake of waiting for this inner court command token, he would have left long ago. Elder Jiang Huai will be leaving first. Duan Lingtian bid his farewells to test Elder Jiang Huai, then left the test platform with Zuoqing and Hidong to walk towards Dupi Peak. The group of outer court disciples respectfully sent Duan Lingtian off with their gazes. I'm afraid it won't be long before today's matter will spread throughout the entire sect. This Duan Lingtian really scares people to death. Jiang Huai glanced at Duan Lingtian's figure and shook his head as he sighed. Oh. Duan Lingtian had only just walked out of the test platform when he heard a respectful howl sound out from behind him. He turned around to look. He saw the violent ape kneeling on one knee within the cage, and it raised its arm as it sent Duan Lingtian off with its gaze. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a smile. Through the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, he knew the meaning of the violent ape's actions. This was the etiquette of sending the ape king off respectfully. Duan Lingtian raised his hand and waved at the violent ape before leaving with Zuoqing and Hidong. Oh. When it saw Duan Lingtian vanish before its eyes, the violent ape stood up and raised its head as it roared loudly, then swung its arms and ceaselessly struck its spacious chest. Thump, 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 thump. A muffled sound sounded out, as if a song of farewell was being composed. This scene entered into the eyes of the people that hadn't left, and it caused them to be unable to refrain from sighing with emotion. How is this a fierce beast? It's simply like a human wearing beast skin. It said that apes are fierce beasts that are closest to humans. Even if their cultivations aren't high, they've already begun to understand human nature. Today, I can be considered to have completely witnessed it. Even a fierce beast like the violent ape submitted before Duan Lingtian. Could it be that it has discerned that Duan Lingtian is extraordinary? It's possible. After Duan Lingtian's group of 3 left the test platform, they walked all the way up the mountain. They prepared to return to the outer court's Sword Peak. Duan Lingtian, you're really? I don't know what to say. On the way, Hidong squeezed out a sentence with great difficulty, yet he didn't know what to say. Don't say anything if you don't know what to say. Zuoqing grunted coldly and was extremely displeased with Hidong. In next to no time, the 3 of them arrived nearby the chain bridge that led to Migres Peak. Hidong, you go back first. Duan Lingtian bid his farewells to Hidong, then he and Zuoqing arrived at another stone platform and stepped onto the chain bridge that led to Alcade Peak. He intended to go look for Li Fei. He hadn't seen that little girl for over a month, and he rather missed her in his heart. Duan Lingtian and Zuoqing walked past the chain bridge, and on the way, the gazes of the Alcade Peak female disciples lit up when they saw Duan Lingtian, and they bowed respectfully. Senior brother Duan Lingtian. Only when Duan Lingtian stepped onto Alcade Peak did he truly understand the meaning of, women are fiercer than tigers. After the group of Alcade Peak female disciples noticed him, they made a commotion and surrounded him. Senior brother Duan Lingtian, the sword skill I'm cultivating has encountered calmness. Can you guide me? Senior brother Duan Lingtian, I made a trip home a few days ago and brought back many snacks from home. Do you want to try some as well? Senior brother Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian was rather helpless when being besieged by the group of Alcade Peak female disciples, and he could only look at Zuoqing, who stood at the side and was secretly laughing. Chapter 338. Perhaps it was because Duan Lingtian was pitiful, or perhaps it was because she recalled that Duan Lingtian had helped her pass the inner court disciple test. Zuoqing withdrew her smile. Junior sisters. Zuoqing walked gracefully and stood in front of Duan Lingtian, then looked at the group of Alcade Peak female disciples. That's enough. Duan Lingtian came to our Alcade Peak because my master asked him to come. If he's late because of you, then when my master blames you, you'll have to bear the consequences. Zuoqing's words were indeed effective. Although the group of Alcade Peak female disciples were reluctant, they still obediently dispersed. Many of the female disciples glanced affectionately at Duan Lingtian as they dispersed, and their gazes were filled with teasing. This caused Duan Lingtian to feel a wave of helplessness. Senior sisters Wuqing, they seem to be very afraid of Elder Bai? After leaving the vicinity of the chain bridge, Duan Lingtian looked at Wuqing and asked curiously. Of course. Wuqing nodded and smiled. Normally, the peak master of our Arcade Peak doesn't ask about the matters of our Arcade Peak. It's all managed by my master. In Arcade Peak, my master can be considered to be half a peak master. Duan Lingtian came to a sudden understanding. In the past, relying on his formidable spiritual force and the lifetime experience of Samsara Emperor Wu, he was able to discern that Elder Bai's strength wasn't ordinary. She far surpassed the outer court elders of the other sword peaks that he'd seen. Now that he knew of Elder Bai's status in Arcade Peak, he felt relieved. After all, if one didn't have a certain amount of strength to manage such a large Arcade Peak, not to mention what the disciples of Arcade Peak would think, the other outer court elders probably wouldn't be convinced. Master shouldn't be here at this time. You go look for junior sister. Wuqing sent Duan Lingtian out of the gorge and smiled ambiguously at Duan Lingtian, not intending to return with him. Thank you, senior sister. Duan Lingtian smiled as well. This senior sister's Wuqing was really considerate. Walking into the canyon, Duan Lingtian saw Li Fei. Li Fei was watering the flowers. Looking at Li Fei's curvaceous body, Duan Lingtian's lower abdomen couldn't help but heat up. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled up into a smirk. He approached silently, opened his arms, and hugged Li Fei from behind. Who? Li Fei was frightened and shouted subconsciously. Little beauty, stop screaming. Even if you scream yourself hoarse, no one will come to save you. Duan Lingtian put his mouth beside Li Fei's earlobe and lightly blew on it as he pretended to speak with a hoarse voice. Bastard! Li Fei came back to her senses and her face was full of joy. She easily recognized Duan Lingtian. You're even able to recognize me? Duan Lingtian laughed bitterly and let go of Li Fei, then looked at Li Fei, who turned around, and his eyes were filled with tender affection. Bastard, you went to participate in the inner court disciple test today as well, right? Li Fei blinked her beautiful eyes as she asked. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. You're at the 8th level of the origin core stage now. Passing the inner court disciple test shouldn't be difficult. Senior sister went as well. Did she pass? Li Fei blinked her beautiful eyes and asked with a face full of anticipation. Since you want to know, why didn't you go watch the show with her? Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. I just finished cultivating not long ago and looked at the sky. The inner court disciple test ought to be ending soon, so I didn't go over. Li Fei said, I'll tell you later. Duan Lingtian domineeringly carried Li Fei, whose beautiful face was flushed red, and directly rushed into the wooden house. After being intimate for a while, Li Fei, who had a satisfied expression, stretched out her finger and drew small circles on Duan Lingtian's chest. Bastard, did senior sister pass the inner court disciple test or not? Do you hope she passes? Duan Lingtian hugged Li Fei a little tighter, rubbed Li Fei's soft and smooth long hair, and smelled the fragrance of Li Fei's hair as he asked with a light smile. Of course I hope senior sister passes. But, supposedly, it's extremely difficult for 7th level origin core stage outer court disciples to pass the inner court disciple test. As she finished speaking, Li Fei had a face full of worry. Alright, I won't tease you anymore. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled when he saw Li Fei's expression. With your man here, are you still worried senior sister won't be able to pass the test? Duan Lingtian's words caused Li Fei's eyes to light up. Senior sister really passed the inner court disciple test? Of course, why would I lie to you? But, you have to properly help your senior sister thank your man me. Duan Lingtian laughed wickedly. You bastard, you're really thick-skinned. Senior sister passing the test is her own ability, how can you take all the credit? Li Fei grunted lightly with a face full of disbelief. Forget it, I can't get through to you. Go ask your senior sister yourself later. Duan Lingtian laughed bitterly as he shook his head, and didn't have any intention of explaining. Bastard, is what you said true? Duan Lingtian saying this caused Li Fei's heart to slightly tremble, and she blinked her beautiful eyes as she asked in a light voice. Of course it's true. Little Fei, when have I ever lied to you? Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. He took a deep breath and was intoxicated by the fragrance of Li Fei's hair. Bastard, tell me. Li Fei's interest was piqued. What? You believe me now? Duan Lingtian laughed. Seeing that Li Fei was urging her again and again, Li Fei roughly explained what had happened. Bastard, thank you. Li Fei rubbed against Duan Lingtian's embrace as she spoke softly. She knew that it was precisely because of her that her man would help her senior sister. Little Fei, when have you ever been so courteous with me? Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. After accompanying Li Fei for a while longer, Duan Lingtian put on his clothes and prepared to leave. Before leaving he asked, Little Fei, I intend to make a trip to the solitary peak 2 months from now. Li Fei's gaze lit up when she heard this. You want to help that Boundless Sect's young sect leader deliver a message? When Duan Lingtian met the Boundless Sect's young sect leader in the misty forest outside Aurora City, Li Fei was present as well. So, Li Fei knew of the request the Boundless Sect's young sect leader had given to Duan Lingtian that day. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. It's for the sake of helping him deliver a message and going for a walk while I'm at it. Do you want to go with me? Of course. I'll tell Master about it later. Li Fei nodded excitedly. She'd been in the 7-star sword sect for over 7 months, yet she'd never left and had been bored to death since long ago. Duan Lingtian nodded. Then I'll come look for you at that time. I hope Kerr can return at that time, and the 3 of us will go with Xiongquan. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian left after notifying Li Fei. When he left Alcade Peak, Duan Lingtian intentionally sped up his footsteps and quickly ascended the chain bridge to head towards the main peak, Dubby Peak. It was as if he was fleeing for his life. This caused the group of Alcade Peak female disciples that had just reacted to the situation to sigh. Why is senior brother Duan Lingtian running so quickly? I still want to share the snacks I brought from home with senior brother Duan Lingtian. I still want to discuss life with senior brother Duan Lingtian. After Duan Lingtian arrived at the main peak, Dubby Peak, he couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. Then he returned to Migres Peak. Duan Lingtian's brows frowned when he'd only just arrived at Migres Peak, because he saw a familiar person walking towards him. Duan Lingtian. When Wu Yongqian saw Duan Lingtian once again, his eyes flickered with a ghastly sheen of hatred. It was precisely this outer court disciple that completely crippled his right arm, causing him to be unable to use his right hand to execute sword skills in the future. Is there something you need? Duan Lingtian's tone was calm as he asked indifferently. My foster father wants to see you. Wu Yongqian spoke directly. What? The peak master wants to see me? Duan Lingtian was stunned when he heard Wu Yongqian, then he raised his voice to spread throughout the surroundings. For a moment, it drew the attention of many Migres Peak disciples. Peak master? Isn't that the foster son of our Migres Peak's master, Wu Yongqian? Looks like it's precisely our Migres Peak's master who wants to see Duan Lingtian. The crowd of Migres Peak disciples discussed animatedly. Wu Yongqian frowned when he heard the discussions of these Migres Peak disciples, then he looked at Duan Lingtian and said in a low voice, Duan Lingtian, my foster father wants to see you. Why are you making so much noise, as if you're afraid others don't know that you're going to see my foster father? Duan Lingtian couldn't help but start laughing without restraint. Wu Yongqian, I crippled one of your arms that day after all, and you suddenly said that the peak master wants to see me. How would I know if the peak master went back on the matter from that day and wants to do something to me? So now, I feel that there's a need to let everyone know more about this matter. Crippled arm? The crowd of Migres Peak disciples were completely petrified when they heard Duan Lingtian. Their gazes descended onto Wu Yongqian, and they instantly noticed that Wu Yongqian's right arm drooped down as if it had no bones. It can't be, right? Senior brother Duan Lingtian actually crippled senior brother Wu Yongqian's right arm? Isn't this too ferocious? I heard senior brother Duan Lingtian say that it seems like the peak master knows of this matter as well. Awesome. I can be considered to have witnessed what true awesome is now. All the Migres Peak disciples looked at Duan Lingtian with adoration, simply as if taking Duan Lingtian to be their idol. Duan Lingen, an outer court disciple like you dares be presumptuous before me? Wu Yongqian's face went ghastly pale when he saw Duan Lingtian publicizing his embarrassing matter to everyone, and he shouted with a stern voice. Outer court disciple? The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a slight smile when he heard Wu Yongqian, and with a raise of his hand, an ancient command token appeared in his hand. Wu Yongqian, open your eyes wide and look carefully. This command token ought to not be unfamiliar to you, right? Wu Yongqian's face sank when he saw the command token in Duan Lingtian's hand. He naturally recognized this command token, because he had one himself. As for the nearby Migres Peak disciples, their gazes lit up one after another. Isn't that an inner court disciple's command token? It seems to be. Looks like senior brother Duan Lingtian has already passed today's inner court disciple test. 1 month ago, there was a rumor that senior brother Duan Lingtian had broken through to the 8th level of the origin core stage, and becoming an inner court disciple with a cultivation at the 8th level of the origin core stage isn't strange. The problem is, senior brother Duan Lingtian seems to only be a little over 20, right? Senior brother Duan Lingtian is worthy of being the publicly acknowledged monstrous genius of our 7-star sword sect. Before he appeared, if someone told me that an 8th level origin core stage martial artist a little over 20 had appeared in our Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, I wouldn't believe it even if I was beaten to death. Chapter 339. When the whispers of the Migres Peak disciples entered into Wu Yongqian's ears, it caused Wu Yongqian's face to go livid, and his pair of fierce eyes flickered with dense rage. This Duan Lingtian crippled his right arm, causing him to be dragged down because of this, and his future accomplishments were worrying. His dream since he was young was to succeed his foster father's position and become the peak master of the 7-star sword sects Migres Peak. But now it would seem that all of this would become an extravagant hope. Duan Lingen, if it wasn't for you, I'd surely be able to become the peak master of Migres Peak in the future. It's all because of you. Wu Yongqian's heart was filled with rage to the limit, and wished for nothing more than to tear Duan Lingtian into pieces before burning his bones and scattering his ashes. As far as he was concerned, it was Duan Lingtian that destroyed his life. Duan Lingtian frowned when he noticed Wu Yongqian's ghastly and hateful gaze, then said indifferently, Wu Yongqian, you seem to hate me? Although Wu Yongqian didn't say anything, but a cold snort was sufficient to display his hatred towards Duan Lingtian. Wu Yongqian, although I crippled your arm, but you have to understand one thing clearly. On that day, if it wasn't for you stubbornly resisting and being unwilling to stop, your right arm wouldn't have been crippled. Duan Lingtian looked at Wu Yongqian with a calm gaze. So, the greatest responsibility for your right arm being crippled is on you. If you abandoned your sword a moment earlier, you would at most be lightly injured. It was your conceit, your arrogance, that completely destroyed yourself. On that day, when Wu Yongqian fought Duan Lingtian, he'd used his right hand to wield his sword. Duan Lingtian was extremely clear in his heart what effect a crippled right arm would have on Wu Yongqian. But he didn't have the slightest feeling of guilt. On that day, it was because Wu Yongqian was too conceited and was unwilling to abandon his sword for a long time that caused him to fall to such an end. Moreover, from the beginning until the end, the conflict between him and Wu Yongqian was caused by Wu Yongqian's foster father, the peak master of Migres Peak, Wu Dao. If not for this, he would not have fought with Wu Yongqian. But now, sensing Wu Yongqian's hatred for him, Duan Lingtian realized that Wu Yongqian didn't think so. Wu Yongqian had clearly pushed all the blame onto him. Heavens! Hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Wu Yongqian gritted his teeth. His eyes were filled with hatred and killing intent, vicious and cold. Didn't the Peak Lord want to see me? Why aren't you leading the way? Duan Lingtian calmly glanced at Wu Yongqian and said indifferently. Wu Yongqian shuddered when he heard this, and only now did he recall the proper business. He suppressed the flames of rage that had reached the limit in his heart before turning around and intending to take Duan Lington and leave Migres Peak. Senior brother Duan Lington. At this moment, a cry of surprise came from the direction of the cable bridge, causing Duan Lingtian to stop in his tracks. Duan Lingtian glanced over. A Migres Peak disciple was walking over from the other side of the cable bridge, and when the Migres Peak disciple saw Duan Lingtian, his eyes lit up and he walked over in large strides. With just a glance, Duan Lingtian recognized this Migres Peak disciple. Yi Xiaobei. Duan Lingtian remembered this name clearly. On that day, he'd come to the trade hall with the intention of selling the pile of medicinal pills he obtained as a reward for the first place in the outer court martial competition. At that time, Yi Xiaobei and another Migres Peak disciple had a conflict for the things in his possession. In the end, Yi Xiaobei domineeringly took out 10 million gold and fiercely threw it at the Migres Peak disciple's face, causing the latter's face to be covered in blood. Duan Lingtian still remembered that scene clearly until now. It was precisely because of this that he had such a deep impression of Yi Xiaobei. Yi Xiaobei. Duan Lingtian nodded and smiled to Yi Xiaobei as he greeted him. Senior brother Duan Lingting, you still recognize me? Yi Xiaobei was stunned when he heard Duan Lingtian, then he seemed as if he'd been injected with stimulants, and his face flushed red from excitement. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. Is it so exaggerated? Senior brother Duan Lingtian, congratulations on passing the inner court disciple test and becoming an inner court disciple. Yi Xiaobei smiled as he congratulated Duan Lingtian, then said with an expression of adoration. Senior brother Duan Lingtian, I heard that during the inner court disciple test, you empty-handed swung up the 9th level origin core stage fierce beast, the violent ape, and randomly smashed it. In the end, you smashed the violent ape to the point it knelt down and begged for mercy before you. Yi Xiaobei was extremely excited as he spoke. Duan Lingtan was speechless when he heard this. Why is it getting more and more ridiculous? At that time, the violent ape didn't kneel down and beg for mercy. That was the ape clan's etiquette of submission. Yi Xiaobei didn't intentionally conceal his voice, and the surrounding crowd of Migres Peak disciples heard it. Empty-handed swung up the 9th level origin core stage fierce beast, the violent ape, and randomly smashed it? Smashed the violent ape to the point it knelt down and begged for mercy? For a moment, the gazes of all the Migres Peak disciples that descended onto Duan Lingtian became extremely strange. Gulp, 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 gulp. Sounds of gulping down saliva in astonishment rose and fell. After a short moment, these Migres Peak disciples reacted to what had happened, and as expected, it caused an uproar. Is senior brother Duan Lingtian really a human? I heard that those formidable demon beasts of legend are even able to transform into human form, and are called demons. Could it be that senior brother Duan Lingtian is one of those demon beasts that has transformed into human form? No wonder senior brother Duan Lingtian has such a monstrous cultivation at such a young age, so it turns out that he was originally a demon. As they finished speaking, all the Migres Peak disciples nodded in all seriousness. In their eyes, the accomplishments that Duan Lingtian had obtained so far were utterly not something a normal human could obtain. At least, in the history of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, there had never appeared an 8th level origin core stage martial artist that was at the same age as Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian was speechless when he heard the discussions of these Migres Peak disciples. How did he become a demon? Yi Xiaobei frowned, then looked at the crowd of Migres Peak disciples and felt indignant for Duan Lingtian. What nonsense are all of you talking about? How could senior brother Duan Lingtian possibly be a demon? If he was a demon, do all of you think that all of you would still be alive? Do all of you think that there's anyone in the 7-star sword sect that's still alive? Demons are existences that demon beasts have transformed into human form. According to legend, They're omnipotent. Do all of you think that there's a need for a demon to sneak into our 7-star sword sect? Would a demon have the leisure to sit here and listen to all of you talk nonsense? As he finished speaking, Yi Xiaobei's voice was powerful and resonating. Duan Lingtian was surprised. The current Yi Xiaobei undoubtedly had a trace of an additional bearing in his eyes. Although it was only faintly discernible, Duan Lingtian was able to discern it. This was the bearing of a person in a high position. Looks like this Yi Xiaobei isn't simple. Right, a figure that's able to casually take out 10 million gold, how could he be an ordinary person? As soon as Yi Xiaobei finished speaking, the Migres Peak disciples present all started pondering. Yeah, according to legend, demons that are capable of transforming into human form are all demon beasts that have stepped into the 4th void stage, the void transformation stage. If an existence at the void transformation stage wants to, then not to mention our 7-star sword sect, even if all the experts of the entire Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom came out in full force, it would probably still not be enough to fill the gaps between their teeth. Oh, I almost forgot about that. How could an existence at the void transformation stage possibly have such leisure? You're right. Through Yi Xiaobei's reminder, the group of Migres Peak disciples reacted. Duan Lingtian nodded and smiled to Yi Xiaobei, then followed up to Wu Yongqian, who had a gloomy expression and was slightly impatient from waiting, and stepped onto the chain bridge to leave Migres Peak. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian followed behind Wu Yongqian to arrive at the main peak, W Peak. They once again arrived at Migres Hall. Migres Hall's audience hall. The Peak Master, Wu Dao, stood in the audience hall with his back facing the outside of the audience hall. Foster father, Duan Lingtian has arrived. At the entrance of the audience hall, Wu Yongqian, who stood together with Duan Lingtian, spoke respectfully. Come in. At the same time that Wu Dao spoke, Duan Lingtian followed behind Wu Yongqian to walk into the audience hall. Peak Master. Duan Lingtian lightly nodded to Wu Dao, and it could be considered to be a greeting. Duan Lingtian, we meet again. Wu Dao's eyes flickered as he stared at Duan Lingtian and slowly spoke. I wonder why Peak Master has come looking for me? Duan Lingtian went straight to the point, and his eyes were calm and without splendor. Duan Lingtian, since you're so straightforward, I won't beat around the bush. Wu Dao spoke frankly. That day, you defeated someone stronger than you and killed the former #1 disciple in the outer court, sure how. Later on, you defeated someone stronger than you and defeated this useless foster son of mine, but you didn't cripple his arm. I'm extremely curious, exactly what method did you use to defeat someone stronger than you? As soon as he finished speaking, Wu Dao's gaze descended onto Duan Lingtian, and it was filled with burning yearning. Although Duan Lingtian was already mentally prepared on the way here. But when it was really time for Wu Dao to ask, slight fear still arose within Duan Lingtian's heart. Looks like there's another person in the 7-star sword sect that coveted his things. The first person was none other than the Migres Peak's outer court elder, Zhao Lin. Now, there was another Wu Dao. He could disregard Zhao Lin. But this Wu Dao was the Peak Master of Migres Peak. He played an important role in the 7-star sword sect and possessed extraordinary ability. He had no choice but to fear him. Duan Lingtian was able to notice that Wu Dao's gaze was currently focused on him, seeming to be observing the changes in his expression, wanting to know if he would lie. Duan Lingtian felt disdain towards this. Controlling the changes in his expression was extremely easy to him. Peak Master. Duan Lingtian fearlessly looked Wu Dao in the eye and smiled indifferently. Actually, this is my greatest secret. But, since Peak Master wants to know, then even if I say it or even share it, it's nothing. Say it? Share it? Wu Dao's face revealed a smile when he heard Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, looks like I really misjudged you the last time. Not bad, you're very sensible. So long as you're willing to share that ability, then even if we don't have the fate of being master and disciple, I'll surely take care of you in the 7-star sword sect in the future. The nearby Wu Yongqian's face sank when he heard Wu Dao, then he looked at Duan Lingtian and frowned, and a wisp of jealousy and hatred appeared on his face. Then I'll thank Peak Master first. Duan Lingtian nodded and a brilliant smile appeared on his face. Go ahead. Chapter 340. Congratulations on the birth of the first Alliance leader in this book. Thank you, Wine Sage. Under Wu Dao's incomparably anticipating gaze, Duan Lingtian slowly said, Peak Master, the reason I was able to defeat someone stronger as the weak was because an unusual change had occurred to my origin energy. Duan Lingtian had only just spoken up to hear when Wu Dao's breathing became hurried. What he wanted to know was precisely this. Even Wu Yongqian had a burning expression now. As far as he was concerned, if he was able to grasp this ability, then even if his accomplishments in the martial Dao were limited, he would still be able to defeat someone stronger as the weak. In the future, he might not be unable to become the peak master of the 7-star sword sects Migres Peak. Under the focused gazes of Wu Dao and Wu Yongqian, Duan Lingtian continued. My origin energy was originally no different than an ordinary martial artist's. But later on, when I arrived at the 7-star sword sect, I made a trip to the primeval forest and was fortunate enough to obtain a type of spirit fruit. An unknown type of spirit fruit. As he spoke up to hear, Duan Lingtian's breathing became hurried, and he had a burning expression. At that time, after I consumed that spirit fruit, an unusual change occurred to the origin energy in my body, and it actually started to tremble involuntarily. I've tested it before, so long as it's an opponent whose strength doesn't surpass the strength of 30 ancient mammoths, I'm able to defeat them by relying on the unusual origin energy. Duan Lingtian spoke excitedly. Wu Dao and Wu Yongqian's expressions became gloomy in tacit understanding. Spirit fruits could be chanced upon by luck, but not sought after. The fortuitous encounter of obtaining a spirit fruit was practically impossible to replicate. Wu Dao's fierce gaze seemed to be able to see through everything as he stared fixedly at Duan Lingtian, seeming to want to discern from the changes in Duan Lingtian's expression if Duan Lingtian was lying. However, no matter how he observed, the changes in Duan Lingtian's expression weren't unnatural in the slightest. Could it be that what this Duan Lingtian said was true? Was it really because he consumed an unknown type of spirit fruit that caused his origin energy to undergo an unusual change? At that time, after my origin energy mutated, I just happened to encounter the provocation of Hua Xian and Yuan Wu. Thus, on the Migres Peak life and death arena, I relied on my mutated origin energy to kill them in a single move. Later on, the Fecta Peak's 6th-level origin core stage outer court disciple, Xiaoying, and the number 1 disciple in the outer court, Shi Hao, were both defeated by me, and I relied on my mutated origin energy to kill them. Duan Lingtian didn't seem to notice Wu Dao's burning gaze as he continued to speak, excitedly, with a face full of excitement. Wu Yongqian's gaze on Duan Lingtian was filled with jealousy. Finally, the excitement on Duan Lingtian's face calmed down. He took a deep breath and looked at Wu Dao. Peak Master, I've told you everything now. I've shared everything with you. Are you satisfied? Can I leave now? No matter how much Duan Lingtian's expression changed, his heart was terrifyingly calm. Everything he said was just to brush off Wu Dao. As for whether Wu Dao believed him or not, that was not something he needed to worry about. Practically at the instant Duan Lingtian finished speaking, a formidable imposing aura suddenly stretched out from Wu Dao's body and enveloped Duan Lingtian's body. Duan Lingtian stood on the spot without moving. As if he utterly didn't notice Wu Dao's imposing aura, he had a carefree expression, as if his expression wouldn't change even if Mount Tai collapsed before him. Duan Lingtian. Suddenly, Wu Dao shouted out explosively, and his voice contained extremely terrifying origin energy that pierced into Duan Lingtian's eardrums, shaking Duan Lingtian to the point his vital energy and blood roiled, and his face slightly flushed red. My patience is limited. I'll give you one last chance, tell me the truth. Otherwise, don't blame me for leaving you here forever. You ought to know that I have this ability. Wu Dao slowly spoke out, and his voice contained a threatening intent mixed within. completely shed all pretense of cordiality, only for the sake of obtaining Duan Lingtian's method of utilizing origin energy. Duan Lingtian looked at Wu Dao and said in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing, "Peak Master, what you want to know, I've said it extremely clearly earlier. But I wonder what you mean now? You think I'm deceiving you?" Wu Dao's gloomy face seemed as if it was covered in a layer of ice, emitting a ghastly coldness, and his gaze that flickered with killing intent descended onto Duan Lingtian. "Duan Lingtian, do you think I'll believe what you say? I'm the Peak Master of the 7-star sword sects Migres Peak, and I've read through all the ancient books, yet I've never heard of a spirit fruit that's capable of causing origin energy to undergo a mutation. You actually dare speak without thinking in front of me. Do you think I'm unable to see through your lies?" As he finished speaking, the aura on Wu Dao's body gradually became gloomy and cold. Faint origin energy had already started to blossom on Wu Dao's hand, and it became denser and denser. In the sky above Wu Dao, numerous ancient mammoth silhouettes were slowly condensing into form, increasing in number. In the blink of an eye, it was a few thousand. Duan Lingtian started laughing when he heard Wu Dao, laughing without restraint. Presumptuous! Wu Yongqian's face sank. This Duan Lingtian actually dared be so presumptuous in front of his foster father, the Peak Master of Migres Peak. He truly deserved death. But he knew his own limitations. He wasn't a match for Duan Lingtian. Otherwise, he would surely make a move to teach Duan Lingtian a lesson. "What are you laughing at?" Wu Dao's face was gloomy as he asked in a low voice. "What am I laughing at?" Finally, Duan Lingtian restrained his laughter, then sized Wu Dao up from top to bottom and slowly said, "Peak Master, it's not that I'm looking down on you. Cloud Continent is so vast, do you dare say you know everything? Read through ancient books? I wonder what ancient books Peak Master has read? Cloud Continent is vast and boundless. Even the legendary expert, Emperor Wu, doesn't dare say he knows everything. Could it be that Peak Master thinks your knowledge can surpass an expert like Emperor Wu?" As he finished speaking, the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a mocking smile. Even the Emperor Wu of Samsara all those years ago, who'd experienced 2 lifetimes, didn't dare say he knew everything. This Peak Master of Migres Peak, a higher-up of a tiny imperial kingdom sect, also dared to boast like this? Simply naive, laughable. You! Even though Duan Lingtian's words were reasonable, it was undoubtedly an undisguised slap to Wu Dao's face, causing Wu Dao to burst into rage, and the origin energy on his body raged and roiled restlessly. "Duan Lingtian, do you know? Just based on these words of yours, I can directly kill you right now." When faced with the enraged Wu Dao, Duan Lingtian's face still remained carefree. "Peak Master, your strength is shocking and you're a void stage expert. Killing me is naturally as easy as flipping your hand. But, if you kill me today, I wonder what the Migres Peak disciples would think, what the 7-star sword sect disciples would think, and what the other Peak Masters, sect leaders, and even guardian elders would think. Even if I kill you today, who would know that it was me who killed you?" Wu Dao grunted coldly with a face full of disdain. "Peak Master, then I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. Before I came here, many Migres Peak disciples knew that I crippled your foster son's arm, and they knew that your foster son brought me to see you." Duan Lingtian's tone was calm as he spoke indifferently. Wu Dao's face sank when he heard Duan Lingtian, and he frowned as he looked at Wu Yongqian who was beside him. Wu Yongqian nodded with a bitter smile, proving that what Duan Lingtian said wasn't false. Wu Dao glanced coldly at Wu Yongqian, and his expression was terrifyingly gloomy. If it was really like this, then he really didn't dare kill Duan Lingtian. He could disregard the Migres Peak disciples, and even the 7-star sword sect disciples. But once this matter was spread out, the sect leader would surely interfere. With the natural talent Duan Lingtian revealed now, practically everyone in the 7-star sword sect took him to be the hope of the sect. Even if it was the sect leader, perhaps he'd already started paying attention to Duan Lingtian. "Duan Lingtian." Wu Dao looked at Duan Lingtian and said in a low voice, "Needless to say, You're extremely intelligent, truly extremely intelligent. You actually know how to create momentum for yourself and make me hold back from taking action. Peak Master, you're too kind. Duan Lingtian smiled lightly, and he felt a wave of delight in his heart when he saw Wu Dao's unsightly expression. Wu Dao continued. Even if I can't kill you, but I presume it's understandable if I teach you a lesson. As he spoke up to hear, a wisp of gloominess appeared on Wu Dao's face. Peak Master, if you don't want to know the characteristics of the spirit fruit I consumed, then feel free to make a move against me. The smile on Duan Lingtian's face didn't change, and he glanced deeply at Wu Dao, as if victory was within his grasp. He knew clearly in his heart that everything Wu Dao did earlier was undoubtedly threatening him and probing him. Even if it was Wu Dao himself, he didn't dare be 100% sure that what he said earlier was a lie. So long as you speak, I'll let you leave safely. From today onwards, I won't make things difficult for you. Wu Dao was tempted as expected when he heard Duan Lingtian. What Duan Lingtian wanted was the first half of Wu Dao's words. As for the second half, he directly disregarded it. Could Wu Dao's promise be believed? That's a spirit fruit that's completely dark violet in color, and there are some small lumps on its surface, Duan Lingtian slowly described. Of course, the spirit fruit he described now wasn't a spirit fruit that was beneficial to a martial artist, but was instead a highly toxic spirit fruit that killed without leaving a trace. This type of spirit fruit was extremely rare, and it had always been loved by demon beasts that were extremely poisonous. Moreover, if one didn't recognize this type of spirit fruit, one would absolutely not know that it contained a highly toxic poison. Because the highly toxic poison within the spirit fruit was extremely rare, and even a silver needle was unable to detect it. There were many people that had seen this type of spirit fruit, but it was extremely rare for them to survive, and the reincarnation Emperor Wu was precisely one of them. Now, Duan Lingtian's original intention was to speak nonsense, because as far as he was concerned, it was very unlikely for this type of spirit fruit to exist in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. He only wanted to give Wu Dao a thought that was impossible to realize. You can leave. After finding out what he wanted to know, Wu Dao glanced coldly and indifferently at Duan Lingtian. Peak Master, farewell. Duan Lingtian nodded and left. Foster father, do you believe what he said earlier? After Duan Lingtian left, Wu Yongqian looked at Wu Dao and his brows knit together. I keep having the feeling that what this Duan Lingtian said can't be trusted. Oomph. Wu Dao glanced coldly and indifferently at Wu Yongqian. Could it be that I can't discern it? Do I need you to teach me? Useless thing. I asked you to call him over and even made it known to everyone, allowing him to be fearless and seize the initiative. Wu Yongqian lowered his head, his body lightly trembled, and his eyes transformed into a crimson-red color. Duan Lingtian, I'm going to the primeval forest. Chapter 341. After leaving Migres Hall, Duan Lingtian returned to Migres Peak and carefully arrived at the peak of the peak before returning to the stalactite cave. Even if the cultivation environment of the stalactite cave is compared to the 9 great spirit points in the Spirit Point grounds, it's still much better. Even if I've become an inner court disciple now, there's no need to look for a place to cultivate on Dubhe Peak. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart, then sat on the stone platform and cultivated in meditation. 9 dragons wore sovereign technique, Python form. Although Duan Lingtian's current strength could be said to be invincible under the nascent soul stage. But Duan Lingtian didn't dare relax. What he had to do now was to break through to the nascent soul stage as soon as possible. Duan Lingtian walked out of the stalactite cave after cultivating all the way until dawn of the next day. Then he stood on the crooked tree and bathed in the morning mist before leaping up. When he left the peak and arrived nearby the trade hall. Senior brother Duan Lingtian. Senior brother Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian noticed that at the same time these Migres Peak disciples greeted him, the gazes they looked at him with were slightly more reverence than before. What's going on? Is it because of the inner court disciple test yesterday? Duan Lingtun was still wondering when a familiar voice suddenly entered into his ears. Duan Lingtian. He Dong. Duan Lingtian looked at the person that arrived and lightly smiled. You're so early as well? The person that arrived was precisely Hidong. Now, Hidong ought to be the same as him, and was also preparing to head to the Dubhe Peak Inner Court Disciple Registration Area to receive the Inner Court Disciple attire. Before long, the two of them stepped onto the chain bridge together. Duan Lingtun, I heard you crippled the arm of the Peak Master's foster son, Wu Yongqian? Moreover, the Peak Master summoned you yesterday? The gaze Hidong looked at Duan Lingtian became even stranger. Duan Lingtian nodded. Duan Lingtun, I'm afraid all the Migres Peak disciples are completely convinced by you now. Crippling the arm of the foster son of our Migres Peak's master, and still being able to come out unscathed, you're absolutely the #1 person on Migres Peak. Hidong gave Duan Lingtian a thumbs up in heartfelt admiration. Duan Lingtian's brows raised when he saw this. When he recalled the attitude of the group of Migres Peak disciples earlier, he came to a sudden understanding. So it was because of this matter. The trade hall was located at the peak of Dubhe Peak. Duan Lingtian saw master's disciples scattered everywhere, carrying out various transactions. As Duan Lingtians. A Lingtian Tian as Duan. 2. The gazes of some inner court disciples moved along with Duan Lingtian and Hidong. When they saw Duan Lingtian and Hidong walking towards the inner court disciple registration area, they came to a sudden understanding. Looks like these two people are the outer court disciples that passed the inner court disciple test yesterday. Suddenly, an inner court disciple seemed as if he discovered a new continent, and his gaze descended onto Duan Lingtian. This outer court disciple is so young, he looks to be a little over 20. Could it be that he's that Duan Lingtian? Duan Lingtian? As soon as this inner court disciple finished speaking, it was like a stone that caused 1,000 ripples. It set off an uproar in the crowd of inner court disciples. He's Duan Lingtian? That outer court disciple Duan Lingtian that's only 20 years old and has a cultivation that stepped into the 8th level of the origin core stage? He's really as young as the rumors say. I never imagined that our 7-star sword sect would produce such an outstanding genius martial artist. His natural talent in the martial Dao is simply even more monstrous than the 5 great young masters. It's always been regretful that no one in the younger generation of our 7-star sword sect is ranked amongst the 5 great young masters. Duan Lingtian's appearance might cause the 5 great young masters to become 6 great young masters. 6 great young masters? I'm slightly anticipating it. However, although Duan Lingtian's natural talent in the martial Dao isn't bad, his current strength is still limited. Perhaps he'll only be able to compete with the 5 great young masters after a few more years, or even compete with them. In next to no time, practically all the inner court disciples near the Dubhe Peak's trade hall knew that Duan Lingtian had arrived. Many inner court disciples even fought to be the first to head towards the inner court registration area, as they wanted to see this genius disciple that gave rise to much discussion in the 7-star sword sect recently. At the side of the trade hall, 2 inner court disciples stood together. Presently, one of the inner court disciples' brows were knit together, his expression was terrifyingly gloomy, and his eyes emitted dense hatred. This scene was noticed by the other inner court disciple, and the inner court disciple asked curiously, Fan Jian, you have enmity with that Duan Lingtian? Big brother Lu, that Duan Lingtian didn't just humiliate me the last time, he even severed my finger. But unfortunately he grew too quickly, and I'm not a match for him now. Otherwise, I'd surely teach him a good lesson. Fan Jian took a deep breath, and as he finished speaking, his tone contained slight helplessness. Fan Jian, we were friends before we entered the 7-star sword sect, and your family and my family are family friends. Your matter is my, Lu Shiji's, matter. Since that Duan Lingtian offended you, then I'll stand up for you. The inner court disciple that spoke was a young man around the age of 28 or 29, and traces of gloominess flickered within his eyes. "Thank you, Big Brother Lu." Fan Jian's gaze abruptly lit up, and he had a face full of joy. Duan Lingtian and He Dong took their inner court disciple attire and were shocked when they walked out of the registration area. Presently, the registration area was surrounded by people. All of them were inner court disciples. "He's Duan Lingtian? So young. Oh my god. When I was his age, I seemed to only be at the second level of the origin core stage. Comparisons are odious." A figure that can compare with the 5 great young masters of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom in natural talent in the martial Dao has finally appeared in our 7-star sword sect's younger generation. Just the natural talent Duan Lingtian has revealed so far has already completely surpassed the 5 great young masters. Duan Lingtian was astounded when he heard the group of inner court disciples whispering in discussion. Chapter 342. All this happened in the blink of an eye. Including Duan Lingtian, no one had imagined that the inner court disciple Lu Shirgo, who was a first-level nascent soul-stage martial artist, would suddenly attack Duan Lingtian, an 8th-level origin core stage inner court disciple that had just entered the inner court, heavily injuring Duan Lingtian with a sneak attack. "Duan Ling, are you all right?" He Dong reacted to what had happened and his face went grim. Then his figure flashed to arrive before Duan Lingtian as he asked with concern. "I'm fine." Duan Lingtian withdrew a grade 7 gold injury pill and consumed it, then he circulated his origin energy to dissolve the medicinal strength, causing his injuries to recover slightly. He stood up with great difficulty, but his face was still pale like a sheet of paper. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath, then his gaze descended onto Lu Shirgu who was by Fan Jian's side, and his gaze contained frightening rage mixed within. "What? You're angry?" Lu Shirgu started laughing, then walked in large strides to arrive before Duan Lingtian, and his gaze went cold. "You, a kid that has just entered the inner court, actually arrogantly to the point of directly disregarding the question of me, an inner court senior brother? Today I'll let you properly remember this, so as to prevent you from relying on your natural talent and thinking that everyone has to revolve around you." "Lu Shirgu, right?" Duan Lingtian glanced deeply at Lu Shirgu, and a wisp of a cold and indifferent smile appeared on the corners of his mouth, and it set off the bruises on his face, causing him to seem incomparably evil. "Exactly, I'm Lu Shirgu. Kid, I know your natural talent isn't bad, but since you've entered the inner court, you better be obedient before me, this inner court senior brother. Understand?" Lu Shirgu had an arrogant expression. Suddenly, Lu Shirgu waved his hand, and his origin energy skyrocketed as he once again attacked Duan Lingtian. 200 ancient mammoth silhouettes once again condensed into form above Lu Shirgu. Whoosh. This time, the grade 7 spirit sword in Duan Lingtian's hand flashed out like a bolt of lightning as he was prepared. Sword drawing arts. Quake energy. It intended to block Lu Shirji's palm strike that was swept out with origin energy raging within it. Petty tricks. In the next moment, Lu Shirji's disdainful voice sounded out by Duan Lingtian's ears, and the grade 7 spirit sword in his hand shook as the web between his thumb and forefinger trembled. Lu Shirji's palm strike that contained the strength of 200 ancient mammoths completely disregarded Duan Lingtian's quake energy as it slapped away the grade 7 spirit sword and once again imprinted onto Duan Lingtian's chest. Boom! A terrifying power gushed out and entered Duan Lingtian's body. As Duan Lingtian was sent flying again, he felt extreme pain, causing Duan Lingtian's consciousness to begin to blur. Before he fainted, Duan Lingtian heard 2 voices in his ears. Duan Lingtian. One of them was He Dong's voice. The other voice sounded familiar, but Duan Lingtian couldn't recall who it was. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian completely lost consciousness. When Duan Lingtian recovered his consciousness and opened his eyes, he noticed that he was lying on a soft bed. So painful. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian felt a wave of pain come from his chest. When he looked within himself, he noticed that the injuries of his internal organs had already completely recovered, and his shattered sternum had almost healed as well. A grade 7 gold injury pill doesn't have such medicinal strength. Duan Lingtian's heart jerked. He who possessed the lifetime worth of memories of the Emperor Wu of Samsara was extremely knowledgeable towards grade 7 gold injury pills. With his injuries, even if he consumed a grade 7 gold injury pill, it would be impossible for him to recover to such an extent without a few months of time. Duan Lingtian naturally wouldn't think that he'd been lying there for a few months. It's a grade 6 great recovery pill. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian noticed a trace of medicinal strength that remained in his body, and it was the medicinal strength of a grade 6 great recovery pill. What's this place? After returning to his senses, Duan Lingtian sized up this tidy room. There weren't many decorations in the room, but there were all sorts of practical furniture. Suddenly, seeming to have noticed something, Duan Lingtian's gaze focused. Spirit point? This is a spirit point? Duan Lingtian noticed the rhythm of the origin energy in his body, and the feeling this place gave him was exactly the same as the feeling he had when he was in Mizar Hall and Migrez Hall. Mizar Hall and Migrez Hall were both located on the spirit point of the 7-star sword sect's main peak, Dupi Peak. The cultivation environment was extremely good. Lu Shirgu. As he recalled the scene before he lost consciousness, Duan Lingtian's eyes emitted a frightening cold light, and killing intent arose within his heart. Lu Shirgu relied on the fact that he was a first-level nascent soul stage martial artist to attack him twice, and the ruthlessness of his attacks caused one to shudder with fear. I'll return it to you double. Traces of coldness arose within Duan Lingtian's heart, and he made a ghastly vow. What exactly is this place? Suppressing the flames of rage in his heart, Duan Lingtian got off the bed and opened the door. You're awake. Right at this moment, a familiar voice sounded out from nearby. Duan Lingtian looked over, and at the end of the right side of the corridor outside his room was a spacious pavilion, and a middle-aged man was standing with his back facing him. Although the middle-aged man didn't turn around, he seemed to be able to notice Duan Lingtian's movements. Peak Master. Duan Lingtian left his room and walked up the pavilion, then greeted the middle-aged man that had his back facing him. I heard Song say that you were injured by a first-level nascent soul stage inner court disciple. You have enmity with him? The middle-aged man turned around and revealed his true appearance. It was precisely the peak master of Mizar Peak, Zheng Fan. And the place Duan Lingtian was currently at was precisely Mizar Hall, one of the 9 great spirit points of the 7-star sword sect's Dupi Peak. So it was senior brother Zheng Song that saved me. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. He recalled it now. No wonder he felt that the other voice he heard before he fainted was slightly familiar. So it turned out that the owner of that voice was precisely the son of the peak master of Mizar Peak, Zheng Song. I don't have enmity with him, but I have some conflict with another inner court disciple by his side. But after today, the enmity between me and him isn't shallow. As Duan Lingtian finished speaking, traces of cold lights flashed within his eyes, and the corners of his mouth curled into a ghastly sneer. He would make Lu Shirgu return double what Lu Shirgu gave him. Peak Master, it was you who gave me a grade 6 great recovery pill? Duan Lingtian, who calmed his feelings, looked at Zheng Fan and asked. Zheng Fan nodded. I noticed that your injuries weren't light, and if you only consumed a grade 7 gold injury pill, even if you were able to recover completely, it would probably be a matter of a few months. So I gave you a grade 6 great recovery pill to allow your injuries to recover in a short period of time. Duan Lingtian will remember Peak Master's kindness in gifting me the pill. Duan Lingtian spoke with a serious expression. Compared to the huge favor you've given me, a single grade 6 great recovery pill is nothing. Zheng Fan shook his head and smiled, then sat down at the nearby table and started fiddling with the tea set. You've been unconscious for a few hours as well and have just awoken. I presume your spirit is weak as well. Drink 2 cups of soaring cloud tea with me and recover your spirit as soon as possible. Thank you, Peak Master. Duan Lingtian sat down and glanced at the horizon. Presently, the scorching sun hung high in the sky, and it was already noon. Jing Fan poured a cup of soaring cloud tea for Duan Lingtian, then asked with a light smile. Duan Lingtian, what plans do you have in the future? Duan Lingtian sipped a mouthful of soaring cloud tea, and his spirit was refreshed as he slowly said, I don't have any specific plans for now. But in the future, I ought to head to the foreign lands to take a look. Foreign lands? Zheng Fan shuddered when he heard Duan Lingtian, and the teacup in his hand almost fell to the ground. Zheng Fan shook his head and sighed with emotion. Duan Lingtian, I truly never imagined that your ambition was so great. Even I haven't thought about the foreign lands for now. Supposedly, even an existence at the void initiation stage like me is nothing in the foreign lands. It's even to the extent that experts at the void interpretation stage can be seen everywhere. Supposedly, there are even many existences at the void transformation stage in the central area of the foreign lands. As he finished speaking, Jing Fan had a slight lingering fear in his heart. The experts in the foreign lands were as numerous as the clouds, and it also meant that every step was filled with killing intent. Without a certain level of strength, one would utterly not dare wander about the foreign lands. Peak Master, sometimes, if your goal is set slightly further, then you might be able to walk even further on the path of the martial Tao. Otherwise, wouldn't it be too late to realize that you're only a frog at the bottom of a well when you're at the end of your life? Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled, and he didn't mind. In the eyes of others, perhaps the foreign lands was like a scourge or a ferocious beast. But in the eyes of Duan Lingtian, who'd fused with the memories of Emperor Wu of Samsara, it was instead an even vaster world in the foreign lands. Void prying stage martial artists were everywhere, and void initiation stage martial artists were as numerous as dogs. If your goal is set slightly further, then you might be able to walk even further on the path of the martial Tao? A frog at the bottom of a well. Zheng Fan went silent when he heard Duan Lingtian. After a long time, Zheng Fan returned to his senses, and he looked at Duan Lingtian and sighed with emotion. Duan Lingtian, I've still underestimated you. No wonder you possess such accomplishments at such an age. Your martial Tao will, your heart of an expert, even I, the peak master of the 7-star sword sects Mizar Peak, am ashamed of my inferiority. I'm slightly anticipating now. What heights will you attain in another 10 years? I can be sure of one thing, your strength at that time will surely be stronger than me. Jing Fan spoke very favorably of Duan Lingtian. Peak Master, you're too kind. Duan Lingtian smiled lightly, but his eyes revealed a wisp of confidence. In another 10 years? At that time, he might already be wandering in the foreign lands. After drinking a few cups of soaring cloud tea, Duan Lingtian stood up and lightly smiled to Jing Fan. Peak Master, if you have other matters, then I'll be returning first. Please help me thank senior brother Zheng Song on his behalf. Duan Lingtian will remember this favor. Zheng Fan nodded. Go on. Duan Lingtian turned around and borrowed force from the side of the pavilion to descend onto the vast platform outside Mizar Hall, and then his figure flashed out to flash off into the distance. Perhaps, my greatest accomplishment in this lifetime is being on good terms with this little fellow. Zheng Fan sighed as he gazed at the figure of Duan Lingtian. He only returned to his senses when Duan Lingtian's figure vanished before his eyes, and he shook his head and smiled. So long as he's able to grow up safely, then his future isn't something I can imagine. This good karma is even able to allow me to enjoy it for my entire lifetime. Many years later, Zheng Fan would realize it. Chapter 343. After Duan Lingtian left Mizar Hall, he headed down Dubhe Peak. His eyes seemed calm, but actually concealed killing intent. Lu Shirgu. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian's face went gloomy, as if it was covered in a layer of thin ice, and the cold air was oppressive. He deeply remembered this name in his heart. Although he could invite Lu Shurgu to battle on the life and death arena, and use offensive inscriptions to directly kill Lu Shurgu. But Duan Lingtian didn't want to do this. Inscriptions, in a certain sense, were equivalent to a cheating device. Using inscriptions to kill Lu Shurgu was easy, but it was difficult to dispel the hatred in his heart. He wanted to use the strength that truly belonged to him to destroy Lu Shurji's confidence, and make Lu Shurgu repent for his actions today. This was his pride. Crawl up from where he fell. This was a man, a true man. After Duan Lingtian left Dubi Peak, he directly returned to Migres Peak and carefully circled around for half an hour before returning to the stalactite cave at the side of the peak. Calmly cultivating. During these 2 months of time, Duan Lingtian cultivated in the stalactite cave. When he was hungry, he would directly roast meat to eat, and when he was full, he would continue cultivating, not giving up day or night. Time flew by like a white steed flashing by a crack. 2 months of time, it wasn't long, but it wasn't short either, and it passed just like that. 2 months later, Duan Lingtian left the stalactite cave and spent a day to prepare everything that needed to be prepared before heading to Alcade Peak. Elder Bai. When Duan Lingtian went to look for Li Fei, Elder Bai just happened to be there as well. Scoundrel! When Li Fei heard Duan Lingtian's voice, she walked out of the wooden house with a face full of joy. Elder Bai nodded to Duan Lingtian. Fei, has told me everything that needs to be said. I want you to guarantee that when you return, Fei, will be completely unharmed. Otherwise, I won't let you off. As she finished speaking, Elder Bai's gaze became fierce. Duan Lingtian did not get angry. He knew that Elder Bai was also concerned about Li Fei, so he smiled faintly. Rest assured, Elder Bai, you know the relationship between little Fei and me. Unless I die, I will not let her suffer any harm. Only then did Elder Bai nod her head in satisfaction before directly leaving. Scoundrel, don't mind Master's words. After Elder Bai left, Li Fei smiled apologetically at Duan Lingtian. Little Fei, is that how you look at your man? Not to mention that Elder Bai is your master. Just the words Elder Bai said earlier were because she was concerned about you. She's so good to you, I'm more than happy. Why would I mind? Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. Are you ready? Li Fei nodded excitedly, and when she thought of how she was about to leave the 7-Star Sword sect, she felt a wave of happiness in her heart. So we're leaving now? Do we need to inform senior sisters Wuqing? Duan Lingtian asked. He'd come to Alcade Peak precisely for the sake of taking Li Fei and leaving with her. I've told senior sister. Li Fei lightly shook her head, then said, I wonder if little sister Kerr has returned yet. Let's go take a look at Alcade Hall? Alcade Hall, the cultivation place of the Alcade Peak's master on the main peak, Dubi Peak. As the personal disciple of the Alcade Peak's master, Kerr usually cultivated there. There's no need. Duan Lingtian laughed bitterly as he shook his head. I went to Dubi Peak yesterday and went to Alcade Hall on the way. Kerr and her master haven't returned yet? I wonder where they went. They haven't returned after so long. As he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian was slightly worried. Noticing that Duan Lingtian was worried about Kerr, Li Fei consoled. Don't worry. According to Master, the peak master of our Alcade Peak is a void initiation stage expert, and with her by Kerr's side, nothing will happen to Kerr. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. With the protection of a void initiation stage expert, there were very few people in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom that were capable of threatening Kerr's safety. Let's go. Duan Lingtian called out to Li Fei, then directly left Alcade Peak. As they walked on the chain bridge, Li Fei laughed. Scoundrel, I saw the gazes of the group of Alcade Peak sisters earlier as if they wished for nothing more than to eat you up. Besides that, many senior sisters used gazes of envy and jealousy to look at me. As she finished speaking, Li Fei seemed to be slightly complacent, and she held on to Duan Lingtian's arm as a smile that could turn the world upside down appeared on her face. Duan Lingtian laughed bitterly. Little Fei, Didn't you like to be jealous in the past? You're not jealous now? What's there to be jealous about? Li Fei laughed. There's nothing between you and them. Moreover, my man being so popular also shows that I have good taste. You have good taste? Duan Lingtun muttered to himself when he heard Li Fei. At that time, it seemed that it was I who took the initiative to pursue you, scoundrel. What did you say? Li Fei heard Duan Lingtun muttering to himself, and she stared at Duan Lingtian with a spurious smile. Nothing. Duan Lingtian hurriedly shook his head, as he'd already felt Li Fei's hand on his waist. He didn't doubt in the slightest that if he dared speak carelessly his waist would immediately suffer extreme devastation. After Duan Lingtian and Li Fei arrived at Dupi Peak, they headed down the mountain. All along the way, the 7-star sword sect disciples that saw Duan Lingtian and Li Fei all looked at them with gazes that were filled with envy and jealousy. The male disciples were filled with envy and jealousy towards Duan Lingtun. The female disciples were instead filled with envy and jealousy towards Li Fei. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian and Li Fei arrived at the stable near the entrance of the sect, and they intended to go get their horses. Senior brother Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian and Li Fei had only just walked into the stable when a figure nimbly dashed over and stopped before Duan Lingtian with an excited expression. Duan Lingtian nodded and smiled to the outer court disciple that was similar in age to him. Senior brother Duan Lingtian, this is? Mou had an excited expression when he saw that Duan Lingtian was still able to remember him. In next to no time, his gaze descended onto Li Fei, and he was stunned for a moment before withdrawing his shocked gaze and didn't dare look any longer. He discerned that this was senior brother Duan Lingtian's woman. This is my woman, you can call her senior sister Li Fei. Duan Lingtian nodded and smiled to Mou, then he introduced to Li Fei. Little Fei, this is Mou, our Fergana horse. He's been taking care of it during this period of time. Mou, you haven't slacked off recently, right? As he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian looked at Mou. Don't worry senior brother Duan Lingtian, I've taken your and senior sister Li Fei's Fergana horse out for a walk practically every day this past month, and it's become much sturdier. Mou laughed mischievously. Li Fei lightly smiled at Mou, causing Mou to be stunned for a moment. When had he ever seen such an outstanding beauty? Only when Duan Lingtian lightly coughed did Mou come back to his senses. His face flushed red, and his shy appearance caused Duan Lingtian and Li Fei to be unable to refrain from laughing. Soon, Duan Lingtian and Li Fei saw their Fergana horse, and it was indeed much sturdier than before. The two of them flipped over and mounted their horses, nodding and smiling at Mou before riding off. Only an outstanding genius martial artist like senior brother Duan Lingtian is worthy of a drop-dead gorgeous beauty like senior sister Li Fei. Mou's gaze gradually became firm as he gazed at Duan Lingtian and Li Fei's figures that galloped off into the distance, and he silently said to himself, Mou, you have to work hard as well. Senior brother Duan Lingtian is the target you strive for. You don't have to be as outstanding as senior brother Duan Lingtian, but even if you're only half as outstanding as senior brother Duan Lingtian, you wouldn't have lived your life in vain. At this moment, Mou's martial Dao will was unprecedentedly tough. In the future, when Mou became successful and made a name for himself, the person he was most grateful to in his heart was still that senior brother Duan Lingtian that was like a bright lamp in the night that led the way for him. This was something that even Duan Lingtian himself didn't expect. He didn't do anything, yet he'd affected the life of an outer court disciple that acted as a cart driver. Within the 7-star sword sect, a figure that dashed like the wind was incomparably swift as it passed through the sect gate and flashed out. His target was the 2 Fergana horses that were galloping off in the distance. His target was obviously the people on the Fergana horses. Void prying stage expert? The 7-star sword sect disciple that guarded the sect gate looked at the 2,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes that flashed out in the sky above the figure that flashed out and was stunned. Isn't this the symbol of a first-level void prying stage expert? I've finally found a chance. Duan Lingen, let me see how you escape from my grasp this time. The laughter of the person that dashed out was filled with excitement and willfulness. At the same time, nearby the Dubhe Peak test platform, another figure flashed out, and his target was the foot of Dubhe Peak. In the sky above this figure, 200 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form, first level of the nascent soul stage. Right at this moment, an even swifter figure flashed out, and in the blink of an eye, it surpassed the former and blocked the former's path. At the same time that this person dashed out, 300 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared in the sky above him. Second level of the nascent soul stage. The former's figure stopped moving, and after he focused his eyes to look clearly at the person that blocked his path, his face sank. Xianxia, it's you again. I didn't fuss about it with you the last time when you took away that Duan Lingtian, but why are you blocking my path today? Lu Shige, are you mistaken? How did I block your path? This is Dubhe Peak, the place of the 7-star sword sect, and not your home. I can walk however I like. What does it have to do with you? Xianxia looked at the person before him and smiled indifferently. Xianxia, must you make it difficult for me? Lu Shige's face sank, as he knew clearly in his heart that this Xianxia had probably already known of his objective. Otherwise, Xianxia wouldn't block his path. He'd waited for 2 months and finally found such a good opportunity to cut the weeds and eliminate the roots. Now, his heart was filled with grievance when he saw it was about to be destroyed by Xianxia. At that time, when he humiliated that Duan Lingtian, it was only for the sake of standing up for Fan Jian. Later on, with a quick thought, when he thought of Duan Lingtian's peerlessly monstrous natural talent, the intention to cut the weeds and eliminate the roots was born in his heart. Since that time, he'd always been looking for an opportunity. Today, he'd finally received the news of Duan Lingtian leaving the 7-star sword sect with great difficulty, and he didn't dare stay for a moment before flashing down Dubhe Peak, only for the sake of catching up to Duan Lingtian and killing Duan Lingtian to put an end to future troubles. Chapter 344. Make things difficult for you? Xianxia couldn't help but laugh when he heard Lu Shige, and he glanced indifferently at Lu Shige. Lu Shige, you seem to think too highly of yourself, right? You think you're worthy? Lu Shige took a deep breath and slowly suppressed the flames of rage in his heart. The person before him was far from something Duan Lingtian could compare to, not to mention Xianxia's own strength was much stronger than him. On the other hand, Xianxia's father was the peak master of the 7-star sword sect's Mizar Peak, and was an existence that he and the clan behind him couldn't afford to offend. Since you're not making things difficult for me, then it couldn't be any better. Lu Shige's figure flashed, wanting to go around Xianxia and head down Dubhe Peak. Unexpectedly, Xianxia's figure flashed and followed him like a shadow, causing him to be unable to move an inch. Xianxia, don't go too far. Finally, Lu Shige couldn't endure it any longer, and his eyes squinted as he glared angrily at Xianxia. He wasn't willing to miss the opportunity to kill Duan Lingtian this time. Once he missed this opportunity, he didn't know when he would be able to find such a good opportunity next time. With Duan Lingtian's natural talent in the martial Dao, when Duan Lingtian matured in the future, surpassing him was only a matter of time. He could imagine that once Duan Lingtian matured to surpass him, Duan Lingtian would surely look for him to take revenge. At that time, he would be completely in a passive position. So, he must kill Duan Lingtian before Duan Lingtian matured, because only in this way would he be able to eliminate all future troubles and allow himself to have no worries. What? Lu Shige, you still want to fight me? Xianxia's eyes squinted as he stared at Lu Shige with a spurious smile, and he had a calm expression. From the beginning until the end, he seemed as if he utterly didn't take Lu Shige seriously. Xianxia, Lu Shige, will remember what happened today. When he realized that it was impossible for him to catch up to Duan Lingtian and eliminate him by the roots, Lu Shige gritted his teeth and left behind a ruthless sentence before turning around and heading up Dubhe Peak. The corners of Zheng Song's mouth curled into a wisp of disdain as he gazed at Lu Shiji's figure that disappeared into the distance. Outside the Seven-Star Sword sect, in the direction of Black Bamboo City, the figure that ran like the wind seemed to have transformed into a hurricane as it swept towards the two Fergana horses that were running at full speed in the distance. This person that was swiftly moving forward was a middle-aged man, and as he dashed forward, 2,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form in the sky above him. His cultivation was on the verge of being revealed. The first level of the void-prying stage. Seeing the two Fergana horses drawing closer and closer, the middle-aged man's lips curled into a complacent smile as a fanatical look appeared in his eyes. The muscle tendon changing and marrow cleansing scroll is mine. However, in the next moment, the smile on the middle-aged man's face froze. This was because an even faster gust of wind had reached his ears. Before he could react, he discovered a figure had passed him in the blink of an eye. The figure stopped and stood in the distance. Although the middle-aged man was shocked by this person's cultivation, he had no intention of paying attention to him. His figure flashed as he prepared to go around this person. Zhao Lin. Right at this moment, a voice that was like a thunderclap mixed with thick origin energy pierced into Zhao Lin's ears, causing the vital energy and blood in Zhao Lin's body to roil, and he didn't dare continue dashing forward. After Zhao Lin stopped, he took a deep breath, and only then did he ease up the shaking of his internal organs slightly. Zhao Lin looked at the person that had his back facing him in astonishment. Who are you? Finally, the person that had his back facing Zhao Lin slowly turned around and revealed his true appearance. It's you! Zhao Lin's face went grim when he saw the lineup of the people that had arrived, as he never imagined that the person that stopped him would be this person. The Peak Master of Mizar Peak, Zheng Fan. Peak Master Zheng Fan, what's the meaning of this? Zhao Lin's face sank, and his words contained a questioning tone mixed within. Zhao Lin, the Migres Peak Outer Court Elder, wasn't afraid in the slightest when facing the Peak Master of Mizar Peak, Zheng Fan. Elder Zhao Lin, please return. Zheng Fan glanced at Zhao Lin calmly as he slowly spoke. Zheng Fan, you're insisting on interfering in my matters? Zhao Lin looked at Zheng Fan and directly called out his name. A fierce light flickered within his eyes as he said in a low voice. Zheng Fan, don't forget who my grandfather is. Ha! Zheng Fan couldn't help but laugh when he heard Zhao Lin. Elder Zhao Lin, I'm extremely curious. You dare tell Elder Ming about your current actions? You! Zhao Lin's face went grim, as if Zheng Fan had grabbed onto his sore spot, and he was slightly enraged from embarrassment. Elder Zhao Lin, please. Zheng Fan glanced at the direction of Dubhe Peak and slowly spoke. Zhao Lin's gaze shot into the distance, and the two Fergana horses had already completely vanished from his field of vision. He knew clearly in his heart. Now, not to mention Zheng Fan interfering in this matter, even if Zheng Fan didn't exist, he might not be able to catch up to his target. Zhao Lin coldly swept Zheng Fan with his gaze, then turned around and headed towards the direction of the Seven-Star Sword sect's main peak, Dubhe Peak. Zheng Fan followed up, and flowing lights flashed within his eyes. His thoughts seemed to have returned to yesterday. Peak Master, I have something I need your help with. Speak, so long as it's within my ability, I'll absolutely not refuse. I intend to leave the Seven-Star Sword sect tomorrow, but I'm worried that someone will harm me, so I hope that Peak Master can help me leave safely. Duan Lingtian owes Peak Master's favor. It's only a small matter, I promise you. Thank you, Peak Master. Flowing lights flashed within Zheng Fan's eyes, and his heart was filled with bewilderment. How exactly did that little fellow offend Zhao Lin? Zhao Lin was only a first-level void-prying stage outer court elder, and he didn't take him seriously. However, even if he'd already broken through to the void initiation stage now, he still felt reverence and fear towards the person behind Zhao Lin. Giddy up! Giddy up! Duan Lingtian and Li Fei spurred the Fergana horses to travel side by side, and they quickly arrived at Black Bamboo City and converged with Xiong Quan. After changing into casual clothes, they prepared to head to the solitary peak. The solitary peak was extremely far away from the 7-star sword sect. This time, Duan Lingtian had made preparations to go on a long journey. According to what Xiongquan said, it would take almost 5 months to depart from here and arrive at the solitary peak. In other words, a round trip would take almost a year's time. Of course, this was only Xiongquan's estimation of the time. When Duan Lingtian's group of 3 spurred their horses to gallop madly, eating wind and drinking dew all along the way, it had only been almost 4 months when they arrived near the solitary peak. Xiongquan, how far is the solitary peak from here? After traveling for 4 months, Duan Lingtian's entire body was covered in dust, and slight exhaustion was mixed between his brows. During these past 4 months, he hadn't rested properly. He cultivated as he traveled. When the Fergana horse galloped, not only was its speed swift, it was extremely steady. So, while they traveled, it didn't affect Duan Lingtian's cultivation. Young master, we're almost there, at most we'll be able to travel for another half a day. Xiongquan glanced at the surroundings as he spoke slowly. Although Xiongquan had traveled for 4 months as well, he was still in high spirits. This was completely different from Duan Lingtian. Of course, all of this was because Xiongquan's cultivation was profound. Moreover, during the journey, Xiongquan's cultivation that had already recovered to the 6th level of the void prying stage had broken through once more, and he'd officially stepped into the ranks of the 7th level of the void prying stage. Duan Lingtian nodded, then looked at Li Fei who was beside him and said with a light smile, "Little Fei, endure a little longer. We'll be able to rest very soon." "Scoundrel, I'm fine." Li Fei nodded with a strong expression, causing Duan Lingtian's heart to ache slightly, and he even slightly regretted bringing Li Fei along. During these past 4 months, although the bandits they encountered on the way were all killed by Xiongquan, and they didn't have to worry about it. But because of the lack of rest, the accumulation of fatigue over a long period of time had caused Duan Lingtian and Li Fei to be both physically and mentally exhausted. Fortunately, Li Fei's cultivation had broken through on the way, otherwise, she might not have been able to persist until now. Li Fei's cultivation had broken through, and Duan Lingtian's cultivation had broken through as well. All along the way, Duan Lingtian's cultivation had smoothly broken through to the 8th level of the origin core stage after traveling day and night and cultivating without stopping. Even if I don't use a spirit weapon now, my strength is comparable to the strength of 121 ancient mammoths, and I'm already stronger than an ordinary 9th level origin core stage martial artist. An ordinary 9th level origin core stage martial artist only has the strength of 120 ancient mammoths. At the same time that they continued on their way, Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. Besides that, along with my breakthrough to the 8th level of the origin core stage, the quake energy broke through once more. Presently, the scope of effect of the quake energy has increased to the strength of 70 ancient mammoths. When he thought up to here, Duan Lingtian felt a wave of excitement. However, the current me is still inferior to that Lu Shige. In next to no time, the excitement on Duan Lingtian's face vanished without a trace, as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over him, and his eyes flickered with an icy cold sheen. Lu Shige, a 1st-level nascent soul stage inner court disciple. Exerting his full strength, his strength was comparable to the strength of 200 ancient mammoths. If he were to utilize a spirit sword, his strength would be even stronger. "Scoundrel, what are you thinking about?" Suddenly, Li Fei's pleasant voice sounded out, causing Duan Lingtian to return to his senses. "It's nothing." Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled, and the icy coldness in his eyes instantly vanished without a trace. He didn't tell Li Fei about the matter of Li Fei, as he was afraid that Li Fei would be worried. Duan Lingtian's group of 3 hurried on for another half a day. Only when the sun set in the west did they see the precipitous mountain peak in the distance that was like a pillar that held up the sky. This mountain peak shot straight into the clouds, and with a glance, it caused one to be unable to refrain from being shocked. "Young master, that mountain peak is the Hermit Peak," Xiongquan said to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian nodded, and his gaze slightly moved down to descend into the distance. In the distance, a vast, majestic and ancient city rose from the ground in the desert, and it was like an enormous beast that lay dormant there, causing one's heart to be awed. Xiongquan, what city is this? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. Li Fei's beautiful eyes slightly moved, and her gaze descended onto the distant ancient city along with Xiongquan. Young master, this is the ancient city of Everlast. Chapter 345. Ancient City of Everlast? Duan Lingtian's gaze shone as he gazed at the endless stream of carriages outside the ancient city, and he asked curiously, I see that this ancient city is rather bustling. Is there anything special about it? An ancient city that stood in the middle of a desert, an ancient city that was close to the solitary peak, was actually able to attract so many merchant groups, and this caused Duan Lingtian's heart to be filled with curiosity. Young master, the ancient city of Everlast can be said to be the largest trade city in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Within this city, all the businesses are born for the sake of profit. Unlike ordinary cities, there aren't houses that are specially provided for people to stay in. If one isn't doing business here, then one can only stay in the inns within the city if one wants to stay here. Xiongquan continued. The largest trade city in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom? Duan Lingtian was slightly in disbelief. How could a city that stood in this godforsaken place have such a great background? Young master, there's a saying that has always been circulated in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. If you want to obtain something you want, then if the ancient city of Everlast doesn't have it, then it's even more impossible to encounter it anywhere else in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Xiongquan spoke slowly. Hearing you say this, I'm interested in this city. Tonight, we'll find an inn here to stay for the night and properly experience the local conditions and customs of this city, then we'll go to the solitary peak another day. Since they'd finally come out, Duan Lingtian intended to bring Li Fei to properly take a stroll around the city, as he couldn't directly return after finishing what he had to do. In that way, it would be too uninteresting. Li Fei's beautiful eyes shone when she heard Duan Lingtian, and just like Duan Lingtian, she was filled with curiosity and yearning towards this ancient city. Young master. When they were about to enter the ancient city, Xiongquan reminded Duan Lingtian. Experts are as numerous as the clouds in the ancient city of Everlast. Even an inconspicuous passerby is extremely likely to be a void stage expert. Coupled with the fact that this place is far away, and it's a no-man's land, and bloody slaughters frequently occur here. Martial artists without a certain strength can only tuck their tails between their legs in the ancient city of everlasting desolation, as they are afraid of getting into trouble. Duan Lingtian nodded, his expression turning solemn. This ancient city of Everlast couldn't be viewed with the same gaze as an ordinary city. When they were near the ancient city of Everlast, Li Fei took out her veil and put it on before entering the ancient city with Duan Lingtian and Xiongquan. As soon as they entered the ancient city, they could feel a strong aura of the market. On the main road of the ancient city, there was an endless stream of carriages and horses. It was very lively. Many stalls were set up on both sides of the road. These stalls were either selling medicinal pills, spirit artifacts, or all sorts of materials. There were young men, middle-aged men, and old men among the stall owners. Duan Lingtian urged his horse forward as he extended his spiritual power. Suddenly, his pupils shrank. His gaze fell on the owner of a nearby roadside stall. This was an old man with a hunched back, and he was standing behind the stall and bargaining with someone. Relying on his acute spiritual force and the lifetime experience of Samsara Emperor Wu, Duan Lingtian was able to confirm that this old man with a hunched back was a void-prying stage martial artist, and his strength ought to be at the second level of the void-prying stage. Looks like what Xiongquan said earlier wasn't false in the slightest. Any random passerby in the ancient city of everlasting desolation might be a void stage expert. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and became slightly vigilant. Scoundrel, how about we stay in that inn? Look, There's even a restaurant opposite the inn. When they passed by a corner, the gaze of the sharp-eyed Li Fei abruptly shone as she looked towards the distance. Duan Lingtian followed along Li Fei's gaze when he heard this. An ancient-looking inn appeared before his eyes. Beside the inn was a restaurant that silently stood there for a long time. This restaurant was extremely special, quiet, and elegant. The first floor of the restaurant was empty, and it was filled with various plants that were placed in a ring shape, causing one to feel extremely comfortable when looking at it. At the center of these plants was the staircase that led to the second floor. The structure of this restaurant caused Duan Lingtian's eyes to light up. Duan Lingtian spurred his horse forward and brought along Li Fei and Xiongquan to quickly pass by the restaurant. Eternal Jade Restaurant? Duan Lingtian's gaze was sharp, and he saw the signboard of this restaurant with a single glance. Scoundrel, this restaurant is so quiet. Li Fei glanced at the second floor of the restaurant in surprise. There were many customers sitting on the second floor, either sipping tea, drinking wine, eating, or chatting. But all of them intentionally lowered their voices and didn't affect the others. Such an atmosphere appearing in a restaurant caused Duan Lingtian to be unable to help but reveal a surprised expression. It really is a strange restaurant. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled, then looked at the inn opposite the restaurant. Let's stay in this inn first, then we'll come out to eat. Xianxia Inn. Duan Lingtian glanced at the inn signboard, then spurred his horse forward and arrived at the entrance of the inn. Immediately, 3 of the manservants standing in a row at the entrance of the inn came forward and respectfully took the reins of the Fergana horse from Duan Lingtian and the other 2, then led the Fergana horse down. Duan Lingtian and the other 2 walked into the inn, and the counter of the inn was right in front of them. Behind the counter stood a woman around the age of 27 or 28. When Duan Lingtian saw the woman for the first time, he couldn't help but stare blankly. Only when Li Fei's hand twisted around his waist did he return to his senses. Although this woman's appearance wasn't comparable to Li Fei's, it wasn't much worse. But for some reason, there seemed to be a trace of charm between the woman's brows, causing people to easily get lost in it. Charm technique? After Duan Lingtian awoke from his stupor, his mood surged. Within the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, there were records of charm techniques. Charm techniques were a cultivation technique that women cultivated. Once it was cultivated to the mastery stage, it was capable of causing men to get lost in it and be at their mercy. Amongst Duan Lingtian and the other 2, only Duan Lingtian was affected by the charm technique of the woman behind the counter. Xiongquan's cultivation was profound, his gaze was clear, and he remained unmoved. As for Li Fei, she was a woman herself, so she naturally wouldn't be charmed by a woman. Innkeeper. Duan Lingtian understood that this woman ought to be the innkeeper of this Xianxia Inn, so he came before the counter and called out. But the woman that was leaning on the counter and holding her fragrant cheeks seemed as if she hadn't heard Duan Lingtian at all, and her pair of eyes that were like jade waves stared straight outside the inn. Duan Lingtian followed the woman's gaze and looked over. He noticed that the woman's gaze had descended onto a slovenly young man by the window on the second floor of the opposite inn. This slovenly young man was around 30 years old, his face was covered in stubble, and his hair was carelessly draped over his shoulders. He was slovenly in appearance, and he held a wine gourd in his hand as he leaned against the window and drank wine. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian noticed that the slovenly young man seemed to have noticed his gaze, and the young man turned around and nodded with a smile towards Duan Lingtian. Although the slovenly young man turned around right away, Duan Lingtian still saw his appearance clearly. This was a handsome young man with slanted brows and starry eyes. His square face that was covered in stubble was filled with vitality, and his pair of eyes that contained the vicissitudes of life seemed to be telling of the countless vicissitudes he'd experienced in the past. This is a person with a story. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but have this thought in his heart. Alas, he's unwilling to look at me in the end? Suddenly, a sigh sounded out by Duan Lingtian's ears. Only now did he notice that the beautiful innkeeper behind the counter had already recovered from her shock and was muttering to herself. Him. Duan Lingtian had a strange look in his eyes. The him that the beautiful innkeeper was talking about couldn't be the slovenly young man drinking on the second floor of the opposite restaurant, right? The three of you want to stay? Finally, the beautiful innkeeper raised her head and looked at Duan Lingtian and the other two as she asked. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. How many rooms do you want? The beautiful innkeeper asked. 2. Duan Lingtian said. Soon, the beautiful innkeeper took out 2 keys and handed them to Duan Lingtian. Sky Room 1, Sky Room 2. The room fee is waived. You can stay as long as you want. When Duan Lingtian received the keys and heard the beautiful innkeeper's words, he was completely stunned. The room fee was waived? Could it be that being handsome can waive the room fee? Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Why? While Duan Lingtian was still in a daze, Li Fei looked at the beautiful innkeeper and asked with a curious look. The beautiful innkeeper glanced at Li Fei. Her jade-like eyes revealed a trace of reminiscence. Little girl, when I look at you, it's as if I'm looking at myself in the past. As for why you're waiving the room fee, it's because he looked at your man and smiled at him. The beautiful innkeeper's words made Duan Lingtian come back to his senses. It turned out that this beautiful innkeeper didn't waive the room fee because of his looks. Him. When Li Fei heard the beautiful innkeeper's words, she was somewhat puzzled. She had no idea what the beautiful innkeeper was talking about. That's right, it's him. An enchanting smile appeared on the beautiful manager's face. He rarely smiles at others. Since he smiled at your man, it means that your man is different from the rest. Anyone who can make him smile can stay in my inn for free, no matter how long. The beautiful innkeeper's words caused Li Fei to be even more bewildered. Now, probably only Duan Lingtian was able to understand the meaning behind the beautiful innkeeper's words. Because only he saw the slovenly young man in the restaurant opposite the inn earlier, and only he saw the slovenly young man smile at him. Looks like the beautiful innkeeper of the Xianxia inn is secretly in love with that slovenly young man, and that slovenly young man ought to be aware of it as well. Otherwise, he wouldn't have only glanced at me and smiled at me before turning around. At this instant, Duan Lingtian guessed many things. Duan Lingtian thanked the beautiful innkeeper before passing the key in his hand to Xiongquan. Then he brought along Li Fei and stepped onto the stairs of the inn. Duan Lingtian slightly turned his head, and he could see that the beautiful innkeeper was continuing to steal glances at the slovenly young man. I never imagined that I would be able to encounter such an interesting matter as soon as I arrived at the ancient city of Everlast. At this moment, it seemed as if only this young woman remained in the world of the sloppy young man's eyes, and there was nothing else. Duan Lingtian was extremely familiar with this sort of gaze, and it would only appear when facing the person he loved. Looks like this sloppy young man likes this young woman. Duan Lingtian came to a sudden understanding. Could it be that this is the legendary love triangle? Big sister, are you the shopkeeper of this restaurant? Li Fei looked at the young woman and blinked her beautiful eyes as she asked curiously. Sort of. The young woman lightly smiled as she nodded. Sort of. Li Fei was stunned and didn't understand the meaning behind the young woman's words. The young woman continued. This restaurant was opened by me and my manager. Duan Lingtian's gaze was sharp, and he was able to notice that when the young woman spoke the words manager, her gaze couldn't help but dim slightly, and it contained traces of an indescribable feeling mixed within, and she was extremely unconfident. Duan Lingtian was bewildered. This young woman seemed to be extremely unconfident when mentioning her husband. It was slightly strange. So that's how it is. Li Fei smiled. She'd noticed the lack of confidence in the young woman's eyes as well, but she didn't ask any further. After all, every family had its own difficulties. Suddenly, as if she'd thought of something, Li Fei's beautiful brows frowned slightly as she looked at the sloppy young man that was drinking wine before the window, and then she slowly said to the young woman, Big sister, why does your restaurant allow everyone to come up? This sloppy drunkard seems to have stayed in your restaurant for a long time, right? Doesn't it affect the business of your restaurant? Do you want us to help you drive him away? As she finished speaking, Li Fei's eyes contained traces of excitement mixed within. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth twitched. Looks like Li Fei was still unable to let go of the matter of the sloppy young man ignoring the female shopkeeper of the restaurant. The beautiful shopkeeper of the restaurant that stood before Duan Lingtian, and Li Fei was stunned when she heard Li Fei, and then she couldn't help but laugh. Her laugh was extremely beautiful. Big sister, what are you laughing at? Seeing the female shopkeeper of the restaurant suddenly laugh, Li Fei's beautiful eyes contained a trace of puzzlement. Young miss, he's the owner of my restaurant. The female shopkeeper shook her head and smiled as she spoke slowly. The female shopkeeper's words not only caused Li Fei to be stunned, even Duan Lingtian was stunned. That sloppy young man was the husband of this restaurant's female shopkeeper? That husband that could cause her to have a lack of confidence? Duan Lingtian was slightly speechless. Could it be that the ways of the world had changed? Such a beautiful female shopkeeper of a restaurant actually had a lack of confidence when mentioning that sloppy husband? Little brother. Suddenly, a voice sounded by Duan Lingtian's ear, and it caused Duan Lingtian's expression to change. His gaze focused, and only now did Duan Lingtian notice that unknowingly, the sloppy young man was standing beside the female shopkeeper of the restaurant and lightly smiled at him. We meet again. Yeah, we meet again. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath, and his heartbeat sped up slightly. When did this sloppy young man appear before the female shopkeeper of the restaurant? With his acute spiritual force, he actually didn't notice in the slightest. Young master, he's not simple. Right at this moment, Xianxia's voice transmission sounded out in Duan Lingtian's ears. Xianxia's voice obviously contained slight fear mixed within. Actually, even if Xianxia didn't remind him, Duan Lingtian had noticed that this sloppy young man wasn't simple. This sloppy young man seemed to be sloppy and slovenly, but he was actually an extremely particular person. At the beginning, Duan Lingtian didn't carefully observe the sloppy young man, so he didn't notice. But now, Duan Lingtian was able to discern this from the smooth appearance of the sloppy young man. So it turned out that the sloppy and slovenly appearance of the other party was only a disguise. You know each other? The female shopkeeper of the restaurant had a dumbstruck expression when she saw Duan Lingtian greet her husband. The sloppy young man stretched out his hand and held onto the slender hand of the female shopkeeper, and he held it tightly before saying with a light smile, I saw him enter Xianxi's in earlier. Xianxi. Suddenly, the delicate figure of the female shopkeeper trembled. Duan Lingtian was slightly surprised. At this moment, he was able to notice that when she heard the two words Xianxi from the mouth of the sloppy young man, the female shopkeeper was obviously slightly moved. Moreover, at that moment, the lack of confidence on the female shopkeeper was even more obvious. Xianxia. Could it be that this is the name of the female shopkeeper of the inn? Duan Lingtian thought in his heart as he guessed in his heart. It seemed that the couple in front of him knew the female owner of the inn. Duan Lingtian's train of thought gradually became clear. The female shopkeeper of the inn obviously liked this sloppy young man. As for the sloppy young man, he was the husband of the female innkeeper of the restaurant. Moreover, it was obvious that he only had the female innkeeper in his heart. This could be seen from his disregard for the female innkeeper and his pity for the female innkeeper. However, even though the sloppy young man's heart was with the female shopkeeper of the inn, the female shopkeeper of the inn seemed to be extremely lacking in confidence. This was something that Duan Lingtian was unable to figure out no matter what. It was too complicated. Logically speaking, the female shopkeeper of the inn wasn't confident, and it was completely unnecessary. Because her husband's heart was completely with her, and besides her, there was no one else. Perhaps there's another reason. Duan Lingtian could only think like this. The sloppy young man lightly squeezed his wife's palm, then looked at Li Fei and changed the topic. Young miss, you were asking my wife if she needed you to help her drive me away earlier, right? Li Fei's beautiful face flushed red under the veil, and she didn't know what to say for a time. Actually, when she found out early on that the sloppy young man was the husband of the female shopkeeper of the inn, she knew that she'd misunderstood the sloppy young man. It wasn't that the sloppy young man looked down on the female shopkeeper of the inn, but he already had a wife. It's all a misunderstanding. Chapter 347. The manager and wife of the Eternal Jade restaurant were both easygoing people, so they only smiled and didn't take Li Fei's rudeness to heart. Brother Ling Tian, what are you and little sister Li Fei eating? Wang Qiong looked at Duan Ling Tian and Li Fei, and her beautiful eyes flickered as she asked with a light smile. Sister-in-law, serve the dishes to us? We don't have anything we don't eat. Duan Ling Tian lightly smiled to Wang Qiong. All right. Wang Qiong nodded with a smile before turning around and preparing to leave. As for Zhang Shouyong, he nodded to Duan Ling Tian and Li Fei before returning to the window and leaning against the window as he drank wine from his wine gourd. The wine gourd in his hand was like a bottomless pit, and the wine within it could never be finished. Duan Ling Tian shook his head. If it wasn't for him seeing through Zhang Shouyong's disguise now, perhaps he would really think that this slovenly young man was only an alcoholic. Suddenly, Duan Ling Tian looked at Li Fei who was beside him, and when he recalled the scene of Li Fei targeting Zhang Shouyong earlier, he couldn't help but laugh. Scoundrel, you're still laughing? When Li Fei saw Duan Ling Tian staring at her and laughing, how could she not know what Duan Ling Tian was laughing about, and she instantly felt slightly embarrassed. All right, I won't laugh anymore. Duan Ling Tian shook his head and stopped teasing this little girl. Li Fei's beautiful eyes flickered as she asked curiously. Scoundrel, where do you think this big brother Zhang's charm comes from? He already has a beautiful wife at home, and there's even a beautiful manager that likes him. Duan Ling Tian shook his head and smiled. Since ancient times, love is undoubtedly the most complicated thing. Who can clearly explain the matters of love? Scoundrel, I noticed that big sister Wang Qiong seems to be slightly unconfident before big brother Zhang. Have you noticed? Li Fei asked in a light voice. Duan Ling Tian nodded. I've noticed. Scoundrel, do you want to know why? Li Fei's eyes were filled with curiosity, as if she wanted to know more about the relationship between the owner and his wife. This made Duan Ling Tian smile. This little girl was actually so curious. However, Duan Ling Tian asked himself, and his heart was undoubtedly filled with curiosity. But, do you have a way to find out? Duan Ling Tian asked curiously when he saw the glint in Li Fei's eyes. Li Fei smiled mysteriously. For the time being, she had no intention of telling Duan Ling Tian. This made Duan Ling Tian gnash his teeth in hatred. He really wanted to punish Li Fei on the spot. Soon, the dishes were served. Xiong Quan, sit down and eat with us. Duan Ling Tian gestured for Xiong Quan to sit down. Xiong Quan had been eating and drinking with him the entire time. For the past 4 months, he hadn't had a decent meal. Thank you, young master. Xiong Quan sat down respectfully. Duan Ling Tian noticed that Li Fei had only eaten a few mouthfuls before leaving her seat and walking towards the female owner. Big sister Wang Qiong, let me help you. Now, Duan Ling Tian understood Li Fei's intentions. Looks like Li Fei wanted to use this opportunity to probe Wang Qiong's intentions. This restaurant looks pretty good. Let's have dinner here tonight. Suddenly, a wave of clamorous voices sounded out by Duan Ling Tian's ears. In next to no time, he could see a few middle-aged men talking and laughing loudly as they walked up to the second floor of the Eternal Jade restaurant. Their clamorous voices broke the silence of the second floor of the Eternal Jade restaurant. Duan Ling Tian frowned. The other customers that were eating on the second floor of the restaurant frowned as well, and their faces were filled with displeasure. This restaurant is rather quiet. The surprised voice of one of the middle-aged men was like a clap of thunder in the quiet second floor. Right at this moment, A cold and indifferent voice suddenly sounded out. Loud clamoring is prohibited in the Eternal Jade restaurant. Customers, if you're unable to do this, then please leave. When he heard this voice, Duan Lingtian looked towards the slovenly young man that was leaning against the window. Presently, it was precisely this special restaurant's manager, Zhang Shouyong, who was speaking. The few middle-aged men were stunned for a moment when their voices were suppressed by Zhang Shouyong. In next to no time, they recovered from their shock and walked over in large strides before surrounding Zhang Shouyong by the window. The middle-aged man in the lead sneered. "A rotten drunkard like you dares to teach me a lesson? Let me tell you, I've always been so casual when I go to restaurants. When did a drunkard dare be so arrogant? You're simply courting death." "Rotten drunkard, say that again if you have the guts. See if I don't throw you out." The other middle-aged men looked at Zhang Shouyong and revealed crazy smiles on their faces. Finally, Zhang Shouyong, who'd been drinking with his head lowered, moved. "Eternal Jade Restaurant. You're not welcome." Zhang Shouyong spoke slowly, and after he finished speaking, he picked up his wine gourd and poured a mouthful of wine into his mouth, then lightly shook his head, seeming exactly like a rotten drunkard. "These fellows are going to be out of luck." Duan Lingtan sat in the distance and just happened to see a trace of fierceness flash within Zhang Shouyong's calm eyes, and his heart slightly jerked. Hearing Zhang Shouyong's words, the few middle-aged men started laughing loudly, and after laughing, they wanted to mock him once more. But unfortunately, they didn't have the chance. Suddenly, an ear-piercing sound of the air being torn apart sounded out. In the next moment, before Duan Lingtian's eyes, the few middle-aged men emitted shrill cries, and it was as if they'd flown out of the window. Bang! 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 Outside the window, a wave of oppressive sounds of a heavy object falling to the ground sounded out, accompanied by a wave of shrill cries. So fast! Duan Lingtian's pupils constricted. He knew clearly in his heart that it was surely Zhang Shouyong who'd made a move earlier, but he only heard the ear-piercing sound of the air being torn apart when Zhang Shouyong made a move, and he didn't see Zhang Shouyong make any movements. It was even to the extent that the silhouette that condensed above Zhang Shouyong flashed and vanished swiftly, causing it to be difficult for his eyes to catch a glimpse of it. "Xiongquan, did you see him make a move clearly?" Duan Lingtian looked at Xiongquan and asked with a low voice. Xiongquan nodded with a serious expression, and after a short moment, he said, "His speed was extremely swift. I didn't see the silhouette that flashed in the sky above him clearly as well. But I can be sure of one thing. He's stronger than me." Duan Lingtian's pupils constricted when he heard Xiongquan. Before Zhang Shouyong, even Xiongquan felt inferior? After all, since the origin restriction goo within Xiongquan's body was removed, not only had he recovered to the 6th level of the void prying stage, his cultivation had even broken through to the 7th level of the void prying stage now. Didn't that mean that Zhang Shouyong's strength was still at the 9th level of the void prying stage or above? It was difficult for him to imagine. A young man that looked to be a little over 30 years old actually possessed such a terrifying strength. Taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian stretched out his acute spiritual force, wanting to rely on his spiritual force and the lifetime of experience of the Samsara Emperor Wu to detect Zhang Shouyong's cultivation. But the outcome exceeded his expectations. When his spiritual force fused into Zhang Shouyong's body, it was like a stone that sank into the sea. Just like when he investigated the mysterious yellow-clothed young girl, Han Xuanai, there were only two possibilities for such a situation to occur. Firstly, Zhang Shouyong was similar to Han Xuanai and knew how to conceal the aura of his cultivation, or perhaps, he cultivated a cultivation technique that allowed the aura of his cultivation to be restrained. Secondly, Zhang Shouyong was at the 2nd void stage, or in other words, an expert at the void initiation stage or above. Void initiation stage at only a little over 30 years old? He didn't find it strange that a void initiation stage expert that was a little over 30 years old would appear in the foreign lands. But the ancient city of Everlast that appeared in the area of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom caused Duan Lingtian to feel that it was slightly unbelievable. In the end, Duan Lingtian determined that Zhang Shouyong ought to belong to the first situation. But even then, his heart was still filled with shock. After all, not to mention the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, even if it was in the entire Darkstone Empire, or even the Dark Han Dynasty, an expert at the 7th level of the Void Prying stage that was a little over 30 years old was an existence that was rare like phoenix feathers and qilin horns. After the middle-aged men that were thrown out of the window by Zhang Shouyong emitted a few shrill cries, they completely stopped moving. Obviously, they'd realized how terrifying Zhang Shouyong was and had already left. The Eternal Jade restaurant once again recovered its calm. After Duan Lingtian finished eating, Li Fei returned, and when he saw the smile that hung on her face, Duan Lingtian knew that Li Fei had gained something. Eat some more. Duan Lingtian didn't ask Li Fei impatiently, and after he let her eat her fill, he asked, "You found out?" Li Fei nodded, and her beautiful face contained slight complacency mixed within. Duan Lingtian's gaze lit up, and he intended to pay the bill and leave. But Wang Qiong was unwilling to accept his money. "Brother Lingtian, little sister Li Fei and I hit it off at first sight. Coupled with you calling my leader big brother, how could we accept your money? Take it back. Then I'll thank sister-in-law." Duan Lingtian nodded with a smile and didn't persist. Then he bid his farewells to Zhang Shouyong before holding Li Fei's hand and leaving with Zhang Shouyong. When they left the Eternal Jade restaurant and walked towards the night market of the ancient city of Everlast, Duan Lingtian looked curiously at Li Fei and asked, "Little Fei, what did you find out?" Li Fei sighed. "So it turns out that big sister Wang Qiong is a pitiful person as well." "Pitiful person?" Duan Lingtian had a puzzled expression as he listened seriously. Big sister Wang Qiong was originally a woman with extremely excellent natural talent in the martial Dao. Later on, an unforeseen event occurred, and her Dantian was damaged, causing her to be unable to accumulate origin energy any longer. According to her, Big Brother Zhang's natural talent in the martial Dao is extremely high, causing her to feel ashamed of her inferiority, and she always felt that she wasn't worthy of Big Brother Zhang. Li Fei spoke slowly. Duan Lingtian came to a sudden understanding when he heard Li Fei. So it turned out that the reason Wang Qiong wasn't confident was because she was unable to accumulate origin energy, whereas Zhang Shouyong was an expert in the martial Dao. He could understand. The union of an ordinary woman and a man with an extremely monstrous natural talent in the martial Dao was indeed an extremely great pressure. But since they'd already gotten married and were husband and wife, why bother about all this? Perhaps Wang Qiong has a knot in her heart, Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Moreover, this knot in her heart was very likely related to the female manager of the desolate pool inn. Li Fei continued. "I really misunderstood Big Brother Zhang earlier. So it turns out that Big Brother Zhang even gave up everything for the sake of Big Sister Wang Qiong and followed her to this remote ancient city of Everlast to open the Eternal Jade restaurant." Chapter 348. Scoundrel. Li Fei looked at Duan Lingtian and traces of shock appeared on her beautiful face. "I heard Big Sister Wang Qiong say that Big Brother Zhang's strength is extremely strong. When I asked her if Big Brother Zhang was a nascent soul martial artist, she only smiled and shook her head. Could it be that Big Brother Zhang is a void stage expert? Nascent soul martial artist?" Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. Little Fei looked down on Zhang Shouyong too much. "Little Fei, I can only say, even Xiong Quan is ashamed of his inferiority to Big Brother Zhang's cultivation." Duan Lingtian slowly said to Li Fei. "What?" Li Fei's beautiful face abruptly went pale when she heard Duan Lingtian. She knew of Xiong Quan's cultivation. 7th level of the void prying stage. Even if it was amongst void prying stage martial artists, he could be considered to be one of the top. After being stunned for a moment, Li Fei looked at Xiong Quan, seeming to want to obtain further confirmation from Xiong Quan. It wasn't that she didn't believe Duan Lingtian, but this matter was too shocking. Only when she saw Xiongquan nod did Li Fei completely confirm it, and she had a shocked expression as she muttered. Big Brother Zhang's cultivation is actually stronger than Xiongquan's? Doesn't that mean that Big Brother Zhang is an expert that has surpassed the 7th level of the void prying stage? Gradually, Li Fei's eyes revealed a trace of envy. Envy of Wang Qiong. Wang Qiong, a woman, and a woman that couldn't cultivate, was undoubtedly lucky and happy to be able to obtain the unreserved love of such an outstanding man. From the beginning until the end, that outstanding man had extremely tender love for her, and was even willing to give up everything to bring her to this remote ancient city of Everlast to open a restaurant, all for the sake of helping her realize her dream that she'd always had. What? My little Fei is envious of others? Do you think I'm inferior to Big Brother Zhang? Duan Lingtian overbearingly held Li Fei's hand as he asked with a smile. Li Fei blushed and snorted, "You womanizer. Big Brother Zhang is much more faithful than you. There's no other way. You've already boarded a pirate ship. You can't escape." Duan Lingtian chuckled and pinched Li Fei's palm. She looked at Li Fei with a coquettish expression before strolling around the night market of the ancient city of everlasting desolation. As the city with the largest trading scale in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, the night market in the ancient city of Everlast was extremely bustling. It was even to the extent that when Duan Lingtian and Li Fei passed by, they would occasionally see some people having conflicts over small matters, and they would frequently kill each other. However, the passers-by looked on coldly. They seemed to be used to this and were not surprised. It's really a chaotic city. Duan Lingtian could not help but sigh. Bastard, let's go back. Li Fei frowned slightly. She was not used to it. She was different from Duan Lingtian after all. No matter what, Duan Lingtian was a mercenary that crawled out from mountains of corpses and seas of blood in his previous life. Not only would he not be disgusted by all this, he would even feel it to be slightly intimate. Duan Lingtian saw Li Fei's slightly pale face under the veil and nodded. He held Li Fei's hand before turning around and returning to the inn. Xiongquan followed closely behind Duan Lingtian and Li Fei, vigilantly observing the surroundings. Once someone dared to harm Duan Lingtian and Li Fei, he would make a move at the first possible moment and kill that person. Protecting the safety of the young master and the people by the young master's side was the meaning of his existence. Finally, when they arrived near the peak of the solitary summit, Duan Lingtian's group of 3 finally found out about Shangguan Yan. "All of you are looking for Shangguan Yan?" A robust old man with a face covered in stubble looked at Duan Lingtian's group of 3, and his fierce eyes glared. "Who are all of you to him?" "Senior, we're members of the Boundless sect." Duan Lingtian lightly smiled as he spoke to the robust old man. Relying on his acute spiritual force and the experience of the Samsara Emperor Wu, he was able to discern that this robust old man was a 9th-level void prying stage expert. His strength wasn't inferior to the 7-star sword sect's Migres Peaks master, Wu Dao. Boundless sect. The robust old man pondered for a moment when he heard Duan Lingtian, then muttered, "I seem to have heard of this sect somewhere. Right, that old fellow Shangguan Yan once said that the sect he was in was called the Boundless sect." Finally, the robust old man reacted, and he looked at Duan Lingtian's group of 3 and asked, "All of you are Shangguan Yan's disciples? Disciples and grand disciples?" The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth twitched, yet he still nodded. "Exactly, Shangguan Yan is precisely the ancestor of our Boundless sect. Senior, we're looking for him for an urgent matter. Do you know where he's cultivating in the solitary summit?" As he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian looked at the robust old man with an expression of anticipation. Unexpectedly, the robust old man shook his head. "I'm afraid all of you have made a wasted trip this time. Shangguan Yan had already left the solitary summit 7 or 8 years ago. I originally thought that he missed his disciples and returned to the Boundless sect, but now it would seem that it isn't so." The robust old man's words caused Duan Lingtian's expression to freeze. That Shangguan Yan had already left the Hermit Summit 7 or 8 years ago. 7 or 8 years ago, at that time, the Boundless sect hadn't encountered a calamity. Whereas the Boundless sect's young sect leader thought that Shangguan Yen was at the Solitary Summit. In other words, Shangguan Yen hadn't returned to the Boundless sect. We've really made a wasted trip. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a bitter smile as he shook his head. Shangguan Yen had left the Solitary Summit and his whereabouts were unknown. The Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom was extremely large. Not to mention the current him, even the Samsara Emperor Wu at his prime might not be able to find Shangguan Yen under the circumstances that he didn't have any clues. Thank you, Senior. Duan Lingtian bid his farewells to the robust old man before leaving with Li Fei and Xiongquan. Xiongquan, according to your knowledge, besides the Solitary Summit, where would Shangguan Yen go? Duan Lingtian held on to his last trace of hope as he asked Xiongquan. Xiongquan laughed bitterly. Young master, I don't know as well. Although Xiongquan was a guardian of the Boundless sect, he'd only entered the Boundless sect later on and had never seen Shangguan Yen. Duan Lingtian nodded. He knew that wanting to find Shangguan Yen now was no different than searching for a needle in a haystack. This matter could only be temporarily put aside. Giddy up! Duan Lingtian called out to Li Fei, and the two of them spurred their horses out together, following the wide and gentle mountain path to head down the Solitary Summit. Xiongquan spurred his horse to follow closely behind like a shadow. It was said that going down the mountain was easy, but going up the mountain was difficult, and these words weren't false in the slightest. The time Duan Lingtian's group of 3 used to arrive at the foot of the Solitary Summit was only half the time they used to ascend the mountain. This was even after discounting the time they used to inquire about Shangguan Yan's whereabouts all along the way. Scoundrel, let's go to the ancient city of Everlast to say our farewells to Big Sister Wang Qiong and Big Brother Zhang. Li Fei lightly smiled as she spoke to Duan Lingtian, and Li Fei, whose face was covered by a veil, was still delicate and moving. Okay. Duan Lingtian's eyes emitted a wisp of gentleness as he lightly nodded. Giddy up. Right at this moment, a shocked shout suddenly sounded out from afar. A blue-clothed young man spurred his Fergana horse to dash towards the Solitary Summit with a speed that was swift. Behind the young man was an old man, who was following closely behind him. Let's go. Duan Lingtian glanced indifferently at the blue-clothed young man, then called out to Li Fei and Xiongquan, preparing to leave the Solitary Summit. Right at this moment. Halt! Duan Lingtian noticed that when the blue-clothed young man was about to pass by them and enter the Solitary Summit, he seemed to have noticed something and suddenly pulled on the reins, forcefully stopping the Fergana horse. Along with a burst of dust, the Fergana horse beneath the young man stood still. When Duan Lingtian saw the gaze that was revealed from the blue-clothed young man's eyes, his face couldn't help but sink. Chapter 349. Halt! The old man behind the blue-clothed young man had now caught up and pulled on the reins, causing the Fergana horse beneath him to stop before standing by the young man's side. Duan Lingtian's gaze squinted. Relying on his acute spiritual force and the lifetime of experience of Samsara Emperor Wu, he was able to discern. This old man's cultivation ought to be at the 5th level of the void-prying stage without a doubt. As for the blue-clothed young man, he was around the age of 25, and his cultivation was at the 7th level of the origin core stage. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian's face sank, and he grunted coldly as he spurred his horse forward to block the young man's lustful gaze that looked at Li Fei. His eyes were filled with coldness as they focused on the young man. His woman couldn't be disrespected by others. Li Fei noticed the young man's gaze earlier, and her beautiful face beneath the veil sank slightly. Now, when she saw Duan Lingtian blocking before her, it caused the gloominess on her face to vanish without a trace, and replacing it was a light smile of happiness. This was her, Li Fei's man. A man she could rely on for her entire lifetime. The young man's face couldn't help but sink when his gaze of admiring a beauty was blocked, and he looked at Duan Lingtian as he shouted coldly. Kid F K off. Although the young woman wore a light veil and her appearance couldn't be seen clearly. But he who'd seen countless women was able to discern that she was a beauty just by looking at the young woman's pair of willow-shaped brows and beautiful eyes, and she was absolutely a top-grade beauty. This top-grade beauty was far from being comparable to the group of vulgar women in his home. Especially this young woman's hot figure, it caused his imagination to roam. His lower abdomen heated up and a greedy desire arose within his heart, a desire to take this young woman for himself. Now, his mood was disturbed, and he couldn't help but be slightly enraged. Duan Lingnan suddenly started laughing when he heard the young man ask him to K off, and the corners of his mouth curled into a smile that contained slight coldness mixed within. I'll give you the time of 10 breaths to vanish from my sight right now. Otherwise, bear the consequences. Bear the consequences? When the young man heard Duan Lingtian's words, he was stunned for a moment before he reacted and couldn't help but laugh. The young man's eyes were filled with disdain as he looked down at Duan Lingtian. Kid, you said earlier that you'd give me 10 breaths of time to vanish from your sight. Otherwise, I'll be responsible for the consequences? Now, the young man even thought that he had misheard. Because no one had ever dared to talk to him like this, or threaten him like this. 8 more breaths of time. Duan Lingtian looked at the young man calmly. His face was as cold as ever, and he was not affected by the young man at all. The young man finally confirmed that he had not heard wrongly. Immediately, he looked at Duan Lingnan and sneered, Kid, it seems like you're quite bold. 8 breaths of time, right? Let me tell you, I can kill you in less than 8 breaths of time. The young man's words were filled with disdain and overbearingness. 6 more breaths of time. Duan Lingtian continued speaking with a calm voice that contained traces of killing intent mixed within. Uncle G. The disdain on the young man's face grew even deeper as he abruptly shouted out in a low voice. Young master. The old man by the young man's side replied respectfully. I'll kill this kid and his servant within 5 breaths of time. The young man spoke with a clear voice, and his cold and indifferent gaze swept past Duan Lingtian and Xianxia who stood behind Duan Lingtian. As he spoke, it was as if killing 2 people was a common occurrence to him. As soon as he finished speaking, the young man added, Uncle G, you must not injure that little beauty when you make a move. I want to take her back and make her my 27th concubine. Ha! As he finished speaking, the young man started laughing loudly, and his voice was filled with arrogance and lewdness. 27th concubine? When he heard the young man, the coldness in Duan Lingtian's eyes grew even colder and oppressive as he said coldly, 3 more breaths of time, Uncle G, do it. The young man abruptly shouted out explosively, and his eyes emitted madness. As far as he was concerned, so long as he killed these 2 irksome fellows, that little beauty would be his. At that time, wouldn't she be at his mercy? When he thought of how this beautiful woman with a hot figure was about to become his plaything, the lustful sheen in the young man's eyes grew even brighter. Yes, young master. As soon as the young man finished speaking, the body of the old man on the Fergana horse beside him trembled slightly, and he directly soared up from the Fergana horse and floated in the air. The old man's gaze was extremely icy cold as it descended onto Duan Lingtian and Xianxia, and it was as if he was looking at 2 dead people. Perhaps, in the eyes of the old man, Duan Lingtian and Xianxia were bound to be 2 dead people in the next moment. Kid, in this world, there are some people you can't afford to offend. Remember this when you reincarnate in your next life. The young man looked at Duan Lingtian as he laughed arrogantly, and his eyes were filled with viciousness. Is that so? Duan Lingtian sneered, then shouted in a low voice. The time of 10 breaths is already up. Xianxia. Yes, young master. Xianxia replied, then his eyes abruptly squinted and emitted awe-inspiring killing intent. Right at this moment, an ear-piercing howl of the wind sounded out. Duan Lingtian's face sank, as he noticed that the old man that floated in the air had suddenly vanished before his eyes. At almost the exact same moment, an awe-inspiring strong wind assaulted his face. Duan Lingtian knew clearly in his heart that the old man was flashing towards him with an extremely swift speed, desiring to kill him. Above the sky, 7,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes could be seen condensing into form. This was precisely the symbol of the 5th level of the void prying stage. Now, this 5th level void prying stage old man didn't even utilize a spirit weapon or force when making a move against Duan Lingtian. Perhaps, as far as he was concerned, Duan Lingtian didn't have the qualifications to make him utilize his spirit weapon and force. In the distance, the young man that sat on the Fergana horse revealed a slightly insane and lustful expression when he saw this scene. That, once you're dead, that little beauty by your side will be mine. Right at this moment, an exceedingly swift figure whistled out, accompanied by a shocked shout that was like a thunderclap. A mere 5th-level void-prying stage martial artist dares be presumptuous before my young master? It was Xianxia's figure that flashed out, and in the blink of an eye, he descended before Duan Lingtian before the old man approached Duan Lingtian. Then he floated in the sky and blocked the old man's path. Above Xianxia, the energy of heaven and earth roiled, and the number of ancient mammoth silhouettes ceaselessly rose, 8,000 heads. 9,000. When it increased to 9,999, all the ancient mammoth silhouettes trembled and completely converged together, causing a wave of clouds and mist to roil. When the clouds and mist dispersed, an enormous creature that coiled down appeared before the eyes of everyone. This enormous creature was a few tens of meters long, and its powerful body spiraled in the sky, seeming lifelike. Its bloody mouth would occasionally open, swallowing clouds and spitting out mist, and it brought a visual shock to others. The enormous creature was 50% or 60% similar to the Eastern Divine Dragon in Duan Lingtian's impression, but it was slightly smaller than the Eastern Divine Dragon. Moreover, its appearance seemed to be even more savage and extremely deterring. Horned dragon. This was an ancient horned dragon. During the ancient times, the strength of an ancient horned dragon was comparable to the strength of 10,000 ancient mammoths. Presently, Xianxia's strength had soared to the point it was comparable to the strength of an ancient horned dragon. It was equivalent to the strength of 10,000 ancient mammoths. Seventh level of the void prying stage. A voice that was mixed with trembling abruptly sounded out, and it contained traces of fear mixed within. It was the old man that charged towards Duan Lingtian like a bolt of lightning, and when Xianxia appeared before Duan Lingtian, he hurriedly flashed back and floated in the sky. As he looked at the lifelike ancient horned dragon silhouette above Xianxia, the old man's eyes emitted terror that came from his soul. As this middle-aged man's figure flashed, he drew upon the energy of heaven and earth to condense into the strength of an ancient horned dragon. He didn't utilize a spirit weapon, nor did he utilize force. The old man was well aware of what this meant. 7th level of the void prying stage. This was a 7th level void prying stage expert. This is an ancient horned dragon? Duan Lingtian's gaze descended onto the sky above Xianxia, even though he knew beforehand that Xianxia had already broken through to the 7th level of the void prying stage. Relying on the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, he knew that Xianxia was able to draw upon the energy of heaven and earth to condense into an ancient horned dragon silhouette. However, this was the first time he'd seen an expert at the 7th level of the void prying stage or above make a move. It was the first time he'd seen an ancient horned dragon. Ancient horned dragon? Li Fei had a bewildered expression, as she'd never heard of an ancient horned dragon. Little Fei, in Cloud Continent, martial artists are able to draw upon the energy of heaven and earth to develop ancient mammoth silhouettes. However, when the number of ancient mammoth silhouettes reaches 10,000, it would automatically transform into an ancient horned dragon silhouette. Duan Lingtian noticed Li Fei's bewilderment and slowly explained. This is the rule of Cloud Continent, the iron law of Cloud Continent. In other words, the strength of an ancient horned dragon is comparable to the strength of 10,000 ancient mammoths. Li Fei came to a sudden understanding when she heard Duan Lingtian's explanation, and she completely understood. Ancient horned dragon's strength? In the distance, the blue-clothed young man that sat on the Fergana horse revealed a dumbstruck expression after Xianxia drew upon the energy of heaven and earth to condense into an ancient horned dragon silhouette. Only now did he react to what had happened. At the instant he reacted, his eyes were filled with a sheen of disbelief. No, impossible. How could there possibly be a 7th-level void-prying stage expert by the side of this immature kid? Impossible. Impossible. He wasn't willing to believe that all this was true. Immediately after, his chest was completely filled with panic and fear. Now, there was only a 5th-level void-prying stage martial artist by his side, whereas there was a 7th-level void-prying stage expert by his side. Duanlingan sat on the Fergana horse, and his icy cold eyes descended onto the blue-clothed young man who was dumbstruck. I gave you a chance. Duanlingtian's gaze went slightly cold, and although his tone was calm, it concealed awe-inspiring killing intent. The blue-clothed young man's body trembled as he recovered from his shock. Then he looked at Duanlingtian and revealed a terrified expression as he shouted out in shock. You can't kill me! You can't kill me! I can't kill you? Duanlingtian laughed, and he laughed extremely brilliantly. Suddenly, a 1-meter-long blade appeared out of thin air in Duanlingtian's hand, and it flickered with a faint sheen of origin energy as he prepared to attack at any moment. Kid, you're dead if you dare kill me. You're dead. The young man's expression changed when he saw the 1-meter-long blade in Duanlingtian's hand, and he suddenly shouted out explosively. If you dare kill me, my grandfather won't let you off. The young man didn't finish his words in the end. Idiot! Because Duanlingtian had already flashed out and sent the 1-meter-long blade in his hand into the young man's chest. Whoosh! Duanlingtian coldly snorted, and his leg flashed out like lightning, kicking the young man who had his body pierced through by the 1-meter-long blade in his hand. The latter crashed onto the ground with a bang, and he completely lost all signs of life. Duanlingtian's figure flashed, and he took the storage rings from the hands of the old man and young man one by one. A dazzling golden grade 7 pill fire appeared in Duanlingtian's palm, and it slowly pulsated. Duanlingtian raised his hand, and the grade 7 pill fire descended, directly landing on the corpses of the old man and young man, and igniting them together. Let's go! After the pill fire descended, Duanlingtian extinguished the ceaselessly burning pill fire in his hand. He couldn't be bothered to take another glance at the corpses of the two people, and he returned to the Fergana horse and called out to Li Fei and Xiongquan. The three of them spurred their horses and galloped out, heading towards the ancient city of Everlast. Duanlingtian planned to bring Li Fei to bid farewell to the manager and wife of the Eternal Jade restaurant, and after they finished, they would leave the ancient city of Everlast and return the way they came. Duanlingtian had already planned it out in his heart. He was in a hurry when he came, and didn't properly savor the scenery along the way. On the way back, he must bring little Feier to have a good time and go on a scenic tour. Not long after Duanlingtian's group of three left, two figures flashed down from a large tree outside the secluded summit, and in the blink of an eye, they arrived before the two burning corpses. Bang! Bang! The two people made a move, and the bone-piercing origin energy in their hands transformed into cold winds that roared out and extinguished the pill fire on the corpses. Looks like we'll be able to eat our fill today. Li Fei's beautiful eyes lit up, and they were filled with anticipation. Young master. Meanwhile, Xiongquan had already settled down the three Fergana horses and walked into the Eternal Jade restaurant. Sit down, let's eat together. Duanlingtian said to Xiongquan. Thank you, young master. Xiongquan sat down. Brother Ling Tian is really considerate to the servants. Zhang Shouyong glanced at Xiong Quan and lightly smiled. After that, he seemed to have noticed something, and he looked outside the Eternal Jade restaurant and frowned. Brother Ling Tian, you brought someone else? Zhang Shouyong's words caused Duan Ling Tian to be stunned. No, what's wrong? It's nothing. Zhang Shouyong shook his head. He noticed that the feeling of being watched had vanished at this moment. Maybe I'm mistaken. In next to no time, the food that Wang Qiong personally cooked was served. A table full of fragrant delicacies, and just the smell of it had already caused Duan Lingtian's appetite to be aroused. Big sister Wang Qiong, sit down and eat as well. After the table was filled, Li Fei looked at Wang Qiong and invited her. All of you eat first. There's still soup, I'll go bring it out. Chapter 351. Eternal Jade Restaurant. Duan Lingtian and the others sat around a circle and ate the fragrant and steaming dishes with large mouthfuls. It's too delicious. No wonder Big Brother Zhang said we would even wish for nothing more than to swallow our tongues. Big Sister Wang Qiong, your culinary skill is too good. Li Fei praised as she ate. Eat more if you like. If it's not enough, I'll make more. Wang Qiong smiled to Li Fei, and her beautiful eyes contained slight tender affection mixed within. She liked this little sister from the bottom of her heart. After the meal, Wang Qiong started to clean up the dishes, and Zhang Shouyong went into the kitchen to help as well. Duan Lingtian and Li Fei sat at the table to rest, and they intended to rest for a while before bidding farewell to Zhang Shouyong and Wang Qiong. Senior withered old man, they're within this restaurant. Suddenly, a clear voice sounded out by Duan Lingtian's ears, and the voice sounded out from outside the Eternal Jade restaurant, and it grew closer and closer, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian heard 3 ear-piercing howls of the wind sound out by his ears. In the blink of an eye, 3 figures appeared before his eyes. Standing behind them were 2 middle-aged men. One wore azure clothes, the other wore red clothes, and their appearances were exactly the same. Obviously, they were a pair of twin brothers. Before the 2 middle-aged men stood an emaciated old man. The old man's body was thin and only skin and bones, and it seemed as if a gust of wind would blow him down, but Duan Lingtian didn't dare look down on the old man because of this. He was able to discern that amongst the 3 people before him, the old man's strength was the most terrifying. Relying on his spiritual force and the experience of Samsara Emperor Wu, he was able to see through the cultivation of the 2 middle-aged men, and they were both 4th-level void prying stage martial artists. As for the old man, when his spiritual force stretched out, it was like a stone sinking into the sea. It was extremely likely that the old man was in existence at the 2nd void stage, or in other words, the void initiation stage. Duan Lingtian's heart sank. It's him. Duan Lingtian saw the old man suddenly speak, and at the instant the old man's muddy eyes descended onto him, it was suffused with a ghastly cold light that seemed as if it was about to swallow Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian's heart jerked. The old man's target was him? Yes. Meanwhile, the azure-clothed middle-aged man behind the old man hurriedly nodded. Senior withered old man, us brothers saw him kill your grandson with our own 2 eyes. The attendant by your grandson's side was killed by this 7th-level void prying stage martial artist. The middle-aged man's gaze first fell on Duan Lingtian, then he looked at Xiong Quan who was standing beside Duan Lingtian. The middle-aged man's words caused Duan Lingtian's pupils to shrink. He finally understood what was going on. It turned out that his actions at the foot of the Hermit Summit this morning had been exposed. This old man that seems to be a void initiation stage expert is actually the grandfather of that blue-clothed young man I killed? He remembered that before the blue-clothed young man died, he seemed to have mentioned this old man. However, at that time, Duan Lingtian was in a fit of rage. How could he possibly care about him? However, even if he knew now that there was an existence that seems to be at the void initiation stage behind the blue-clothed young man, he didn't regret it in the slightest. Not only did that blue-clothed young man dare disrespect little Fei, he even wanted to kill him. He truly deserved death. He could imagine that if it wasn't for Xianxua's protection, the person who died this morning wouldn't be that young man, but him. So, he didn't regret it. If he really wanted to talk about regret, then what Duan Lingtian regretted the most now was not seeing those two corpses being burned into ash with his own two eyes. Although he didn't see what happened after that, he was able to guess a thing or two. It ought to be that when he and Xiongquan made a move, it was seen by the twin brothers behind the old man. Later on, one of them went to inform the old man, and the other followed them all the way here. Looks like Big Brother Zhang noticed the people following us earlier. Duan Lingtian recalled that before lunch, Zhang Shouyong had asked him if he'd brought anyone else over. For a time, Duan Lingtian's heart was clear like a mirror. "Why did you kill my grandson?" The sharp gaze of the gaunt old man descended onto Duan Lingtian, and it seemed to have transformed into a bloodthirsty venomous snake that would bite Duan Lingtian at any moment. Duan Lingtian could feel the old man's killing intent that was difficult to restrain. He deserves death. Duan Lingtian's gaze went slightly cold, and his tone was calm, yet mixed with a murderous intent. At this moment, Duan Lingtian knew that he had no other choice, and could only fight head-on now. He still couldn't confirm if the old man was a void initiation stage expert. Perhaps he still had a chance. He'd already sent a voice transmission to Xiongquan, asking Xiongquan to wait for an opportunity to launch a surprise attack on the old man, and strive to kill him in one strike. He deserves death? The gaunt old man was stunned when he heard Duan Lingtian. In next to no time, his gaze descended onto Li Fei, who was by Duan Lingtian's side. Presently, Li Fei hadn't worn her veil, and her drop-dead gorgeous appearance was clearly visible. When he saw Li Fei, the gaunt old man's eyes flickered with a fierce light, and he said in a low voice, "Looks like my grandson was destroyed by a woman." Obviously, the old man knew his grandson very well. Now that he saw Li Fei, he easily guessed some things. When he felt the bloodthirsty killing intent that rose from the gaunt old man towards Li Fei, Duan Lingtian's face went grim, and he hurriedly stood up to stand before Li Fei, blocking this bloodthirsty killing intent for Li Fei. Duan Lingtian's expression was cold and indifferent, and his back was straight. He wasn't afraid in the slightest when facing the old man's bloodthirsty killing intent, and he remained unmoving like a mountain. Scoundrel! When the old man's killing intent enveloped over, Li Fei felt as if she was within a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, and that suffocating feeling caused her to feel extremely uncomfortable. Now, Duan Lingtian was blocking before her, and at the same time that it caused her heart to feel warm, she was slightly worried. The gaunt old man's white brows raised when he saw this, and he grunted coldly. "Kid, needless to say, you're really not bad. But unfortunately, you're dead for sure today. As they say, beauties bring disaster." Chapter 352. A wisp of bitterness appeared on the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth when he heard what Xiongquan said. A 7th-level void-prying stage expert had his dantian crippled in the blink of an eye, causing his origin energy to be completely lost, and he was even inferior to a 1st-level void-prying stage martial artist. How could this be called fine? Duan Lingtian asked himself. If it was him, he would surely be unable to accept this reality. He knew clearly in his heart that Xiongquan was only consoling him. Xiongquan didn't want him to feel guilty. But how could he not feel guilty? "Xiongquan, I owe you." At the same time that Duan Lingtian sighed in his heart, a wisp of bitterness appeared on the corners of his mouth. What he owed Xiongquan, he would probably only be able to return in his next life. He'd killed the grandson of this void initiation stage expert, so it was impossible for the old man to let him go. Taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian stared coldly at the gaunt old man in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing. Scoundrel! Meanwhile, Li Fei held Duan Lingtian's hand and stood shoulder to shoulder with Duan Lingtian. Go through thick and thin together. As far as she was concerned, being able to go through life and death with Duan Lingtian in this lifetime was not a life in vain. Little Fei. When Duan Lingtian saw Li Fei like this, the coldness and indifference on his face vanished without a trace, and replacing it was gentleness that was like water. He lightly stretched out his hand to stroke Li Fei's beautiful face. Do you regret knowing me? Li Fei shook her head. Being able to know you in this lifetime is the greatest favor of the heavens to me. Even if I leave with you in the next moment, I won't regret it, because I'll always be by your side. You'll never be alone. Duan Lingtian nodded heavily, then took a deep breath and squeezed out a trace of a smile on his face. His eyes gradually revealed a trace of firmness. No matter what, so long as there was a trace of a chance, he wouldn't allow anything to happen to little Fei. Umph! A cold snort sounded out, breaking this beautiful atmosphere. What a touching scene! My pitiful grandson died because of this woman. The gaunt old man's voice was cold and indifferent, and his face was gloomy like water. All of a sudden, the old man moved and made his move. In the blink of an eye, Li Fei was taken away from Duan Lingtian. Little Fei. Seeing this, Duan Lingtian's expression changed greatly. The moment he came to his senses, he flew out, wanting to save Li Fei. The old man casually raised his leg, causing the shadows of his leg to sweep out, and he only used the strength of over 100 ancient mammoths to kick Duan Lingtian flying. In that instant, Duan Lingtian felt his internal organs tremble and a sweet taste in his throat. Boom! In the next moment, his entire body flew out like an arrow from a bow, slamming heavily into the wall. Duan Lingtian spat out a mouthful of blood. The shock from his internal organs almost suffocated him. However, seeing that Li Fei was still in the old man's hands, Duan Lingtian suddenly roared and flew out again as if he had turned into a poisonous snake. Sword drawing technique. The sword flashed out like lightning, heading straight for the old man. Swish! The sword light that flashed by seemed to have transformed into the fangs of a poisonous snake, biting towards the old man. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. The old man laughed coldly as he casually raised his hand and blasted Duan Lingtian flying once more. Duan Lingtian spat out a mouthful of blood once more, barely supporting himself with his sword, and his body swayed as if he would fall to the ground at any moment. Scoundrel! This scene caused Li Fei's eyes to almost split apart as she cried out in grief. Right at this moment, a slovenly figure flashed out from the second floor of the Eternal Jade restaurant, and in his hand was a beautiful woman. It was precisely Zhang Gu and Zhang Gu of the Eternal Jade restaurant. Zhang Shouyong and Wang Qiong. They were originally busy in the kitchen, and they rushed out at the first possible moment when they noticed the commotion. Zhang Shouyong frowned when he saw the scene before him, whereas Wang Qiong's beautiful face went pale. Little sister Li Fei. Kid, looks like you have deep feelings for this woman. You're actually risking your life for this woman. The gaunt old man only glanced indifferently at Zhang Shouyong and Wang Qiong before paying no further attention to them. Perhaps he felt that these two people weren't of any threat to him. His gaze once again descended onto Duan Lingtian, and traces of coldness were mixed within. Old fellow, your grandson was killed by me, and it has nothing to do with her. You're a void initiation stage expert at any rate. Don't you feel ashamed of making things difficult for a weak woman? If there's anything, feel free to come at me. Duan Lingtian looked at the gaunt old man and gnashed his teeth as he spoke. Truly touching. A wisp of a strange smile appeared on the old man's face as he looked at Duan Lingtian and said indifferently, Kid, I know that this woman is surely the culprit behind the reason you killed my grandson. How about this? I'll give you a chance. I'll let you leave, but leave this woman behind and I'll kill her. How about it? Duan Lingtian grunted coldly and disregarded the old man. Not to mention that he didn't believe that the old man would be so kind. Even if what the old man said was true, It was still impossible for him to leave. Li Fei was his woman, his life. Asking him to abandon his woman and use his woman's life to exchange for his life and live an ignoble life by himself? He would rather die. Scoundrel, leave quickly. However, Li Fei believed it and looked at Duan Lingtian as she said anxiously, leave quickly. In the future, you have to take good care of little sister Kerr and live well with little sister Kerr. In Li Fei's eyes, even if she could use her life to exchange for her man's life, she would have no regrets. Did you hear that? Your woman is asking you to leave as well. Kid, you'd better leave quickly so as to avoid leaving your life here. A wisp of a cold smile appeared on the corners of the old man's mouth as he grunted. Duan Lingtian didn't pay attention to the old man and looked at Li Fei as he lightly shook his head. Little Fei, you're too foolish. I was the one who killed his grandson. How could he let me off so easily? Even if he's willing to let me off, if it's at the cost of your life, I, Duan Lingtian, would rather die. I, Duan Lingtian, would rather die. Duan Lingtian's tone was resolute and filled with the will to die. His heroic spirit soared to the heavens. Scoundrel! Li Fei's delicate body trembled as tears fell from her autumn eyes like rain. At this moment, even though she was facing a life and death crisis, her heart was still filled with happiness. At this moment, it was as if Duan Lingtian was the only person left in the world in her eyes. This was her man. She was Li Fei's man. Duan Lingtian's determination made the old man's expression extremely ugly. Naturally, he wouldn't be so kind as to let Duan Lingtian leave. He only wanted to destroy the laughable feelings between this young couple and let them know how fragile their so-called feelings. Now, it seemed that he had failed. This young man who killed his grandson was actually willing to die for this woman. Taking a deep breath, the old man's hand shook as he directly threw Li Fei out and said coldly, I'll give you the time of 10 breaths to disappear before my eyes, and I can spare your life. Otherwise, I'll let you be buried with this kid. As the old man finished speaking, his eyes emitted a cold and fierce expression. He still wanted to see the scene of the murderer of his grandson being abandoned by everyone. Only in this way could he dispel the hatred in his heart. Seeing this scene, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but sneer. Old man, doing the same thing twice? Don't you feel bored? In your heart, I'm afraid you wish for nothing more than to burn our bones and scatter our ashes. Would you let any one of us leave? Laughable. Duan Lingtian's words caused the old man's face to flicker between green and white. Scoundrel! Li Fei arrived by Duan Lingtian's side and helped the ghastly pale Duan Lingtian up, and the gaze she looked at Duan Lingtian with was filled with gentleness that was like water. So long as she was able to be together with this man, even if she had to die in the next moment, she would have no regrets. In the distance, Zhang Shouyong was slightly moved when he saw this scene. Subsequently, his gaze descended onto Wang Qiong, who was by his side. Presently, Wang Qiong's beautiful face was completely covered in tears, and she seemed to have transformed into a tearful beauty. The unwillingness between Duan Lingtian and Li Fei had deeply infected her. The feelings between the two of them had already surpassed life and death. It was shocking. Kid, what you mean is that I'll go back on my word? The killing intent in the old man's eyes was awe-inspiring, and his face sank. For the sake of seeing the scene of Duan Lingtian being abandoned by everyone, he secretly gritted his teeth and made a decision. With a raise of his hand, the origin energy in his hand transformed into needles that pierced into the tip of his finger. A strand of light fresh blood sprinkled down into the sky. I, withered old man, swear with my blood that so long as this woman is willing to abandon this kid and leave, and let this kid taste the pain of being abandoned by everyone, I, withered old man, am willing to let this woman live. If I go against this oath, then I, withered old man, am willing to be blasted to death by the 99 heavenly tribulation. As soon as the old man finished speaking, the fresh blood in the sky strangely rose up into the sky. In the blink of an eye, that strand of fresh blood emitted a dignified and formidable aura. This aura pressed down on everyone present, including the withered old man, to the point their bodies couldn't help but tremble. Bang! That strand of fresh blood directly penetrated the roof of the Eternal Jade restaurant and shot into the sky. After a short moment, bang! A thunderclap descended from the horizon, and it alarmed the entire ancient city of Everlast. A void-prying stage martial artist is overcoming the 6-9 heavenly tribulation in the ancient city of Everlast? This was the thought that arose in the hearts of most people at the first possible moment. Only because this thunderclap wasn't ordinary thunderclap. Bang! Subsequently, another thunderclap sounded out in the horizon. Chapter 353. He Ben's second Alliance Master has been born. Thank you, little she-devil. It was said that once a person on Cloud Continent made an oath using his own blood and the 9-9 heavenly tribulation, he would be directly struck to death by the 9-9 heavenly tribulation if he dared to violate it. Similar incidents had happened many times on Cloud Continent. Therefore, no one dared to easily make an oath using the 9-9 heavenly tribulation. This withered old man really hates me to the bone. Duan Lingtian looked at the skinny old man with a gaze that was cold and indifferent like ice. The old man looked at Li Fei as the corners of his mouth curled into a cold smile. Now you can leave in peace. I really look forward to seeing how painful it will be for this kid when you abandon him and leave. As he finished speaking, a wisp of an evil smile appeared on the corners of the old man's mouth. It was as if he had already seen the scene of Duan Lingtian betraying his friends and family. Li Fei's clear eyes were suffused with coldness as she calmly glanced at the old man and no longer paid any attention to him. Her slender hands tightly held onto Duan Lingtian, and her gaze was firm as before without the slightest change. She would not abandon her man and live an ignoble life. Just like how her man would not abandon her. Little Fei, When Duan Lingtian saw the withered old man make an oath using the 9-9 heavenly tribulation and was willing to let Li Fei go, he originally wanted to persuade Li Fei to leave. However, when he saw the gaze contained within Li Fei's eyes, he noticed the meaning that Li Fei wanted to express. It was incomparably firm and would never leave. In the end, he didn't open his mouth, and a brilliant smile appeared on his face. He stretched out his hand and embraced Li Fei in his arms, and felt Li Fei's heartbeat. At this moment, Li Fei's heartbeat seemed to have completely merged with his heartbeat, and it was difficult to distinguish them. I'll give you the time of 3 breaths. If you still don't leave, then you'll be buried with him. The old man's withered body trembled slightly. He suddenly realized that everything he had done just now seemed to be useless. This young couple, although young, was actually willing to give up their lives for love. This made him feel that it was inconceivable, and at the same time, he was a little angry from embarrassment. Li Fei completely ignored the old man's threat. She quietly leaned into Duan Lingtian's embrace, taking in the familiar scent of Duan Lingtian's body and enjoying every second. She really hoped that this moment would last forever. As for Duan Lingtian, he held Li Fei in his arms and smelled the fragrance of Li Fei's hair. He felt extremely calm. At this moment, he could clearly feel that his soul had been elevated to a higher level. His spiritual power, which had been dormant for a long time, grew at an extremely fast rate. All the way to the critical point between the nascent soul stage and the void-prying stage. Duan Lingtian didn't seem to notice this at all. Or perhaps he knew deep down that even if his mind power improved, it wouldn't change anything. 3 breaths later. Looks like you're really going to die with this kid. The old man sneered, his skinny body lightly trembled as his origin energy roared. Then I'll let you and this kid be a pair of dying mandarin ducks. Whoosh! In the sky above the old man, 2 ancient horned dragon silhouettes gradually condensed into form, and their imposing auras shot into the sky like rainbows. Young master! Xianxia, who'd always been struggling to stand up, went ghastly pale when he saw this scene, and his body that had just propped itself up fiercely fell to the ground once more. He madly pounded his fists on the ground as if he'd gone mad, and he hated his own weakness to the extreme. Stay your hand. Suddenly, a delicate shout spread throughout the second floor of the Eternal Jade restaurant, causing everyone to be stunned. The old man's face sank as he turned to look towards the source of the voice, and his gaze descended onto Wang Qiong. I, the old man, hate people telling me what to do. This matter has nothing to do with you. If you dare speak out of turn again, then I'll let you die with them. Big brother Zhang, bring sister-in-law in. Duan Lingtian looked at the young man by Wang Qiong's side as he spoke slowly. He didn't want to be a burden to this young couple. Big sister Wang Qiong, if there's a next life, I hope to be able to eat the food you cook again. Li Fei raised her head and lightly smiled to Wang Qiong. It's really delicious. Now you and big brother Zhang quickly go in. Little sister Li Fei. Wang Qiong looked at Li Fei as a wisp of a smile appeared on her tear-stained face. You've taught me many things and allowed me to understand many things in an instant. Thank you. If you really want to eat the food big sister cooks, then you have to live well, and big sister will cook for you again. Live well? Wang Qiong's words caused Li Fei to sigh. Did she still have a chance? Brother Yong. Suddenly, under the gazes of everyone present, Wang Qiong looked at the slovenly young man by her side and spoke slowly. I know that when you followed me to the ancient city of Everlast to live in seclusion, you'd once said, unless someone threatens our lives, otherwise, you wouldn't commit the sin of killing again. Suddenly, Wang Qiong's fierce gaze descended onto the emaciated old man and two middle-aged men in the distance, and her voice became slightly colder. But today, I hope you can make an exception for me. Wang Qiong's words caused everyone besides the slovenly young man to be stunned for a moment. Big brother Zhang? He wouldn't be. Duan Lingtian's heartbeat sped up when he heard Wang Qiong. Right at the instant Duan Lingtian's heartbeat sped up, a chilly voice sounded out by his ears. I understand. This voice was precisely emitted from the mouth of the slovenly young man in the distance. In an instant, in Duan Lingtian's field of vision, the slovenly young man vanished on the spot, and he'd obviously sped up to the limit. Duan Lingtian only saw the energy of heaven and earth royal in the sky before condensing into three ancient horned dragon silhouettes in the end, the strength of three ancient horned dragons. Big brother Zhou. He's a second-level void initiation stage martial artist? Duan Lingtian revealed an expression of disbelief. Never had he imagined that this young man that looked to be a little over 30 years old would actually possess such a terrifying strength. Bang! Duan Lingtian's thoughts had only just spun when he heard an enormous bang. Zhang Shouyong had arrived before the old man in the blink of an eye, and his fist smashed out like a sledgehammer, and it smashed onto the old man's chest before the old man could react. The old man was smashed flying, and his face flushed red. Second-level void initiation stage. The old man shouted out in shock, and he felt something sweet in his throat as he spat out a mouthful of blood. Never had he imagined that this young man that looked to be a little over 30 years old was actually an existence that was even stronger than him. Whoosh! The old man didn't dare hesitate, and the origin energy on his body roiled as a narrow sword appeared out of thin air in his hand. His origin energy skyrocketed, and it carried along an extremely terrifying aura. This aura was even stronger than the advanced force. Sword concept. Duan Lingtian's pupils constricted. In the blink of an eye, another ancient horned dragon silhouette and almost 8,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared beside the two ancient horned dragon silhouettes above the old man. The 8,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes surrounded the three ancient horned dragon silhouettes at the center like a host of stars surrounding the bright moon. It's a grade 6 spirit sword. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed with a cold light. The grade 6 spirit sword in the old man's hand was able to amplify strength by almost 40%. The strength of almost 8,000 ancient mammoths was amplified by the grade 6 spirit sword on the basis of the strength of two ancient mammoths. As for the strength of the other ancient horned dragon, that was the strength bestowed upon the old man by sword concept. Concept reigned above force. Although the old man's sword concept was only at the lowest level, first level sword concept, it still reigned above advanced sword force. Advanced force was able to allow a martial artist to gain the strength of 2,000 ancient mammoths. Just like Xiong Quan's advanced sword force. Whereas the first level sword concept that reigned above advanced sword force was instead able to allow a martial artist to gain the strength of 10,000 ancient mammoths, which was the strength of an ancient horned dragon. Presently, when the old man attacked with his full strength, his strength was comparable to the strength of 3 ancient horned dragons, and coupled with the strength of almost 8,000 ancient mammoths. Die. The old man's eyes were crimson red as his figure flashed out, and the narrow sword in his hand trembled as he flashed towards Zhang Shou-yong like a bolt of lightning. Of course, in the eyes of Duan Lingtan, the old man had vanished into thin air. The old man's speed was too swift. With his current cultivation, he was utterly unable to see clearly, and only felt a gust of wind swiftly flash past as it swept towards Zhang Shou-yong. Big brother Zhang, watch out. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but warn him. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian realized that his warning was unnecessary. He saw Zhang Shou-yong vanish into thin air before his eyes, and when he appeared once more, he stood at the spot the old man was at earlier. A mere first-level void initiation stage martial artist with first-level sword concept dares to play tricks before me? Zhang Shou-yong's voice contained slight disdain and overbearingness mixed within. Practically at the instant Zhang Shou-yong finished speaking, a layer of light that flashed with flowing lights suddenly appeared on his body. This wasn't a defensive qi barrier. Instead, it was a layer of earthen yellow-colored light barrier. Instantly, Zhang Shou-yong's entire body seemed to have fused into one with the earth, and it was impossible to distinguish between him and the earth. Suddenly, Zhang Shou-yong took a stride forward. Taking a step out was like a mountain collapsing. Bang! An extremely formidable aura gushed out from Zhang Shou-yong's body, and it seemed to have perfectly fused into one with the entire earth. This aura was even slightly stronger than the old man's sword concept, earth concept. As he looked at Zhang Shou-yong, who seemed to have completely fused into one with the earth, Duan Lingtian was greatly shocked in his heart. After fusing with the memories of the Samsara Emperor Wu, he wasn't unfamiliar with concept. It was even to the extent that he was able to discern that Zhang Shou-yong was executing a type of concept that was extremely difficult to comprehend, the earth concept within the concept of nature. Earth concept was able to allow one's aura to completely fuse with the earth. Not only was it capable of concealment and concealment, it was even capable of relying on the energy of the earth to attack, and it was an extremely overbearing concept. At this moment, another 3 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared beside the 3 ancient horned dragon silhouettes above Zhang Shou-yong. 6 ancient horned dragon silhouettes floated in the air, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws as they accumulated force and were waiting to attack. Big Brother Zhang's earth concept is actually able to draw upon the energy of heaven and earth to condense into 3 ancient horned dragon silhouettes? Duan Lingtian's pupils constricted, and he had an astonished expression. Third level earth concept. Chapter 354. Concept was similar to the cultivation level of a martial artist, and it was divided into 9 levels. Every level was stronger than the previous level. First level concept was comparable to the strength of an ancient horned dragon. Second level concept was comparable to the strength of 2 ancient horned dragons. Third level concept was comparable to the strength of 3 ancient horned dragons. And so on and so forth. The strongest concept was 9th level concept, and it was comparable to the strength of 9 ancient horned dragons. Third level earth concept. Duan Lingtian was shocked as well, and his heart was filled with shock when he saw Zhang Shou-yong reveal a cultivation at the 2nd level of the void initiation stage. Now, Zhang Shou-yong had actually executed 3rd level earth concept? Duan Lingtian didn't have the time to react when Zhang Shouyong took another step forward, and in the blink of an eye, he seemed to have completely fused into the ground and vanished without a trace. At this moment, the emaciated body of the withered old man that stood in the distance with a terrified expression suddenly trembled. Subsequently, it was as if his throat was tightly held by someone, and his face went ghastly pale as he opened his mouth, yet was unable to speak a single word for a long time. In the next moment, his eyes that flickered with a fierce light had completely dimmed down. Bang! The withered old man's body swayed a few times before crashing to the ground, and when he crashed to the ground, dazzling and resplendent fresh blood flowed out from his 7 apertures. The withered old man was a first-level void initiation stage expert. Earlier, he'd even controlled the lives of Duan Lingtian and Li Fei in his hands, and he was extremely domineering. But now, it was precisely such a domineering void initiation stage expert that crashed to the ground and bled to death from his 7 apertures. The scene before them caused Duan Lingtian and Li Fei to have an unreal feeling. Is this really a void initiation stage expert? At the same time, they were completely shocked by Zhang Shouyong's strength. Although they were unable to discern the traces of Zhang Shouyong attacking, they knew clearly that all this was related to Zhang Shouyong, who'd vanished on the spot in the blink of an eye and seemed to have fused into one with the ground. Right at this moment, Zhang Shouyong's slovenly figure once again appeared before the eyes of everyone, and he just happened to stand by the side of the withered old man's corpse. Zhang Shouyong calmly glanced at the withered old man as if he had done something insignificant. At this moment, the twin brothers standing at the side looked at each other and saw the fear in each other's eyes. They all realized that they had kicked an iron plate. A second-level void initiation stage expert that had comprehended third-level Earth concept. Even if it was in the surrounding area of the ancient city of Everlast, such an existence could be called a top existence. To think that they would encounter it. The same thought appeared in their minds. They hurriedly executed their movement techniques and flew out of the restaurant. They wanted to escape from this place of despair. In this place, they felt that their lives were completely out of their control. Zhang Shouyong's eyebrows twitched slightly. He had originally planned to chase after the two of them, but all of a sudden he seemed to have realized something. The corners of his mouth curled into a smile as he gently shook his head. All of a sudden, Zhang Shouyong's figure flickered, disappearing from the spot. When he appeared again, he was already beside Wang Qiong. Duan Lingtian's spiritual force that had advanced to the peak of the nascent soul stage shook, and he vaguely noticed that a person was flying in from outside, and her target was the pair of fleeing twin brothers. Who is it? Right when Duan Lingtian was bewildered in his heart, a graceful figure appeared before his eyes. The figure blocked the path of the twin brothers. The lifelike silhouette of an ancient horned dragon circled in the sky above this person. Besides that, there were another 2,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes that surrounded this ancient horned dragon silhouette like a myriad of stars surrounding the moon, and it was as if they were prostrating themselves before a supreme emperor, 9th level of the void prying stage. The faces of the twin brothers that were stopped went grim as they shouted out in shock. "Stay behind." The voice of the person that arrived was extremely pleasant to the ear. Instantly, she made a move. Swoosh, swoosh. A pair of delicate hands flashed out like a bolt of lightning, and they seemed to have transformed into 2 venomous snakes that bit towards the twin brothers and directly broke their necks. Crack. The sound of bones breaking could be clearly heard, and it caused one to shudder. Bang, bang. The bodies of the twin brothers crashed down along with the person that arrived, and they followed in the footsteps of the withered old man. This, Duan Lingtian and Li Fei looked at each other, and they both saw astonishment in each other's eyes. Only because the young woman that had appeared before their eyes and killed the twin brothers was someone they knew. This young woman was none other than the beautiful manager of the profound pool inn that was opposite the Eternal Jade restaurant. Duan Lingnan never imagined that this beautiful manager that looked to be extremely delicate actually possessed such a terrifying cultivation. The beautiful manager nodded with a smile to Duan Lingtian and Li Fei, and her beautiful eyes spun with flowing lights as she looked towards the distant Zhang Shouyong and Wang Qiong, and her gaze descended onto Wang Qiong. Profound pool. Zhang Shouyong nodded to the beautiful manager and greeted her indifferently. When faced with Zhang Shouyong's coldness, the delicate figure of the beautiful manager imperceptibly trembled, but it was still clearly seen by Duan Lingtian. However, Duan Lingtian knew that this was Zhang Shouyong's private matter, so he didn't pay much attention to it. He brought along Li Fei and arrived before Xiongquan, then helped Xiongquan up and sat down at the side. Xiongquan, are you all right? Xiongquan shook his head and forced out a laugh. I'm fine. After making Xiongquan consume the grade 7 gold injury pill, Duan Lingtian started to help him dissolve the medicinal strength. The current Xiongquan had completely lost his origin energy, so he was utterly unable to dissolve the medicinal strength of the medicinal pill. After a short while, under the assistance of Duan Lingtian's origin energy, Xiongquan's injuries recovered greatly. Although his dantian couldn't be healed, his complexion improved slightly, and he wasn't as pale as before. I understand. Suddenly, a slightly miserable voice sounded out by Duan Lingtian's ears. Duan Lingtian raised his head to look. It was the beautiful manager of Xianxia, and she sighed before turning around and leaving. That graceful and beautiful figure was lonely and desolate, as if she'd lost the most important thing in an instant. Besides that, when Duan Lingtian looked at Zhang Shouyong and Wang Qiong, he kept having the feeling that there was something different about this young couple. In next to no time, he obtained the answer. So it turned out that the problem lay with Wang Qiong. How could the current Wang Qiong have the slightest lack of confidence? Compared to the Wang Qiong of the past, the current Wang Qiong was simply like a completely different person. What happened? Duan Lingtian was puzzled in his heart. It was difficult to imagine that a person would change so much in the blink of an eye. Big brother Zhang, sister-in-law, thank you. Duan Lingtian held Li Fei's hand and walked towards Zhang Shouyong and Wang Qiong as he sincerely thanked them. His tone was filled with gratitude. If it wasn't for Zhang Shouyong lending a hand today, it would have been impossible for him and Li Fei to survive. Little sister Li Fei, I didn't scare you, right? Wang Qiong stretched out her slender hand to seize Li Fei from Duan Lingtian's side, and then she pulled her to her side before asking about her well-being. Big sister Wang Qiong, I'm fine. Li Fei lightly shook her head. Come, let's have a private chat. Pay no attention to them. Wang Qiong brought Li Fei to the side to sit down, and they started chatting happily. This caused Duan Lingtian and Zhang Shouyong to look at each other before smiling helplessly. The two of them found a place to sit down. After they sat down, Duan Lingtian sighed with emotion. Big brother Zhang, I truly never imagined that you're actually a void initiation stage expert. Moreover, you're a void initiation stage expert that has comprehended third-level Earth concept. Zhang Shouyong smiled. I was just lucky. Lucky? Duan Lingtian shook his head. This wasn't luck. Being able to comprehend third-level concept at such an age, Zhang Shouyong's comprehension ability caused Duan Lingtian to be shocked. According to the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, even if it was in the foreign lands, such a comprehension ability could already be considered to be not bad. Big brother Zhang, are you from the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom? Duan Lingtian asked. No. Zhang Shouyong shook his head. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something, and he looked at Duan Lingtian and revealed a wisp of a smile. Brother Lingtian, thank you. Duan Lingtian was stunned. Thank me for what? He was unable to wrap his head around it. It seemed that Zhang Shouyong had helped him today, right? Why did Zhang Shouyong thank him instead? Brother Lingtian, I presume you ought to be extremely curious about the relationship between me and the female manager of Xianxia, right? Zhang Shouyong asked. Although he didn't know why Zhang Shouyong suddenly asked this, Duan Lingtian still couldn't help but nod. She's called Xianxia, and she's my childhood sweetheart. My family and hers are even friends for generations, and my family arranged a marriage for the two of us since we were young. She can be said to be my fiancée. Of course, that's all in the past. At the moment I left my family, that marriage contract didn't count. As Zhang Shouyong spoke, he picked up his wine gourd and poured a mouthful of wine into his mouth. Childhood sweetheart? Duan Lingtian never imagined that Zhang Shouyong had such a relationship with the female manager of the inn. Zhang Shouyong continued. Since I was young, I've taken her to be my own younger sister, and I've never thought that anything would happen between us. So, I've always paid no attention to that marriage contract. Later on, I got to know Qiong and quickly fell in love with her. Originally, my family didn't interfere in the matter between me and Qiong. Even though Qiong didn't have any background, her natural talent in the martial Dao was extremely good. But an accident later on caused Qiong's dantian to be damaged, causing her to lose all her origin energy. From that moment onwards, the family started to obstruct me from having any contact with Qiong, and they wanted to separate us. They even took out that marriage contract to force me. I left the family in a fit of rage. At that time, an even greater problem descended. Qiong actually wanted to leave me, and it was because she felt she'd lost her cultivation and wasn't worthy of me, causing her to become extremely unconfident. For the sake of allowing her to regain her confidence, I took her and flew far away to the ancient city of Everlast before establishing the Eternal Jade restaurant with her. When he spoke up to hear, a wisp of a smile appeared on Zhang Shouyong's face. Here, I saw her smile once more, even though she was still so unconfident. That grade 5 spirit sword was the sword of the 7-star sword sects sect leader that was passed down from generation to generation. Besides being able to store wine, this wine gourd ought to be an extremely terrifying offensive spirit weapon. Duan Lingtian was able to notice that this wine gourd was different. It wasn't a pure storage spirit weapon like a spatial ring, and besides that, it carried traces of a baleful aura. This was the baleful aura that only offensive spirit weapons possessed. Grade 5 spirit weapons. There are very few in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Even if it's in those empires that stand above Imperial Kingdoms, there probably aren't many of them. Could it be that Big Brother Zhang is a member of the Darkstone Empire? Duan Lingtian guessed in his heart. All along the way, he tried to ask about Zhang Shouyong's origins, but Zhang Shouyong brushed it off with a smile every single time, saying that he already had nothing to do with his past and didn't want to mention it. Duan Lingtian was able to feel the carefree and resolute tone in Zhang Shouyong's words. Looks like the clan that this Big Brother Zhang of his used to belong to had injured him greatly. Since Zhang Shouyong was unwilling to speak, Duan Lingtian naturally didn't ask any further. This also caused Zhang Shouyong and Wang Qiong's origins to become a mystery in his eyes. Big Brother Zhang, sister-in-law, what plans do the two of you have? Duan Lingtian asked Zhang Shouyong and Wang Qiong. We don't have any specific plans for now. However, we ought to first make a trip around the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. We'll first send you and sister-in-law back to the 7-star sword sect, and then we'll make plans. Zhang Shouyong lightly smiled. A trace of warmth arose in Duan Lingtian's heart. He naturally knew Zhang Shouyong's intentions. It was undoubtedly to escort him and Li Fei back to the 7-star sword sect. After all, Xiong Quan's current cultivation was different from before. Even if it was a first-level void-prying stage martial artist, so long as the martial artist utilized a spirit weapon, Xiong Quan wouldn't be a match for the martial artist. Although Xiong Quan was able to execute advanced sword force that was comparable to the strength of 2,000 ancient mammoths. However, the strength bestowed by advanced sword force was unable to be amplified by spirit weapons. Spirit weapons could only amplify the strength of the fleshly body and origin energy. Currently, Xiong Quan had lost all his origin energy, and only his 9th-level body tempering cultivation remained. When the strength of his fleshly body exploded out, it was only comparable to the strength of one ancient mammoth. Even if he utilized a grade 7 spirit sword to amplify it, regardless of advanced sword force, Xiongquan's strength was even inferior to the strength of 2 ancient mammoths. Xiongquan. Duan Lingtian sighed, then looked at Xiongquan, who was leading the way on his horse, and asked, Xiongquan, what plans do you have? Xiongquan took a deep breath when he heard this, then slowly said, Young master, with my current strength, I'm unable to help you with anything. I want to return to my hometown. Xiongquan's tone contained slight bitterness mixed within. Then we'll send you back to your hometown first. Duan Lingtian nodded. He respected Xiongquan's choice. He'd already made a resolution in his heart. In the future, he would surely help Xiongquan repair his dantian. Repair his dantian. If someone knew what Duan Lingtian was thinking now, that person would surely curse Duan Lingtian as a madman and feel that Duan Lingtian was indulging in wild fantasies. After all, if one's dantian was broken, then even if one consumed the best healing panacea in Cloud Continent, the Grade 1 Life Recovery Pill, it would still be powerless. This was a publicly acknowledged fact in Cloud Continent. If one's dantian was crippled, one's entire life would be ruined. This was an ironclad rule. However, as someone who had merged with the memories of Reincarnation Emperor Wu, Duan Lingtian did not care about this ironclad rule. According to Reincarnation Emperor Wu's memories, it was not impossible to repair a broken dantian. At the very least, in Reincarnation Emperor Wu's memories, there were 2 ways to repair a broken dantian. The first way was to find a legendary medicinal herb called the Immortal Spirit Herb. The Immortal Spirit Herb only existed in legends, and even Reincarnation Emperor Wu had only heard of it and had never seen it before. It was said that the Immortal Spirit Herb could even allow a person with a crippled body to regrow their limbs. Its medicinal strength could be said to be heaven-defying. The second way was to become a quasi-royal grade alchemist and refine the quasi-royal grade resurrection pill. The quasi-royal grade resurrection pill was a healing panacea that surpassed the Grade 1 Life Recovery Pill. In Cloud Continent, everyone only knew that the Grade 1 Life Recovery Pill was the best healing panacea. However, they did not know that Reincarnation Emperor Wu had long since refined the quasi-royal grade resurrection pill and the royal grade resurrection pill that were superior to the Grade 1 Life Recovery Pill. No matter how severe the injury was, as long as the heart did not stop beating, as long as the person consumed the quasi-royal grade resurrection pill, he could be saved. As for the royal grade resurrection pill, it was even more exaggerated. Even if the heart stopped beating, as long as it did not exceed an hour, the person could be saved with the royal grade resurrection pill. That Immortal Spirit Herb is too elusive and unrealistic. Looks like I can only help Xiongquan repair his dantian when I get to the foreign lands and obtain the great treasure that Reincarnation Emperor Wu left for his 3rd lifetime. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. The pile of treasures that Reincarnation Emperor Wu prepared for his 3rd lifetime included the quasi-royal grade resurrection pill and the royal grade resurrection pill. After galloping for a month, Duan Lingtian's group finally arrived at Xiongquan's hometown. Xiongquan's hometown was located within a group of mountains, and it was a remote mountain village. Xiongquan, you grew up here? Duan Lingtian looked at the remote village before him and couldn't help but exclaim in a low voice. It was difficult for him to imagine that Xiongquan, the former guardian of the Boundless sect, actually had such an ordinary background. Yes. Xiongquan lightly smiled as he nodded, and he was slightly excited as he looked at the distant village. Duan Lingtian's group had just entered the village when someone noticed them. It's Uncle Xiongquan. In next to no time, a 12 or 13-year-old youth with sharp eyes recognized Xiongquan, and he cried out in surprise as he ran over. Uncle Xiongquan, Uncle Xiongquan. You are? Xiongquan was stunned when he saw the youth that pounced into his embrace. Uncle Xiongquan, don't you recognize me? I'm Eru. The youth raised his head and looked at Xiongquan with an excited expression. You're Eru? Xiongquan was stunned for a moment, and he couldn't help but laugh as he rubbed the youth's little head. Eru, it's only been a few years, and you've already grown so big. The youth laughed slyly. Uncle Xiongquan, I was only 7 years old when you left last time. Is everyone in the village well? Xiongquan asked. The youth hurriedly nodded. Everyone is well, it's just that I usually miss Uncle Xiongquan. Humph, I want to be like Uncle Xiongquan in the future and become an outstanding martial artist. I want to enter the Boundless sect and become a grand guardian like Uncle Xiongquan. The youth's naive and unaffected appearance caused Duan Lingtian, Li Fei, Zhang Shouyong, and Wang Qiong to be unable to refrain from laughing. Then you have to work hard. Xiongquan smiled as he encouraged, yet a trace of loneliness flashed within the depths of his eyes. Xiongquan, Uncle Xiongquan. In next to no time, a group of people gushed out from the village, and they were incomparably enthusiastic. Looks like after Xiongquan became the guardian of the Boundless sect, he didn't forget his hometown. These villagers all respect him from the bottom of their hearts. Chapter 356. Xiongquan relied on his own hard work to grow from a mountain kid to a guardian of the Boundless sect. This was a surprising fact. Moreover, after Xiongquan became a guardian of the Boundless sect, he was still able to remember his origins and take care of his hometown. This was something that was extremely hard to come by. It was admirable. It was precisely because of this that Xiongquan was able to obtain the acknowledgement of the group of villagers in his hometown. Because of Xiongquan, the group of villagers loved the house and its crow, and Duan Lingtian's group received warm hospitality in the village as well. After staying in the village for a few days and enjoying the countryside life for a while, Duan Lingtian's group of 4 prepared to leave. Before leaving, Duan Lingtian went to find Xiongquan. Xiongquan, this is the antidote. In the future, you don't have to worry that the poison in your body will relapse every half a year. This antidote is sufficient to eradicate the poison in your body. Duan Lingtian withdrew a medicinal pill and passed it to Xiongquan. At that time, for the sake of controlling Xiongquan, he tampered with the grade 9 spirit clearing pill he gave Xiongquan to consume and added poison. It was a type of slow-acting poison, and so long as one didn't consume the antidote to alleviate the poison after half a year, one would die without a doubt. Now, Duan Lingtian passed the antidote to eradicate the poison to Xiongquan. Thank you, young master. Xiongquan took a deep breath and consumed the medicinal pill, then said sincerely, Young master, in the future, when Xiongquan isn't by your side, you must take good care of yourself and protect yourself. Young master doesn't have to feel guilty about Xiongquan's matter, everything is fate. Fate? Duan Lingtian shook his head. Xiongquan, let me ask you, what is fate? Xiongquan was speechless when he heard this. He didn't know how to explain. Xiongquan, remember, you must not believe in the so-called fate. Now, although your dantian is crippled, your advanced sword force is still present. Since you've opened the door of force, even if you don't have origin energy, you can similarly continue comprehending sword concept. Duan Lingtian slowly said to Xiongquan. It's not important. Xiongquan shook his head and smiled, looking extremely carefree. Without origin energy, so what if he comprehended sword concept? Only the sword in his hand was strong, and his attacks were strong. In terms of speed, he was no different from an ordinary 9th-level body-tempering martial artist. Xiongquan, I know that your dantian has been destroyed and you've lost all hope. However, I still have to tell you that I have a way to repair your dantian. Duan Lingtian said to Xiongquan with a solemn expression. What? Xiongquan was frightened by Duan Lingtian's words. He was like a bird startled by the twang of a bow. Young master, you said you have a way to repair my destroyed dantian? Is that true? The current Xiongquan was no longer as calm and carefree as before. He was so excited that he lost his composure. The reason why he had pretended to be like that earlier was because he didn't want Duan Lingtian to worry and feel guilty. In fact, his heart had never walked out of the shadow of his dantian being crippled. Over the past few years, Duan Lingtian did not treat him as a slave because he controlled him with drugs. Instead, he treated him like family, which made him feel grateful. Now, even without the control of drugs, he still tried his best to think for Duan Lingtian. You've been with me for a few years, have I ever spoken empty words? Duan Lingtian wasn't surprised by Xiongquan's excitement. If they could choose, no one would choose to become a cripple. Xiongquan's face flushed red when he obtained confirmation, and he was extremely excited. However, even though I have a way to help you repair your dantian, I'm afraid it will still take some time. At least 5 or 6 years, at most 8 or 9 years, or even over 10 years. Duan Lingtian poured a bucket of cold water on Xiongquan when he saw him so excited. However, Xiongquan didn't mind, and he grinned. Young master, I can wait. Duan Lingtian nodded and patted Xiongquan on the shoulder. Then I'll be leaving first. No need to send me off. Properly comprehend your advanced sword force. With your comprehension ability, comprehending sword concept isn't a difficult thing. I hope that when I see you next time, you've already comprehended sword concept. Young master, I will. I absolutely won't disappoint you. Xiongquan hurriedly nodded. Duan Lingtian smiled with satisfaction, then turned around and left to gather with Li Fei, Zhang Shouyong, and Wang Qiong before leaving this remote mountain range together. Scoundrel, are you still thinking about Xiongquan? Li Fei couldn't help but ask when she saw Duan Lingtian didn't speak all along the way. Duan Lingtian sighed. My responsibility for Xiongquan falling to such an end isn't small. Li Fei held Duan Lingtian's hand and consoled. Don't blame yourself, you were powerless at that time as well. That withered old man was too strong. But Big Brother Zhang killing that withered old man can be considered to have helped Xiongquan take revenge. Duan Lingtian nodded, then he looked at the young man on the other Fergana horse beside him. Big Brother Zhang, thank you. Zhang Shouyong shook his head and smiled. Brother Lingtian, you don't have to be courteous. That day, when I saw you for the first time at Xianxia, I had a feeling of familiarity at first sight. The facts prove that our temperaments are compatible and we're bound to become friends. Yeah. Wang Qiong, who sat in front of Zhang Shouyong, nodded as well. Little sister Li Fei and I hit it off at first sight as well, and I've taken her to be my own little sister in my heart. You're not allowed to bully her in the future. Otherwise, I'm not a match for you, but I can ask Brother Yong to help me teach you a lesson. As she finished speaking, Wang Qiong's tone had an extra sense of being protective. Then wouldn't I be eaten by this little girl for sure in the future? Duan Lingtian laughed exaggeratedly. Scoundrel, let's see if you dare bully me in the future. Wang Qiong's words caused Li Fei to beam with delight, and her beautiful face was filled with complacency. In the following days, Duan Lingtian's group of 4 didn't walk quickly, and they toured the scenery all along the way as they headed towards the 7-star sword sect. Something worthy of mentioning was, when they were about to arrive at Black Bamboo City, Duan Lingtian's cultivation broke through once more. 9th level of the Origin Core stage. Presently, I've broken through to the 9th level of the Origin Core stage, and my strength is comparable to the strength of 131 ancient mammoths. Compared to an ordinary 9th level Origin Core stage martial artist, I possess the strength of 11 ancient mammoths more. The third form of the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique, the WM Python form, has finally attained perfection. The scope of effect of the quake energy has increased to the limit as well. So long as my opponent's strength doesn't exceed the strength of 100 ancient mammoths or more, I'm not afraid. Since he broke through, Duan Lingtian's mood had always been slightly surging. Lu Shige. Duan Lingtian's gaze flickered with cold lights, and a wisp of coldness appeared on the corners of his mouth. When we return this time, we should properly settle the debt you owe me. Lu Shige had heavily injured him that day, and even knocked him out. He'd always been ashamed of this. He hoped that one day he'd be able to rely on his own strength to make Lu Shige repay it 10-fold, 100-fold. Now, Although he hadn't broken through to the nascent soul stage after his cultivation stepped into the 9th level of the origin core stage, he was already unafraid of an ordinary first-level nascent soul stage martial artist. So long as Lu Shige hasn't broken through to the 2nd level of the nascent soul stage, then with my current strength, it's sufficient to completely crush him. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart, and his eyes emitted a trace of yearning. After returning to his senses, Duan Lingtian smelled the fragrance of Li Fei's hair before him, and felt the strong wind that blew from his galloping horse, and his eyes narrowed slightly, and his expression was gentle like water. Presently, an entire year had already passed since he left the 7-star sword sect that day. This time, it wasn't only his cultivation that had broken through once more. Li Fei's cultivation had broken through half a month ago, breaking through to the 7th level of the origin core stage. Of course, the reason Li Fei's advancement was so swift and closely followed Duan Lingtian's footsteps was because she'd consumed the 10,000-year stalactite milk that day. Now, Li Fei's natural talent in the martial Dao was similar to Duan Lingtian, and they'd both arrived at the limit that a martial artist could attain. A year passed. Duan Lingtian was already 21 years old. Brother Lingtian, that city ahead is Black Bamboo City? Zhang Shouyang's gaze descended onto a small black dot in the distance as he slowly asked. Duan Lingtian nodded. He knew that arriving at Black Bamboo City also meant that they were about to part ways with Zhang Shouyang and his wife. All along the way, he and Li Fei had formed a deep friendship with Zhang Shouyang and his wife. It was unavoidable that they were reluctant to part. Let's have a meal together after we arrive at Black Bamboo City. Zhang Shouyang looked at Duan Lingtian and Li Fei as he suggested. Duan Lingtian and Li Fei naturally had no objections. Little sister Li Fei, I'll surely come visit you with brother Yong when I'm free in the future. Wang Qiong spoke to Li Fei with a face filled with tender affection. Big sister Wang Qiong, I'll miss you. Li Fei's beautiful eyes faintly had traces of mist as she spoke in a light voice. Duan Lingtian consoled Li Fei. All right, all good things must come to an end, be happy. Not to mention, it's not like we won't have the chance to meet again in the future. Besides that, we still have to eat together in a while. Big sister Wang Qiong will feel uncomfortable seeing you like this. Li Fei lightly nodded and squeezed out a trace of a forced smile on her face. During this half a year of time, she and Wang Qiong felt like old friends at first sight and were close like sisters. Now that they were going to separate, they were naturally extremely reluctant. Chapter 357. Lord Xiado. Shirley had a bitter smile on his face. I asked someone to inquire about it at the 7-star sword sect. 1 year ago, that Duan Lingtian left the 7-star sword sect and hasn't returned until now. Xiado, the vice president of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's Jade Magnolia Trading Company. An existence at the 6th level of the Void Prying stage. Even if he was the Shi clan's patriarch, he didn't dare be disrespectful in the slightest before Xiado. After all, even their Shi clan only had a single Void stage expert, and it was only a first-level Void Prying stage martial artist. If Hao wasn't killed by that Duan Lingtian, then with his natural talent, he would surely be able to become the second Void stage expert of my Shi clan. When he thought up to here, Shirley's face sank. You've already told me about this yesterday. Xiado glanced indifferently at Shirley. Have you found out where he went? Shirley shook his head. Not for now. Don't worry, Lord Xiado. That Duan Lingtian crippled my daughter's cultivation and even killed my son. I surely am absolutely irreconcilable with him. So long as I have news of him, I'll surely notify Lord Xiado at the first possible moment. Xiado's arrival allowed Shirley to see the hope of taking revenge. In the past, although he knew that his son, Shi Hao, was killed by Duan Lingtian, he didn't dare act rashly. Because Duan Lingtian was an outstanding disciple of the 7-star sword sect, and the Shi clan wouldn't allow him to take a risk for a personal enmity and bring a calamity to the Shi clan. However, some time ago, this vice president of the Jade Magnolia Trading Company, Xiado, held a portrait and came over in a threatening manner, allowing him to see hope. His daughter, Shi Yan, recognized with a glance that the young man in the portrait in Xiaodo's hand was precisely that Duan Lingtian. Thus, he invited Xiado into the Shi clan estate, plotting a grand scheme of revenge. Duan Lingtian, you deserve death. You actually dared to kill Lord Xiaodo's only son. Cold lights flickered within Shirley's eyes, and the corners of his mouth curled into a sneer. Patriarch, patriarch. Right at this moment, a figure rushed into the main hall without any prior notice. Xiado frowned when he saw the Shi clan disciples directly trespassing, and he grunted coldly. Patriarch Shirley, looks like the rules of your Shi clan aren't much. Could it be that anyone can casually trespass into this Shi clan audience hall? Shirley was a little embarrassed. He looked at the Shi family disciple and asked in a low voice, "Why are you in such a hurry?" Patriarch. The Shi family disciple said excitedly, "The person in the portrait has appeared." But, just as Shirley's pupils constricted, Xiado, who was sitting to the side and had just picked up a teacup to drink tea, suddenly trembled and crushed the teacup in his hand. Xiado stood up and looked at the Shi clan disciple as he shouted in shock, "You said the person in the portrait has appeared?" The Shi family disciple hurriedly nodded, "Yes, I saw him enter the city with my own eyes." Patriarch, patriarch. At this moment, several figures flashed into the main hall. My cousin found the young man in the portrait in Quiet Elegance restaurant. My friend noticed it too. I saw it with my own eyes. These Shi family disciples were similar to the Shi family disciple from before. They had all come to inform the patriarch. Good, good. Xiado laughed loudly as an imposing aura soared from his body. Although he didn't intentionally extend it out, it still caused the Shi family disciples present to go ghastly pale and shiver. Guang, father will go take revenge for you right now. Xiaodo's voice was like a thunderclap, and it shook the main hall to the point it seemed as if it was shaking. After eating and drinking their fill, Duan Lingtian's group of 4 left the restaurant and galloped their horses out of Black Bamboo City. On the way, Duan Lingtian's brows knit. His spiritual force told him that there were many people spying on him from the shadows and following him now. Brother Lingtian, I've heard of the 7 great sword peaks of the 7-star sword sect as well. Qiong and I will send you to the entrance of the 7-star sword sect and take a look at the elegance of the 7 great sword peaks. How about it? Zhang Shouyong looked at Duan Lingtian and lightly smiled as he spoke. All right. Duan Lingtian nodded and lightly smiled, and his smile contained gratitude mixed within. He knew clearly in his heart. Zhang Shouyong had surely noticed the people following him, and that was why he made such a decision. Then let's go slower. I still have to chat with big sister Wang Qiong, and I don't know when we'll meet again. Li Fei's beautiful eyes flashed and were suffused with a sheen of reluctance as she suggested. Duan Lingtian and Zhang Shouyong nodded. The group of 4 and 2 Fergana horses walked out of Black Bamboo City and headed directly towards the 7-star sword sect. Because of Li Fei's suggestion, Duan Lingtian and Zhang Shouyong intentionally slowed down their speed and didn't gallop wildly. Li Fei and Wang Qiong chatted to their heart's content before they left, and they laughed and talked to their heart's content. Black Bamboo City wasn't far from the 7-star sword sect, and even if they slowed down, Duan Lingtian's group of 4 had already traveled half the distance after half an hour. The 7-star sword sect really deserves its reputation. Zhang Shouyong looked at the 7 sword peaks that stood in the distance and couldn't help but praise. I heard long ago that the 7-star sword sect has 7 great sword peaks, and it's a great spectacle in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Now that I've seen it today, it deserves its reputation. Wang Qiong nodded in deep agreement. Perhaps, any one of the 7 great sword peaks was inferior to the solitary peak near the ancient city of Everlast. However, when the 7 sword peaks gathered together and stood there for a long time, it brought about a kind of visual shock to others. The 7 great sword peaks were like 7 sharp swords that charged into the sky. It seemed as if they wanted to pierce 7 holes in the sky. Right at this moment, thump, 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 a string of dense sounds of horse hooves interrupted Zhang Shouyong and Wang Qiong, who were admiring the 7 sword peaks. Zhang Shouyong's face sank and a cold light flashed within his eyes. A trace of displeasure appeared on Wang Qiong's beautiful face as well. When Duan Lingtian and Zhang Shouyong turned their horses around, they could see over 10 tall horses dashing over with the 3 Fergana horses in the lead, and their target was directly at them. Halt! Halt! In next to no time, the people that sat on the over 10 tall horses surrounded Duan Lingtian's group of 4, and they seemed to have transformed into a heaven-encompassing net that caused Duan Lingtian's group of 4 to have no place to escape. Shiyan. Li Fei's gaze was sharp, and she noticed the young woman following by the side of the dignified middle-aged man with a glance. The young woman's features were warped and savage, and her triangular eyes flickered with a gloomy sheen. It was precisely the former 7-star sword sect's Alcade Peak disciple, Shiyan. The Shiyan that had her cultivation crippled by Duan Lingtian. The younger sister of the former number 1 disciple in the 7-star sword sect's outer court, Shiyan. Bitch. Shiyan looked at Li Fei, and her triangular eyes emitted frightening icy coldness. Today, you and your man will die. Crippling my cultivation and killing my brother, none of you can escape. Shiyan's voice was filled with gloomy coldness. Clean your mouth. Wang Qiong's beautiful face went grim when she heard Shiyan insulting Li Fei, and she said in a low voice, "What does me insulting this bitch have to do with you?" Shiyan glanced coldly at Wang Qiong and grunted. You and your man can only blame yourselves for being unlucky today, actually walking together with these 2 jinxes. All of you are bound to be dragged down by them. You mean you want to kill the 4 of us? Zhang Shouyong, who sat behind Wang Qiong, had a calm expression as he asked indifferently, right when Shiyan intended to speak. Exactly, all 3 of you will be buried with this Duan Lingtian today. An aged voice that contained extreme coldness and indifference sounded out, and it was an old man in embroidered clothes that sat on a Fergana horse that spoke. Presently, this group of people seemed to have taken this old man as their leader. This person, Duan Lingtian, looked at the old man in embroidered clothes and frowned, as he kept having the feeling that the old man was slightly familiar, but he could be sure that he'd never seen this old man before. If he'd seen him before, it would be impossible for him to not have any impression of him. Relying on his formidable spiritual force and the lifetime experience of Samsara Emperor Wu, Duan Lingtian was able to discern that the old man's cultivation ought to be at the 6th level of the void prying stage. Zhang Shouyong's calm face sank slightly when he heard the old man. A void prying stage martial artist dared talk nonsense before him? Duan Lingtian. Meanwhile, the dignified middle-aged man by Shiyan's side glared angrily at Duan Lingtian and said coldly, "You first crippled my daughter's cultivation, then killed my son, Shihao. Today I surely will make your blood splatter on the spot." You're Shihao's father? Duan Lingtian glanced indifferently at the dignified middle-aged man, then his gaze descended onto the old man in embroidered clothes. You're taking revenge for Shihao as well? Duan Lingtian, this is Lord Xiado. Lord Xiado is the vice president of the Jade Magnolia Trading Company. I truly never imagined that you actually dared kill Lord Xiaodo's son. You're simply audacious to the extreme. The old man in embroidered clothes hadn't spoken when Shirley had already sneered. Jade Magnolia Trading Company's vice president? Xiado? Duan Lingtian frowned, and he seemed to have heard of it somewhere. Scoundrel, Black Wind City. Li Fei reminded. Duan Lingtian came to a sudden understanding as he recalled. At that time, when he'd just left the Crimson Sky Kingdom's Imperial City and passed by Black Wind City at the border between the Crimson Sky Kingdom and the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, he'd participated in an auction. After the auction ended, there was once a person who spied on the infant jade-eyed heavenly mouse he'd won. Later on, that person and the 2 old men by his side were all killed by Xiongquan.